You merely indulged in corruption amounting to 2 billion in the world of pirates. Nations such as Wano and figures like Carp are about to be subjected to the most severe penalties by Sengoku, the formidable warrior. However, what they did not anticipate was the navy surrounding you consists entirely of individuals who have undergone the initiation. Upon your arrival from another realm, you find yourself immersed in the ranks of the navy, discovering the lives of the rank-and-file soldiers are generally fraught with hardship. One must always be prepared to engage in fierce battles against formidable pirates. There is no need to fret over the tribulations of life. Upon discovering this situation, each time the salary is dispersed, you will assist those in need. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of naval soldiers became your friends. Each time you accompanied the commanders on missions to apprehend pirates, the Navy personnel whom you had aided would invariably be the first to charge forward, erecting a formidable barrier around you, ensuring your safety from harm. As your prowess enhances, your reputation within the department gradually spreads, and you swiftly catch the attention of the officers in the headquarters. After spending a year on an external assignment, you participated in a 6-month officer training camp. Upon completion, you were promoted to the rank of second lieutenant in your department, gaining not only your own unit but also a significant increase in salary. Taking advantage of your position, you began to amass wealth indiscriminately, subsequently distributing all illicit gains to those in need within your unit. Moreover, you clandestinely colluded with bounty hunters, intentionally allowing certain pirates to escape. This enabled the bounty hunters, who had already established a rapport with them, to swiftly pursue and apprehend the fugitives, subsequently sharing the spoils of the bounty. As time progresses, your prowess ascends rapidly, and your rank elevates correspondingly. Within a mere span of several years, you have risen to the esteemed rank of Major General within this division. As you ascended to the rank of Major General, the soldiers of your command, who have been aided by you, have exceeded numerous individuals. Among this multitude of thousands, many have received your assistance, allowing them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of justice, standing united with you in this noble endeavor. However, the good times were fleeting. When you misappropriate a sum of public funds to assist certain officers in need, you also attract the attention of the internal investigation team of the Navy headquarters, ultimately leading to your swift arrest and incarceration. As you gaze upon the firmly shut doors of the courtroom, they suddenly swing open. 2 court officers swiftly approached, standing upright before you, paying their respects with a bow. They did not distance themselves due to your current status as an offender. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. Upon hearing these words, you turned around. A gentle radiance emanated from the countenances of several dozen fervent officers, and you immediately broke into a subtle smile. Immediately thereafter, you no longer wavered, holding your head high as you stepped boldly into the realm of Shinli Tianing. As you step into the courtroom, the officers seated on either side rise almost in unison, turning to face you. Some exhibit fervent expressions, while others clench their fists tightly. Many gaze at you with eager anticipation, though a small number appear anxious, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The officers, with fervent expressions and eager anticipation, are all beneficiaries of your kindness. Meanwhile, those officers, anxiously sweating, have maintained a collaborative relationship with you over the years. Should you divulge their affairs during your trial, they too shall find themselves facing the same dire fate as you do now, ensnared in the clutches of imprisonment. He stood up and walked directly to the defendant's stand, then slightly raised his head to gaze upon the tribunal, which was presided over by 3 heads. Major General Xia Yu. The presiding judge raised the gavel and brought it down, speaking in a deep tone. Evidence of your embezzlement and bribery has been gathered. According to the findings of the internal investigation team, it has been revealed that since your induction into the naval headquarters, you have embezzled a total of 200 billion belly. Do you acknowledge this? Indeed, you nod gently. The presiding judge secretly exhaled in relief and continued, however, the investigation team has spent a full 3 months tirelessly examining every possible lead. Despite their diligent efforts, they have only uncovered a mere 12,000 berries from your residence. Pray tell, where have the 200 billion berries, which you embezzled, vanished to? Is it conceivable that others have colluded with you in this wrongdoing and participated in the distribution of the ill-gotten gains? Upon the utterance of these words, the entire venue was immediately enveloped in an uncanny silence. Some individuals were deeply moved upon hearing that you embezzled 2,000, while your household possesses nearly 120,000. They are all aware of how much you have assisted them over the years, yet they never anticipated that after embezzling and misappropriating so many resources, you would be left with almost nothing for yourself. Some are deeply moved, while others, upon hearing the presiding judge's inquiry whether one has accomplices, find themselves on the brink of suffocation from tension. No one participated in the distribution of the spoils. At that moment, your voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing clearly throughout the venue, reaching the ears of the officers. It was I who indulged in this experience. You, the presiding judge, abruptly raised your voice and declared, according to the findings of the investigative team, you possess no assets under your name. The residence you inhabit is also provided by this division, and the furniture in your home has remained unchanged for 6 years. How could one individual possibly afford such expenses? You remain unfazed. I take pleasure in lighting my cigarette with a lighter. You never anticipated that you would be the one to uncover this. The presiding judge was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Sitting silently beside him, the warrior from the Warring States period shook his head, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at you standing in the defendant's seat. Those officers, who partook in your corruption and bribery, breathed a collective sigh of relief, subsequently raising their heads to cast upon you a gaze imbued with gratitude and admiration. The presiding judge, suppressing the tumult within, spoke solemnly, "This amount is sufficient to send you on a journey to Justice Island. You must ponder your response carefully. If you cooperate with our investigation and divulge all those involved in the corruption, we shall consider mitigating your punishment." You express your thoughts without any hesitation, speaking plainly and directly, with no one else involved. The presiding judge repeatedly uttered the word "good" 3 times in succession. He casually picked up another document and coldly remarked, "Last year, you authorized your subordinate, the quartermaster, to procure 3,000 tons of beefsteaks. Do not tell me it was you who consumed them all alone." Indeed, you nod once more. My appetite is quite substantial. I never expected you to be so bold as to speak of yourself in such a manner. One has certainly consumed too much fire. The presiding judge suddenly rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xia Yu, do you truly intend to bear the weight of all this infamy alone? If this is what you wish to witness, then I shall indulge you. An individual approaches. You are taken into custody. At dawn, you shall be conveyed to Justice Island. The presiding judge, upon hearing the intention to detain you, was met with a sudden interjection from the warlord, who had been seated quietly as an observer. He turned sharply and spoke in a grave tone, asserting that further investigation is necessary and urging against a hasty final verdict. The case has become exceedingly clear. The presiding judge waved his hand. Had you not just been indulging in a moment of repose? You would surely have heard your unreserved confession to the crimes you committed. The case is so unequivocally clear that further investigation is rendered unnecessary. After a brief pause, the presiding judge abruptly lifted the gavel and struck it down fiercely. Admiral Xia Yu of the Navy Headquarters was found guilty of embezzling 200 billion belly in public funds and bribing numerous officers within the department. On behalf of the World Government's Judicial Department, I, Senex, hereby sentence Xia Yu to death, to be carried out on Judicial Island tomorrow. As soon as the presiding judge's words fell, the entire courtroom erupted in an uproar. Immediately thereafter, the officers seated on either side of the hall rose almost in unison. Apart from the 2 senior generals and their respective substitutes occupying the jury seats, several lieutenant generals positioned behind them also stood up, gazing in disbelief towards the trial. Presiding judge, you lack the authority to impose the death penalty upon Xia Yu. I confess that I have followed General Xia Yu, from whom I have garnered a total income of 7,000 square bailey. Who dares to take Lord Xia Yu away shall tread over my lifeless body. Lord Xia Yu is a benevolent individual. Over the years, had it not been for his generosity in providing us with double wages annually, we would have been unable to endure until now. His embezzlement was solely for our benefit. A military officer stepped forward, accompanied by another. As more and more officers entered, the entire hall was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Among them, 2 officers seized the opportunity to rush to the defendant's stand, intent on taking you away. The room erupted suddenly, with a multitude of officers in a state of uproar. The presiding judge, with a pair of keen eyes, spoke with fervor, General Xia Yu, do you see this? These are all pieces of evidence. Not only have you embezzled and accepted bribes, but you have also engaged in factionalism. Even if the Supreme Commander himself were to intervene now, you would find no salvation. Alas, how truly terrifying it is. At that moment, the esteemed General Porcellino, seated at the jury's bench, suddenly emanated an overwhelming and intangible pressure, which brought an immediate hush over the previously tumultuous hall. As the hall fell into a tranquil stillness, he leisurely raised his hand to check his exquisite wristwatch, nonchalantly proclaiming, "The time has come, the workday is over." Having spoken, Borsalino turned on his heel and departed without a hint of hesitation. Here, General Sakazuki also stood up. His sharp gaze swept across all the officers present before him, and he slightly furrowed his brow, speaking in a deep voice. "Here lies the courtroom." A stillness amidst the clamor. The corruption of Xia Yu is an undeniable truth. And the chain of evidence is ample. Let this matter conclude here. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, do not blame the old man for his lack of courtesy. After uttering this sentence, Sakazuki no longer lingered, swiftly turning to catch up with Barusa as Lino exited the courtroom. Meanwhile, the candidate general rose and cast a glance at Yu, who stood in the defendant's seat, safeguarded by several officers. Subsequently, he turned in silence and departed. Two generals and a candidate for general departed in succession, while a multitude of lieutenant generals on the jury also rose in an orderly manner. Before long, only the esteemed substitute, Zhang Yuan, remained in the jury seat. Gion did not depart. Rather, after the crowd had swept the sunlight towards him, he slowly rose and spoke with a leisurely tone. "Chief Judge, your involvement in corruption and bribery, as well as your collaboration with bounty hunters to acquire rewards, is all subject to legal scrutiny. We have not overlooked these matters. However, unfounded accusations cannot be casually imposed. If General Xia Yu were to form factions for personal gain, then I too would be considered his accomplice. After all, throughout these years, each time I ventured out on a mission, it was General Xia Yu who assisted in caring for my family." At this point, Zhang Yuan cast a glance at Yu, then swiftly directed his gaze towards the officer, Fan Ming, who had rushed to stand before you. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The Marshal has yet to speak. Unless a direct order is issued from the Holy Land, no one shall have the authority to sentence General Xia Yu to death. I wager my entire future to assure our esteemed guests. If anyone dares to accuse General Xia Yu of forming cliques and engaging in private dealings during this period, not only will I not acquiesce, but this dagger at my waist shall not permit it either." The tumult subsided due to the successive departures of two great generals and the remarks made during the arrival of the general candidates. Due to the esteemed status of the Duke of the Garden and the silence of the warring States General, the presiding judge dared not speak further. He ordered that Xia Yu be imprisoned, awaiting subsequent proceedings. Thus, the trial against Xia Yu quietly came to a close. In the evening hours. In this prison, within the confines of your solitary cell, you sit upon the cold ground, casting your gaze around before shaking your head in silent despair. From the moment the internal investigation team commenced their inquiries into him, he had anticipated the repercussions that would inevitably follow. At that time, a colleague suggested that he take advantage of the internal investigation to escape from Marlin once the results were revealed. However, he chose not to follow this course of action. Because he is acutely aware in his heart that once he escapes from the headquarters, he will be branded a deserter and pursued by the global government with a bounty on his head. Most importantly, he has managed the headquarters for many years. He believes that even if he is found guilty of embezzlement and bribery, considering his years of service, the worst consequence he might face would be the loss of his position as a lieutenant general, followed by a year and a half of imprisonment, after which everything would come to an end. Little did he anticipate that this trial would not be presided over by the valiant commander of the warring states. To his astonishment, the world government had transferred the chief judge of Judicial Island to the headquarters. Certainly, upon witnessing the presiding judge adorned with 3 heads, which were in fact the disguises of 3 individuals, he realized that a scheme was afoot. Over the years, while he had generously extended goodwill, he had also encroached upon the interests of numerous genuinely corrupt officials within the ranks. This signifies that what lies ahead is no longer merely the deprivation of the rank of Major General for a year and a half, but rather the possibility that someone may seize this opportunity to bring about his demise. When suddenly the iron gate of the prison swung open. Soon thereafter, a procession of 7 or 8 colonels and brigadiers from the naval headquarters entered in succession. Lord Xia Yu. General Xia Yu. Upon your arrival at the designated chamber, 7 or 8 officers promptly stood at attention, their bodies oriented towards you in a gesture of respect. Immediately thereafter, the leading officer stepped forward with palpable emotion and seized hold of Lord Xia Yu. I have just received some news. The reason the Holy Land dispatched the Chief Justice of Judicial Island to Lai is due to the clandestine dealings between CP9's highest official, Spandam, and them. Their intent is to engage your esteemed self. Spandam, you raise an eyebrow slightly. He contemplated the years spent contending with the specter of the Spider Admiral, who had consistently been at odds with him, and the fact that he had never derived any advantage from this place. However, he had never anticipated the involvement of Spandam, the highest-ranking officer of CP9. Upon suddenly hearing the name Spandau, he was struck by a profound realization. Although the members of CP9 are not directly affiliated, they operate as a covert agency under the auspices of the world government, holding an equivalent status to that of the Navy. Certainly, these matters are of little consequence. What holds significance is the close relationship between CP9 and the Navy. Time and again, CP9 has relied on the Navy's assistance to accomplish its missions. Over time, this has forged a particularly intricate web of interests, especially in the realm of official sales and collaborations. Spandam is a man who will stop at nothing in his quest for advancement. Over the years, he has gained immense benefits through collaboration with the Navy. However, as he ascended the ranks and increasingly garnered support, many officers from the Navy headquarters ceased their collaboration with Spandam and instead aligned themselves with his rival. In the face of such circumstances, Spandam would certainly not remain passive. He would undoubtedly devise every possible means to eliminate him. Certainly. Involved in this matter are certainly not only the Spandau, but also numerous officers from the naval headquarters. Lord Xia Yu. Just as you fall into silence, the officer gripping the iron bars suddenly raises his head, his expression fervent as he declares, "They will undoubtedly devise every means to impose various charges and then send us to Judicial Island for execution. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative and strike first. As long as Lord Xia Yu issues a command, my brother shall bravely face any peril without hesitation." Upon hearing this, you slowly raise your head, your gaze illuminated like a beacon as you fixate on the several officers standing beyond the iron bars. Meanwhile, a sudden soft sound echoed in his mind, followed by a cascade of prompts. Fortune favors those who bring forth blessings, and love begets love in return. Congratulations, host. Your dedication over the years has finally borne fruit. You have successfully activated the selection system. All naval soldiers and officers who have been blessed by the host at the naval headquarters are sharpening their blades, preparing to rescue the host from prison. At this moment, you are presented with two options. Awaiting subordinates to arrive for the prison break. Successful escape will be rewarded with the Army of Liberation. Seizing power through a military coup. The insurrection has triumphed. All the abilities you possess will be elevated to their utmost pinnacle. Surely, you will not remain idle. Even in the absence of a system, despite the presiding judge aligning with the highest official of CP9, he would not allow himself to meet his demise. Most importantly, through his years of diligent management, he has begun to see the fruits of his labor. He is no longer the fledgling recruit who merely wished to survive. Rather, he has clandestinely commenced orchestrating a strategy within the ranks of the Navy's Vice Admirals. As a time traveler, one can reside among others for an extended period. Now the system has appeared in a timely manner. He naturally does not need to hesitate, resolutely making a decision within his heart. After a brief silence, you slowly rose and approached the iron barrier, gazing at the 7 or 8 officers standing outside, eagerly awaiting your words. With a calm demeanor, you stated, "I have a plan that requires your immediate execution." Upon these words, the 7 or 8 individuals present displayed expressions of astonishment, each stepping forward to draw nearer to the iron. Whether it is Spandam or the 3 judges of Judicial Island disguised as a 3-headed monster, they are neither my targets. Glancing over the several officers present, a flicker of ambition ignited in your eyes. If one is to act, then let it be with great fervor. My aspiration is to seize the legacy of the warring states. Upon hearing this, the 7 young officers were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, their expressions transformed into fervent enthusiasm as they raised their hands in salute, collectively exclaiming, "Loyalty!" Naval Headquarters. Officers' Quarters Building Number 8. Building 8 is inhabited solely by officers of the rank of colonel and below. Aside from those currently engaged in officer training, who are crowded into shared accommodations, the remaining officers enjoy the privilege of their own private quarters. Second floor. Room 301. A young officer, clad in a Navy headquarters coat, stood solemnly before the desk, his gaze fixed intently on the substantial stack of papers placed upon it, which amounted to a total of 12 million Bailey. Although he now possesses his own warship within the fleet, he is acutely aware that relying solely on himself will not expedite his ascent to higher ranks. After all, prior to this, he was merely a major in a naval branch of the West Sea. His transfer to headquarters was solely due to a fellow townsman, who held a position at the headquarters, recommending him to Major General Xia Yu. At that time, he learned a great deal about General Xia Yu from this elder. He discovered that General Xia was renowned for his benevolence and generosity within the headquarters. Whenever there was a genuine need for assistance, regardless of rank, General Xia would always extend a helping hand. At that time, when he contacted the local compatriot at the headquarters via phone, it was solely due to the grave illness of his elderly mother. His meager earnings from the branch were insufficient to cover the medical expenses required for her treatment. During this period, he sought assistance from everyone, yet the responses he received were all marked by indifference. Even the colonel of his division contemplated his dismissal due to his frequent absences to care for his mother. In moments of despair, he recalled the presence of Bai Xiang, who served at the headquarters. He merely approached it with a spirit of experimentation, reaching out to this fellow townsman, through whom he obtained a response from Major General Xia Yu. Upon discovering his true sentiments, Major General Xia Yu personally departed from his post, appearing at the base of the Western Sea where he was stationed. He took it upon himself to escort his esteemed mother to the finest hospital, covering all expenses in full. Due to the assistance of General Xia Yu, his esteemed mother gradually regained her strength. While he pondered how to repay General Xia, a dispatch order unexpectedly appeared before him, instructing him to escort his mother to the Navy headquarters. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, he not only attained the rank of captain but also became the proc of Rear Admiral Xia Yu. Furthermore, his mother was assigned to the Marineford family residential area, where she received dedicated care from the medical team of the headquarters. "Stoke, do you understand the reason behind my willingness to assist you?" At that time, Yu inquired in such a manner. He shook his head, for he truly did not understand why such a significant figure as General Xia Yu would extend such great assistance to a mere major of a small division. The response of General Xia Yu lingers in his mind, refusing to fade away to this day. General Xia Yu remarked that in moments of utmost despair, one should never entertain thoughts of committing acts that contravene justice. As a righteous member of the Navy, this principle is paramount. However, there are instances when justice necessitates a different approach. If it were my beloved mother, gravely ill and seeking help in vain, I would resolutely forsake the so-called justice. For in this vast world, there is nothing greater than a mother. I would not hesitate to stand against the entire world for her sake. General Xia Yu's words imparted to him a profound truth. If one cannot even protect their dearest loved ones, what significance remains in the justice they uphold? From that moment on, he chose to harbor his gratitude towards General Xia Yu deep within his heart. Within the naval headquarters, he adeptly navigated the intricacies of relationships, forging connections with numerous like-minded esteemed colleagues. Moreover, under the protection of General Xia Yu, he established a firm foothold within the headquarters. However, the good times were fleeting. Before he could follow General Xia Yu into a grand undertaking, General Xia Yu was imprisoned. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking at the door rang out unexpectedly. Immediately, the house behind him was suddenly. "Colonel Stock. General Xia Yu requires your assistance." Upon hearing this, Stork swiftly turned around. Upon witnessing the two officers intruding into his bedroom, his initially bewildered gaze instantly transformed into fervor. The body instantly straightens, as one simultaneously raises a hand in salute. A gesture of unwavering loyalty. As Stock shouted his rallying cry, the loyal adult dormitories within the entire Building 8 echoed with the call. Under the night sky, the sound gradually coalesced into a powerful torrent, swiftly spreading towards the other officer dormitories and the barracks for the enlisted soldiers. Meanwhile, residence of senior naval officers at headquarters. Dozens of young officers swiftly advanced towards the independent courtyards under the cover of night, shrouded in a triad of colors. Two young officers approached the residence at the edge of the neighborhood and unhesitatingly rang the doorbell. As the bell chimed, the door of a three-story building in the courtyard swung open. Immediately, a middle-aged man clad in a dark red suit and wearing a naval cap emerged. The middle-aged man is none other than Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters. Possessing the powers of the natural magma fruit, he adheres to a relentless doctrine. In pursuit of his mission, he does not hesitate to designate his fellow citizens as targets for annihilation, which instills a profound sense of trepidation among many soldiers in the headquarters. The majority of the officers and soldiers maintain a respectful distance from him in their daily interactions. However, the two young officers standing outside the gate did not feel intimidated by his frowning expression and displeasure as he stepped out. Instead, they took a step forward and, with heads held high, proclaimed in unison, "General Sakazuki, Major General Xia Yu wishes to see you." Sakazuki's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the two young military officers. An invisible pressure emanated silently from him, instantaneously ensnaring the two. Sensing the immense power emanating from one of the strongest forces in the headquarters, the two young officers suddenly felt their bodies slipping beyond their control. Yet, despite this, the two individuals remained steadfast, not bending their waists, maintaining a salute with their bodies held upright. Indeed, it is a testament to the prowess of Xia Yu's guidance. The subtle glimmer of appreciation flickered in Sakazuki's eyes as he observed the reactions of the two individuals, and he promptly took a decisive step forward. Sakazuki had just departed the small courtyard, accompanied by two young military officers, heading towards the headquarters prison. In this residential area, numerous houses belonging to brigadiers and major generals were flanked by at least two young guards, some of whom outright disregarded the presence of this esteemed general. It appeared as though a significant incident had transpired, as they hurried along with great urgency. What could Xia Yu be up to? Witnessing this scene unfold before him, Sakazuki's expression darkened immediately. The trial concerning him had yet to reach a conclusive end. Should he instigate a major event? Not only would the fleet admiral be unable to assist, but I would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. The two young officers ahead remained silent, seemingly oblivious as they quickened their pace. Observing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Sakazuki's eyes, yet he restrained himself. After all, Xia Yu was not only a vice admiral under his command but also his junior disciple, having been trained by his own mentor, Admiral Zephyr, known as the Black Arm. When Xia Yu was promoted to vice admiral and assigned to his command, Sakazuki initially struggled to accept the subordinate. Xia Yu's approach, particularly his ability to navigate the complexities of the Navy headquarters, baffled him. As a leader of the righteous Navy, it was perplexing that he would not prioritize the capture of pirates and the eradication of evil, but instead engage in the intricacies of human relationships within the headquarters. However, despite his initial confusion and even disdain, Sakazuki soon recognized that when Xia Yu undertook missions to confront the heinous pirates upon the open sea, his brutal methods bore a striking resemblance to his own, if not exceeding them in certain respects. Xia Yu's strategy favored immediate execution over capture, justifying that the funds from the world government should be allocated to enhance the salaries of Navy personnel and officers rather than wasted on imprisoning these criminals. This very approach allowed Sakazuki to overlook what he deemed trivial mistakes made by Xia Yu, even opting to avoid encounters during investigations. In due course, Sakazuki exited the residential area and arrived at Marineford Square. Upon entering the square, he abruptly halted, gazing in disbelief at the throngs of figures gathered under the cloak of night. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he recognized that many of those assembled were officers and soldiers who had previously followed Xia Yu. Even before Xia Yu's arrest by the investigative unit, he had sensed that trouble was brewing. Over the years, Xia Yu's influence within the headquarters had grown significantly, with many officers even venerating him as a figure of faith. In critical situations, unless Xia Yu consented, not even the orders of the fleet admiral, let alone his own, would be heeded. The reasons behind the officers' and soldiers' unwavering support for Xia Yu eluded him. All he knew was that whenever Xia Yu led a ship on a mission and encountered criminals, he, as a vice admiral, was always at the forefront. This was a dire situation indeed. From a distance, gazing at the densely packed crowd in the square, Sakazuki felt an undeniable tension grip his heart. Should turmoil erupt at this moment within the Navy headquarters, it would deliver a devastating blow to both the Navy and the world government. The influence of Xia Yu within the Navy headquarters was immense, if not promptly curtailed. Sakazuki believed that these individuals gathering under the cover of night in Marineford had motives far beyond merely liberating Xia Yu from prison. Contemplating this, Sakazuki hastened his pace, surpassing two younger officers, and swiftly made his way to the prison. Upon entering the prison, his heart tightened once more. Inside, dozens of officers from various ranks had assembled, including a rear admiral. Most alarming was the sight of the prison guards, now clad in Navy uniforms, standing orderly outside the cell bars. Admiral Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki could react, the officers simultaneously turned to face him, raising their hands in salute. What is the meaning of this? His piercing gaze swept across all present officers as he strode to the cell housing Xia Yu. In a low voice, he commanded, "All of you, leave at once." At his words, the prison fell into an eerie silence. Every officer stood frozen in their original stance, motionless. "Do you intend to rebel?" Sakazuki tightened his fists and declared. "I will give you one more chance, vacate the prison immediately, or you will be deemed traitors." No sooner had he spoken than the heavy cell door creaked open with a resounding clang. Following that, Xia Yu, unshackled and at ease, stepped out of the cell and stood before Sakazuki. "Xia Yu, you." To his astonishment, Xia Yu not only emerged without handcuffs or leg irons but did so with an air of audacity. Sakazuki's pupils constricted, his expression one of horror. "Are you truly planning a rebellion?" If it were merely Xia Yu, as the highest combat force in the headquarters, he would not be overly concerned about the impact. However, the situation was dire. The prison was under the control of officers loyal to Xia Yu, and outside, the Marineford Square was teeming with tens of thousands of people. Such a large-scale insurrection would be difficult to quell, even for one of the Navy's top forces. Most troubling was the uncertainty of how many more would join in, particularly in light of the intriguing response from Palliasolino, also an admiral, during the trial earlier that day. Furthermore, the acting admiral, Gion, had made her stance clear. She would never allow the presiding judge to transfer Xia Yu to Eni's lobby. "Admiral Sakazuki, I wouldn't call it a rebellion just yet." Xia Yu, stepping out of the cell, raised his gaze to meet the towering figure of Sakazuki, who exuded an ineffable pressure. He remarked coolly, "Only failure constitutes rebellion, success is what we call revolution." Without waiting for Sakazuki's reaction, Xia Yu boldly continued, "Tonight, I shall usurp the position of the new Admiral of the Navy, replacing the warring states, and expose the true malignancies lurking within the naval ranks. Together, we shall allow the light of justice to dispel all darkness from the world. Should this coup fail, I shall bear the full responsibility alone. If we succeed, I shall not hoard this glory for myself. Admiral Sakazuki, do you wish to stand by my side?" Chapter 005, Seizing the position of Marshal is merely a part of the plan. As Xia Yu's words echoed in the air, the naval officers surrounding him swiftly produced crimson scarves, adorning their left arms with fervent zeal, casting intense gazes towards Sakazuki, as if poised to rise against him at any sign of dissent. However, Sakazuki regarded their actions with indifference. Despite the presence of officers ranked lieutenant and above, including a rear admiral, he alone possessed the capacity to obliterate them all in battle. Yet, he refrained from such an action. Intrigued by the audacity Xia Yu displayed in daring to declare his intent to usurp the position of Admiral Sengoku before one of the highest combat strengths in the Navy, Xia Yu was acutely aware that a mere utterance of his ambition would not only fail to persuade Sakazuki to ally with him but might also provoke the admiral's wrath. Noticing Sakazuki's lack of significant reaction, Xia Yu turned and seated himself at a nearby chair. Two prison guards, now clad in officer uniforms, hastily brought a chair and placed it behind Sakazuki. Without hesitation, Sakazuki took a seat, facing Xia Yu. Xia Yu wasted no time and delved directly into the matter. Under normal circumstances, allegations of corruption among senior officers should be led by the Chief Inspector of the Navy to establish an investigative team. However, this investigation against me is not being spearheaded by the Chief Inspector but is instead being executed by Judicial Island. From the moment the presiding judge of Judicial Island entered the Navy's trial hall, I understood that the outcome of this investigation would inevitably lead to my demise. At that time, I naively attributed the machinations to Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, believing that his petty tricks would not amount to much, hence I paid little heed to it. Nevertheless, based on the intelligence I currently possess, it is not Ghost Spider who seeks my demise, but rather Spandane, the Supreme Commander of CP9. Admiral Sakazuki is likely more familiar with Spandane than I am. Spandane is a cowardly individual, having ascended to his position through underhanded means, stepping over the corpses of his colleagues. His sole focus lies on promotion and power. Anyone who obstructs his path will be ruthlessly eliminated. Now that they have set their sights on me, I cannot allow him to achieve his desires. Of course, to me, Spandane and his ilk are nothing more than buffoons. The reason the presiding judge of Judicial Island has come to the Navy headquarters to conduct my trial is not solely due to Spandane's collusion. Their combined efforts are insufficient to undermine my influence within the headquarters. The true orchestrators of this affair are the Power Room,
As for the reason.
At this point, Xia Yu gently shook his head and smiled. For it was evident that the power room did not wish for the Navy headquarters to present a united front against external threats.
Once the vast war machine of the Navy unites in unwavering solidarity,
the threat it poses to the world government will vastly surpass the chaotic pirates plaguing the Grand Line and the revolutionary armies stirring unrest across the globe in recent years. Imagine if all 3 admirals, every vice admiral, and officers of all ranks, along with 100,000 elite soldiers of the headquarters, were to pledge their loyalty to a single individual. What a formidable spectacle that would be.
Without this colossal war apparatus, how could the world government contend with the ever-increasing tide of pirates that has surged since the dawn of the great age of exploration? How could it address the formidable equilibrium established by the 4 emperors in the New World? How could it confront the revolutionary armies igniting uprisings worldwide? A complete overhaul of the world government is imperative. The celestial dragons, who bask in privileges while remaining inactive, must cease to exist. And the burgeoning pirates of the Grand Line and the seas beyond must be eradicated. This decision is not born of a desperate struggle for survival, but rather stems from the meticulous plans I have been orchestrating since my promotion to ensign. To be candid,
the funds I have embezzled and acquired through illicit means far exceed 200 billion, though I have not meticulously calculated the exact sum. It certainly amounts to much more than that. Naturally, such a vast fortune is beyond my personal expenditure. For I have no desire for a life of opulence. This is why the investigative team found a mere 100,000 berries in my residence. I have redistributed this wealth to those truly in need, such as the esteemed individuals present here. At this juncture, Xia Yu turned his gaze toward a brigadier general standing to his left. Brigadier General Moto, a man of righteousness, resolute in his willingness to sacrifice for justice, who has resisted all temptations. Despite his noble efforts to protect those in need and uphold his unwavering sense of justice, he tragically could not shield his wife and daughter. During a mission, his hometown fell victim to a pirate attack, resulting in the loss of his family at the hands of those marauders.
Upon learning of this calamity, he hastily returned home and pursued the pirate crew responsible for his family's demise. However, this act led to his unjust imprisonment on charges of dereliction of duty by the colonel of his branch. It was I who aided him, not only enabling him to exact vengeance upon his foes but also facilitating his transfer to headquarters, where, through his own diligence, he ultimately ascended to the rank of brigadier general. There are many officers like Brigadier General Moto within headquarters, and this extends beyond our ranks. At least half of the colonels across various naval bases are aligned with me. Should I issue a command now, they would rush from all corners of the seas to support my ascension to the rank of Marshal. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened. Do you threaten me?
No, no. Xia Yu interjected, waving his hand with a calm demeanor. It is not a threat but a sincere invitation. I trust you have observed my conduct during missions over the years and have gleaned some understanding of my methods. In my view, in times of chaos, stringent measures are essential. The various criminals spawned by the age of exploration must be eradicated, and for this purpose, even sacrifices are deemed necessary. Thus, even though many officers within the headquarters regard you with a measure of distance, I have consistently held you in high esteem and aspire to collaborate with you in accomplishing something monumental for the sake of justice.
Upon hearing this,
Sakazuki slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes aflame with intensity as he addressed Xia Yu in a solemn tone. Is your notion of justice to incite rebellion and seize the position of Marshal?
Xia Yu smiled gently and shook his head. I have stated that I shall not bask in this glory alone.
The acquisition of the Marshal's position is merely a component of the grand design.
Chapter 006, Request Granted.
The latest orders from the Holy Land. Meanwhile, at the Admiralty's residence,
Admiral Sengoku observed the uninvited presence of the judge with a grave expression.
Unlike the courtroom, where the judge appeared as a three-headed entity, here he had transformed into 3 distinct individuals, Base, Kabir, and another whose name Sengoku did not recognize, only knowing him as Your Highness.
As the Admiral of the Navy,
Sengoku was well aware that the judge was not a bizarre creature with 3 heads. He had always understood they were merely 3 individuals in disguise.
Thus, he was not taken aback by this transformation.
Admiral Sengoku, I believe you have already deduced the purpose of our visit, Base began,
taking a seat on the left side and getting straight to the point.
Indeed, we have come concerning the matter of Vice Admiral Xia Yu.
This investigation and trial against him is not a forced measure by Judicial Island. We at Judicial Island have no direct authority to intervene, as we all report to the world government and share the same status." With that, Base produced a document from his pocket and presented it before Sengoku. Sengoku's pupils narrowed slightly as he fixated on the document placed before him. He understood that Judicial Island's involvement in the investigation and trial of the Vice Admiral was sanctioned by the Authority Chamber. Yet he was perplexed as to why the Authority Chamber would seek Xia Yu's demise. Though Sengoku had limited interactions with Vice Admiral Xia Yu, he knew that Xia's rise to the rank of Vice Admiral was not merely due to amiable relations with other officers. A significant part of his ascent stemmed from his formidable strength and performances that could only be described as dazzling. In his first year as a major, Xia had single-handedly apprehended numerous notorious pirate crews. Although these pirates met their end through Xia's extreme measures, it was precisely due to his relentless tactics that places he visited, be they towns or villages, had seen a notable decline in pirate activity over the years. As Xia himself stated, "In times of chaos, harsh measures are necessary, mere imprisonment and reformation are ineffective against pirates. When the time to execute comes, one must not show mercy, for it is the impoverished masses who suffer the consequences." Moreover, it was crucial to note that Admiral Sakazuki's methods were far more radical than Xia's. Given that he could tolerate Sakazuki's brutality, it was only natural for him to overlook Xia's methods of apprehending criminals. As for the allegations of corruption against Xia, Sengoku perceived this as merely youthful folly typical of his age. As an admiral, his role was to issue appropriate warnings at suitable times. Most importantly, Xia's illicit gains were not squandered on personal indulgences. Instead, he utilized them to accomplish what the world government had failed to do: assist those in genuine need. As the Admiral of the Navy, and often referred to as the Wise General, Sengoku was undoubtedly aware of the persistent corruption within the Navy. Yet, he understood that while some corruption must be eradicated, that which resembled Xia's actions contributed positively to the Navy's overall development. As the imposing figure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku merely observed without picking up the document, Base, undeterred by trivialities, once again produced a report from within his coat. His expression grave. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku," he began, "this report is not an internal investigation document, it originates from CP0. According to its contents, Xia Yu has been amassing wealth through various illicit channels for over 5 years, distributing his ill-gotten gains among his associates. Within just 1 year, the sum he acquired illegally exceeded 1 billion berries. In the following year, rather than curbing his activities, he intensified them, amassing over 8 billion berries following his promotion to lieutenant. It was also during this year that he ascended to the rank of major, earning accolades for capturing and executing several pirate crews, thus becoming a hero and idol among the younger generation of officers and naval personnel. CP0's investigations revealed that it was from this year onward that matters began to spiral out of control, as Xia Yu began to forge alliances using his illegally obtained wealth, transforming countless desperate officers and soldiers into his loyal adherents. Since then, a phrase has circulated throughout the naval headquarters and numerous branch bases across the seas: Major Xia Yu, at your service. At this juncture, Base lifted his gaze to meet Sengoku's increasingly solemn countenance. "Do you wish for me to continue, Fleet Admiral? I believe you are already acutely aware of the implications without my elaboration. For the Holy Land, the Navy represents the most formidable and efficient arm of the world government. Yet it is also a double-edged sword. The only means to prevent this sword from turning against the world government is to ensure that officers at all levels within the naval headquarters maintain their responsibilities and counterbalance one another. However, Xia Yu's actions have nearly transcended the Holy Land's control. If this situation is not promptly contained, he will undoubtedly become a grave concern for the Holy Land in the future. You witnessed in the tribunal hall today that of all the officers present during the judgment conference, at least half disregarded your authority as Fleet Admiral, casting aside the tribunal in favor of supporting Major Xia Yu. This signifies that in their eyes, only Major Xia Yu holds significance. I harbor no doubt that had Xia Yu rallied them, not only would those officers within the hall have revolted, but those outside would have stormed in as well. Even if Xia Yu harbors no intentions of insurrection, he possesses both the capability and strength to incite rebellion." Observing Base's relentless discourse, Sengoku suddenly sighed. The implication of Base's words was unmistakable: Xia Yu must perish, lest he become a source of trepidation for the Holy Land. Furthermore, Base's visit was not to solicit Sengoku's counsel but rather to implore him to refrain from interfering in this matter. After a brief silence, Sengoku glanced at the documents on his desk, shaking his head in resignation. Why would the Holy Land choose this moment? Are they oblivious to the dire circumstances prevailing in the Grand Line? Should unrest arise within the Navy, the external situation will undoubtedly spiral further out of control. Was Fleet Admiral Sengoku genuinely concerned about the state of affairs in the New World? Base chuckled dismissively, remarking, "The New World is presently dominated by two significant matters. Firstly, the emergence of Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who has risen to prominence alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as one of the new emperors of the sea, and secondly, the Elbaf incident. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. The balance of power among the four emperors in the New World is precisely the scenario the Holy Land wishes to witness. As for the Elbaf incident, it is orchestrated behind the scenes by the Knights of God dispatched by the Holy Land." At this moment, Sengoku's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Base. Just then, the transponder snail beside him suddenly rang. Following that, an urgent voice emerged from the device. "Admiral Sengoku, dire news. Over 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered in Marineford Square, and the prison detaining Major General Summer has been seized by several officers from the headquarters." Chapter 007, The coup unfolds, the blockers perish. What? The sudden report left the Grand Marshal of the Warring States in a state of shock. His eyes widening in disbelief as he swiftly rose to grasp the telephone bug. BAS, however, maintained a calm demeanor. A subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Grand Marshal, it seems the concerns of the Holy Land have materialized into reality." Meanwhile, in Marineford Square, the headquarters officers and thousands of soldiers, mobilized immediately due to Xia Yu's imprisonment, stood in perfect formation. Each soldier and officer was adorned with a red silk scarf draped over their shoulders. In front of the soldiers stood a dozen or so major generals and over 30 brigadier generals. Facing these officers and the soldiers were 3 lieutenant generals from the headquarters, General Weasel, General Stoloberry, and General Bastiu. General Weasel? Remarkable. Who would have thought that Lord Weasel was also one of us? General Stoloberry? The hero who pursued the Sun Pirates back in the day. What brings him here? Lord Bastiu. Will you also fight for Lord Xia Yu? Splendid. The murmurs rising from the ranks of soldiers elicited little reaction from the 3 lieutenant generals. After surveying the crowd, General Weasel slightly raised his gaze to the night sky. He was a seasoned officer, having attained the rank of lieutenant general long before Xia Yu was even a second lieutenant, participating in numerous significant events and earning great respect within the headquarters. However, due to his rigid nature, even after his promotion, he had few colleagues willing to engage with him, often facing exclusion from other lieutenant generals because of his overly serious demeanor. Nevertheless, he regarded such exclusion as trivial. His purpose for joining the Navy was not to navigate social intricacies but to ensure that more individuals received the protection of justice. Thus, he dedicated himself entirely to his work, partaking in all major events, including the Battle of 8 Wall. Yet, during a mission, he received distressing news of his elderly father's grave illness, who wished to see him before passing. When his brother reached out to the headquarters, the matter was not relayed to him immediately. In desperation, his brother learned of an officer known for his helpfulness. To their astonishment, upon hearing of his father's dying wish, the then Major General Xia Yu promptly sailed to his hometown, bringing his father before him. When he witnessed Xia Yu descending from the ship, carrying his father, he thought he was dreaming. To his surprise, Xia Yu not only brought his father but also a medical team to ensure they could share a few final words. Although his father ultimately passed away, a profound friendship blossomed between him and Xia Yu. In their spare time, they would engage in discussions about the future of the Navy and explore the shortcomings and corrupt practices within the world government and the Navy itself. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind the 3. Following the sound, one beheld the inebriated figures of Ghost Spider and Dauberman, 2 Vice Admirals from the headquarters. Clearly, they had indulged in considerable libations, for even before they approached, the scent of alcohol wafted through the air, prompting a frown from Squirrel. "Is that not Vice Admiral Squirrel? Ah, ha ha. Strawberry and Bastille are also here." Come, let us share a drink." With arms slung around each other's shoulders, Ghost Spider cast a glance at the neatly aligned soldiers in the square before shaking off Doberman's unsteady grip and staggering towards Squirrel. He seized Squirrel and prepared to turn away. Yet, Squirrel remained still, casting a sidelong glance towards the prison's direction. At that moment, light suddenly illuminated the prison. And a line of officers, adorned with red scarves, emerged in 2 rows. Observing this, Squirrel hesitated not for an instant. He decisively broke free from Ghost Spider's grasp, turned to face the over 10,000 soldiers assembled in the square, and declared in a firm voice, "All personnel, target the prison gates, march at a run." With a resounding rush, the multitude of soldiers pivoted simultaneously and began their swift march toward the prison gates. What? The abrupt turn of events caused Ghost Spider and Doberman's expressions to shift, and they exclaimed in unison, "Squirrel, what are you planning to do?" "Gentlemen, the times have changed." Before Squirrel could respond, Bastille, shouldering a large machete, spun around and proclaimed, "The Navy requires a more capable commander, and that individual can only be Vice Admiral Xia Yu." "What?" Ghost Spider and Doberman echoed in astonishment. After a brief moment of shock, both men regained their composure. Ghost Spider, now on high alert, stepped back and fixed an intense gaze on Bastille, speaking in a low voice, "Bastille, how dare you utter such treasonous words?" "Damn it!" Doberman, now fully alert, shouted. "Ghost Spider, stop them! They intend to stage a prison break!" Bang! 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 Before Ghost Spider could comprehend the situation, a series of sharp gunfire erupted without warning. The bullets swiftly piercing through the bodies of both Ghost Spider and Doberman, who had just drawn his communicator. In the ensuing chaos, a throng of soldiers surged forward, unhesitatingly emptying their magazines into the 2 men. However, being Vice Admirals, neither succumbed to immediate death despite their grievous wounds. "Damn it, who ordered you to fire?" Squirrel barked, rushing forward to admonish, "Do not waste time here, go and welcome Vice Admiral Xia Yu." Bang! 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 As Squirrel's words fell, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out once more. 2 officers, having appeared before Ghost Spider and Doberman at some point, aimed their weapons at the heads of the 2 men and swiftly discharged their magazines without hesitation. "Vice Admiral Squirrel, this is war." After executing Ghost Spider and Doberman, one officer, adorned with the insignia of a Rear Admiral, looked up at Squirrel with fervent eyes and declared, "Anyone standing in Lord Xia Yu's way, regardless of who they are, is our enemy." With that, the officer wasted no time, turning to rejoin the main force as they raced toward the prison. The heart of the flying Squirrel sank as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 2 generals sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. While he undoubtedly supported General Xia Yu, he did not wish for this incident to result in the bloodshed of numerous officers from his own ranks. What he had not anticipated was the demise of the formidable generals Doberman and Ghost Spider in such a manner. At that moment, a series of crisp gunshots rang out, echoing through the various dormitories and residential areas of the naval headquarters. It was evident that officers and soldiers loyal to Xia Yu were purging dissenters, embarking on a mission to assist him in seizing the position of Marshal. As the gunfire abruptly pierced the skies above Malinfando, the shrill wail of alarms was triggered. In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire and alarms converged, heralding the arrival of death, as a coup d'état, meticulously orchestrated over 6 long years, commenced. Chapter 008, Follow Vice Admiral to engage in a new war. Meanwhile, at the Navy Headquarters Armory, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire echoing above Marineford. The soldiers tasked with guarding the armory were abruptly roused from their slumber, hastening towards the entrance. However, as they reached the doorway, a throng of assailants surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a hail of bullets erupted, mercilessly wiping out the soldiers within the armory. Damn it! Inside the armory, several officers, who had been indulging in revelry, sprang to their feet upon hearing the jarring gunfire. Yet, they were too late. As they burst through the door, the armory entrance was suddenly blown apart. In that instant, a major general, clad in an imposing coat, appeared before them with astonishing speed. "Gentlemen, the armory is now under my command." Before the officers could react, the major general tossed a document at them and coldly declared, "You now have 2 choices, either join Lord Xia Yu in waging a new war, or perish." Amidst the blaring alarms, A battalion of over 1,000 surged into the Navy headquarters building like a relentless tide. Although it was the early hours of the morning, numerous personnel were still on duty within the headquarters. The newly arrived troops had yet to disperse when the patrol soldiers on watch raised their weapons. The lead soldier, a man draped in a colonel's coat, immediately shouted, "Who are your subordinates to dare intrude upon the headquarters? I command you." Before the colonel could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past him like a specter. The next moment, gunpoint. As the cold voice resonated, the colonel's body stiffened, and he glanced down to see a hand piercing through his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Before the colonel could comprehend the situation, a barrage of gunfire erupted, swiftly eliminating the soldiers stationed behind him. The piercing gunfire jolted the colonel back to reality. Gritting his teeth against the pain of the wound, he lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing the figure before him, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Hound!" Vice Admiral. The one who had slain the colonel was Vice Admiral Hound, a disheveled figure adorned with sharp glasses, wielder of the canine powers from the dog fruit. "My apologies," Hound replied expressionlessly. "It is not out of deep-seated animosity that I kill you. Rest in peace, Colonel." With that, Hound decisively retracted his hand and swiftly drew his firearm, aiming for the Vice Admiral's forehead before pulling the trigger. Simultaneously, a cadre of soldiers armed with buckets and various cleaning tools streamed in. As the colonel and other personnel were hastily removed, they promptly set to work, cleaning the floor with utmost efficiency and laying down a crimson carpet. Vice Admiral Hound did not linger but advanced briskly towards the elevator. With each floor he reached, the elevator was met with a violent eruption of gunfire, accompanied by furious shouts and commands. Yet, Hound remained unfazed, his expression cold and detached as he ascended directly to the top floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, the soldiers who had arrived at the top floor ahead of him stood neatly aligned along the corridor. Upon witnessing this, General Hound exhibited no hesitation and swiftly traversed the corridor to stand before an office door. Inside, the imposing figure of General Palliasolino, clad in a general's cloak, was seen with his back to the door, gazing upward at a plaque on the wall emblazoned with the words "Ambiguous Justice," seemingly oblivious to the gunfire outside. His body motionless. General Palliasolino. The approaching General Hound raised his hand in salute, then confidently entered the office, taking his position behind Palliasolino, standing erect and stating, "Lord Xia Yu has sent me with a message for you." "How terrifying," Palliasolino remarked, adjusting his glasses, before turning to face the upright General Hound and the soldiers standing vigil outside. With an air of indifference, he continued, "I knew Xia Yu would not remain idle, but I did not anticipate such a grand commotion." After a brief pause, he glanced at the telephone bug on his wrist and casually said, "Speak. Let me hear how he intends to persuade me to refrain from intervening in this matter." "Lord Xia Yu said he would bear all the sins should he fail. And if he succeeds, he shall not enjoy this glory alone. He further stated that he has always been responsive to requests and grateful for favors. As long as General Palliasolino does not involve himself in this affair, he will be doing him a significant favor." "Not sufficient," Palliasolino shook his head. "To expect a general to remain passive based solely on such verbal assurances is naive. Even if you ultimately fail, I, as a general, shall not escape culpability." It seemed that General Hound anticipated such a response, for he promptly produced a document from within his coat and presented it to Palliasolino. Upon seeing this, Palliasolino initially appeared taken aback, but his expression swiftly changed upon reading the contents of the document. "Impressive," Palliasolino remarked with rare seriousness. "It appears Xia Yu is not acting impulsively, he has meticulously orchestrated everything in the shadows, even gathering such detailed information about me." After a moment's pause, he suddenly leaned forward to scrutinize Hound, his voice laced with menace. "How many people are aware of the contents of this document?" Hound shook his head, replying, "Lord Xia Yu stated that if General Palliasolino discovers this document has been tampered with, he may eliminate both myself and all soldiers present." At these words, the murderous intent in Palliasolino's eyes gradually ebbed, and he replied coolly, as expected of Xia Yu, "As he wishes, I shall not interfere in this matter." Just as Palliasolino finished speaking, two young officers burst into the office, dousing him with buckets of seawater they held. "My apologies, General Palliasolino." Hound was not idle either. swiftly producing a pair of sea stone handcuffs and fastening them onto Palyasolino's wrists, declaring, "This is for your convenience in explaining to the Holy Land should we fail. Moreover, should we falter, the contents of this document shall be eternally sealed away with our execution." With that, the hound deftly seized the document from Palyasolino's grasp and, right before his eyes, set it ablaze. Palyasolino, drenched in a chilling despair and rendered powerless by the sea prism stone handcuffs, collapsed onto the ground, his expression comically absurd, eliciting a stifled laugh. However, the hound dared not chuckle. Their ability to compel Palyasolino's compliance was not due to their formidable strength, but rather the document entrusted to him by Xia Yu, which prompted Palyasolino to acquiesce. Otherwise, neither they nor the officers and soldiers involved in this coup could possibly hope to overcome Palyasolino. It is essential to recognize that Palyasolino is one of the highest combatants in the division. A top-tier powerhouse who has pushed the capabilities of the nature-type glitter fruit to its zenith. Chapter 009, In My Heart, There Is No Justice, Only Admiral. Casting a glance at Palyasolino, who was slumped against his desk, the hound promptly stepped back, raised his hand in a salute, and then decisively turned away, commanding, "Leave 2 men to accompany Admiral Palyasolino. If the coup fails, you know what to do." Loyalty. The 2 soldiers left raised their hands, their expressions fervent. After watching Admiral Hound exit the office, the 2 soldiers immediately turned to face Palyasolino and raised their guns to their own heads. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Palyasolino's eyes. Upon hearing Hound's words, "If the coup fails, you know what to do," he had anticipated these soldiers would choose to perish alongside him. Yet, their reactions were clearly contrary to his expectations. "What are you doing?" Palyasolino blinked, somewhat perplexed, and inquired. "Are you preparing to take your own lives in the event of a failed coup?" "Indeed." One soldier raised his head, his expression resolute. "From the moment we chose to follow Lord Xia Yu, we have been prepared to die for him. Should the coup fail, we will not survive." Palyasolino shook his head. "What has Xia Yu done for you to inspire such fervent loyalty?" In response, the other soldier stepped forward. "Admiral Palyasolino, I was once your subordinate, accompanying your fleet to the New World to battle pirates 2 years ago. However, I believe you do not remember, or perhaps you were unaware of my presence, as I was merely a private at that time. But Lord Xia Yu not only knew my name, he saved me from the depths of despair." "Oh?" Palyasolino lifted his gaze to scrutinize the soldier, straining to recall any related information, but ultimately conceded defeat, for his memory held no recollection of this soldier. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply, enduring the corrosive effects of the sea stone handcuffs, and rose to sit in his office chair, stating coolly, "Tell me how Xia Yu rescued you from the depths of despair." The soldier stepped forward, his demeanor earnest. "I was born in the South Sea and served as a soldier in the Royal Army of a nation there before joining the Navy. In that realm, a soldier's greatest honor is to protect His Majesty when he is in peril. However, what would a soldier think if the king were to be injured while saving him?" At this point, the soldier's emotions surged, his gaze fixed intensely on Palyasolino. 2 years ago, I followed your fleet to the New World to eradicate pirates, alongside Lord Xia Yu's ship. The battle was fierce. We charged the pirate vessels under a barrage of cannon fire, engaging in close combat with the marauders. I witnessed my comrades fall, either struck down or cast into the sea by those damned pirates. In my desire for vengeance, I recklessly charged at the enemy captain. Yet, I was far too weak. The adversary showed not the slightest regard for my existence, nearly sending me hurtling into the sea like a powerful shockwave. It was then that you intervened, utilizing your fruit abilities to vanquish the opposing captain, while the pirate ship succumbed to the devastation wrought by your powers, disintegrating and plummeting into the ocean. I found myself adrift on the water, helplessly watching the wreckage of the fallen pirate vessel careen toward me. I bore no resentment toward you, for war is invariably accompanied by death. As the righteous navy, one must always be prepared for the sacrifices that justice demands. Just as I resigned myself to embrace death, Lord Xia Yu's warship arrived, rescuing me from the brink as the debris was about to crash down upon me. He personally tended to my wounds. From that moment forth, my heart was devoid of any notion of justice. It was filled solely with devotion to Lord Xia Yu. When Lord Xia Yu captures pirates, I vow to follow him to the ends of the earth. If Lord Xia Yu chooses to stand against the world, I shall pledge my loyalty and life to him. Within the headquarters prison, the piercing alarm echoed incessantly, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire. Sakazuki's countenance darkened. His gaze fixed intently upon Xia Yu. Without needing to look, he knew that the naval soldiers and officers who had gathered in the square were now unleashing a furious response to regain control of the headquarters. Must Xia Yu escalate matters to such an extent? After a brief silence, Sakazuki rose slowly, his voice grave. There is still time to cease this. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Once you are gone, this insurrection will come to an end. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the telephone bug in the arms of the Brigadier General standing beside Xia Yu suddenly buzzed to life. The familiar sound of the telephone bug rang harshly in the prison, prompting the Brigadier General to respond without delay. Speak. This is Vice Admiral Hound. The voice of Vice Admiral Hound came through the phone, tinged with excitement. Please be sure to inform Lord Xia Yu immediately that Admiral Palliasolino has been subdued. What? Upon hearing this information, Sakazuki's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. Palliasolino was not just any officer, he was Sakazuki's closest ally, and none knew Palliasolino's capabilities better than he. It was no exaggeration to say that unless Sengoku and Garp sided with Xia Yu, Palliasolino alone could quell this rebellion. Yet, the message conveyed by the telephone bug was that Palliasolino had been captured. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sakazuki let out a quiet sigh. He could not fathom that Palliasolino would be subdued, however, if that were true. It could only mean one thing: the ambivalent justice that Palliasolino upheld had led his soul brother to stand idly by. Just then, the telephone bug that had just concluded its call rang again. Before the Brigadier General beside Xia Yu could speak, the telephone bugs of other officers present also began to chime in unison. Report, the armory has been secured. Report, dormitory number 7 has also been secured. Reports indicate that the scientific division has also been compromised. It has been reported that General Gion has thwarted General Cake. Additionally, Major Tina has been taken into custody. Furthermore, all external communication lines at headquarters are under surveillance. The continuous stream of reports rendered Sakazuki's expression increasingly grim. He never anticipated that this insurrection would unfold with such speed. Nor did he foresee that even the candidate for General, Gion, would align with Xia Yu and actively impede General Cake, another candidate. Although he had yet to receive any updates from the warring states marshal, he understood deep down that if this rebellion was not promptly quelled, the headquarters would soon witness an unprecedented bloodbath. This was due to the fact that not all personnel within the headquarters remained loyal to Xia Yu. At least half of the officers and soldiers would gradually emerge to counter the insurrection's expansion. Should that occur, the stability of the Navy headquarters would be irrevocably shattered. Regardless of who ultimately triumphed, the Navy would suffer an unparalleled blow, potentially leading to its downfall and disrupting the global balance and order. Most critically, the officers from various branch bases across the Grand Line and the Four Seas might be racing towards headquarters at full throttle. If those ships involved in the rebellion were to arrive and conspire with the insurgent soldiers, even if Xia Yu failed to secure the position of Marshal, he could still orchestrate a decisive strike that would leave the Navy headquarters a mere shell of its former self. Chapter 010, Am I Not a Great Admiral? How much do you look down on me? Time is running short, Admiral Sakazuki. After attentively absorbing the incessant reports emanating from the phone bug, Xia Yu slowly raised his gaze towards the towering figure of Sakazuki and remarked coolly, You have 30 seconds to deliberate. Will you stand shoulder to shoulder with me in sharing this glory? Or will you persist in serving the decaying world government under your so-called absolute justice? In my view, your notion of absolute justice is nothing but a grand farce. For you fail to grasp the essence of true justice. True justice dictates that even the celestial dragons must be treated equally, yet you cannot achieve that. Not only can you not, but you also endure oppression and reprimands from the powers that be. Deep down, you harbor a profound loathing for the celestial dragons and a discontent towards the elders of the Holy Land, yet you do not dare to resist. Or perhaps you have yet to find the opportunity to do so. Now, that opportunity lies before you, as Xia Yu spoke. He glanced at his wristwatch and shifted his tone, You have 10 seconds. No sooner had Xia Yu's words fallen than all the officers surrounding them stepped forward in unison. What unfolded next was entirely unexpected for Sakazuki. Each officer bore a bucket brimming with seawater, reeking of the ocean, clearly a premeditated tactic devised against him. Although this seawater would not incapacitate him entirely, any form of restraint would afford Xia Yu the chance to defeat him. It is worth noting that while Xia Yu was the youngest Vice Admiral in the headquarters, both his armament hockey and observation hockey surpassed those of his peers, and crucially, his swordsmanship was formidable, rivaling that of the candidates for admiralty. Moreover, several officers brandished iron hooks forged from sea prism stone, poised to launch a decisive assault should he choose to oppose Xia Yu. 3. Xia Yu continued, unhurried in his cadence. Suddenly, the massive iron gate of the prison swung open with a resounding clang. In swift succession, Vice Admirals Mousetrap, Bastille, and Stoloberry rushed into the prison, followed closely by a dozen officers of various ranks, who formed two neat rows upon entering. Vice Admiral Mousetrap? Bastille? Stoloberry? How could this be? Even you have joined this rebellion? As he beheld the three Vice Admirals standing resolutely behind Xia Yu, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sakazuki's eyes. He understood that both Mousetrap and Bastille, along with Stoloberry, were the backbone of the Navy headquarters, seasoned Vice Admirals whose acquaintance with Xia Yu spanned merely 6 years. He realized that during Xia Yu's 6-year tenure at headquarters, the newly promoted officers might waver in their belief in justice. Yet he could not fathom what compelling reasons would lead these veteran Vice Admirals to defect and unflinchingly engage in this rebellion. Lord Xia Yu. As soon as Mousetrap arrived behind him, he stepped forward and bowed. May I have a word with Admiral Sakazuki? No need. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively and said lightly, Admiral Sakazuki has already made his choice. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Are you attempting to compel me into submission through force? Feeling the intensity of Xia Yu's presence surge to its peak, a glint of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes as he gravely replied, Very well. Let me see if you possess the strength to become the Marshal of our division. As he spoke, the natural magma fruit user hesitated no longer. He decisively unleashed his abilities, torrents of molten rock cascading down his arms and pooling on the ground. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, a colossal fist of magma hurtling towards Xia Yu with astonishing speed. Hellhound! With that powerful shout, the previously serene prison became stiflingly hot due to Sakazuki's fruit abilities. As the massive magma fist expanded in Xia Yu's vision at an almost imperceptible pace. However, despite Sakazuki's rapid assault, Xia Yu was well prepared. At the very moment the searing fist approached, he swiftly released all his energy and quietly initiated the Navy 6 styles. Paper drawing, a serene voice echoed as Xia Yu's body glided past the incoming fist like a feather. At the same time, the officers present unhesitatingly drenched Sakazuki with seawater from their buckets. With a tremendous splash, torrents of seawater engulfed Xia Yu and Sakazuki, leaving Sakazuki with no place to hide in the confined space. Naive! Sakazuki scoffed at the deluge of seawater, unleashing the full extent of his magma fruit abilities. As the seawater cascaded over him, it was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat radiating from the magma. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xia Yu, having evaded Sakazuki's attack with paper drawing, swiftly appeared before Sakazuki, executing the finger pistol of the Navy 6 styles. His hand transformed into a precise jab aimed directly at Sakazuki's chest. Anticipating Xia Yu's counterattack, a cruel smile flickered across Sakazuki's lips as he coldly remarked. A mere trick. Before Sakazuki could finish his sentence, Xia Yu abruptly shouted, Armament! At that instant, the finger pistol hardened with hockey and accelerated dramatically, piercing into Sakazuki's body with a resounding thud. Without pausing after landing his strike, Xia Yu activated the shave technique, his form vanishing from Sakazuki's sight. When he reappeared, he was behind Sakazuki, wielding a hook crafted from sea stone. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Xia Yu commanded, Attack together. No sooner had he spoken than he swung the iron hook toward Sakazuki with lightning speed. In quick succession, several officers surrounding them hurled their own sea stone hooks at Sakazuki. The Dormouse, Stoloberry, and Bastille were not idle. They drew their weapons, their gazes fixed on the unfolding events with the intensity of a looming adversary. In the face of the hooks sweeping in from all directions, Sakazuki remained unperturbed, standing his ground with unwavering resolve. Just as the sea stone hook was about to ensnare him, he vanished in the blink of an eye, as though he had never been there at all. Do not forget, I am a general of this division. With his figure gone, his voice resonated from behind the onlookers, laced with an indescribable fury and murderous intent. To think you would attempt such a trick to bring me down, how profoundly do you underestimate me? Chapter 011, The Awe-Inspiring Conqueror's Haki Shocks Akainu. Upon hearing the words, Xia Yu swiftly turned to gaze in that direction. There stood Sakazuki, resembling a formidable guardian blocking the entrance, his body emanating searing magma due to his elemental transformation. The oppressive aura unique to a Marine Admiral left the officers imprisoned within the confines of the jail gasping for breath. Some of the weaker officers trembled uncontrollably under Sakazuki's overwhelming presence. You brought me here to confine me within this prison? After scanning the assembled officers with an icy glare, Sakazuki stepped forward with forceful intent and declared, a commendable thought, but it seems this place may become your final resting ground. Before his words could settle, Sakazuki wasted no time, raising his molten arm, Dog Bite Red Lotus. In an instant, his magma-infused arm transformed into a colossal dog head engulfed in raging flames. Launching towards Xia Yu at an astonishing speed, carrying with it a terrifying wave of energy that appeared before him in an instant. Unperturbed by the oncoming giant dog head, Xia Yu did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist and, like lightning, unsheathed it. As the sword was drawn, a low-frequency vibration rippled through the air before him. Almost immediately, visible flames spiraled around the blade, and an immense, intangible pressure erupted from Xia Yu, causing the air to tremble once more. With a thunderous roar, the oncoming giant dog head collided fiercely with the sword. The clash unleashed a terrifying shockwave that sent all nearby officers tumbling to the ground, including the formidable Vice Admirals, Squirrel, Bastille, and Stoloberry, who were involuntarily thrown back by the force. Finally, as the two ferocious energies collided, the ground could no longer withstand the impact, erupting with a deafening crash. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground beneath Xia Yu's feet, rapidly spreading outward like a vast net, ensnaring all present within its grasp. Before anyone could comprehend the scene, the prison trembled violently and collapsed, the entwined energies surging upwards through the prison's roof, piercing into the night sky. To Sakazuki's astonishment, Xia Yu had withstood his attack head-on, causing the entire prison to crumble. His expression shifted to one of horror as he observed Xia Yu, sword held aloft in one hand, his aura reaching its zenith. His garments billowing in the wake of the shockwave, embodying the image of a true conqueror. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, Sakazuki regained his composure and gasped, "Conqueror's Haki." His gaze fixated on the sword in Xia Yu's hand. Unlike an ordinary blade, it was now enveloped in a swirling cloud of flames, imbued with terrifying energy. As an admiral, he was no stranger to such flames, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Due to Xia Yu's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, which he entwined around the blade of his long sword, it was astonishing that his direct superior remained entirely unaware. Most significantly, while powerful individuals wielding Conqueror's Haki abound in the latter half of the Grand Line, those capable of entwining it are exceedingly rare. The few who master this technique are either formidable sea emperors reigning over the New World or have become legends. Even more crucially, Xia Yu not only mastered the entwining technique but also managed to conceal it from everyone. With such prowess and depth of character, it is no wonder that Xia Yu approached this rebellion with such confidence. Equally astonished were the various military officers and the likes of Weasel, Bastille, and Stoloberry, who were thrown to the ground. Since Xia Yu's promotion to Rear Admiral, they had grown closer to him for various reasons, having received his assistance during missions. Although each possessed their own subordinates and ships, they maintained constant communication and often found moments to share a drink or engage in friendly sparring at the training grounds. They understood that Xia Yu had cultivated both armament and observation haki to heights they could scarcely imagine and possessed swordsmanship rivaling that of Gion, with mastery of the Navy's 6 forms described as nothing short of exquisite. Initially believing that they had seen all of Xia Yu's capabilities, they were taken aback to discover that he had long since awakened the Conqueror's Haki. When asked if he possessed the strength to become a fleet admiral, Xia Yu stepped forward, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki to block Inu Nibble's Red Lotus. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Akainu, who was obstructing the prison door, and solemnly declared, "Akainu, you underestimate me. I have stated before that becoming the fleet admiral is merely part of my plan." With that, Xia Yu advanced, raising his longsword high. "Lord Xia Yu." As it appeared that Xia Yu and Akainu were about to engage in battle once more, the Weasel, recovering from the shock of Xia Yu's sudden revelation, hastily called out, "May I have a word with Admiral Akainu?" "Whom?" Xia Yu turned to Weasel, seemingly aware of his intentions, and replied sternly, "Weasel, now is not the time for such discussions. No, it is precisely the time. Weasel stubbornly stepped forward to stand before Xia Yu, then raised his gaze to confront Akainu. Declaring loudly, Admiral Akainu, a portion of the funds Xia Yu has maneuvered over the years involves you. Weasel, do not speak nonsense here. Akainu advanced slowly, his voice grave. Look outside, because of your rebellion, Marineford is now in utter chaos. As an admiral, I must prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Seemingly undeterred, Weasel continued to raise his voice, Admiral Akainu, your esteemed mother is still alive. Before Akainu could respond, Weasel pulled out a document from his pocket and waved it, stating, 3 years ago, when Xia Yu was merely a rear admiral, he encountered a pirate ship during a mission. As he exterminated the pirates aboard, he discovered numerous civilians imprisoned by them. Although the majority of the civilians were returned to their hometowns by Lord Xia Yu, one elderly woman, having lost her memory completely in a state of madness, could only be brought back to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils contracted slightly. However, his expression quickly darkened as he sternly declared, Mole, my esteemed mother was slain by pirates when I was but a child. I buried her with my own hands. That elderly woman could in no way be my mother. The mole, offering no explanation, cast the documents before Sakazuki, stating that this was the outcome of the investigation ordered by Lord Xia Yu. Chapter 012, My Lord Marshal, Times Have Changed. Gazing at the documents carelessly tossed at his feet, Sakazuki found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to pick them up or let them lie. Memories from his childhood flooded back, vivid yet tinged with the haze of time. Many events had faded into obscurity, some entirely forgotten. Yet the poignant image of his mother closing her eyes in his arms remained etched in his memory with startling clarity. At that time, he was merely a child of 7 or 8, with both parents alive, and life was bearable. However, that tranquility was abruptly shattered one fateful day when a pirate ship docked at his hometown's harbor. In an instant, the marauding pirates descended upon the shore, unleashing chaos and destruction. His father, in a valiant attempt to shield him and his mother, lost his head to the wicked blades of the pirates. His mother, too, met a tragic fate, pierced by a pirate's sword as she endeavored to protect him. Yet, even in her final moments, she shielded him with her body, leading the pirates to mistakenly believe he had perished alongside her. In truth, he was paralyzed by fear, crouched beneath his mother, scarcely daring to breathe. It was only after the marauders had finished their pillaging and departed that he mustered the courage to emerge from his sanctuary beneath her. Decades have elapsed since that harrowing day, but he still vividly remembers his mother's feeble caress upon his cheek. A final gesture of love before she succumbed to the darkness. With his hometown's elders and kinfolk brutally slain by the pirates, he could only inter his mother in the modest backyard of their home. Fueled by an unquenchable hatred for pirates, he embarked on a perilous journey to the naval base, resolutely vowing to eradicate the scourge of piracy from the world. Years sped by, and countless pirates met their demise at his hands or were imprisoned by his unwavering resolve. Yet, even amidst his triumphs, he never forgot the solemn vow he made before his mother's grave to obliterate all pirates. After a brief silence, despite knowing deep down that it must be a mistake on Xia Yu's part, he found himself compelled to bend down and retrieve the documents. As he opened the file, a photograph abruptly captivated his attention, catching him entirely unprepared. It depicted an elderly man, stooped and wrinkled, seemingly nearing 70. Seated on a living room sofa with a gentle smile adorning his face. Beside him stood Xia Yu, clad in a major's coat. He had heard whispers of Xia Yu's mission to rescue an elderly gentleman, yet he had never inquired further. Even after Xia Yu's promotion to lieutenant general and his subsequent assignment under Sakazuki's command, he had never visited Xia Yu's home, only knowing that Xia Yu had been caring for this elder for 3 years. Moreover, as a workaholic, he seldom lingered in the family quarters, perpetually engrossed in his duties, thus never encountering the man Xia Yu had brought home. The moment his gaze fell upon the elderly gentleman in the photograph, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily rigid. Subsequently, he eagerly perused the investigative report contained within the file. With each passing line, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Upon finishing the report, he could no longer contain himself, lifting his gaze toward Wasmouse and Xia Yu, his voice hoarse and disjointed as he stammered, "You know, this cannot be. Years ago, I personally interred my beloved mother, she cannot possibly still be alive." As he spoke, he picked up the photograph once more. Although decades had passed, the visage captured in the image was not the mother he remembered, yet it felt strikingly familiar. His heartbeat quickened, nearly rising to his throat, robbing him of the composure befitting a general and the stern demeanor he had maintained for decades. Overwhelmed by emotion, he exclaimed, "Xia Yu, where is the old woman now?" In response, Xia Yu leisurely sheathed his sword, deliberately avoiding a glance at Sakazuki, and simply stated, "We are leaving." "No, you cannot leave." Sakazuki swiftly stepped in front of Xia Yu, his voice low and firm. "Take me to see her." At this, Xia Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The nearby weasel hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Lord Xia Yu, allow me to escort General Sakazuki to her." Xia Yu nodded, and then, circumventing Sakazuki, strode rapidly out of the now ruined prison. Upon exiting the prison gates, thousands of Navy soldiers, standing in 2 rows, simultaneously brought their legs together and raised their hands, calling out in unison, "Loyalty." The resounding and harmonious voice echoed through the night sky, lingering over Marineford. Upon hearing the sudden proclamation reverberating in the air, soldiers stationed in various dormitories, arsenals, scientific divisions, and the main fortifications ceased their activities, turning towards the Marineford Square. Clearly, an unprecedented insurrection had come to an end the moment Xia Yu stepped out of the prison. Observing the ranks of officers and thousands of soldiers standing at attention, Xia Yu nodded slightly, then lifted his chin and strode confidently forward. Simultaneously, Sengoku, having rushed from home upon receiving the news, entered the headquarters only to be met by a pungent scent of blood. Before he could react, Vice Admiral Hound emerged, leading a throng of soldiers. "Marshal Sengoku, please hold." Hound approached Sengoku, saluting before stating boldly, "Marineford is largely under our control now. If you wish to prevent its total destruction, kindly remain quiet and stand still, awaiting Lord Xia Yu's arrival." Sengoku's expression shifted slightly as he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing the familiar figures in the headquarters lobby had vanished, replaced by soldiers aiming their weapons at him, he could no longer contain himself. His marshal's coat billowed without wind as he rebuked Hound, "How dare you act so ruthlessly against your comrades? Speak the truth, have you slaughtered the duty soldiers in the headquarters?" Before Hound could respond, 3 individuals accompanying Sengoku suddenly stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Hound and shouting in fury, "Rebellion! You traitors will pay for your actions." Blaring at the trio, Hound's eyes glinted coldly as he retorted, "Silence." No sooner had he spoken than several soldiers behind him surged forward, their triggers ready to be pulled against the 3. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of gunshots. Base and his companions were turned into a sieve by a soldier who had emptied his magazine, barely having a moment to scream in despair. "Damn it, Hound! How dare you!" To his astonishment, Hound did not hesitate to eliminate Base and his companions, nearly causing Sengoku to vomit blood on the spot. It must be noted that Base and his companions held the esteemed position of Chief Justice of Judicial Island, placing them at an equivalent rank to his own. As long as they were alive, Sengoku had a glimmer of hope to salvage the rebellion, but with their untimely demise at the hands of indiscriminate gunfire, the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. "Commander, the times have changed." Hound gestured for the soldiers to stand down, then calmly stated, "Lord Xia Yu has decreed that in chaotic times, severe measures are necessary. The bloodshed and sacrifices must begin with our generation. The Navy must undergo reform, and the corrupt elements and parasites within the world government must be eradicated." Chapter 013, The Warring States, Have the 3 Great Generals Been Controlled? Hound, you are exceedingly audacious. Glancing at the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, Sengoku disregarded the firearms aimed at him and swiftly approached Hound, gritting his teeth. "The executioner of the Chief Justice on Judicial Island, there is no turning back for you now in this rebellion. However, I can assure you that if you cease your actions in a timely manner, I will negotiate this matter on behalf of the Holy Land." Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Hound interjected sharply, "Admiral Sengoku, this is war, not a mere exercise. Lord Xia Yu has stated that only in failure can it be deemed a rebellion. We have not only avoided failure but have also effectively seized control of the situation with minimal sacrifice. By the way, Admiral Borisolino has already been subdued by us. If Admiral Sengoku is hoping to stall for time until the 3 admirals intervene, you may find yourself sorely disappointed." "What did you say?" Upon hearing that Admiral Borsellino had been captured, Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly. He had indeed intended to buy some time for the headquarters admirals and other officers and soldiers who had not yet sided with Xia Yu to turn the tide. In his view, the smooth operation of the rebel officers was solely due to the swift and ruthless actions of the loyal officers and soldiers to Xia Yu, who had launched their rebellion in the early hours when many were caught off guard. Once the headquarters admirals or others realized what was unfolding, this insurrection would be swiftly quelled. After a brief silence, Sengoku let out a quiet sigh and turned to face the Marineford Square, shrouded in darkness and echoing with alarm bells, his expression grave. Borsellino, even at this juncture, do you still cling to your ambiguous sense of justice? As the fleet admiral, he could not fathom that merely Hound and a few hundred Navy soldiers could have subjugated Borsellino. It must be noted that Borsellino was a user of the natural type Pika Pika no Mi, and should he exert even a modicum of seriousness, both Hound and the hundreds of rebel soldiers entering the headquarters would likely be incapacitated in an instant. Borsellino's choice to remain subdued was evidently a matter of observing from the sidelines or awaiting the outcome of the rebellion. The conflict unfolding in Marineford was not merely a battle between good and evil, but rather a power reshuffle within the Navy headquarters. What of Akainu? Suddenly, Sengoku, unwilling to resign, turned back to Hound and inquired in a low tone, has he also chosen silence? Hound shook his head, replying, I am only responsible for subduing Admiral Kizaru and remaining here to await your command, Fleet Admiral. However, judging by the current circumstances, Admiral Akainu has likely also been restrained. Enough, Sengoku waved his hand, somewhat exasperated. Do you truly believe you can control two admirals simultaneously? Such naive assertions need only be uttered once. Hound smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal. There was no denying that if both admirals were to act in concert, their rebellion would certainly meet an untimely end. For neither he nor any other vice admirals, even in unison, would stand a chance against the two admirals. However, matters are not as straightforward as they appear. If sheer strength were sufficient to accomplish all one desires, the esteemed generals of the warring states would not be revered as strategists, and the world would be devoid of intricate plots. Brute force alone would suffice. After a brief pause, the general, Gion, solemnly remarked, Xia Yu wouldn't expect me, his former superior, to wait here for him, would he? The Hound turned aside and stated plainly, Sir, you may proceed to your office. Gion scoffed softly, flicked his sleeves, and strode past the Hound. The Hound, not daring to lag behind, followed closely into the elevator. As the two entered, soldiers left behind in the main hall rushed forward to drag away the bodies of Base and his companions. Immediately afterward, the soldiers responsible for cleaning expertly removed the bloodstains from the floor and swiftly laid down a red carpet. General Gion. At that moment, an officer dashed into the hall, calling out loudly to Gion, who had already stepped into the elevator. Alarmingly, the soldiers involved in the rebellion did not impede him, rather, they allowed him to reach the elevator door unchallenged. After glancing at the aide who had approached the elevator, Gion shook his head with a wry smile and inquired, Is there anything worse than the current situation? The soldier, casting a glance at the Hound, tremulously replied, All communications from headquarters have been severed. Marineford is now completely isolated from the outside world. Upon hearing this, Gion did not display surprise, responding coolly, It seems that Xia Yu has been preparing for this day for many years. Even without this trial, he would have instigated a rebellion at an opportune moment. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the female officers' dormitory, the entire building was surrounded by a throng of naval soldiers, with the commander of this rebellion being Vice Admiral Gion, who bore the famed sword Kinbaira at her side. The tall Gion stood at the forefront of her ranks, her cloak billowing in the wind, her expression a complex mix as she gazed at the entrance of the dormitory. Although she had partaken in this uprising, she did not wish for excessive bloodshed, especially not within the confines of this female officer's dormitory. She hoped fervently that all the female officers remained within its walls. Gion, what on earth is happening? Just then, a voice laced with despair reached her ears. Following the sound, she beheld a middle-aged man, handcuffed and clad in a vice admiral's coat, being pushed forward by two soldiers. This man was none other than Vice Admiral Kaki, a fellow candidate for the rank of admiral alongside Gion. Kaki held considerable influence within the headquarters, rivaling that of Xia Yu, as nearly everyone knew of his affections for Gion. Despite being rebuffed countless times, he never relinquished hope, seizing every opportunity to present her with flowers and profess his love. This evening marked his 90th failed declaration of love. Little did he anticipate that this time, not only would his confession fail, but he would also inadvertently encounter Gion amidst the rebellion. To prevent Gion from straying further down this path, he immediately intervened. However, in the face of Shigeyama and the various officers accompanying him, no matter how formidable his strength, he was swiftly subdued and handcuffed by Shigeyama himself. The man named Kaki, brought forth by 2 soldiers, appeared utterly dejected, his vacant gaze fixed upon Shigeyama, as if the most significant aspect of his existence had been stripped away. Meanwhile, in room 201 on the 3rd floor of the female officers' dormitory, a female officer clad in a naval major's coat stood by the window, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly observing Shigeyama as he commanded hundreds of soldiers to secure the entire building. Behind her, 7 or 8 female officers stood in a state of panic, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. "Tina, what on earth is happening?" One officer, dressed in a bathrobe, leaned closer to the major, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Why is Major General Shigeyama surrounding the dormitory? Could it be that she—" Before she could finish her sentence, the officer named Tina suddenly stirred, inhaled a puff of smoke, and shook her head, saying, "Even Tina does not comprehend." However, it is evident that an extraordinary incident has occurred, as the alarms are blaring throughout headquarters. After a brief pause, Tina turned sharply, her expression grave as she asked, "Have we managed to contact Mr. Karp?" Chapter 014, The New Chief Marshal, Reshaping the Navy. The female officer shook her head and remarked, "All communication devices are down. It appears that the headquarters communications have been severed." Upon hearing this, Tina's expression grew increasingly grave. What could possibly be the reason? Tina was perplexed. "I must go and inquire with Gion." "Please, Major Tina, don't." The female officer quickly interjected, "Didn't General Gion just instruct us to remain in our quarters? Anyone who disobeys will face immediate execution." Ignoring her, Tina resolutely turned and strode out. While the other female officers dared not defy General Gion's orders, she was unafraid. Setting aside her rank, she had a favorable rapport with Gion and was confident he would not act rashly against her. As Tina approached the entrance, over a dozen female officers who had been hiding inside converged upon her, bombarding her with questions. "Major Tina, what is happening? Is the headquarters under attack? Surely it cannot be an invasion. If it were, General Gion would not have allowed us to remain in our quarters. Could it be treachery? Has a traitor emerged within the headquarters? Wait, is this related to the incident with General Xia Yu? I heard from colleagues in the tribunal that the presiding judge announced yesterday that he intends to sentence General Xia to death and transfer him to Justice Island this morning. Major Tina, do you know anything about this?" Surveying the group of female officers surrounding her, Tina furrowed her brow, her tone indifferent as she replied, "I am equally in the dark. Please step aside, I need to speak with General Gion." With that, Tina advanced forward. "Tina, don't come out." Just as Tina stepped through the doorway, Gion's voice echoed from afar. "What you must do now is refrain from getting involved and remain in your quarters until this matter is resolved." "Gion, am I also forbidden from leaving my quarters?" Tina continued onward, disregarding Gion's warning, "If the headquarters is under attack, why are we not permitted to assist in the fight? I do not understand." "The headquarters is not under attack." Gion placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor serious. "Tina, return at once, this is for your own good." Having approached within 5 meters of Gion, Tina scanned the armed soldiers standing at attention, then lifted her gaze directly to Gion. "If the headquarters is not under siege, why the elaborate preparations? Is it because of the situation with General Xia? Are you trying to prevent him from being taken to Justice Island?" "Yes." Gion did not conceal the truth, his expression complex as he gazed at Tina. "Tina, please do not put me in a difficult position, return to your quarters. Once this matter is concluded, you will still hold the rank of Navy Major." Just as Tina was about to respond, the soldiers standing neatly behind Gion suddenly turned in unison, raising their hands in salute, proclaiming in unison, "Loyalty." At this, Tina's beautiful eyes involuntarily widened in shock. Before her stood Admiral Sakazuki, adorned with a naval cap and clad in a dark red uniform, seemingly in a great hurry. Accompanied by Vice Admiral Tsumugi. He paid no heed to the gathered crowd and swiftly made his way towards the residential area. It was unexpected for Admiral Sakazuki to turn a blind eye to the unfolding events, departing as if nothing had occurred. A flicker of confusion crossed Tina's eyes as she softly inquired, "Tsumugi, is Admiral Sakazuki involved as well? What is going on?" Tsumugi did not respond, instead watching as Sakazuki, accompanied by Tsumugi, headed straight for the residential area, a tremendous weight lifting from his heart. It was evident that Sakazuki had been swayed by Xia Yu, or perhaps had reached some form of agreement with him. Consequently, their operation would face one less formidable obstacle, otherwise, given Sakazuki's temperament and his unwavering commitment to absolute justice, he would surely have taken drastic measures to suppress this rebellion at any cost. At that point, she could hardly fathom the number of lives that would be lost due to this endeavor. After watching Sakazuki and Tsumugi vanish from sight, Tsumugi quickly turned his gaze back to the perplexed Tina and whispered, "Tina, after tonight, a new Marshal will replace Lord Sengoku at headquarters. A new era for the Navy is upon us. What transpired tonight is not an external invasion, but rather Lord Xia Yu's effort to reshape the Navy." At the Navy headquarters, in the residential area, Sakazuki arrived at the entrance of a two-story courtyard, accompanied by Vice Admiral Tsumugi. Surrounding the gate were 20 to 30 fully armed soldiers, clearly a precaution set by Xia Yu to guard the area from potential disturbances. The courtyard was in disarray. The ground had been excavated, and various plants lay scattered and nearly withered. This was Xia Yu's small courtyard, and the extensive digging had been conducted by the investigation team, who sought to uncover any illicit wealth that might have been concealed by Xia Yu. However, at that moment, Sakazuki had little interest in such trivial matters. As he approached the courtyard, his gaze fell upon a hunched figure within. The frail figure was trembling as it gathered the scattered plants, muttering incantations as if cursing the members of the investigation team who had ravaged the flora. Though the figure's back was turned to him, the mere sight of it caused Sakazuki's heart to race. Vice Admiral Tsumugi, standing beside Sakazuki, was equally taken aback to find another figure in the courtyard, diligently collecting the destroyed plants under the cover of night. He momentarily froze, before his expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he darted past the fence to stand before the elderly figure. "Old man, why haven't you rested yet?" Tsumugi exclaimed, urgently taking the wilted plants from the elderly man's hands while supporting him. The old man looked up, bewildered, at the suddenly appearing Vice Admiral and raspily asked, "Who are you?" "Flying Squirrel, I am Flying Squirrel." The Flying Squirrel carefully assisted the elderly gentleman in turning around and walking towards the two-story building in the courtyard, proclaiming loudly, "I am your grandson's colleague." Upon hearing the word grandson, the old man suddenly grasped the Flying Squirrel's arm, his emotions surging, and he spoke with remarkable clarity. "Where is my grandson? Where has he gone? In recent days, wicked individuals have come to our home causing havoc. You are a naval officer, are you not? Hurry and capture those miscreants." "Very well, I shall apprehend them all and throw them into prison shortly." The Flying Squirrel nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Sakarsky entered the scene. Gazing at the elderly man who was so close, Sakarsky hesitated, ultimately refraining from uttering a single word, instead fixating his gaze upon the old man. "I am hungry." The elderly gentleman seemed oblivious to Sakarsky's presence, as if he had forgotten his previous words, looking up at the Flying Squirrel with the innocence of a child. "Please, come inside and sit for a moment." The Flying Squirrel guided the old man into the house and continued, "I will go prepare for you." Before the Flying Squirrel could finish his sentence, Sakarsky had already turned and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 15, Sakarsky's mother. As Sakarsky entered the kitchen, he took a deep, discreet breath before turning to glance at the figure seated in the living room, beneath the military cap. The sharp gaze that had remained devoid of emotional fluctuation over the years gradually softened. Although he could not yet ascertain with absolute certainty that this elderly woman was indeed his mother, who had perished in his arms long ago, the profound bond of blood between mother and son became increasingly palpable. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly revealing his identity. Drawing upon his nearly faded memories, he resolved to prepare a bowl of his mother's cherished dish. To be precise, it was his favorite meal. hailing from the frigid North Sea. He had developed a fondness for white rice paired with chili peppers, a preference born not from choice but from necessity due to the harsh climate. This habit had persisted into the present, and gradually, his subordinates and infrequently encountered colleagues had come to know that his utmost delight was white rice accompanied by chili peppers. However, considering the elderly woman's apparent hunger, he abandoned his initial intention to test her and skillfully prepared a bowl of steaming ramen. In no time, he presented the hot bowl of ramen before her. He then hurried back to the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice and a few fresh chili peppers. Seating himself across from her and indulging in hearty bites, as if he had not eaten in days. Prompting a cascade of question marks to appear above the head of the squirrel accompanying her. Sakazuki's actions soon captured the elderly woman's attention. After observing him for a moment, she seemed to forget her own hunger and cautiously inquired, "Are you also a colleague of my grandson?" Sakazuki nodded in affirmation. Instantly, the elderly woman brightened. Leaning closer to him and tentatively asking, "Could you share some of your white rice and chili peppers with me?" Sakazuki paused, then placed the bowl of rice before her. Seemingly anxious that he might retract his offer, the elderly woman quickly snatched the bowl and the chili peppers, hiding them beneath the table, and spoke in a hushed tone. "My son adored white rice and chili peppers." As her words trailed off, her demeanor shifted to one of despair, her head drooping as her voice trembled. "But I cannot find my son." Before she finished, she turned to the squirrel beside her, asking, Could you assist me in locating my son?" "Of course." The squirrel replied eagerly, "We have been searching for years." "Ah, what is my son's name?" The elderly woman pondered, suddenly springing to her feet in a flurry. Her expression fraught with urgency. I have forgotten who my son is." Who is my son?" Yes, white rice and chili peppers." After pacing back and forth, she retrieved the hidden bowl of rice and chili peppers from beneath the table and handed them to the squirrel. "My son loves white rice and chili peppers, please help me find him, would you?" The squirrel accepted the bowl and the chili peppers. Placing them before Sakazuki and tentatively suggesting, "Elderly lady, do you think he resembles your son?" "His name is Sakazuki, a general of the Navy headquarters." "Who is Sakazuki?" The elderly man glanced at Sakazuki and shook his head, saying, "How could he possibly be my son? My son is not this old, he is merely 8 years old." The squirrel, feeling helpless, shrugged and explained to Sakazuki, "I apologize, General Sakazuki. The old man's dementia is worsening. He often forgets even Lord Xia Yu and only knows that Xia Yu is his grandson, but he does not remember who Xia Yu is." Before he could finish, a flicker of disbelief crossed the squirrel's eyes as he looked at Sakazuki. At that moment, Sakazuki had pulled the brim of his hat low, obscuring his eyes from the squirrel, yet the squirrel could see the silent tears streaming down Sakazuki's face. Sakazuki was filled with a tumult of emotions, both excited and complicated. He was certain that this elderly man was his mother, who had died in his arms long ago, but he dared not acknowledge it. For it had been he who buried his still-living mother in the yard. Had he excavated her grave a little deeper back then? He would have become the true murderer of his mother. The thought of his mother awakening beneath the earth sent a sharp pang through his heart, nearly suffocating him. Most importantly, even after decades, although his mother had forgotten who he was, she had never forgotten her fondness for rice and chili. After a brief silence, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, disregarding his usual demeanor, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to lift the old man's clothing. As he did so, a deep, penetrating scar on the old man's back came into view, still clear despite the passage of years. With years of experience, he immediately recognized that this scar was caused by a blade piercing through the front of the chest and exiting through the back. The sight of the scar evoked vivid memories of his mother being pierced by a pirate's blade in his childhood. "Let me go!" the old man exclaimed, clearly startled by Sakazuki's actions. He quickly turned and slapped Sakazuki across the face before tremblingly retreating behind the squirrel, nervously clutching the squirrel's arm. After receiving the slap, Sakazuki stood still for a moment, took a deep breath, and then knelt before the old man, trembling as he called out, "Mother!" Before he could finish, he bowed his head deeply, his shoulders shaking violently as he struggled to contain his emotions and prevent himself from crying out loud. The Marine headquarters at Marineford was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Although the situation had largely been brought under control, a small number of officers were still looking for opportunities to resist. In stark contrast to the sounds of gunfire and the explosions emanating from the various fortifications of Marineford, the yard where Xia Yu was located remained eerily quiet. Sakazuki had regained his composure, and with the remnants of memories and an inherent sense of familiarity, he no longer doubted the identity of the elderly man, quietly staying by his side. The elderly man's memory was gravely disordered, just moments ago. He clung tightly to his bowl of white rice and chili peppers, yet now, upon witnessing the tear-streaked visage of Sakazuki, he relinquished his meal to him. Sakazuki remained silent, engrossed in his food. Though it was merely humble white rice and chili, it was the first time in decades that he savored it with such delight. "You enjoy white rice and chili as well," the elderly man observed, his gaze fixed intently on Sakazuki, a warm smile gracing his face. "You remind me of my son. If you happen to find him, please do not bully him, he has always dreamed of becoming a sailor. By the way, what is your name?" As the elderly gentleman's incessant chatter filled the air, Sakazuki, lost in his thoughts, recalled the heart-wrenching moment he had buried his own mother, still alive, beneath the earth. Tears welled up in his eyes once more, yet he managed to respond promptly, "Sakazuki." "Sakazuki?" The elderly man blinked, pondering deeply. "My son, wait. Do you know my son's name?" Sakazuki replied once again, "Sakazuki." Chapter 016, Akainu, Mother has never been a matter of choice. The elderly man appeared to regain his memory, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, my son's name is Sakazuki, but he is only 8 years old. No, he must have grown up, otherwise how could I have a grandson?" At this point, the old man's gaze became vacant once more, and he turned to the possum beside him, inquiring curiously, "Who is my grandson? I seem to have forgotten." Sobbing, the old man hastily rose and rushed toward the bedroom. Observing this, the possum did not intervene but instead fixed a serious gaze upon Sakazuki. Seizing the opportunity, Sakazuki set down his bowl, looked up at the possum, and asked, "Has Lord Xia Yu been taking care of Mother all these 3 years?" The possum nodded, explaining that during missions, Lord Xia Yu would seek assistance from Admiral Gion. Typically, Lord Xia Yu would remain by the old lady's side, for many times, a mere turn of his back would cause her to forget who he was, mistakenly believing him to be a villain and attempting to expel him from her home. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki turned his head to gaze at his mother, who was searching the house for her grandson, his expression gradually firming. He did not think that Lord Xia Yu's actions were intentional. Having perused the investigation report, he knew that until discovering his mother's identity, Lord Xia Yu had no knowledge of their connection. This indicated that Lord Xia Yu's care for the old woman was devoid of ulterior motives. With this in mind, Sakazuki, no longer hesitating, decisively stated, "Can your telephone bug be used? Please help me contact Lord Xia Yu." The possum produced the telephone bug and dialed. Soon, the call was connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the possum cut to the chase, "Please transfer me to Lord Xia Yu." A few brief seconds later, Lord Xia Yu's voice emerged from the telephone bug, "Possum, I will give you 10 minutes, regardless of Sakazuki's choices, you must return to me immediately to meet Sengoku." Sakazuki brought the telephone bug before him, stating solemnly, "I am Sakazuki. I have but one question, if your answer is what I desire, I shall assist you in ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral." Before the telephone bug could respond, Sakazuki swiftly shifted his tone. "Since you have already uncovered my mother's identity, why not use it as a condition for our negotiation? You must understand that this is my only vulnerability. No reason." Lord Xia Yu's voice emanated calmly from the telephone bug, "I believe that upon learning of the old lady's identity, you will inevitably compromise regarding tonight's events. Perhaps even begrudgingly fighting for me. For at all times, Mother has never been a matter of choice. However, I shall not act thus, to me. Family is not a pawn to be traded." Meanwhile, on the road to the naval headquarters, Lord Xia Yu tossed the telephone bug to Strawberry beside him. Raising his gaze to the towering headquarters building, his eyes gradually narrowing. Although he did not converse extensively with Sakazuki, the mere act of Sakazuki reaching out to him via phone was sufficient to convey the latter's stance. For Sakazuki, a high-ranking officer, Xia Yu did not require him to stand in solidarity at this moment. As long as Sakazuki chose to observe, a significant event could unfold this night. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air, followed by a bullet tearing through the void, heading straight for Xia Yu's face. Before Xia Yu could react, Bastiu, who had been silently accompanying him, swiftly drew his blade. The massive shark-cutting sword arched gracefully, severing the incoming bullet mid-flight. Without hesitation, Bashju stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura from his weapon, and cleaved towards the direction of the bullet's trajectory. A wave of lethal energy surged forth, instantly slicing through the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away. Accompanied by a chilling scream from the rooftop, the neatly severed structure began to tilt and plummet, crashing to the ground and engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Xia Yu did not allow this interruption to halt his advance. As Bashju executed his aerial strike, Xia Yu stepped forth, flanked by a throng of lieutenant generals, brigadier generals, and hundreds of soldiers, making his way directly towards the headquarters building. Xia Yu! You disgrace of the Navy! Just as Xia Yu crossed the threshold into the hall, a thunderous roar erupted. Immediately, a figure from the soldier ranks stationed on the first floor darted towards Xia Yu with lightning speed, pointing gun. Observing the imminent threat, Stoloberry swiftly maneuvered forward, executing a precise thrust from the Navy's sixth style, embedding it into the assailant's chest. Damn it! The officer, thwarted by Stoloberry, narrowed his pupils before widening his eyes in a fury, glaring at Stoloberry, demanding, "Stoloberry, what is the meaning of this? You were once the hero who pursued the Sun Pirates, the most trusted subordinate of Admiral Kizaru. Why would you betray alongside this naval disgrace?" Stoloberry grasped the officer by the neck, his expression devoid of emotion. Discussing right and wrong is meaningless now. Anyone who obstructs Lord Xia Yu is our enemy. Thus, you may perish. Before the word settled, Stoloberry decisively snapped the officer's neck and swiftly followed Xia Yu towards the elevator. Such was Stoloberry, cold-hearted and decisive. In many respects, he was akin to Admiral Sakazuki, yet he had chosen to serve under Admiral Kizaru. Despite the trust Admiral Kizaru placed in him, Stoloberry found it difficult to align with the ambiguous sense of justice espoused by Kizaru, struggling to integrate with the other rear admirals under his command. This internal conflict weighed heavily on him, yet he had no outlet for his frustrations, burying them deep within his heart. Once, he embarked on a mission to the New World alongside the newly promoted Vice Admiral Xia Yu. Witnessing Xia Yu's methods in dealing with pirates, he felt as though he had discovered a kindred spirit. After the mission concluded, he unprecedentedly took the initiative to approach Xia Yu. Through several encounters, he was utterly captivated by the charismatic personality of Xia Yu, the youngest Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters, and regarded him as a confidant, forming an unbreakable bond of friendship. Most importantly, he realized that Xia Yu possessed not only formidable strength but also ambitious aspirations that surpassed his own. Upon fully comprehending Xia Yu's desires, he silently resolved to become one of his most formidable allies. However, he had underestimated Xia Yu's ambitions. The latter sought far more than merely becoming the youngest Marshal in Navy history. Yet, all of this seemed inconsequential now. What mattered was that, regardless of Xia Yu's actions, he would choose to stand by his side, for a soldier would lay down his life for a true friend. Chapter 017, The Five Elders. Meanwhile, within the roundtable conference hall of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku remained seated in the Marshal's esteemed position, flanked by the Hound and numerous naval officers loyal to Xia Yu, scattered on either side. The hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence, pierced only by the heavy breaths of a few soldiers whose adrenaline surged. These were naval soldiers and officers loyal to Xia Yu. Had it not been for him, even with tenfold courage, they would never have dared to bring the esteemed Marshal Sengoku into this hall. It is worth noting that entry to this hall was traditionally reserved for officers of Rear Admiral rank and above. Yet, here they stood, having not only entered but also brought the once revered Marshal into their midst. Amid their tension, an unprecedented sense of pride ignited within them. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors of the conference hall burst open with a resounding crash. In stormed Vice Admiral Maynard, aflame with fury, followed closely by his fellow Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Upon entering, Maynard's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Sengoku seated in the Marshal's chair, staring in astonishment for several seconds before jolting back to reality. His voice rising in agitation as he turned to the Hound. "Hound, what on earth is happening? Are you complicit in this betrayal?" The Hound shrugged slightly, responding with a calm demeanor, "Maynard, I urge you to remain composed. If you persist in this uproar, I assure you, I will not show mercy simply because we are colleagues. Many have already perished tonight. Should you wish to join them, I can arrange it." Upon hearing this, Maynard lunged forward. "Maynard!" Before he could reach the hound, Sengoku's voice resonated, firm and commanding, "Sit down." At that moment, Fire Mountain approached, placing a hand on Maynard's shoulder before taking a seat beside Sengoku. Maynard, however, did not immediately comply, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at the hound. As if sensing Maynard's thoughts, the hound stepped forward defiantly, stating in a low voice, "Maynard, I now command you to sit down. Otherwise, this hall will become your tomb." As the hound's words echoed, soldiers stationed on either side of the hall raised their weapons, their cold muzzles aimed directly at Maynard. Marshal Sengoku. Rebellion. Rebellion. Xia Yu has betrayed us. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency erupted from outside the conference hall. Before anyone could react, several figures rushed into the room. Leading them was another Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, named Steel Reyes, followed closely by the ethereal-haired Vice Admiral Urban, adorned with fangs, and the chubby Rear Admiral, Red King. Upon entering, the trio, who had been in a state of frantic haste just moments before, found themselves momentarily frozen. Sensing the precarious tension in the air, they exchanged knowing glances, swallowed hard, and silently took their seats to the left of Sengoku. Here, Maynard no longer confronted the hound, decisively taking a seat beside the burning mountain. It was not that he had succumbed, but rather that an increasing number of colleagues aligned with him in the conference hall had gathered, and the renowned strategist, the Warring States Marshal, maintained his silence, choosing to bide his time and observe the unfolding events. As Shirtai Lei and his companions had just settled in, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, the gallant Gion, draped in a Vice Admiral's cloak, strode into the conference hall, taking a seat directly across from the Warring States amid the astonished gazes of the assembly. Just as Gion was seated, 2 major generals and a dozen soldiers promptly stood in formation behind her. "Gion, what does this mean?" Maynard's expression shifted slightly upon noticing her occupying a seat that was not typically hers. He spoke in a low voice, "Have you joined the rebellion as well?" Gion did not respond to Maynard. Instead, she cast an apologetic glance towards the Warring States, nodding slightly. "Marshal Warring States, I must express my regret regarding tonight's events. For the sake of true justice, I have chosen to follow Lord Xia Yu." At her declaration, Maynard, Burning Mountain, and Shirtai Lei widened their eyes in disbelief. Initially, upon seeing Gion enter the conference hall, they had assumed she too had been invited by the rebels, only to realize that she had already shifted her allegiance to Xia Yu, even addressing him as Lord. This implied that Gion was not merely standing alongside Xia Yu but had pledged her loyalty. Yet, such matters were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Gion was a candidate for the position of general, one with the greatest potential to become one of the next 3 great generals, a formidable swordswoman with a promising future who had chosen to swear allegiance to a rising young Vice Admiral. True justice? A flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the Warring States, who was more curious about Gion's choice than Maynard and the others. Indeed, true justice. Gion nodded. Speaking with measured calmness, Lord Xia Yu revealed certain truths about the world government to me. Initially, I was skeptical, even believing he was merely being alarmist. Even when I sought verification from Vegapunk of the scientific group, I remained half convinced. It was only when I visited the Holy Land for my turn of duty that I realized Lord Xia Yu's words were not mere exaggerations. The countenance of the Warring States shifted slightly. "Vegapunk? The Holy Land? What exactly did he divulge to you?" Gion did not answer directly but countered. "Have you ever visited the royal palace in the Holy Land? It is the palace built by the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. Within that grand hall stands the Throne of Void. We all know that the Throne of Void is never to be occupied, as it symbolizes the equality among the 20 nations that founded the world government, representing that none may ascend to become a dictator. Yet, based on what I have gathered, there have been persistent attempts over the years by certain individuals to claim the Throne of Void. That is impossible." In a sudden burst of fervor, Warlord Zhanghua rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the composed figure of Shiwan. With palpable excitement, he directly addressed her by her codename, Peach Rabbit. "This is the fabrication of Xia Yu, designed to solicit your assistance in instigating this rebellion. You must be acutely aware that Xia Yu's rapid control over the situation tonight is not merely a desperate gamble as he faces imminent transfer to Justice Island, but rather the culmination of a meticulously orchestrated plan that has been in motion for quite some time. Warlord, I am no naive child. Gion replied, her demeanor remaining unfazed. 3 years ago, when Lord Xia Yu confided in me about these matters, he urged me not to rush into verification, as it may endanger my life. Yet, throughout these 3 years, I have been conducting a discreet investigation. It was only 4 months ago that I uncovered a thread of evidence, leading me to ascertain that the so-called supreme authorities of the world government, the 5 elders of the power room, are merely marionettes manipulated by another. Behind them lurks a shadowy figure, an ambitious puppet master yearning for dictatorship. At this juncture, a flicker of emotion crossed Xion's face as she gradually rose. Her voice resolute and unwavering. This puppet master currently resides in a place known as the Holy Land, referred to by the 5 elders as Lord Imu. Chapter 018, My Glory is Loyalty. Lord Im? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Sengoku's eyes flickered with confusion. As the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, he had traversed between the Holy Land Marigios and the Navy Headquarters in Marineford countless times, often responsible for ensuring the security of Marigios and safeguarding the Quadrennial World Conference. During these occasions, he meticulously fortified Marigios against any unforeseen events. Yet, despite his extensive experience, the title of Lord Im was entirely unknown to him. If Sengoku was perplexed, the others present naturally mirrored his bewilderment, exchanging glances and casting doubtful looks at Gion's words. At that moment, on the top floor of the headquarters building, the elevator doors opened. Without hesitation, Xia Yu stepped out decisively. Following closely behind were Vice Admirals Stoloberry and Bastiu, along with several other Rear Admirals who hurried ahead of Xia Yu, standing respectfully before the conference hall door at the end of the corridor. As Xia Yu approached, the 2 Rear Admirals promptly opened the door. Without pausing, Xia Yu strode confidently into the conference hall, his chest held high. Inside the hall, Gion, Hound, and the other officers rose to their feet and stepped forward. Instead of heading to his designated position, Xia Yu, under the gaze of everyone's attention, quickly made his way to Sengoku. Coming to attention, without waiting for Sengoku's response, Xia Yu brought his feet together, raised his right hand towards Sengoku, and saluted the Marshal with respect. As he completed his salute, Stoloberry, Bastiu, and the other Rear Admirals followed suit, standing straight. Gion, Hound, and the others also stood tall, facing Sengoku as they collectively shouted, Loyalty. Sengoku remained calm, observing Xia Yu's salute with a placid expression. The officers like Menard, who had yet to submit to Xia Yu, displayed unfriendly expressions, gazing at him as if confronting a formidable adversary. Vice Admiral Xia Yu, you seem quite busy tonight. After a brief silence, Sengoku shook his head with a sigh. Speaking slowly, is it your notion of justice to realize ambition through the lives and blood of your comrades? In response, Xia Yu produced a document from his pocket and placed it before Sengoku, stepping back a pace. Years ago, I encountered a prophet on Fishman Island. She foretold that I would rise to power over countless fallen. I do not share that belief. To me, life and death are matters of one's own choosing. Marshal Sengoku, I currently hold substantial control over Marineford. If you wish to prevent further bloodshed from those who resist, I implore you to sign your name on this document. Xia Yu. You traitor! Without waiting for Sengoku's reaction, Menard abruptly rose, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xia Yu. As long as we are alive, you shall not prevail. Seeking death. Stoloberry and Bastiu, anticipating Xia Yu's command, stepped forward in unison. In the next moment, Stoloberry's spear was aimed squarely at Menard's chest. Meanwhile, Bastile's great knife was poised at Maynard's throat. Instinctively, Gion grasped the hilt, while the Hound bared its teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. Should Maynard or the others, including Fire Mountain and Steel Rez, make any move, they would not hesitate to suppress and eliminate them. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference hall became tense, as if a battle were imminent. Stoloberry, Bastille, Maynard. His eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, Xia Yu has only been in the headquarters for 6 years. What has he done to you that would compel you to forsake the honor of the Navy and join him in rebellion? A soldier dies for his confidant. Strawberry replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Maynard, "My glory is my loyalty." Bastille offered no further words, commanding with an undeniable authority, "Sit down,
or I shall show no mercy."
"You." Maynard, in his agitation, instinctively moved forward.
At that moment, Sengoku slammed his hand on the conference table.
His voice low and commanding, "Enough. Maynard, sit down."
He then averted his gaze from the others and opened the document before him concerning Xia Yu.
Upon glimpsing the contents, Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he looked up at Xia Yu in disbelief. "You are to serve as acting commander-in-chief? Xia Yu. Do you think this is feasible? The appointment of the commander-in-chief is not solely at my discretion, it requires the Holy Land's approval."
"It does not require the Holy Land's permission," Xia Yu replied with a slight smile. "As long as the soldiers of the Navy headquarters and the major forts of the Four Seas and the Grand Line are made aware of your ailment,
I can temporarily oversee all naval affairs."
Of course, Commander Sengoku may choose not to sign, but should that be the case, many lives will be lost tonight.
At these words, Sengoku fell silent.
As the commander-in-chief, he understood that this was Xia Yu's strategy to buy time. As long as he could stabilize the soldiers across the Four Seas and the major naval branches and forts, Xia Yu would swiftly eliminate all uncontrollable factors at minimal cost.
Once Xia Yu firmly grasped control of the Navy, the Holy Land would be left with two choices: to either compromise with Xia Yu, acknowledging his legitimacy as commander-in-chief of the Navy, or, in a fit of rage,
unleash all combat divisions of the world government against the Navy now under Xia Yu's command.
Noticing Sengoku's silence, Xia Yu no longer stood,
but instead walked directly to the empty seat opposite Sengoku at the conference table. As he approached, Gion promptly shifted a chair forward.
Once Xia Yu was seated,
she stepped back, hand on the hilt, positioning herself to his left. Following suit, Strawberry and Bastille swiftly took their places to Xia Yu's right, all gazing solemnly at Sengoku.
"Sir Sengoku, you cannot sign this."
Suddenly, Maynard stood again, his emotions aflame. "We are not without strength to fight. If we fight with all our might and hold out until Vice Admiral Karp returns from leave, victory will surely be ours.
Moreover, the three generals have not yet fully expressed their positions."
Bang! Before Maynard could finish his words,
the tightly shut doors of the conference hall were forcefully thrown open once more. Immediately, Sakazuki,
now clad in the greatcoat of the Navy headquarters and adorned with a naval cap, strode into the chamber accompanied by Admiral Moles. Under the incredulous gazes of Maynard,
Fire Mountain, and Steel, he walked directly to Xia Yu's side. "Admiral Sakazuki." The unexpected sight of Sakazuki disregarding the presence of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and standing beside Xia Yu left Maynard's pupils constricted as he stammered, "What? What are you doing? Could it be that even you know, that is impossible? You, who cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. What of the absolute justice you uphold?" At that moment, Sengoku also raised his gaze towards Sakazuki and spoke in a grave tone. "Sakazuki, is this your choice?" Sakazuki slowly lifted his head, a fleeting hesitation flickering in his eyes, yet in an instant, he cast aside all distractions and, with a resolute expression, nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Chapter 019, A Heinous Submits His Loyalty. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Sakazuki suddenly appeared before Maynard.
In the next moment, Maynard found himself grasped by the throat,
lifted off the ground. Before anyone present could react, Sakazuki's unique natural magma fruit abilities were quietly unleashed. With a heart-wrenching scream, Maynard cried out as Sakazuki's arm transformed into molten lava. "Sakazuki, what are you doing?" The sudden aggression took Sengoku by surprise,
prompting him to rise in alarm as he commanded, "Release Maynard."
With a sharp crack, Maynard's neck snapped under Sakazuki's grip. In an instant, Sakazuki flung him aside,
disregarding Sengoku's furious glare, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the others, including Akainu and Shitirius, as he declared with chilling intent, "From this moment on,
anyone who disrespects summer will meet a similar fate." Pausing slightly, Sakazuki then fixed his gaze upon Sengoku, stating, "This is my stance. Admiral Sengoku. If you wish to prevent Marineford from being engulfed by lava, sign your name on this document." "Sakazuki, you," Sengoku glanced at Maynard,
whose neck was not only broken but also charred by lava, his eyes filled with rage.
"Your actions will plunge the Navy into irreparable chaos.
If the Holy Land learns of this, they will undoubtedly deny Summer's legitimacy.
Countless Navy soldiers will bleed and perish because of you. Admiral Sengoku. Such words hold no weight now.
Sakazuki's gaze was intense as he replied, since the moment I saw my mother, right and wrong no longer matter to me.
Having spoken, Sakazuki turned away, returning to Summer's side, his resolve stronger than ever.
His previous adherence to absolute justice stemmed from witnessing his parents' tragic demise at the hands of pirates. From the seeds of hatred that had taken root in his heart since childhood. However, upon learning that his mother had returned from the dead and had been cared for by Summer for 3 years, his unwavering sense of justice began to waver. It was not disappointment in the Navy or the world government that caused this shift, but rather a profound sense of guilt. The thought that his mother had not died but had been buried by him tormented him. He wished he could strike himself in remorse. He could hardly fathom how his mother had survived after emerging from the earth. Nor could he imagine what she had endured during the years he had spent in the Navy.
Given that even in her advanced age and with dementia,
she still remembered her favorite dish of rice and chile, he was convinced that she had been searching for him all along. Otherwise, she would not have retained such memories amidst her deteriorating condition. He was grateful to Summer for reuniting him with his mother. For granting him the opportunity to rectify the near-fatal mistakes of his youth, and for the meticulous care Summer had provided over the past 3 years. It must be acknowledged that his esteemed mother, suffering from dementia, could forget Xia Yu at any moment. Under such circumstances, Xia Yu could easily send his mother to a retirement home at the naval headquarters or hire a caregiver. Most importantly, according to the words of the Weasel, Xia Yu's initial plan was that if this operation succeeded, it would be splendid. However, should he fail and perish, he intended for the Weasel to deliver the investigation report to him. For Xia Yu was concerned that his elderly mother would be left uncared for in the event of his demise. It appeared that everything was indeed at an end. After observing the resolute Sakazuki approaching Xia Yu, Sengoku inwardly sighed. Borsalino had yet to make an appearance, and his stance had become abundantly clear, coupled with Sakazuki. The admiral who adhered strictly to justice, standing unwaveringly by Xia Yu's side, there was little hope of altering the current circumstances, even with a last-ditch effort. Although he still had the ace of the naval hero Carp and another admiral, Gion, at his disposal, Carp was on leave, most likely in the East Blue. By the time Carp returned, no matter how formidable he was, he could not contend with Sakazuki, Xia Yu, and the myriad of officers from the headquarters who had turned against him. As for Admiral Gion, he harbored no hope. As he had pedaled away on his bicycle 3 days prior to an unknown sea region, and knowing Gion, he would not return for at least 10 days or more. Even if Gion were to return at this moment, given the current situation, Xia Yu's side, bolstered by Sakazuki, would be emboldened. Of course, it was not yet the time to discuss the worst outcomes. For once Xia Yu fully seized control of the Navy, it was highly probable that the Holy Land would concede, perhaps even appointing Xia Yu as the new admiral of the naval headquarters. After all, a new emperor of the sea had emerged in the New World, and the revolutionary army had gradually grown stronger over the years, posing a significant threat to the world government's rule. Should the Holy Land choose to engage Xia Yu in battle at this juncture, it would clearly be an unwise decision. Furthermore, if the revolutionary army were to ally with the navy under Xia Yu's command, the Holy Land would find itself besieged from all sides. All of this was evidently within Xia Yu's calculations. Naturally, whether he signed or not bore little consequence for Xia Yu. Should he refuse, Xia Yu would simply eliminate all officers and soldiers in the headquarters who had not declared their allegiance. Indeed, more than half, if not more, of the officers and soldiers had chosen to swear fealty to Xia Yu. After a brief silence, Sengoku slowly lifted his gaze to Xia Yu. His expression grave as he inquired, "Xia Yu, how have I, Carp, and Zephyr treated you since your arrival at the headquarters?" Xia Yu nodded, stating, "Very well. Particularly Master Zephyr, who had high hopes for me during my time at the officer training camp. As for Carp, although he has consistently aimed to cultivate me as his successor, I do not fully align with his philosophy. To be precise, I do not subscribe to the notion of justice upheld by the Navy from top to bottom. For in my view, as long as the celestial dragons cast their shadow over the world government, the Navy can never truly embody justice. Indeed, it is for this reason that I aspire to liberate the naval justice from any constraints and shackles." Admiral Sengoku shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to engage in a debate with you, I merely seek to understand why, given our goodwill towards you,
There exists a veil of secrecy on your part. Xia Yu chuckled softly and replied, Admiral Sengoku, my actions are aimed at instigating a coup. Can there be no concealment in such matters? No, Sengoku interjected, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Xia Yu. I refer to the individual named Im, whom Gion just mentioned. Since you are privy to information that eludes us, why did you choose to confide in Gion rather than in me, Carp, or Zephyr? Upon hearing this, Xia Yu turned to Gion, standing beside him, and expressed his astonishment. You informed them? Gion nodded. Xia Yu bore no resentment. Redirecting his gaze to Sengoku and countering, do you truly believe everything that Gion has conveyed? Regarding the flower between, and the existence of him? I can assure you. Not only do you doubt it now, but you likely consider it a fabrication of mine, concocted to persuade Gion and the others to join me in rebellion. In light of the current circumstances, you do not believe. Do you think that prior disclosure would have garnered your faith? Sengoku's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Xia Yu, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his true intentions. Thus, is there indeed a place known as the flower between? And an individual, Lord Im, who seeks to ascend the throne of the void? Xia Yu waved his hand, stating, Admiral Sengoku, rather than lingering in skepticism here, it would be more prudent to confront the elders at the Holy Land or even journey there yourself. While I am aware that Im resides within the flower between, I cannot ascertain whether Im is male or female. Should you manage to behold Im's true visage, do remember to inform me? However, before this, you must first sign this document and promptly deliver a speech, urging those officers and soldiers who lie in wait to reverse the situation to abandon their resistance. Chapter 20, Rewards arrive early, abilities at maximum. Gazing at the documents before him, Sengoku hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce, swiftly signing his name on the papers. Once he had completed the signature, the Hound, standing nearby, promptly stepped forward to hand the documents to his aide, declaring decisively, immediately distribute this document to all branches and fortresses. Yes. The aide, not daring to delay, took the document with both hands and hurriedly exited the conference hall. The Hound did not withdraw, instead holding a broadcasting device before Sengoku and bowing slightly, stating, Lord Sengoku, we require you to deliver a broadcast, urging all officers and soldiers who have not yet surrendered to gather at Marineford Square within 10 minutes. And to announce that Lord Xia Yu is temporarily assuming the position of Marshal. Upon hearing this, Sengoku ceased his procrastination and took the broadcasting device with resolve. After a brief moment of silence, he inhaled deeply and began to speak in a calm yet deliberate manner. This is Sengoku. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please cease fighting and lay down your weapons to proceed to Marineford Square. This farce must come to an end. As Sengoku's voice resonated through the broadcasting device, loudspeakers strategically placed throughout Marineford activated, transmitting his words to every corner. In the Marineford female officers' dormitory, Major Tina and her fellow female officers stood at attention, their gazes fixed on the headquarters building upon hearing the broadcast. It is Lord Sengoku's voice. Splendid, the betrayal has ended. Have we triumphed? Upon hearing the excited murmurs around her, Tina furrowed her brow. Do you not comprehend Marshal Sengoku's message? He is instructing us to cease combat and to lay down our arms, proceeding to the square. What does that mean? A bewildered female officer blinked in confusion. Without offering an explanation, Tina simply turned and exited the dormitory. As she stepped through the building's entrance, she found over 100 female officers gathered outside, many of whom began to march orderly towards Marineford Square. Not only from her dormitory, but a multitude of figures also emerged from the nearby male officers' dormitory, creating a dense crowd. In a matter of moments, the path leading to Marineford Square was congested with people, some appearing anxious while others chatted jovially, as if the events unfolding in Marineford were of no concern to them. Despite the greetings exchanged by those around her, Tina maintained an aloof demeanor, scarcely sparing a glance at anyone, as she followed the throng towards the square. After a few minutes, Tina arrived at the entrance of the square with the main group. Before her lay a vast expanse capable of accommodating 100,000 people, now ablaze with light. The once boisterous crowd fell silent as they entered Marineford Square. Not out of a sense of order, but due to the multitude of soldiers armed with rifles surrounding the area. Almost every soldier bore a red scarf. making it easy to distinguish them from those entering the square. What is happening? The female officer standing beside Tina.
Upon witnessing the armed soldiers surrounding the square and the presence of a brigadier general or major general at intervals, immediately became anxious and sought refuge behind Tina.
Her voice trembling as she uttered, "Tina, could it be that the rebels have triumphed? Oh dear, will they kill us?" Before Tina could respond,
the voice of Marshal Gion resonated through the loudspeakers.
"I apologize for the events of this evening. From this moment forth,
Major General Xia Yu will take over the duties of Marshal on a temporary basis."
At the utterance of these words, the previously silent square erupted into chaos.
Following this, the officers who had been trapped in their dormitory began to emerge, raising their voices in protest.
"Marshal Zhangguai, how can you capitulate to the rebels? What qualifications does Xia Yu possess to replace you as the chief marshal? It is certain that Marshal Zhangguai has been coerced by Xia Yu."
Observing the sudden turmoil among the crowd, the soldiers stationed around the square raised their weapons. Soon after, a major general led 100-strong contingent into the square with haste.
As he charged towards the chaotic throng, he bellowed, "Silence! Everyone, be quiet! Traitors! We will never permit Xia Yu to command the navy."
In response to the approaching major general, a similarly clad officer raised his arm and shouted, "Who will stand with me to storm the headquarters?"
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Before others could echo his rallying cry, a series of jarring gunfire erupted without warning.
In the next moment, the shouting major general was engulfed in a cloud of blood. Seeking death,
2 soldiers, having expended their ammunition, rushed to the wounded major general and swiftly brought their rifle butts crashing down upon his skull.
The sudden turn of events plunged the chaotic square into a profound silence. A major general of the headquarters, felled by 2 soldiers? In that instant, all eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the fallen officer.
Meanwhile, atop the headquarters building in the conference hall, Zhang, upon hearing the gunfire from the direction of the square, promptly approached the window.
Though a distance separated them and the square was teeming with people,
he could not discern what was transpiring. All he could perceive was the eerie stillness that enveloped the crowd, akin to the calm before a volcanic eruption, thick with the scent of gunpowder.
Xia Yu showed no sign of concern, instead observing Zhangguo with keen interest. The current situation lay firmly within his grasp, rendering him untroubled by unforeseen incidents.
It would be challenging to persuade all soldiers and officers in the headquarters to abandon their resistance solely based on a word from Zhangguo. Sensing the mounting tension and the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting from the square, Zhangguo set aside his thoughts and shouted with conviction,
"Do you wish to see Marineford awash in blood?
If you desire such a spectacle, then fight to your heart's content. I am confident that the lawless pirates upon the sea would revel in witnessing your mutual destruction.
If you wish for this farce to conclude, then obey the orders.
I hereby declare that Xia Yu shall assume the provisional authority of the Marshal. From this moment forth, any act of rebellion shall be regarded as treason." As the words treason escaped his lips, the very essence of the battlefield seemed to drain away, leaving him momentarily weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although it was Xia Yu's faction that was truly guilty of treachery, he felt compelled to utter these words to prevent further bloodshed and sacrifice. As for the future direction of the navy, he could only place his hopes in the Holy Land and the ultimate decisions of Xia Yu. At the instant of this proclamation, an abrupt voice resonated within Xia Yu's mind. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, for successfully instigating a mutiny and becoming the Marshal of the Navy headquarters.
Notification, rewards are being dispatched. Notification, assessing the abilities mastered by the host. The assessment revealed that the host possesses the following abilities: armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, swordsmanship, and the 6 forms of the navy. Notification, enhancements to the host's mastered abilities are underway. Notification, swordsmanship has been successfully elevated to its utmost pinnacle. Notification, the 6 forms of the navy have been successfully elevated to their utmost pinnacle. Notification, armament hockey has been successfully elevated to its utmost pinnacle. Notification, observation hockey has been successfully elevated to its utmost pinnacle. Notification, conqueror's hockey has been successfully elevated to its utmost pinnacle." As the system notifications echoed incessantly, Xia Yu, caught entirely off guard, felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. inundated by a torrent of information regarding the abilities enhanced by the system. Enlightened, he assimilated the knowledge of the 3 types of hockey, swordsmanship, and the 6 forms of the Navy, mastering their techniques and applications in combat as if they were extensions of his own being. In the span of a mere breath, it felt as though he had traversed an entire epoch. Sensing the surging waves of energy within him and the overwhelming confidence that accompanied the elevation of his abilities to their zenith, Xia Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. Although he had not anticipated rewards to accompany his provisional authority, the unexpected boon was indeed welcome, particularly the exhilarating sensation that came with the augmentation of his power. After reveling for a moment in the delight of having his abilities raised to their highest echelons, Xia Yu composed himself, rising with an air of calm authority. "Gentlemen, the situation is essentially settled. Assemble the divisions and proceed to Marineford. I have matters to discuss." At this juncture, Xia Yu's gaze shifted towards the likes of Fire Mountain and Shirtai Lacey. As if sensing Xia Yu's thoughts, Shirtai Lacey and others, recognizing the inevitable tide, ceased their silence, stood tall, and saluted, echoing the earlier calls of loyalty. "Loyalty." Xia Yu nodded, acknowledging, "This shall be your wisest choice in this lifetime." With that, he wasted no time, resolutely turning to depart. Chapter 021, Zephyr, he shall be an exceptional leader. As Xia Yu turned and departed, the conference hall quickly dwindled to just Sengoku and Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, pray tell, what are your true thoughts?" Sengoku, seemingly aware that Sakazuki would remain, did not turn around but spoke solemnly over his shoulder. "You must consider carefully. Xia Yu desires more than merely the position of Fleet Admiral. Are you truly prepared to follow this path to its end?" Sakazuki nodded. "Before entering here, I harbored a flicker of doubt, but upon hearing of the enigmatic Im lurking in the Holy Land, I am convinced my choice is sound." Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. The existence of Im is but Xia Yu's singular claim. It is premature to draw conclusions. Without hesitation, Sakazuki replied earnestly, "I believe." With that, he made no further delay and strode purposefully out of the hall. As he crossed the threshold of the conference hall, he paused momentarily, casting a glance back. "Even without the presence of this shadowy figure Im, my choice remains unaffected. For Xia Yu has granted me the opportunity to honor my forebears and cherish my progeny." At these words, Sengoku abruptly turned, fixating on Sakazuki, "The elder whom Xia Yu has cared for these past 3 years, is that your mother?" Sakazuki offered no reply, instead resolutely stepping out. After watching Sakazuki disappear beyond the door, Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile. "What a cunning strategy, Xia Yu, to have discovered Sakazuki's sole vulnerability." Pausing briefly, Sengoku surveyed the empty conference hall before ambling to the window, gazing down upon the brilliantly illuminated Marineford Square. The square had fallen silent, with all soldiers and officers standing in orderly rows, awaiting the arrival of their new fleet admiral, Xia Yu. At that moment, Xia Yu emerged from the headquarters, coming into Sengoku's view. Observing the young figure surrounded by Gion and others as he made his way toward Marineford, Sengoku felt an inexplicable surge of anticipation within him. In that instant, he yearned to witness how far this young man, possessing remarkable cunning and resourcefulness, could ascend. Should the Holy Land yield and acknowledge Xia Yu's legitimacy as Fleet Admiral, perhaps Xia Yu could seize this opportunity to secure greater rights for the Navy, liberating it from the shackles of injustice. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware that the current world government was no longer what it once was, the celestial dragons, proclaiming themselves descendants of gods, reveled in their supreme privileges, growing increasingly brazen in their disregard for life, seizing unsuspecting wives, and perpetrating similar atrocities, all deemed mere entitlements of their noble lineage. Even when such incidents arose, the admirals of the Navy were compelled to rush unconditionally to uphold their safety, yet could not extend any protection to the oppressed commoners. As Xia Yu articulated, as long as the burden of the celestial dragons loomed over the world government, the Navy, under its aegis, could never truly achieve justice. He comprehended these truths, yet he lacked the courage to shatter the status quo. The interconnectedness of events meant that a single act of defiance could incite considerable upheaval. Most significantly, the world government's endurance atop the red soil continent for 8 centuries must be underpinned by compelling reasons for its existence. His duty was to diligently fulfill his responsibilities and to disseminate the Navy's justice across the globe to the best of his abilities. As he watched Xia Yu and his companions depart from the headquarters, vanishing into the night, Sengoku withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. Fame and glory have always belonged to the youth. I too was once filled with vigor in my younger days. Before he could finish his thought, Sengoku's expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly turned towards the entrance. At the door stood 3 figures. Leading them was none other than Zephyr, the former Admiral of the Navy, known by the moniker Black Arm. Following closely behind him were a young male and female officer. The young man, named Binzi, donned an eccentric outfit and possessed the ability of the bloom fruit, earning Zephyr's unwavering trust. The young woman, Ein, traversed in sharp black stilettos, draped in a blue cloak, her eyes reflecting a melancholic depth, as though she had recently endured a profound separation. Zephyr? Sengoku was taken aback by Zephyr's unexpected arrival and hurriedly approached, concern evident in his voice. What brings you here? Your arm, he paused, his gaze shifting to Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr lifted his left hand to touch the place where his arm once was, responding nonchalantly, Do not worry, it has been 3 years. And I have grown accustomed to it. However, you should urge the Science Division to expedite the development of my mechanical arm. Sengoku hesitated, caught between words. As if sensing Sengoku's thoughts, Zephyr strode to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and took a seat. He then looked up at Sengoku and remarked, I almost forgot you have relinquished the rank of Marshal to Xia Yu. Nevertheless, even without that title, the Science Division will still show you some courtesy. Sengoku's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Zephyr. You are not astonished by the events occurring within the headquarters? Could it be that you already knew Xia Yu would instigate a coup? Zephyr smiled and nodded. After all, he is my student. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head in resignation, a hint of weariness in his tone. It seems you have utterly lost faith in the Navy. Indeed. Zephyr cast a glance at his students, Ein and Binzi, anger and resentment evident in his voice. If it were not for Xia Yu, I might have already forged an entirely new navy. You all seem to have forgotten the attack on the training ship 3 years ago that claimed the lives of dozens of young souls, extinguishing my hope for the Navy. Sengoku's expression shifted, and he interjected, I have not forgotten. Not forgotten? Zephyr sprang to his feet, visibly agitated. Dozens of young officers from the headquarters perished at sea. As the Marshal, you should have ordered a full pursuit until those responsible were captured and publicly executed. It is only through such actions that those audacious pirates who dare to slay naval officers will be instilled with fear, allowing the young lives lost to find peace and enabling the living to steadfastly uphold justice. Yet, you have failed to do so, for 3 years. It is not merely my heart you have chilled. With these words, Zephyr raised his hand, pointing towards Ein and Binz, and indeed towards all the young officers bearing the future of the Navy. Realizing his emotions were teetering on the brink of chaos, Zephyr paused momentarily before resuming his seat, lowering his voice to say, Sengoku, you have grown old, we all have. Sengoku remained silent, standing in place with a grim expression, his thoughts a tumultuous blend. He would never forget the incident from 3 years prior when the training vessel led by Zephyr was ambushed, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous young officers at sea. He had relentlessly pursued the culprits responsible for the massacre. However, he refrained from offering an explanation, for as the Chief of Staff, his concerns extended beyond a single pirate. He had to consider the broader implications, recognizing that mobilizing the 3 admirals for 1 pirate was not feasible. Nevertheless, Zephyr's points were valid. The tragic slaughter of young officers remains unresolved, and he bears undeniable responsibility. I know what you are thinking. As Sengoku maintained his silence, Zephyr continued, Are you contemplating that my decision to remain passive stems from the promise made by Xia Yu that he would bring the pirates who attacked the training vessel to justice? To be frank, Xia Yu has made no such promises to me, yet, I firmly believe he will not disappoint. At this juncture, Zephyr turned his gaze towards the 2 students quietly standing at the doorway, Ein and Binz. Tonight, the course has been set, henceforth, you shall follow Xia Yu, for he will prove to be an exceptional leader. Chapter 022, In the Name of the Absolute Justice of the Navy. Upon departing from the conference hall, Sakazuki did not immediately follow Xia Yu out of the headquarters building. Instead, he first visited his office and glanced at the plaque hanging on the wall, where the words thorough justice were prominently displayed. After a brief moment of silence, he exhaled heavily, as if shedding a final burden. A smile gracing his face that had not been seen in decades. Without further delay, he turned and exited his office. As he passed by Borisolino's office, two soldiers standing at attention immediately saluted, exclaiming in unison, "Loyalty!" Sakazuki raised his hand in acknowledgement and inquired, "Is Admiral Kizaru inside?" One of the soldiers nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "Admiral Sakazuki." Without hesitation, Sakazuki commanded, "Open the door." The soldiers, evidently aware of Sakazuki's current status, promptly opened the office door. Inside, Borisolino sat languidly at his desk. Perhaps due to the sea-stone handcuffs he wore or his inherent demeanor, appearing rather listless. "Oh?" Upon seeing Sakazuki enter, a flicker of surprise crossed Borisolino's eyes. And he straightened his posture, lazily remarking, "How terrifying. I never imagined Xia Yu could persuade you. Did you not also choose to stand idly by?" Sakazuki replied, gazing down at Borisolino from his elevated position at the desk. "Tell me your most genuine thoughts." "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Borisolino raised his cuffed hands, a look of resignation on his face. Recognizing that, as a fellow devil fruit user, he could not normally handle the sea-stone cuffs, Sakazuki unhesitatingly turned to the two soldiers standing guard and commanded, "Remove the handcuffs. Furthermore, your duties are complete, proceed to assemble at the square immediately." "Yes." The soldiers saluted in unison before swiftly assisting Borisolino in removing the cuffs. Once they exited the office, Sakazuki turned his serious gaze toward Borisolino, stating, "You must understand. In the Navy headquarters, you are my sole brother. If you accept the choice I am making now, would you continue to stand by my side?" Borisolino did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved his wrist slightly before rising and walking to the window, gazing down at the brightly lit Marineford Square. At that moment, at least 50,000 people had gathered in the square, remarkably silent, all standing in orderly anticipation. "I wish to know the means by which Xia Yu compelled you to make such a choice." After a brief silence, Borisolino did not turn around, his gaze following the figure that had departed the headquarters and made its way to the square. "Do not tell me he uncovered some crime of yours, he found my mother." Before Borisolino could complete his sentence, Sakazuki interjected, "He has been diligently caring for the elderly gentleman for 3 years. Borisolino turned back, incredulously asking, "Is he the elderly gentleman saved by Xia Yu 3 years ago? I met him once, he seemed to suffer from severe dementia, having forgotten everyone around him. He wandered away from home, searching for his grandson in the family quarters. At that time, I was unaware of who his grandson was, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to accompany him." At this point, Borisolino appeared to experience a moment of forgetfulness and abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, what was the last thing you said?" A question mark appeared over Sakazuki's head as he uncertainly replied, "May I continue to stand beside you?" Borisolino shook his head. "The previous statement." Sakazuki pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Brother? Let us go visit our mother." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of light surged from the office, swiftly descending before Xia Yu's residence in the family housing area. Meanwhile, Xia Yu and his entourage exited the headquarters building, arriving at the entrance of Marineford Square. As Xia Yu approached the entrance, the soldiers standing in neat rows on either side saluted him. Thousands of soldiers and officers from various ranks in the square turned their attention towards him. Among the crowd, the female soldiers in Tina S formation gazed at Xia Yu with a mix of apprehension. Undeterred, Xia Yu continued forward, flanked by Generals Gion, Squirrel, Bastille, Strawberry, and Hound, making his way towards the platform at the square. As Xia Yu's group passed in front of the first row, all soldiers and the officers standing at the front stepped forward, standing tall as they collectively shouted, "Loyalty!" Xia Yu raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. When he passed the second row, the soldiers there also stepped forward, fervently and excitedly echoing the word "loyalty." Xia Yu continued to smile warmly in response rather than replying. As he walked past the third row, before the soldiers could shout their slogan, a tall figure suddenly burst forth from the fourth row, followed by a shout that resonated loudly, causing many in attendance to experience a ringing in their ears. "Xia Yu!" The voice, laden with anger, echoed as the imposing figure stood before Xia Yu, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a moving mountain. "John Giano? Before Xia Yu could react, Strawberry, who stood closely beside him, changed color but showed no hesitation, stepping forward simultaneously with Gion, who was on Xia Yu's left, assuming a combat stance. Although Squirrel, Hound, and Bastille did not immediately rush to protect Xia Yu, they remained vigilant, eyes fixed upon the imposing figure that had suddenly emerged. It was not an overreaction on their part. The individual blocking their path was Gion, a formidable warrior from the giant clan. Most importantly, Gion possesses strength and endurance that far exceed those of the average person, and as a member of the naval headquarters, he wields the authority to command all subordinates within the command. Faced with fellow Vice Admirals, particularly formidable warriors of the giant race, they are undoubtedly prepared to exert their utmost effort. Should Gion exhibit even the slightest movement, they would not hesitate to charge at him, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. What a reckless endeavor, Xia Yu! Confronted by 5 Vice Admirals who could strike at any moment, Gion dares not advance recklessly. Instead, he remains stationed, utilizing his height to oversee Xia Yu from above. However, invoking the name of the Navy's absolute justice, I must step forward to thwart you. Before his words could fully resonate, Gion swiftly unsheathed his colossal sword with lightning speed, an overwhelming battle intent surging forth, causing his excessively large Vice Admiral coat to billow wildly. An invisible pressure erupted like a tsunami, instantly enveloping Xia Yu. Gion. Xia Yu calmly raised his hand to halt Strawberry and the others, who were poised to attack, and remarked with composure, "You should have taken a stand for justice earlier, for if you act now, you shall bear the stigma of treason." As he spoke, Xia Yu stepped forward. With a thud, at the moment his foot touched the ground, a tremor reverberated through the earth. Following this, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from beneath him, rapidly coalescing into a cloud of red and black flames, while an imperceptible yet formidable pressure caused the void to vibrate at a low frequency. In the next instant, Gion, who had just drawn his sword, felt as if his body were ensnared, rendered immobile. It was as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance, and he collapsed to his knees before Xia Yu with a thud. What is this? Kneeling on both knees and supporting himself with his colossal sword, Gion mustered every ounce of strength to lift his gaze toward Xia Yu, his expression one of shock. "You have awakened the Conqueror's Haki," he exclaimed. Chapter 023, Offering Loyalty to the Marshal. Not only was Gion taken aback, but all the Vice Admirals standing behind Xia Yu, including Gion, as well as numerous officers in the square, were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they beheld the figure kneeling on the ground. Their shock did not stem from the awakening of Xia Yu's Conqueror's Haki, but rather from the fact that he had managed to render the Vice Admiral, Gion, utterly powerless, compelling him to kneel solely through the might of his Conqueror's Haki. Most astonishingly, Xia Yu's Haki did not affect anyone else present, it was singularly focused on Gion. After a brief silence, a commotion erupted among the crowd, various voices clamoring in confusion. What has happened? Why did Vice Admiral Jando suddenly kneel? Did you not hear? It is the Conqueror's Haki. Lord Xia Yu has unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. What exactly is Conqueror's Haki? It is a rare trait possessed by 1 in a million, an innate ability befitting a king. Most crucially, Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated, it can only grow stronger with the enhancement of one's own strength. Even though it is a king's quality found in 1 among millions, it should not have been capable of overwhelming Vice Admiral Jando to such an extent. There is but one truth. Lord Xia Yu's strength is likely approaching that of an admiral, or perhaps even surpassing it. Xia Yu, unfazed by the astonishment of those around him, strode purposefully towards Gion. With each step he took, Gion felt the weight of an enormous mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly unable to resist. His massive form began to prostrate itself as Xia Yu drew nearer. When Xia Yu stood before him, Gion could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, prostrating himself fully against the ground. Yet, even in this position, the weight upon him showed no sign of abating. As he lay there, the ground beneath him cracked, fissures spreading out in all directions. Witnessing the ground fracture beneath Gion, the Vice Admirals trailing Xia Yu widened their eyes in disbelief, while soldiers in the square were forced to hastily evade the fissures encroaching upon their feet. The Conqueror's Haki has shattered the ground. Gion, following closely behind Xia Yu, gazed at the cracks extending to his feet, then looked up at the figure now standing before John Jando, his face a mask of incredulity. The Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated, it can only grow alongside one's strength. At that moment, Stalaberry displayed a fervent expression, his words tinged with excitement. As he realized that Lord Xia Yu's ability to fracture the ground with his haki was a testament to his strength potentially surpassing that of an admiral. Standing before John Jando, Xia Yu remained silent, his expression calm as he regarded the giant Vice Admiral. Though John Jando lay prostrate on the ground. His towering stature meant that Xia Yu, at just under 1.9 meters, could only meet him at eye level. Betting on the absolute justice of the Navy? After gazing at John Jando for a moment, Xia Yu suddenly lifted his head and laughed. General John, are you not the least bit curious as to why you, a member of the giant race, have spent your life in the Navy headquarters? John Jando struggled to raise his head, but found himself seemingly glued to the ground, unable to lift it. He could only speak with great effort. Xia Yu, as a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, you instigated a rebellion to seize the position of Marshal. You have no right to speak of justice in my presence. It seems you are indeed unconcerned, Xia Yu replied, shaking his head with a smile. And then stepped forward decisively. With the sound of his footfall, a low-frequency tremor resonated through the air, and the Conqueror's haki, elevated to its pinnacle by the system, erupted forth. In the next moment, the ground collapsed with a bang, and John Jando, who stood upon it, fell down to ground level. Not bad, Xia Yu mused, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction at the figure embedded in the ground, pleased with the demonstration of his newly enhanced Conqueror's haki. John Jando's appearance required no effort on his part, he had merely sought to test the overwhelming power of the Conqueror's haki, now elevated to its utmost realm, by intercepting Stolaberry and the others. Of course, subduing John Jando with this power was merely a trivial exercise. The might of the Conqueror's haki at its highest level extended far beyond this. At that moment, a flash of light soared from the residential area, tracing a straight arc across the night sky before plunging directly into Marineford Square. As the brilliance faded, Admirals Sakazuki and Borsalino stood shoulder to shoulder behind Xia Yu. Sakazuki. Borsalino. The appearance of these two admirals incited a renewed wave of chaos among the crowd, many placing their final hopes upon them, fervently shouting their names. Yet, as the crowd believed the admirals had come to thwart Xia Yu, Sakazuki stepped forward and saluted, addressing him, Marshal Xia Yu, Sakazuki reporting for duty. Sakazuki's presence instantly silenced Marineford Square. Despair flickered in the eyes of the soldiers and officers who had eagerly awaited this moment. Even Sakazuki, a staunch proponent of absolute justice, had pledged loyalty to Xia Yu. What reason did they have left to cling to hope? Besides Sakazuki, Borsalino also saluted. Xia Yu turned to face the two, offering a smile, and then strode forward decisively. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Borsalino quickly followed suit. Subsequently, several other Vice Admirals, including Gion and Squirrel, regained their composure and trailed behind. Due to the brief interlude with John Jando and the timely arrival of Admirals Sakazuki and Borsalino, silence fell over the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square. All stood erect, gazing towards the steps as Xia Yu ascended the platform. Upon reaching the high platform, Xia Yu surveyed the crowd from above, and then, under the scrutiny of all, he stepped forward. Attention, everyone! As Xia Yu took a step forward, Sakazuki, standing at the base of the high platform, promptly turned to face him, saluting with a raised hand and proclaiming loudly, "Salute to the Grand Marshal." Instantly, tens of thousands in the square stepped forward in unison, raising their heads towards the high platform, collectively shouting, "Loyalty! Fidelity!" Their resonant voices echoed across the skies of Marineford, ultimately converging into a mighty wave that reverberated through the night. In the conference hall of the headquarters building, standing by the window, Sengoku and Zifa gazed at the figure of the young marshal atop the platform, absorbing the fervent and vigorous atmosphere that filled the air. They simultaneously sighed. Youth is indeed splendid. Before their words could fade, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they simultaneously looked up towards the sea beyond the walls of Marineford. There, illuminated by the moonlight, a figure on a bicycle approached leisurely, and as this figure advanced, the once gently undulating waves of the sea before him began to freeze at an astonishing speed. Chapter 024, The Pirates Must Be Purged for Justice. Meanwhile, atop the grand platform of Marineford Square, Xia Yu abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant high wall, amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude. At the very instant he raised his head, the towering wall within his sight was instantly encased in ice, transforming into a magnificent sculpture. Shortly thereafter, a figure ascended the wall, facing away from the moonlight as he gazed down upon Marineford Square. It was none other than the last of the 3 Admirals of the Marine Headquarters, known as Akiji, who wields the power of the natural ice fruit. Ah! It seems that my recent excursion has coincided with some remarkable upheavals at the Marine Headquarters. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Akiji surveyed the throngs of soldiers gathered in the square, ultimately casting a bewildered glance towards the platform. The sudden onset of an icy chill enveloping the entirety of the square prompted many present to instinctively turn their heads. Upon beholding the figure atop the wall, their expressions swiftly transformed into delight. However, they soon regained their composure, redirecting their attention to the newly appointed fleet admiral standing on the platform. Atop the platform, both Admiral Borsalino and Admiral Sakazuki also took note of Akiji's unexpected appearance on the wall. Yet, neither uttered a word. One remained vigilant while the other exuded a languid indifference, as though the unfolding events bore little significance to him. Akiji. At that moment, a member of the Marine Corps standing behind Sakazuki and Borsalino decisively turned and stepped forward, his expression grave. You have returned at an opportune time. Due to Lord Sengoku's illness, Lord Xia Yu is currently acting as Fleet Admiral. Ah, I see, Akiji remarked, once again glancing at the platform. His demeanor a blend of nonchalance and confusion. Yet, why was it Xia Yu, a Vice Admiral? If Fleet Admiral Sengoku was indeed unwell, the position should have been filled by one of the 3 admirals. Did Sengoku not fear that he would face insubordination from a mere Vice Admiral? As he pondered, Akiji's figure flickered before he arrived at Marineford Square, where he proceeded to ascend the steps with deliberate grace, standing before Sakazuki and Borsalino. His gaze fixed intently upon Xia Yu. I sensed the metallic scent of blood in the air. Should I interpret this as an indication that Fleet Admiral Sengoku's ailment is but a fade, and that you have instigated a mutiny? Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Your understanding is quite accurate. As you can see, my ascension to this position was not sanctioned by Sengoku, rather, the entirety of the Marine Headquarters, save for yourself, has pledged their loyalty to me. Pausing briefly, Xia Yu turned his head towards the Hound. The Hound stepped forth with alacrity, presenting a document signed by Sengoku to Akiji. Akiji accepted the document and examined it before looking up to inquire, May I meet with Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Certainly, Xia Yu affirmed with a nod. He is currently in the conference hall with Teacher Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Akiji promptly turned to depart. Just then, 2 figures swiftly approached, revealing themselves to be Ein and Binz, who had hurried over from the headquarters building. Upon their arrival at the foot of the platform, Ein and Binz immediately stood upright, saluting with respect, and exclaimed in unison, Lord Xia Yu, Ein reporting for duty. Bingzi arrived to report. Kuzan, who had just turned around, was somewhat taken aback as he beheld Ein and Bingzi's arrival. As fellow students of Zephyr, he was not unfamiliar with them, in fact. He was acutely aware that both had been survivors of the attack on the training ship 3 years prior. The incident of the training ship's assault had lingered in his mind as a student of Zephyr, and during every leave, he had sought the perpetrators of that attack. Deep down, he understood that the attack had dealt a significant blow to Teacher Zephyr. If they failed to apprehend the culprits, Teacher Zephyr's disappointment in the Navy would only deepen, potentially leading to a severance of ties. However, despite his exhaustive searches across the seas and numerous solitary ventures into the New World, he had yet to uncover the identities of those responsible for the attack 3 years ago. Yet, such matters paled in comparison to the present. The arrival of Ein and Bingzi indicated that Xia Yu had instigated a mutiny to become the new admiral of the Navy, garnering not only Teacher Zephyr's support but perhaps even participating in the upheaval himself. This signified that, whether he accepted it or not, the course of events had already been set. Contemplating this, Kuzan exhaled a quiet breath of resignation and discreetly glanced back at Sakazuki and Borsalino. From their reactions, he discerned no discontent regarding Xia Yu's coup, particularly from Sakazuki, whose demeanor seemed transformed, his gaze resolutely steadfast, clearly having acknowledged Xia Yu's ascendancy to the position of admiral. As for Borsalino, though seemingly indifferent, he bore no apparent distractions. Observing the two admirals' responses, Gion chose not to linger further and swiftly made his way toward the headquarters building.
Xia Yu paid no mind to Gion's departure. After Ein and Bingzi resumed their posts, he took a deep breath and swiftly scanned the crowd of thousands present. He spoke deliberately and unhurriedly. I am aware that among the multitude gathered here tonight, many remain troubled by the events that have transpired.
For in tonight's operation, numerous high-ranking officers, including Guizhou, Dao Bowman, and Maynard, as well as officers of lower ranks, tragically lost their lives. Many present were subordinates to these officers. And if you do not recognize my provisional authority as admiral, I urge you to step forward courageously. I will arrange for warships to escort you away. Of course, you may also choose to remain and pledge your loyalty to me. He paused momentarily, raising his voice slightly. Now, I give you 1 minute to make your choice. As Xia Yu's words echoed, Marineford Square fell into a profound silence once more. As mentioned by Xia Yu, many officers and soldiers present had been subordinates to the fallen Guizhou, Dao Bowman, and others. Upon seeing their superiors' lifeless bodies, their initial instinct was to rise in rebellion. However, Marineford was predominantly under the control of the rebels, leaving them to bury their fury deep within and plotting their escape to return and seek vengeance. Yet, upon witnessing both Admiral Sakazuki and Borisolino pledge their allegiance to Xia Yu, their fury was swiftly extinguished. Most importantly, they had never anticipated that Xia Yu would offer to send warships to facilitate their departure. They harbored no doubts regarding Xia Yu's words. Although, over the years, they had refrained from any contact with him due to disagreements between their superiors and him. They were well aware through their colleagues that Xia Yu was not only responsive to requests but also true to his word. After a brief silence, several officers suddenly stepped forward from the ranks, standing tall and saluting Xia Yu in unison, exclaiming, "Loyalty!" As these officers emerged, the soldiers behind them raised their hands in salute, collectively shouting the resounding slogan, "Loyalty! Loyalty!" In that moment, the word loyalty echoed back and forth within the ranks, with not a single individual choosing to step away. This was hardly surprising, if even the generals chose to pledge their allegiance. What reason did those of lesser rank have to risk their lives? Observing the figures stepping forward to express their loyalty, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes. The heightened perception granted by the system activated silently, enveloping the entirety of Marinvondo in its reach. Under the scrutiny of this ability, the thoughts of all present were laid bare. After listening to the sentiments of everyone, particularly those who had just pledged their loyalty, a smile gradually emerged on Xia Yu's face, and he raised his hand to signal the soldiers and officers who had shown their allegiance to join the ranks. Although a few hearts did not yield complete loyalty, their concern stemmed solely from fear of retribution, lacking any ulterior motives. Xia Yu chose to dismiss these thoughts, speaking calmly. You have made the wisest choice of your lives. Rest assured, I shall not hoard this glory for myself. After a brief pause, Xia Yu unleashed his heightened perception once more. However, this time, he intended to employ it not merely to listen to the thoughts of those present, but to deliver a brainwashing-style speech. For this heightened perception, elevated to its utmost level by the system, not only possessed the ability to foresee aspects of the future but also the rare capability to convey one's consciousness to others, influencing their minds and thoughts, even altering their values and beliefs. Following a moment of silence, Xia Yu stepped forward decisively, raising his voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the future of the Navy has arrived. I firmly believe that our great mission in this era is to eradicate the corrupt practices of the old world and to construct a harmonious, free, and equal new world. The era of celestial dragons enjoying all privileges must come to an end, and the wicked pirates upon the seas must be eradicated for the sake of justice." Chapter 025, Gion. Answer me, are you willing to stand by my side? Xia Yu's speech was profoundly captivating, and combined with the influence of his observation haki, the atmosphere in the square was swiftly ignited, with waves of the slogan loyalty echoing throughout. The most fervent among them were the soldiers and officers who had followed Xia Yu over the years, their voices hoarse from the fervent chants, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Some even exaggeratedly shouted the rallying cry of "Storm the Holy Land! Break free from the world government," elevating the fervor in the square to an unprecedented peak. The reaction of the tens of thousands of soldiers in the square took the two generals and the group of Vice Admirals led by Gion, who stood on the high platform, completely by surprise. Xia Yu's oration was indeed filled with passion, a quality every commander must possess. For instance, during significant events at headquarters, it was always General Gion who delivered the speeches that stirred the soldiers' and officers' enthusiasm. Prior to Xia Yu, General Gion's speeches were universally acknowledged as the most galvanizing. However, the spectacle before them now was even more exaggerated. Nearly every soldier and officer, including the Vice Admirals standing alongside Gion, appeared entranced, continuously raising their arms and chanting the slogan of loyalty. Not only were the two generals and Gion incredulous, but Sengoku and Zephyr, present in the conference hall, were also rendered speechless by the surging waves of cheers from the square. However, they soon recognized the anomaly. The rare observation haki? Realizing something was amiss, Sengoku withdrew his gaze and shook his head with a wry smile. Through his speech, he conveyed his thoughts and consciousness, allowing everyone present to resonate with him. No wonder he could secure such unwavering loyalty from so many in just 6 years. Zephyr did not respond but abruptly turned to look towards the door. Noticing this, Sengoku quickly followed suit. Outside the conference hall, Kuzan stood there, having arrived unbeknownst to them, holding a document signed by Sengoku, his expression complex. Teacher Zephyr, do you support everything Xia Yu is doing now? Kuzan entered the conference hall, cutting straight to the point. I believe you all heard Xia Yu's recent speech. He declared that the era of the celestial dragons enjoying privileges must come to an end. If this statement reaches the Holy Land, the Navy will plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Zephyr's expression shifted slightly as he replied solemnly, Kuzan, do you wish to halt all of this? No. Kuzan maintained his composure, responding calmly, I merely wish to understand your true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zephyr shook his head with a smile, Kuzan, my thoughts are of little importance. You are one of my most esteemed disciples and the one who understands me best. In my heart, the former Navy is already dead. Of course, I understand you well too. Since returning from Ohara, you have been troubled by Akainu's actions, even going so far as to secretly release the sole survivor of Ohara, Nico Robin, and transforming your once steadfast burning justice into a more languid form of justice. Is that not a sign of your profound disappointment in the Navy? Kuzan exhaled slowly, unhurriedly replying, Teacher Zephyr, wait a moment. Before Kuzan could finish his words, Sengoku suddenly stepped forward, incredulously gazing at Kuzan. It was you who let Nico Robin go all those years ago? Kuzan, how could you do such a thing? If this matter reaches the Holy Land, your future will be irreparably damaged. You must be well aware that the most abhorred individuals by the Holy Land are historians who delve into that century of history. As a commanding officer, how could you allow Nico Robin to escape? What were you thinking? As Sengoku's words fell, Zephyr immediately interjected, Kuzan, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. The current situation is dictated by Xia Yu. So what if you let Nico Robin go? It is of little consequence, as long as you remain in the Navy headquarters to assist Xia Yu. With the combined strength of the three admirals and the unprecedented unity of the Navy brought about by Xia Yu, it matters not even if the Holy Land finds out. Kuzan nodded, I understand your choice, Teacher Zephyr. Does this mean that regardless of what Xia Yu does next, even if it leads to war with the world government, you will wholeheartedly support him? Zephyr's gaze was resolute as he replied, naturally. After the upheaval within the Navy headquarters, a sense of calm gradually returned following Xia Yu's speech. Accompanied by the two admirals and a host of vice admirals, Xia Yu made his way back to the top floor of the headquarters. However, instead of heading towards the conference hall, he proceeded directly to the door of the marshal's office. Before Gion, who was trailing behind him, could push open the office door, it swung open unexpectedly. Out stepped the towering figure of Admiral Kuzan, nearly 3 meters tall. Admiral Kuzan? Gion exclaimed in surprise. She stepped forward, on high alert. What brings you out of the marshal's office? Kuzan glanced at Gion before shifting his gaze to Xia Yu, casually remarking, Xia Yu no. It should be Marshal Xia Yu now. If I were to leave at this moment, I wonder who would take my place among the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters? Leave now? Xia Yu shook his head with a smile. Admiral Kuzan, you cannot leave just yet. After all, you are a formidable user of the ice fruit. Allowing you to depart would pose a potential threat to me. Thus, you are left with 2 choices. First, pledge your loyalty to me and continue in your role as an admiral. Second, we eliminate you. Kuzan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Akaino, Kizaru, and Gion. Are you worried that I might go to the Holy Land and inform the 5 elders of your actions? You won't have the opportunity to reach the Holy Land. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively as he walked past Kuzan to stand before the desk. I have already sent word to the Holy Land regarding your actions in letting Nico Robin go back in Ohara. The moment you step out of this building, the 5 elders will be informed of your decision to release Nico Robin. After a brief pause, Xia Yu suddenly shifted his tone, softening it somewhat. Kuzan, the times have changed. After encountering both the warring states and Teacher Zephyr, you chose to remain here and await my arrival, indicating that you have already made a decision in your heart. Now, you approach me with a trivial inquiry, merely seeking a means to alleviate your predicament. After all, the situation at the Navy headquarters has solidified, leaving you with scant options. I shall not provide you with an easy way out. I hereby extend an official invitation to you, if you wish to dispel the fog of uncertainty and reignite the righteous conviction you once held. I implore you to stay and assist me. In my homeland, an ancient sage once proclaimed, noble lords and generals, do they not possess the same blood? 8 centuries ago, 20 kings united to establish the world government. If we join forces, we too can forge a brighter era 800 years hence. Having articulated my thoughts, Xia Yu turned and seated himself at the marshal's desk, then raised his gaze to Kuzan, his voice crescendoing. Therefore, Admiral Kuzan, I beseech you. Will you stand by my side? Chapter 026, MVP Settlement. The establishment of the naval headquarters. The darkness before dawn has passed, and the sun rises as it always does. In the marshal's office of the naval headquarters, Kuzan ultimately decided to remain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and Palyasalino. As Xia Yu mentioned, the situation at the naval headquarters has now been firmly established, leaving him with few choices. However, the true reason for his decision to stay was not out of fear of being eliminated by Xia Yu, but rather a desire to observe whether any changes would unfold after Xia Yu ascended to the position of Marshal. Especially after having been lost in the complexities of naval affairs for many years. He was particularly curious about the direction in which Xia Yu, who had garnered the earnest hopes of Teacher Zephyr and the admiration of numerous officers, would lead the Navy. Behind them, Gion, Squirrel, Stolberry, Bastille, and several other Rear Admirals stood in a line, all gazing at Xia Yu, who was seated at his desk. The dawn has arrived. Xia Yu lifted his gaze to the 3 admirals and the array of Rear Admirals present. His expression calm as he spoke. The Holy Land will soon become aware of our situation due to their inability to establish contact with us. Although the naval headquarters is now firmly under our control, the true contest has only just begun. Pausing slightly, Xia Yu turned his head to address the Rear Admirals behind the 3 admirals. Gion, you will take charge of the listening room. All communications from the Holy Land will be handled personally by you. Additionally, bring in Ein and Bins. Yes. Gion saluted crisply before turning to exit. No sooner had Gion left than Ein and Bins entered the office briskly, standing before Xia Yu and saluting in unison, Marshal. Xia Yu raised his gaze to the 2. His expression softening. 3 years ago, while eliminating a pirate crew and rescuing civilians, including Sakazuki's mother, he unexpectedly encountered Ein, Bins, and Teacher Zephyr, who had survived an attack on their training ship, despite losing his right hand. It was due to Xia Yu's timely intervention that the 3 of them were able to return to the headquarters safely. Though 3 years have passed since that incident, Ein, Bins, and even Teacher Zephyr have yet to fully emerge from its shadows. In the intervening years, Xia Yu often sought out Teacher Zephyr for a drink, which naturally led to conversations with Ein and Bins. Initially, Ein was taciturn, burdened by hatred and rarely engaging in discussions. Bins, on the other hand, maintained an optimistic demeanor, frequently approaching Xia Yu during his visits to Zephyr and seizing opportunities to spar with him. Perhaps it was Xia Yu's radiant charisma or their shared connection as Zephyr's students that encouraged Ein, who also excelled in swordsmanship, to gradually step out of the shadows, joining Bins in alternating bouts of swordplay with Xia Yu. Eventually, when Xia Yu was dispatched on missions, Ein and Bins took it upon themselves to care for the elderly afflicted with dementia, evolving into friends who communicated little but shared an unspoken understanding. Ein. From this moment onward, you shall replace Menard as the new Rear Admiral of the headquarters. After gazing at the 2 individuals for a moment, Xia Yu picked up a letter of appointment and handed it to Ein.
subsequently stating, "Your sole task henceforth is to select the most elite subordinates from the officer training camp to set sail in pursuit of the assailants who attacked the training vessel." Marshal, Ein stammered, taken aback by Xia Yu's unexpected promotion of himself to the rank of Vice Admiral within their division, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I have spent 3 years here without any notable achievements, I.
Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively, thus, "I am now providing you with an opportunity to earn your merits." With that, Xia Yu turned his gaze towards Binzi and declared, "Binzi, I appoint you as Ein's aide.
Accompany him to sea to fulfill this mission. Upon your return, I shall promote you to Vice Admiral to replace the position of Ghost Spider."
"Yes." Binzi stepped forward and saluted, exclaiming, "Loyalty." Xia Yu nodded, "It is settled. You may take your leave." Ein and Binzi, feeling a sense of trepidation,
stole a glance at the seasoned Vice Admirals and Generals standing nearby before turning to exit.
After watching them leave the office,
Xia Yu immediately directed his attention to the 3 generals in the front row and candidly stated, "The headquarters requires some adjustments. I have decided to establish 3 divisions,
led by the 3 of you.
The division commanded by Sakazuki shall be renamed the Red Dog Army, that of Borsellino shall be the Yellow Monkey Army,
and Kuzan's division shall be known as the Blue Pheasant Army. Each of these 3 divisions will be assigned 6 Vice Admirals from the headquarters, with every Vice Admiral and subordinate officer organized in groups of 3.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu swiftly picked up 3 documents and presented them to the generals. These documents contain the lists of Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals under your command,
along with the names of officers recommended for promotion.
There should be no doubt regarding these promotions, they are all the heroes from last night.
Meanwhile, in Mariewa,
in the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government, commenced their new day's routine. In the spacious and brightly lit chamber, the scientific defense deity, Jagor Lucia Satan, sat languidly on one side of the sofa, idly observing the snail phone resting on the coffee table before him.
Behind him,
the financial deity, Isnbalan V. Inashiru, clad in a robe and cradling a katana, stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the increasing number of figures in Pango Square, stifling a yawn out of boredom.
The agricultural deity, Shepherd X. Peter, donned in a suit,
wore a serious expression, seemingly engrossed in contemplating something of great significance as he fixated on a newspaper before him.
The environmental deity, Marcus Maz,
leisurely strolled over to a single sofa, holding a cup of coffee, his eyes occasionally drifting towards the agricultural deity engrossed in his reading and the scientific defense deity lost in thought.
"Looks like I'm fashionably late."
A sudden voice intruded upon the tranquility of the Chamber of Power. Moments later, the legal deity, Topman Vachali, with a distinctive birthmark on his forehead,
entered the room and swiftly made his way to the central sofa, inquiring of the languid Satan, "Is there anything of importance that requires our attention today?"
Satan shook his head, expressing confusion. Thus far, this telephone insect has remained silent. Not only have the major CP organizations failed to relay any intelligence,
but the naval headquarters has also maintained an unusual quietness.
In previous instances, an array of documents would have already accumulated before us by this time, and the naval headquarters would have provided relevant reports through the telephone insect.
Upon hearing this, Topman swiftly redirected the conversation. "Is there no intelligence emerging from the New World either?"
It is not that he harbors great trust in the naval headquarters, rather, they do not conduct daily operational reports. Even when such reports exist, they are first submitted to the supreme commander of the entire military, and only after approval do they reach the inner sanctum of power.
Satan shook his head once more. "Recently,
only 2 events have transpired in the New World, the Elbaf incident and the rise of red-haired Shanks as one of the maritime emperors. However, neither of these matters falls under our jurisdiction, as they are being managed by the Knights of God."
Topman's eyes lit up.
He had not anticipated Shanks's ascension to such heights, having not only subdued Prince Loki of Elbaf but also become a new maritime emperor in the process.
If at this juncture, Figureland Garling were to intervene, might it be possible to sway Shanks to our cause? Did Shanks not once reside in the Holy Land?
Satan glanced at Topman, lamenting, at that time, his twin brother, Shamrock, fervently urged him to remain in the Holy Land, yet he ultimately chose to depart. Due to the lack of pressing matters to address, the 5 elders, the supreme authorities of the world, began to engage in light-hearted gossip, akin to ordinary citizens.
Unbeknownst to them, they spent a rather enjoyable morning within the inner sanctum of power. Just as they prepared to rise and head to the dining hall, the telephone insect, which had been silent all morning, suddenly rang. Almost immediately, a voice emerged, seemingly attempting to disguise its neutrality. "Are the 5 elders present?" The sudden voice from the telephone insect caused the 5 elders to change their expressions drastically, and they promptly stood, bowing respectfully towards the device, exclaiming, "Lord Im." Chapter 027, The Supreme Commander of the Army, Kong. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the Supreme Commander, an elderly gentleman nearing a century sat solemnly at his desk. His hair was styled in a mountain-like shape, and he wore a sleeveless black shirt adorned with a deep green armband, his expression grave as he perused the towering pile of documents before him. This man, known by the codename Kong, was the former Admiral of the Navy and currently held the esteemed position of Supreme Commander of the world government's armed forces. He presided over 8 CP organizations, including the Navy and CP-1 to CP-8, as well as the Navy's Science Division and Special Operations Forces. The documents Kong was reviewing were the internal investigation reports concerning Vice Admiral Xia Yu submitted by the Navy's investigative unit. Although the reports spanned over 1,000 pages, most of it was trivial. The most severe allegations were corruption, bribery, the training of assassins within the Navy, and the formation of factions. As the Supreme Commander, Kong did not delve into every matter personally. Even though Xia Yu was a Vice Admiral, he would only glance at related materials upon the promotion of officers. Thus, he had little impression of Xia Yu, only vaguely recalling that both Garp and Sengoku had mentioned him during their visit to the Holy Land headquarters. After finishing the report, Kong rubbed his temples in frustration. The investigation revealed that although Vice Admiral Xia Yu was quite young, his rate of advancement was remarkable. Within a mere 6 years, he had transformed from a novice into a formidable force, mastering both armament hockey and observation hockey, as well as the Navy's 6 styles. His swordsmanship surpassed even that of Gion, a candidate for admiral. Were it not for the staggering sums involved in Xia Yu's case, coupled with the factionalism that the world government most dreaded, Kong would have undoubtedly chosen to nurture him. He understood well that the Navy's current leadership was facing a generational gap, with few capable individuals emerging from the younger ranks. Once Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals stepped back, the Navy would confront a dire crisis of succession. Moreover, the investigation indicated that Xia Yu not only exhibited extraordinary growth but also possessed exceptional leadership qualities. Given a little more time, he could easily be groomed as a successor to the current 3 admirals, potentially even directed toward the role of fleet admiral. It was a lamentable fate that such a promising talent had wandered down this path. With a sigh, Kong cast aside the investigation report related to Xia Yu and turned his attention to the door, calling out, "Come in." "Yes, sir." A messenger swiftly entered the office. Standing before Kong, Kong got straight to the point. "Have we not yet contacted the Navy headquarters?" Before the messenger could respond, the phone bug on the desk began to ring. Quickly signaling for silence, Kong seized the phone bug and spoke firmly, "This is Kong." "Sir Kong, this is Vice Admiral Gion from the Navy headquarters." A gentle voice emanated from the telephone bug, apologizing for the communication issues at the naval headquarters last night, which had only just been resolved. The voice continued, conveying that Admiral Sengoku had instructed them to contact me promptly to alleviate any concerns. I was taken aback and remarked in astonishment, "Communication issues? How could that be?" "Well, as long as it's resolved, where is Sengoku? Why hasn't he reached out to me personally?" The voice, as soothing as ever, responded, "Admiral Sengoku is unwell and resting at home. Do you have any matters to discuss? I can relay your message." Without further ado, I replied solemnly, "I wish to know the current status of Major General Xia Yu's trial. It is already noon, why have I not received any updates? Please instruct Base to report to me immediately." "Understood, I shall go to Chief Justice Base at once." With that, the telephone bug fell silent. I remained fixated on the now quiet device, sensing something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, even if Sengoku were ill, he would not delegate the reporting to Admiral Gion. However, as the Chief of Staff, Sengoku bore some responsibility for the mistakes made by the headquarters. His absence, at this critical juncture, likely implied he was feigning illness. As I entertained this notion, the previously silent telephone bug rang once more. Before I could react, the voice of the formidable scientific defense warrior, Satan, emerged, inquiring, "Why has Sengoku's telephone bug gone unanswered? My attempts to reach the office of the Chief of Staff have been redirected to Admiral Gion. I demand to know what is happening." Furthermore, Base's telephone bug is also unresponsive. A sense of unease stirred within me as I narrowed my eyes. Meanwhile, at the Naval Headquarters, in the office of the Chief of Staff, Xia Yu sighed in relief after a frantic reorganization of the Naval Command. Leaning back wearily in his chair, he acknowledged that while he had everything under control, he was acutely aware that the Holy Land would soon detect irregularities and would ultimately uncover the events transpiring at the headquarters. Once that moment arrived, it would signify the commencement of a confrontation between the Navy and the world government. Yet, he felt no urgency, after all. He now commanded the most formidable war machine of the world government. Even if the Holy Land learned of his coup to seize the position of chief, they would hesitate to confront him directly. Thus, his immediate task was to adjust personnel across the four seas and the Great Route, promoting trusted individuals to become the highest commanders of various branch bases. "Admiral!" Gion burst through the door, urgency evident in his demeanor. Admiral Kong and Satan from the Elders have both called in succession. Although I managed to deflect their inquiries, their reactions clearly indicate they are beginning to suspect something. Xia Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Have the Weasel and Base TU arrived at Sabaody Archipelago?" "Indeed. Weasel and Base TU have taken control of the naval base at Sabaody Archipelago and secured the entrance to the Holy Land. They will promptly apprehend anyone descending from the Holy Land via the lift." Xia Yu rose from his desk, now awaiting news from the various branch bases of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. After a long night of toil, he felt a pang of hunger and suggested a visit to the dining hall. "Are you not returning home, Master Xia Yu?" Gion inquired, blinking cautiously. "If you delay any longer, the old man might come looking for me in Einigen." Xia Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Sakazuki should be at my home now. I shall not intrude upon their reunion. Let us proceed to the dining hall." "Very well," Gion replied with a smile, following Xia Yu out of the office. Just as they exited, a soldier rushed towards them, urgency etched on his face. "General Karp has returned." Chapter 028, Garp, I merely took a vacation. And the Navy has changed hands? Marineford Port. Ah, what a lengthy holiday it has been. A hearty laugh resounded from the deck of a battleship. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar old man donned in a dog-headed mask and a Vice Admiral's coat leaped down from the ship's deck. Monkey D. Garp, the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy, had once cornered the pirate King Roger on multiple occasions and gained hero status among countless naval officers for suppressing the Rocks pirates during the world-shattering God Valley incident. Upon landing, Garp promptly removed his dog-headed mask and produced a box of Sinbei, savoring the delightful treat. "Ah, Garp-san, you have finally returned." A naval soldier, eagerly waiting at the port, rushed over with excitement. "Admiral Sengoku is aware of your return today and instructed me to wait here for you." "Eh?" Garp blinked, bewildered. "How could Sengoku know I was coming back today?" "That's impossible, I cut my holiday short to return." "He could not possibly know." He paused. "Wait, who are you? Where are my soldiers?" "Garp-san," the soldier blinked, looking slightly aggrieved, "I am your subordinate." "Is that so?" Garp chuckled awkwardly. "It seems I truly am getting old. I can't even remember you youngsters. You go on about your business, I will find Sengoku myself." With that, Garp tossed the dog-headed mask to the soldier and strode purposefully toward the headquarters building. The soldier, who had watched Garp head toward the headquarters, did not leave immediately. Instead, once Garp was out of sight, he quickly picked up a den mushi, his expression turning serious as he announced, "Vice Admiral Garp is about to enter the headquarters." Understood. In the lobby of the headquarters, a naval soldier who received the message immediately took up another den mushi. Before he could report it, the elevator doors opposite him suddenly opened. Out stepped Shiyu and Gion, one after the other. Observing this, all soldiers in the lobby stood at attention and saluted in unison, their loyalty evident. Shiyu did not slow his pace and walked briskly out the door. As soon as he exited, Garp's figure came into view. Aha! Xia Yu, my boy. I'm back.
Spotting Xia Yu, Garp quickened his pace, his face beaming with excitement.
Are you surprised? Did it catch you off guard? Upon Garp's approach,
Gion was the first to speak, courteously addressing him, Mr. Garp.
Garp, what has been happening with you these past 2 years? Garp remarked, eyeing Gion and teasingly adding.
You should be wary of that mad suitor of yours and leave opportunities for the young female officers in the headquarters, like little Tina.
Speaking of which, where is Tina? I've been unable to reach her through the den mushy.
Gion shook his head with a smile, exuding a hint of helplessness.
Mr. Garp, have you not noticed what has changed in the headquarters since your holiday? Nothing seems different to me. Kapu blinked rapidly, then swiftly scanned his surroundings. As if a realization struck him.
He nodded repeatedly, saying, Just now, when I passed through the square, I noticed a new human-shaped pit.
Upon hearing this,
Gion silently exhaled a breath of frustration and discreetly turned his gaze towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu, uninterested in beating around the bush with Kapu, stated plainly. I initially thought you would return several days later, yet here you are, back earlier than expected. Therefore, I see no reason to withhold the truth. The naval headquarters is now under my command. To put it simply, I have instigated a coup to seize the position of the Marshal, and all officers,
including the 3 admirals, have made prudent choices.
Kapu, chewing on some rice crackers, was perplexed, staring at Xia Yu for a moment before bursting into laughter.
A coup? Ha ha.
You truly have become increasingly humorous, little brat. However, such jokes should not be made lightly. If someone overhears, be wary of those you have had conflicts with over the years, like the ghost spider, who might report you.
Xia Yu did not share in the laughter and, with a tone that brooked no argument, declared, the ghost spider is dead.
There are also Deo Bowman and Menard, they are obstacles to my ascension as Marshal. And they must all perish. As Xia Yu's words echoed, dozens of officers suddenly surged from the headquarters, encircling Kapu before his incredulous gaze.
Soon after,
more naval soldiers armed with rifles rushed in, forming layers of encirclement around Kapu. The unexpected scene caused the smile on Kapu's face to gradually stiffen. Upon sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Kapu finally believed everything Xia Yu had stated.
After a brief silence,
he placed the box of rice crackers into his bag and then raised his gaze, piercingly focused on Xia Yu, and spoke gravely, Xia Yu.
What do you mean by this? Are you intending to eliminate me as well? If so, these men alone cannot hope to overcome me. Xia Yu gestured for the encircling officers and soldiers to retreat.
With a single motion, the officers and soldiers promptly returned the way they had come.
Witnessing this unfolding scene, Kapu's expression shifted slightly.
It was clear that Xia Yu had not issued a formal command, merely with a gesture. He had commanded the soldiers and officers to obey without question. Such discipline among the headquarters personnel was something Kapu had not witnessed in many years.
Of course, this was not what mattered most.
The crucial point was that Xia Yu was not jesting, he had completely taken control of the naval headquarters.
Nevertheless, countless questions lingered in Kapu's mind.
Although he had always held high expectations for Xia Yu since the latter's entry into the officer training camp. And Xia Yu had not disappointed him, Sengoku, or Zifa, growing in just 6 years from a mere recruit to a capable Vice Admiral. He had never anticipated that this promising young Vice Admiral would instigate a coup during his leave and successfully seize control of the naval headquarters.
This left him utterly perplexed.
It is undeniable that Xia Yu possesses a terrifying talent that surpasses his peers, yet it is inconceivable that he could triumph over the 3 great generals. Even though he is aware that Xia Yu has garnered the support of numerous officers and soldiers over the years, it is simply impossible for them to succeed in a coup and seize control of the headquarters.
However, the reality is that not only has Xia Yu accomplished this,
but he has also compelled the 3 great generals to make prudent choices. Suppressing the doubts that surged within him,
Karp posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind: what about Sengoku? Is he still alive? Xia Yu nodded, indicating that the elder was likely enjoying afternoon tea with teacher Zephyr.
Upon hearing this, Karp's eyes widened in disbelief, even at this critical juncture.
He still had the leisure to sip tea?
Realizing he had lost his composure, Karp quickly cleared his throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, So,
How do you intend to deal with me? Will you place me under house arrest? Or strip me of my rank? Perhaps you intend to cast me aside to join Sengoku and Zephyr for tea? Xia Yu nodded once more, replying, Carp. There are no warships left in the naval headquarters capable of accommodating you. You are both aging, it is time for retirement. It is unacceptable for me to let you leave just like that, you young rascal. Carp stepped forward. His iron fist clenching tightly as he spoke in a low voice, the vast war machine that is the Navy cannot be managed by just anyone. Let me see if you are truly capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. Sensing the overwhelming battle intent emanating from Carp, Gion rushed forward, urgently interjecting, Mr. Carp. Please calm down. The reason Lord Xia Yu has come to meet you alone is to avoid conflict. The situation has already been settled, and your struggle would be futile. Step back, Gion. Carp rolled up his sleeves and retorted angrily, It's one thing for the young rascal Xia Yu to act recklessly, but I never expected you, usually so composed, to follow suit. Do you not realize that both Sengoku and I, along with Zephyr, have high hopes for him? If we step back, even if he is not the commander of the headquarters, he would certainly be one of the generals. Yet, he dares to instigate a coup. Do not tell me that the situation is settled. As long as I am alive, he shall not continue his reckless antics. Before he could finish, Carp suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged from beneath his feet. In the next moment, the intertwining hues of red and black of his conqueror's haki erupted outward, causing the very air to vibrate with low-frequency tremors. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like raging waves, instantly enveloping Xia Yu. However, just as the invisible pressure descended upon Xia Yu, a more formidable force erupted, colliding violently with Carp's advancing conqueror's haki. The clash produced a thunderous roar that echoed across the vast expanse, followed by a wave of destructive shockwaves radiating outward from the center of Xia Yu and Carp, akin to a hurricane rising from the ground. The earth cracked, buildings trembled, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 29, The Clash of Conqueror's Haki, Stirring Emu. In the courtyard before a solitary villa in the Marineford residential area, Sengoku and Zephyr sat beneath a sunshade, each with a cup of untouched tea before them. Zephyr. I have been pondering a matter, Sengoku began, breaking the silence that had lingered as both men contemplated their thoughts. His expression was solemn. I find it hard to believe that your unwavering support for Xia Yu stems solely from your faith that he will capture the pirates who attacked the training ship. There must be other motives at play. Indeed, you are perceptive as ever, Sengoku, Zephyr replied, nodding. After taking a sip from his cup, he continued with a calm demeanor. 3 years ago, during my recovery at home, Xia Yu visited me frequently for conversations. He recognized my disillusionment with the Navy and revealed that he had glimpsed fragments of the future. He claimed that one day, the perpetrator of the training ship attack would become a member of the new warlords of the sea. Consequently, I would lose all hope in the Navy and leave with Ein and Bins to establish a new marine force. Sengoku's expression shifted subtly, and he tentatively inquired, Did you believe him? I certainly did not. Zephyr shook his head. He anticipated my skepticism and shared another revelation. He foretold that 3 years hence, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, would ascend to the New World, standing alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as one of the emperors of the sea. He urged me to bear witness to this event. He also mentioned that Shanks would land on Elbaf before becoming one of the 4 emperors, subduing the prince of the giant kingdom, Loki. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. He told you this 3 years ago? Zephyr nodded. Not only these 2 events, but everything he foresaw 3 years prior has now come to pass. Shanks has indeed claimed his place among the 4 emperors. And the prince of the giant kingdom, Loki, is now imprisoned in the underworld. At this juncture, Zephyr turned to Sengoku, his voice grave. If you were in my position, would you continue to doubt Xia Yu, or would you believe that he truly possesses the ability to glimpse fragments of the future? I chose the latter. Which is why I no longer harbor delusions about the Navy. Zephyr exclaimed. Your inability to capture the perpetrator of the training ship attack does not imply that you lack the will to do so. I understand that. However, to elevate a pirate who has slaughtered so many young officers to the ranks of the new warlords for the sake of so-called balance, what right does such a navy have to speak of justice? Sengoku hesitated, struggling to find a rebuttal but ultimately fell silent. Though this situation had yet to unfold. The fact that Xia Yu had foreseen Shank's rise to one of the four emperors and the fate of Prince Loki 3 years earlier was enough to suggest that Xia Yu was not merely indulging in hyperbole. It hinted at a future where the pirate responsible for the training ship massacre could indeed ascend to become one of the new warlords of the sea. Yet, the significance of such discussions paled in comparison to the revelation that Xia Yu could perceive futures so distant. He could hardly fathom how Xia Yu accomplished such a feat. He was aware that mastering observation hockey to its pinnacle allowed one to glimpse parts of the future, yet there were temporal limitations. To date, no one had ever seen such distant futures. Remarkably, Xia Yu not only foresaw events 3 years ahead but also glimpsed even further into the future. Most significantly, the emergence of a new warlord of the sea indicated that former members had either met with misfortune or betrayed their cause. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted without warning from the direction of the headquarters, followed by a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath them despite their considerable distance. Before either could react, a swirling mass of red and black flames surged skyward from the entrance of the headquarters, instantly piercing the clouds above and forming a colossal vortex. At first glance, it seemed as though the very sky had been breached, startling Sengoku and Zifa into instinctive action as they both stood in unison and exclaimed, "The clash of conquerors hockey! Damn it, Carp has returned!" Meanwhile, at the headquarters entrance, as Carp, unrestrained in his actions, unleashed his conquerors hockey, Xia Yu, determined to counter, stepped forward decisively. With a resonant thud, a more formidable wave of destructive energy erupted from beneath his feet, overwhelming Carp's hockey with an unstoppable force. How could this be? Carp, taken aback by the instantaneous suppression of his hockey, looked up in astonishment at Xia Yu. Realizing that he had been concealing his true strength all these years, how could he have eluded even me? As Carp's words fell, he too stepped forward defiantly, unleashing his conqueror's hockey without reservation. As their powers collided once more, the ground beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading like an immense spiderweb. The invisible yet overwhelming pressure intensified, causing the ground to erupt and collapse beneath them. Even the mighty Gion found herself retreating uncontrollably under the force of their hockey clash, her cloak whipping about chaotically, rendering her a picture of disarray. However, she had no time to concern herself with appearances, for if Carp continued to engage Xia Yu, the headquarters and indeed all of Marineford could face utter destruction. "Carp-san, Xia Yu Dano, please cease your combat. Marineford will be obliterated." Simultaneously, at Xia Yu's residence, Sakazuki, burdened by years of guilt towards his mother and neglecting his own rest, abruptly turned to face the ominous flames ascending towards the heavens from the direction of the headquarters. He called out to the perpetually drowsy Borisolino seated beside him, "Carp has returned. The clash of conquerors hockey is truly terrifying." Borisolino glanced at the fearsome flames that connected the earth to the heavens and, with deliberate grace, rose to his feet. "You stay here with mother, I'll go investigate." Before his words could fully resonate, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Upon reaching the rooftop of the headquarters, Gion swiftly appeared at his side. Borisolino, disregarding his previously languid demeanor, gazed in disbelief at the two figures standing opposite on the ground, exclaiming, "Marshal Xia Yu has actually suppressed Mr. Carp's conquerors hockey?" Gion, equally grave, responded, "He has outwitted us all. In the holy land of Mary Geos, amidst a tranquil garden adorned with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies." A figure abruptly materialized, lifting his gaze to reveal a pair of dark crimson ripple-patterned eyes directed toward the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Upon witnessing the fiery clouds ascending from Marineford, an incredulous voice echoed through the garden, "No, this cannot be." A maid, drawn by the commotion, swiftly entered the garden. Kneeling on one knee before the figure, trembling as she spoke, "Lord Im. Go! Inform the Knights of God to mobilize immediately. And instruct them to head to the Marine headquarters at the utmost speed. I must ascertain the identity of the one who unleashed the conqueror's hockey." Chapter 030, The Return of Divine Avoidance, Shocking Carp. The sudden eruption of battle swiftly captured the attention of all officers and soldiers at Marineford. However, those below the rank of Rear Admiral dared not approach. Initially, some were roused from slumber by the commotion and rushed over, only to be sent flying by the terrifying shockwave that swept through. A few even fainted on the spot under the overwhelming pressure of conquerors hockey. Even the rear admirals refrained from drawing near, opting instead to observe from a safe distance. Before the main building, as the ground cracked and collapsed, the towering structure at Marineford finally succumbed to the strain, revealing a shocking fissure in its walls amidst the rising flames. Lord Xia Yu, Mr. Carp. Seeing the walls of the headquarters suffer such a dramatic crack, Gion, wielding his sword with both hands, thrust the blade into the ground and, summoning all his strength, shouted towards Xia Yu and Carp, who had caused the devastation with a mere clash. If you continue fighting, the headquarters will be destroyed. Buzz, before Gion could finish, a disorienting low-frequency vibration surged forth, drowning out his voice. Almost immediately, a wave of destructive energy radiated outward from the center of Xia Yu and Carp. Ah, truly astonishing. Xia Yu. Carp, enveloped in flames, stepped forward with clenched fists, laughing heartily. Now, let's see if your hockey is as domineering. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying aura erupted from him once more. In the next moment, he leapt into the air. His mastery of armament hockey enveloping him entirely, with his fists, now shrouded in flames, gleaming ominously. With a resounding crash, Carp, soaring high above, did not hesitate. His hardened fists, infused with the terrifying might of Conqueror's hockey, descended decisively towards the grounded Xia Yu. At that instant, a slicing sound echoed through the air. As Carp's fist descended, Xia Yu left behind an afterimage and, like a specter, appeared before Carp. "Old man, you are too slow," Xia Yu exclaimed without a moment's pause. His own fist, radiating a similarly fearsome power, magnifying in Carp's vision. Boom! With a muffled thud, Xia Yu's fist, imbued with overwhelming force, shattered Carp's armament hockey defenses. In the astonished gazes of the observing officers, Carp was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing down 100 feet away. Before the astonished officers could fully comprehend the situation, Xia Yu suddenly shifted and reached out towards Giuan's direction. Gion used the blade. Before he could finish, the renowned sword, Jinbaira, which had been sheathed at Giuan's waist, soared through the air and landed firmly in Xia Yu's grasp. As Jinbaira was seized by Xia Yu, the blade was instantly enveloped by a swirling flame cloud. In the next moment, Xia Yu, wielding Jinbaira, propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. The flame-enshrouded blade slicing through the air towards Carp, who was standing 100 feet away. In an ephemeral instant, the dazzling sword aura surged forth like divine retribution, stirring the air and producing a disorienting low-frequency tremor, imbued with the terrifying power to sever all. It struck Carp just as he had regained his footing, poised to counterattack. This was divine avoidance. Confronted with the horrifying slash that magnified infinitely in his vision, Carp's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. There was no time to evade, he could only unreservedly unleash his armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey. Yet, he was still a moment too late. A resounding explosion echoed as the black and red flame cloud erupted, flooding the surrounding space. Almost immediately, Carp felt a palpable aura of death closing in on him, and his body was uncontrollably propelled backward at an alarming velocity. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of deafening detonations, Carp collided with several buildings. Unable to suppress it any longer, he coughed up a mist of blood, crashing down amidst the debris of the shattered structures onto the Marineford Plaza. In that instant, as Carp fell to the plaza, the surrounding noise seemed to vanish, leaving the distant onlooking officers with wide eyes, utterly stunned by the sight of Carp being bested in a single strike by Xia Yu. Not only the distant officers, but even the admirals, Borsalino and Gion, standing atop the headquarters building, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the display of Xia Yu's prowess. Upon witnessing the clash of Conqueror's hockey between Xia Yu and Carp, they realized that Xia Yu had been concealing his strength all these years, yet they had still underestimated his potential. Was it divine avoidance? After a brief moment of shock, Borsalino adjusted his glasses, his expression unusually grave. I never imagined that after all these years, the technique created by Pirate King Roger would resurface at the Navy headquarters. It is not Roger's divine avoidance, Gion interjected, equally serious. On the eve of the Battle of Itwall, I accompanied Mr. Carp to the New World. When Roger employed divine avoidance, he was stationary, whereas Admiral Xia Yu executed it while in motion. Moreover, when Roger faced execution, Admiral Xia Yu was nearly 6 or 7 years old. He could not have witnessed Roger, let alone learn swordsmanship from him. Although it is hard to fathom, it is clear that this is Admiral Xia Yu's original creation of divine avoidance. The most astonished of all was Gion. Her shock stemmed from the fact that Xia Yu's initial encounter with swordsmanship was during her tenure as a temporary instructor at the officer training camp. Recognizing his remarkable talent in swordplay, she attempted to teach him for a time. Despite being astounded by his rapid progress over the years, she still believed herself to possess a slight edge in swordsmanship over Xia Yu. Upon witnessing the astonishing strike delivered by Xia Yu, she fully comprehended that he had ascended to a height beyond her reach. Suddenly, a series of intense coughs shattered the profound silence of the square. Shortly thereafter, Karp sprang upright, disregarding the ghastly wound across his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the knife-wielding Xia Yu. "We agreed to compete with Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey, yet you suddenly resort to a blade." Before he could finish, a pained cry escaped his lips, and he glanced down at the gash inflicted by Xia Yu, exclaiming in exasperation, "You brat, do you intend to slay me?" Observing Karp's reaction, Xia Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he casually sheathed his sword, Kinbaira, at the waist of Gion, stating nonchalantly, "If you can still hurl insults, it seems you are not yet destined for death." With that, Xia Yu turned decisively and approached Gion, saying, "Having engaged in a fight, I find myself even hungrier now." Chapter 031, The entire army receives a year's salary? Long live the Marshal. To his surprise, Xia Yu abruptly turned away, leaving Karp momentarily stunned. In a state of urgency, he shouted, "Don't go, Xia Yu. I was careless just now and didn't dodge. Come on, let us continue. I can still fight." Yet, Xia Yu seemed oblivious to his plea, quickening his pace towards the mess hall. Along the way, every officer and soldier he encountered stood at attention, the chorus of loyalty resonating until he reached the dining hall. As soon as Xia Yu departed from the square, Zephyr and Sengoku hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on Karp's chest, Sengoku rushed forward to support him, while Zephyr turned and bellowed, "Quick, summon the medical team." "No need, no need," Karp interjected, stopping them in their tracks. "It's merely a superficial wound, there is no need for such alarm. Ouch, Sengoku. Why did you touch my injury? That hurts. Now you feel pain?" Sengoku shot Karp an irritated glare and retorted, "What compelled you to act so impulsively? The situation at headquarters is already settled. Even if you could defeat Xia Yu, what of it? Do not forget, all three admirals have made their choices and will not allow you to act recklessly. Give me some senbei." Karp pointed to his pocket, grimacing. "That kid hits pretty hard." Sengoku remained silent as he retrieved a box of senbei from Karp's bag, tossing a couple into his mouth while passing the rest to Karp. In his frustration, Karp forgot his injury, exclaiming, "Return my senbei." Sengoku ignored him, savoring the snack. At that moment, two nurses from the medical team rushed over. Gazing at Karp's alarming wound, Zephyr narrowed his eyes before lifting his gaze to the rooftop of the headquarters building. Although Borisolino and Kuzan, who had been observing from above, had mysteriously vanished, Zephyr did not retract his gaze. Previously, when he and Sengoku had just sensed the clash of hockey, they hadn't thought much of it, merely intending to intervene and prevent Karp and Xia Yu from continuing their battle. Now, in a moment of calm reflection, he began to understand why Xia Yu had refrained from confronting Kuzan, who had returned after the insurrection, opting instead to engage Karp in a clash of hockey. The reason was simple: although the Navy headquarters was entirely under Xia Yu's control, both the three admirals and other officers who did not partake in the rebellion harbored doubts, to varying degrees, about Xia Yu's strength. After all, despite his rapid progress over the years, he was still merely a rear admiral. In such circumstances, if Xia Yu wished to fully seize control of the Navy headquarters, he must demonstrate his prowess decisively. Kuzan, while being one of the highest combatants of the Navy, was not the most suitable opponent for this purpose. Karp, revered as a legendary vice admiral and a hero who had repeatedly driven the former pirate king, Roger, to desperation, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. By defeating Karp, the officers and soldiers who had refrained from participating in the insurrection would surely be shaken to their core, thus quelling any notions of dissent in the days to come. Most significantly, the three mighty admirals, renowned as the pinnacle of the headquarters' combat prowess, regarded Xia Yu with newfound respect, even acknowledging this young marshal. Lord Xia Yu. In the Navy headquarters mess hall, two officers, who were just about to depart, were taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden appearance. Their jovial demeanor transformed instantly into one of solemnity, and they promptly saluted. As their words echoed, the vast hall fell into an immediate hush, with every officer and soldier present gazing at Xia Yu with fervent admiration. Though the mess hall was a considerable distance from Marineford, the recent battle had unfolded before their eyes. When they witnessed Xia Yu propel the legendary Vice Admiral Carp through the air with a single strike, the hall erupted in astonishment. While a small number were compelled by the tides of fate to pledge their allegiance, the overwhelming display of Xia Yu's formidable strength solidified their resolve to follow him unwaveringly. Xia Yu surveyed the hall with a keen eye, showing no signs of fatigue from his fierce battle with Carp. With a warm smile, he reassured everyone, during meal times. There is no need for such formality. To loyalty. All present in the hall raised their hands in salute simultaneously. At that moment, Xia Yu recalled something and gestured for silence, stating lightly, "Although we have many arduous battles ahead, we cannot allow our brothers to fight on empty stomachs. Gion, please proceed to the finance department and increase the salaries of all officers and soldiers, and distribute the salaries for the coming year in one go." Before Gion could respond, the hall erupted once more. "Hail Lord Xia Yu! Marvelous! We shall receive a year's worth of salary. Woohoo! Hail Lord Xia Yu! With this money, I need not worry about my brother's wedding. Lord Xia Yu, you must attend my brother's wedding." Amidst the jubilant crowd, some soldiers who had refrained from participating in the rebellion last night were equally thrilled, yet a few struggled to believe this was reality. After all, had they not been confined to their quarters, they might have followed their superiors' orders and joined the soldiers rebelling alongside Xia Yu. Especially a young man clad in the uniform of a brigadier, who stood amidst the throng, glancing left and right, before summoning his courage to push through the crowd and hasten to Xia Yu's side. "Marshal, for those of us who did not participate last night, will we also receive the salary for the coming year?" "Of course." Xia Yu replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "Now that the situation at headquarters is settled, the salaries will remain unchanged regardless of last night's involvement." "Splendid." The young brigadier's eyes glistened with emotion as he choked out, "Thank you, Marshal. This money is truly vital for me. I. Clearly overwhelmed by his emotions, the young brigadier faltered after repeating "I" 3 times. Suddenly, he straightened his posture, raised his hand, and earnestly exclaimed towards Xia Yu, "Loyalty." He was originally a subordinate of General Ghost Spider. Due to his younger sister's prolonged illness, which necessitated exorbitant medical expenses each month for her survival, he initially managed to cope. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed, having borrowed from all his colleagues, ultimately leading them to avoid him at all costs. In desperation, he sought assistance from General Ghost Spider, only to be met with a harsh reprimand devoid of compassion. Fortunately, fate intervened when the newly appointed Marshal, Xia Yu, unexpectedly issued a year's salary to every officer and soldier in one fell swoop. In that moment, he comprehended why Xia Yu garnered so much loyalty from the officers and soldiers, not solely due to his formidable strength capable of vanquishing the legendary General Carp, but rather because of his evident benevolence towards his subordinates. With the disbursement of a year's salary, the atmosphere in the mess hall grew increasingly lively. Yet, neither the officers nor the soldiers dared to disturb Xia Yu again. After Gion served the meal, Xia Yu, seated by the window, began to devour his food ravenously. It was not a lack of decorum, rather, he had not been sufficiently nourished during his recent collaboration with the investigation team, which culminated in his imprisonment. Moreover, with his abilities elevated to their maximum potential by the system, his hunger surged dramatically. Gion, observing him with one hand propping up her chin, reflected on the youngest and first man in naval history to instigate a coup and become Marshal. Memories of Xia Yu entering the officer training camp at the tender age of 18, full of youthful curiosity, flooded her mind. Although she was certain that Xia Yu would one day astonish everyone, she never anticipated his rise would occur in such a manner. Suddenly, Xia Yu set down his chopsticks and turned to Gion, inquiring if the headquarters could still disburse salaries. Gion nodded, "It should be sufficient. However, if the headquarters were to sever ties with the world government, we might not be able to issue salaries next year." "That is of no concern. Relieved at the prospect of receiving a year's salary, Xia Yu reassured her, believing that the Holy Land would not react with indignation by severing ties with them. To them, the identity of the Marshal was inconsequential as long as the Navy remained under the world government's command. They might very well reach a compromise. When that time comes, we shall maximize our benefits. At his words, Gion did not relax, instead, she appeared more troubled. The headquarters is currently under control. Which does not worry me. What concerns me are the various branch bases across the seas and the Grand Line. As we have yet to receive any news from a single base. Chapter 032, Obeying the Commands of the Marshal of the Navy. In Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government, within the office of the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, the atmosphere was tense. The commander, Kong, paced anxiously in front of his desk. On the other side, several officers from the intelligence department were frantically communicating with various branches under the world government, each clutching a transponder snail. Report! Suddenly, one officer set down his transponder snail, his expression grim as he gazed at Kong. Sir, we are unable to establish contact with the Navy's scientific division. Report! The Navy's confidential special forces are unreachable. The Special Scientific Unit of the Navy cannot be contacted. Report. Judicial Island has informed us that they cannot reach Chief Judge Base either. Report. We have successfully contacted Impel Down. As the reports continued to pour in, Kong immediately returned to his seat and spoke in a somber tone, cease all attempts to contact the Navy headquarters and its related divisions. Immediately reach out to the bases along the Grand Line in the Four Seas. One officer cautiously inquired, Sir, what is happening? Why has communication with the Navy headquarters suddenly been lost? Kong did not respond, instead casting a sharp glare at the officer. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the officer refrained from further questioning and began to contact the various bases outside of the Navy headquarters. In the East Blue, at the Navy Base 153 in Shellstown, a group of over a dozen soldiers rushed into a dormitory, clutching confidential documents dispatched from the Navy headquarters. With a loud bang, the tightly shut door was forcefully thrown open. The officers resting inside quickly rose to their feet, staring at the intruding soldiers. Leading the charge, one soldier wasted no time and raised the documents, declaring, "This is an order from headquarters." Sergeant Monka, step forward. Upon hearing this, a tall and robust officer named Monka stepped forward decisively. By the command of the newly appointed Marshal of the Navy, Lord Xia Yu, from this moment forth, Sergeant Monka is promoted to colonel and will take command of Base 153 immediately. At these words, flames of excitement ignited in Monka's eyes. He stepped forward, raised his right hand, and proclaimed loudly, "Loyalty." Excellent. Is it finally time for action? Long live Lord Xia Yu. As Monka received his appointment letter, the officers beside him erupted in joyous celebration. Simultaneously, another soldier hurried forward, presenting a brand new colonel's uniform. Colonel Monka, from now on, Base 153 is under your command. Please give your orders. Looking at the uniform placed before him, Monka felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as he took the uniform in trembling hands. In his youth, when he first joined Base 153, he was filled with passion and the hope of one day purging all the evils from the seas. However, due to the incessant pressure from those above him, even though he consistently led the charge in apprehending pirates, bravely taking on the most perilous tasks, he ultimately found his efforts rendered futile, with his merits usurped by others. This led him to remain a mere junior officer well into middle age. It was not until 2 years ago that a significant figure arrived at headquarters. Though he had not previously known this individual, he was singled out by them. At the time, he feared he had made a grave mistake. And when he finally stood before this esteemed figure, he dared not lift his gaze. To his astonishment, this individual was not only youthful but also remarkably gentle. What shocked him most was how well this individual seemed to know him, as if they had been acquainted for years. Had it not been for the higher rank of this figure, who hailed from headquarters, he would have eagerly sought to share a drink and unburden his long-held frustrations and grievances. This notable figure was none other than Marshal Xia Yu, who appointed him as the colonel of Branch 153. When departing from Branch 153, Xia Yu had posed a single question to him: would he be willing to pledge his loyalty? Without hesitation, he affirmed his willingness. Having reached middle age, he had come to understand that to ascend the ranks, one must have a formidable ally. Over the subsequent 2 years, although he had no further contact with Xia Yu, he occasionally received astonishing amounts of berries, sent by Xia Yu's agents, with instructions to distribute them among those truly in need of assistance. Over the course of 2 years, the total sum he received exceeded 100 million berries. Yet, he did not retain a single coin for himself, choosing instead to share it all with soldiers and colleagues in need. Deep down, he understood this was a test from the esteemed Xia Yu. The arrival of this appointment letter confirmed that not only had he passed the trial, but he had also earned Xia Yu's recognition. Colonel Monka. At this moment, a soldier rushed in, holding a den mushi, stammering, the office of the Supreme Commander of the Holy Land is calling. What office of the Supreme Commander? Monka snapped, turning sharply to the soldier. From now on, Branch 153 will heed only the orders of Marshal Xia Yu from the Navy headquarters. No one else matters. With that, Monka donned his colonel's coat and strode purposefully out of his quarters. Convey my orders, all officers and soldiers of Branch 153 assemble at the parade ground. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, at the Navy's Base 16, a young man clad in a pristine colonel's coat, flanked by 7 or 8 soldiers, stormed towards the colonel's office with imposing fervor. Bang! With a resounding thud, the tightly shut door of the office was flung open by a soldier who dashed ahead. Before the occupants of the office could react, the group of 7 or 8 armed soldiers rushed in, swiftly subduing the 2 aides standing before the desk. What do you intend to do? Questioned an officer seated behind the desk, also wearing a colonel's coat, his face adorned with scruffy stubble. The desk before him was piled high with thick stacks of berries, most of which had already been opened and scattered. In the realm of the Eastern Sea, there existed a naval officer known as Colonel Mouse, a disgraceful figure who abused his authority within his jurisdiction to oppress innocent civilians, colluding with pirates. One day, a young man clad in a pristine colonel's coat approached Mouse's desk with purposeful strides, regarding him from a superior vantage point. Without preamble, he issued a direct decree: due to your long-standing collusion with pirates and your tyranny over the innocent populace of your district, I, as the newly appointed colonel of the 16th Division, hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Colonel Mouse exclaimed, rising abruptly in indignation at the audacity of this young man, who claimed to be the new colonel of the 16th Division and dared to pronounce his death sentence. I am the colonel of the 16th Division. Guards, seize this man. Cease your shouting, Mouse. The young man interjected, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. The 16th Division is now under my control. You may now prepare for your demise. As soon as the words left his lips, several soldiers standing by his side acted without hesitation, simultaneously squeezing their triggers. The air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of gunfire, and in an instant, Colonel Mouse, still bewildered by the turn of events, was riddled with bullets, reduced to a lifeless husk. The young man strode forward, delivering a contemptuous kick to Mouse's corpse before turning to address his assembled subordinates. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, by the order of Marshal Xia Yu, our sole mission henceforth is to eradicate every pirate within the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, leaving no one behind. Chapter 33, The Dawn of a Purge Within the Navy in the East Sea. At the Rogtown Naval Base, Colonel Smoker, recently appointed as the highest authority in Rogtown, surveyed the mountain of documents before him, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. As a colonel in the naval headquarters and a user of the smoke fruit, he felt considerable dissatisfaction at being assigned to this base, especially upon encountering the chaotic mess left behind by his predecessors. His mood darkened considerably. Just then, the office door was suddenly thrust open, and a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 hurriedly entered, clutching a confidential document. She rushed to his desk, visibly flustered. Confidential document? Smoker paused momentarily, then took the document and tore it open. At this, the girl quickly turned her head away. Dashki? What are you doing? Smoker looked up at her, his voice stern. You are my aide. Do you expect me to handle all these documents alone? Ha! The girl, named Dashki, blinked with a dazed expression. This is a confidential document. I cannot look at it. I didn't say anything about the one in your hands. Smoker felt a surge of frustration. Pointing at the towering pile of papers before him. You have half an hour to find useful documents. With that, he ceased further discussion and began to examine the confidential document he had just received. Upon reading the initial paragraphs, Smoker abruptly stood up. Disbelief etched on his face as he absorbed the contents. Marshal Sengoku was unwell, and Vice Admiral Xia Yu is temporarily assuming the powers of the Marshal? Report! Before Smoker could fully process this information, a loud shout came from outside the door. A messenger burst into the office, breathless and stammering. I just received news that Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division was executed on the spot by the newly appointed colonel. The reason being collusion with pirates and oppression of the people. Also, there has been a change in the 153rd Division. The current colonel there is an officer named Monka. Upon hearing this, Smoker turned sharply, fixating his gaze on the messenger. What is the name of the new colonel in the 16th Division? I believe it's Stork, sent from headquarters. Damn it! At the mention of Stork, Smoker couldn't help but curse. I know Stork. He is a confidant of Xia Yu. And Monka from the 153rd Division is also one of Xia Yu's men. After a brief pause, he placed the document down. His expression grave. This is a significant issue for the headquarters. This confidential document was not sent willingly by Marshal Sengoku. It is highly likely that the headquarters has fallen into Xia Yu's hands. If I am correct, as I received this document, personnel changes have occurred in many branches across the seas and the Grand Line, all involving Xia Yu's most trusted subordinates. What does that mean? Dashki? Still slow to comprehend, asked in confusion, Isn't Lord Xia Yu a Vice Admiral? How could he temporarily assume the powers of the Marshal? Smoker looked up at Dashki and, with an air of urgency, declared, a mutiny. Summer Yu must have instigated a coup to forcibly seize the position of Marshal. Dashki, startled by Smoker's sudden proclamation, nearly lost her spectacles as she hastily adjusted them, her expression one of bewilderment as she stammered, how could this be? Major Summer Yu was a commendable person. I have heard many tales of his deeds. Numerous officers and soldiers facing hardships have received his assistance. Smoker slammed his fist down on the desk, asserting, that is merely his method of winning hearts. Just then, the telephone beetle on the desk began to buzz. Before Smoker could react, a robust voice emanated from the device. Is Colonel Smoker there? This is the office of the Supreme Commander of the Holy Land. Lord Kong has orders to convey. Upon hearing this, Smoker straightened. His demeanor respectful as he replied, yes, Lord Kong. Smoker, excellent. This is Kong. The voice on the line conveyed a sense of urgency. To be brief, we have completely lost contact with the Holy Land. It appears to have fallen entirely under Summer Yu's control. Not only the headquarters, but many bases in the East Sea are also unresponsive. If my assumptions are correct, these bases have likely been seized by Summer Yu's loyalists. Your immediate task is to establish contact with the branches that remain unscathed and stabilize the situation in the East Sea. Before Smoker could respond, the call abruptly ended. Dashki, her mind in a whirl, asked, Sir Smoker, how could this happen? Why would Major Summer Yu incite a mutiny? Smoker remained silent. His gaze fixed on the now quiet telephone beetle. His previous suspicions had transformed into reality upon receiving Lord Kong's direct communication. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What perplexed him was how Summer Yu, in the capacity of a mere major general, managed to orchestrate such an enormous undertaking, seizing control of the Navy headquarters and severing ties with the Holy Land. It was crucial to note that the Navy headquarters was not only under the command of Admiral Sengoku but also fortified by the highest combat power of the 3 admirals and several vice admirals. Even if Summer Yu had garnered considerable support over the years, as long as the 3 admirals remained loyal, it was implausible for the headquarters to succumb to Summer Yu so swiftly. In fact, it was more likely that Summer Yu would face elimination at the hands of the admirals. Yet, in a mere night, the Navy headquarters had fallen into Summer Yu's grasp. And Admiral Sengoku had endorsed a document granting him temporary authority as Marshal. Dashki, the situation at headquarters has reached a critical juncture. After a moment of calm reflection, Smoker sank into his chair, his tone weary as he lamented. Summer Yu's rapid acquisition of control indicates that at least 2 of the 3 admirals have defected to support him. Moreover, Vice Admiral Gion, who has been closely aligned with Summer Yu in recent years, and several other vice admirals likely participated in this coup. Dasky, perplexed, responded, "What? What shall we do?" Smoker slightly raised his head to gaze out the window. His expression a tapestry of emotions as he spoke. Summer Yu has dispatched stock to eliminate Colonel Mouse, allowing Monka to ascend to the rank of colonel in the 153rd Division. Yet the Rogue Town base remains eerily tranquil. It is evident that our newly appointed Marshal is presenting me with an opportunity for choice. Dasky, still bewildered, echoed, "Lord Smoker. What shall we do?" "Wait," Smoker declared, as if he had reached a momentous decision, revitalized in an instant, his demeanor resolute. "If Summer Yu instigates a coup solely for his own selfish desires, I shall wager on the righteousness of the Navy and fight him to the bitter end. Should he continue to uphold the Navy's justice after seizing command, I will remain in Rogue Town to fulfill my duties. I have no interest in the machinations of power and do not wish to partake in them." As Smoker had surmised, at the moment he received the documents, more than half of the former base commanders across the branches of the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea were swiftly replaced, marking the commencement of an extensive internal purge within the Navy from the highest echelons downwards. Chapter 034, Concentrating Power? The Revolutionary Army stirs restlessly. Such audacity, such reckless boldness. Xia Yu has thrown caution to the wind, instigating a mutiny. In the sacred halls of power, the 5 elders gathered in solemn assembly bore expressions twisted in distress. Just moments ago, the latest intelligence from the Commander-in-Chief's office confirmed that the entire military establishment had fallen completely under Xia Yu's control. This revelation struck 4 of the 5 elders with a sense of impending doom. The final vestiges of hope were swiftly extinguished upon learning that not only the Navy headquarters but also numerous branch bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line were now unreachable. I knew Xia Yu would inevitably cause trouble. The financial god of war, Izanbaran V. Inajiro, glared ominously at the 4-seated elders, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. When Spandam approached me, I sensed a threat, which is why I commanded Judicial Island to intervene and conduct an investigation. I believed we acted swiftly enough. Yet he had already revealed his fangs in the shadows. "Spandam?" queried the Justice God of War, Topman Vacheli, seated regally at the center. "How did he come to find you?" "Merely a power-obsessed insect." "How he found me is of little consequence," Izanbaran V. Nejiro retorted coldly. "What matters is, what shall we do now?" According to the latest reports from Sara, it is confirmed that not only the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters but also numerous vice admirals have chosen to side with Xia Yu. Many bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line are undergoing personnel changes. Xia Yu is clearly intent on seizing complete control over the Navy from top to bottom. His audacity to initiate a mutiny for absolute command signifies that he will inevitably wield the Navy as a weapon against the world government. Therefore, my counsel is to seize this opportunity while he is still vulnerable. Let Sora lead all forces, excluding the Navy, to encircle Marineford. I am certain that as we advance, there will be defectors within the Navy headquarters. After all, should they ally with Xia Yu against the world government, they shall bear the ignominious label of traitors for all time. "Patience, Izanbaran," cautioned Topman Vacheli, raising a hand with a serious demeanor. "This matter is of great magnitude. It requires careful deliberation. First, we must ascertain Xia Yu's true intentions. If his sole desire is to become the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, we might consider granting him that wish, allowing him to replace Sengoku officially. Of course, this would merely be a delaying tactic. Once he assumes the position of Fleet Admiral and remains compliant with the directives from the Holy Land, we can gradually sow discord within the Navy ranks. And when the opportune moment arises, we shall apprehend and execute him. Currently, he has just taken command of the Navy and is riding a wave of momentum. Even if Sora were to personally lead the charge, achieving victory would likely come at the cost of significant losses on our side. Moreover, should we engage in conflict with the Navy led by Xia Yu, it would plunge the Grand Line into unprecedented chaos. Should the pirates, the 4 emperors of the New World, or the Revolutionary Army seize this moment to strike, we could find ourselves in a precarious position, potentially leading to defection among some already wavering allied nations. I do not share your opinion. Izanbul V. Inajiru took a step forward and spoke in a deep voice. What you describe as the navy led by Kong and Xia Yu falling into chaos. Undeniably, the naval headquarters is currently upheld by 3 admirals, numerous vice admirals, and nearly 100,000 naval soldiers. It is nearly impossible for Kong to suppress them in such a short time. After a slight pause, Izanbul abruptly lifted his head. But what if the Knights of God intervene? Given the significant upheaval at the naval headquarters, Fegalandu Jalingu has no reason to remain uninvolved. As long as Fegalandu Jalingu leads the Knights of God to the naval headquarters to restrain the 3 admirals, the other naval commanders will pose no threat. As for the unruly Xia Yu, he is merely a vice admiral. Furthermore, we have the CP department, particularly CP9 led by Rob Lucci, who is arguably the most formidable and ruthless killing machine in CP9's history. They have been lurking in Water 7 for the past year and can serve as a surprise force to infiltrate the naval headquarters. Time is of the essence. If we strike decisively to eliminate Xia Yu, not only will this coup d'état come to an end, but by the time the Revolutionary Army and the so-called 4 emperors of the New World react, we will have already regained control of the situation. And they will not dare to stir up trouble at such a crucial moment. Upon hearing this, Topman fell silent, while the other 3 elders of the 5 elders turned their gazes towards Topman, clearly in agreement with Izanbul's strategy. Just then, a somewhat sharp voice unexpectedly cut through the air. Shortly thereafter, the door to the Chamber of Authority swung open, revealing a tall figure that came into the view of the 5 elders. The newcomer was draped in a cloak that trailed to the ground, entirely shrouded within it, exposing only a pair of dark red ripple-patterned eyes, emanating an almost suffocating aura of terror, causing the 5 elders, who wield the highest power in the world, to hastily rise and kneel in unison. Lord Im. This Xia Yu is not as simple as you imagine. Im, fully enveloped in the cloak, slowly walked past the 5 elders to stand before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Turning his back to the 5 while controlling his voice, he remarked. A battle erupted at the naval headquarters. To be precise, it was a clash of conquerors' hockey. Within the collision of these 2 conquerors' hockey, I sensed a familiar aura, akin to that possessed by Joy Boy in his time. As these words fell, the 5 elders turned in astonishment to gaze at him. It seems your understanding of this Xia Yu is rather limited. Im gradually turned his head back, a glint of coldness flashing in his dark red ripple-patterned eyes. Have you perhaps sat in your positions for too long, rendering your vision clouded? The sudden remark sent a chill down the spines of the 5 elders, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Im swiftly shifted the topic. You need not involve yourselves any further. I shall dispatch the Knights of God to investigate. As long as this Xia Yu, who instigated the coup, is not of the D family or has any relation to Joy Boy, this so-called coup is merely a matter of replacing one person with another as the commander of the naval headquarters. Due to sudden personnel changes within the naval bases of the 4 Seas and the Grand Line, spies from various factions lurking in these establishments swiftly transmitted intelligence. Even the Navy headquarters received a report via encrypted communication, which was relayed to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baldigo Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Amidst the frigid landscape, a cadre rushed towards a nearby tent, clutching the recently acquired classified information. Leader! Leader! Upon bursting into the tent, the revolutionary cadre gasped for breath and declared, "We have received urgent intelligence from the Navy headquarters. Rear Admiral Xia Yu instigated a mutiny last night and has seized control of the Navy headquarters this morning. Now, numerous branch bases of the Navy across the 4 Seas and the Grand Line are undergoing an unprecedented internal purge, with all commanding officers replaced by Xia Yu's loyal confidants." As the words left the cadre's mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the tent. Seated at the head of a conference table within was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who had been deemed the most notorious criminal by the world government due to his singular objective of overthrowing it, as declared at the World Conference 2 years prior. After a brief moment of silence, Dragon, draped in a green cloak and bearing a menacing scar across his face, expressed disbelief. Rear Admiral Xia Yu? The youngest admiral who has risen abruptly in the past 3 years? How could this be? How could an admiral dare to instigate a mutiny and succeed? When did the Navy become so vulnerable? The reporting cadre responded, "This intelligence comes directly from that esteemed individual. It cannot be erroneous." Understood. Upon hearing that the information originated from the esteemed individual, Dragon rose decisively and commanded, relay orders to the 5 armies. Closely monitor every move of the world government. The moment they engage in battle with the navy under Xia Yu's command, the 5 armies shall strike simultaneously, seizing this opportunity to liberate as many nations as possible. Chapter 035, Kaido, it would be best if this utterly tedious world were to be destroyed. In the headquarters of the Navy's G5 branch, a tall middle-aged man with short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns sat in the office of the base commander. His name was Virgo, codenamed Ghost Bamboo. He held the rank of Vice Admiral and was also the commander of the G5 branch. However, this was merely his public facade. In truth, he was a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, the first Corazon, who had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent and steadily ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, ultimately becoming the commander of the G5 branch. At this moment, he cast aside his usual amiable demeanor and stared gravely at the incessantly ringing den mushi on his desk. After the phone rang 3 times, he finally picked it up and spoke in a deep voice. "Who is this?" "Virgo, it's me." A cold female voice emanated from the den mushi. It was Vice Admiral Dor. "Oh, it's Vice Admiral Dor." Virgo quickly reverted to his congenial expression and politely inquired, "What brings you to contact me? Have you received the documents signed by Lord Sengoku? What do you think about Vice Admiral Xia Yu's temporary appointment as Chief Marshal of the headquarters?" In the office of the G14 branch, a tall woman in her 30s stood against her desk, her dark short hair with bangs framing a pair of large eyes filled with trepidation for the future. "I just received news that many branch bases across the seas have undergone extensive personnel reshuffles, and several newly appointed branch colonels are close confidants of Xia Yu. If all goes as expected, a new Vice Admiral will soon be parachuted in here. After all, I do not share a deep connection with him." Vice Admiral Dor. "You speak in riddles," Virgo replied in a calm and measured tone. "From what you have said, can I deduce that you believe Xia Yu has instigated a coup to seize control of the headquarters and is now purging dissenters? Isn't it obvious?" Dor raised her voice slightly, her emotions flaring. The speed at which Xia Yu has taken control of the headquarters and executed widespread personnel changes across all bases in the Grand Line indicates that more than half of the officers in the headquarters, including the 3 great admirals, have sided with him. It may be even more severe than I had imagined. In such circumstances, regardless of which side we choose, we may face retribution. Why choose at all?" Virgo shook his head. "What is occurring now can only be termed an internal struggle for power. As long as the Holy Land remains neutral, we need not rush to make a choice. We should focus on our current responsibilities." After a brief pause, Virgo continued. "Vice Admiral Dor, our conversation ends here. Goodbye." With that, he decisively terminated the call and retrieved a small encrypted den mushi, no larger than a baby's fist, from a concealed compartment in his drawer and dialed a number with determination. "Virgo." As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice echoed from the den mushi. "Contacting me at this moment is not a wise decision." Virgo spoke with a serious demeanor. "Doflamingo, do you remember what I previously mentioned? I may be purged by the Navy, however, this is merely my conjecture. I wish to remain and observe the situation unfold." "What do you mean? What did you tell me?" A frantic voice emanated from the transponder snail. "Virgo, has your forgetfulness struck again?" "Let me clarify," Virgo stated without the slightest hesitation, succinctly recounting the events that transpired at the Navy headquarters. As he concluded his narrative, an eerie silence enveloped the office, the transponder snail seeming to fall silent as well. After several seconds of quietude, a distinct, hearty laughter erupted from the device. He. I am acquainted with this Admiral Xia Yu. The last time I attended the 7 warlords meeting at the Navy headquarters, I had the chance to meet him. At that time, he exhibited no remarkable qualities. Who would have thought that merely 2 years later, he would instigate such a monumental upheaval at the Navy headquarters? A coup to seize the position of Fleet Admiral? He. I truly underestimated this admiral. Next, the elderly figures in Mariewa must surely be in a state of disarray. He, in the New World. At the highest point of the kingdom of Dressrosa, beneath a sunshade at the edge of an open courtyard, stood a flamboyant man donning sunglasses, a pink feathered coat, and cropped trousers. He casually lifted a drink from the side and laughed heartily at the transponder snail before him. Doflamingo, head of the Don Quixote family, king of Dressrosa.
Member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a user of the paramecia-type string fruit.
After a fit of laughter,
Doflamingo seized the transponder snail and spoke in a grave tone, Virgo, with your strength, escaping is not an issue.
Thus, what you must do now is to watch and wait. If they truly intend to replace you, this might be your opportunity to present your sense of justice to the Holy Land, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. Should the Navy headquarters not plan to eliminate you,
it signifies their continued trust in you.
Remain undercover. I need to ascertain whether the Xia Yu merely desires the position of Fleet Admiral or harbors greater ambitions. With that, Doflamingo concluded the conversation without further ado and swiftly dialed another transponder snail. Warararo. As soon as the transponder snail connected, a robust laughter erupted from the device. Joker! Long time no see.
Simultaneously, on an unknown island in the New World, a chilling laughter resonated from a vast pit.
Shortly thereafter, an imposing figure emerged from the depths, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. What did you say? Joker! A mutiny at the Navy headquarters? Warararo, this young Admiral Xia Yu is performing admirably. Before his words faded,
the towering figure, exceeding 7 meters in height, leaped from the pit, his formidable presence radiating unchecked strength, causing ripples in the surrounding air.
Kaido,
the governor of the beast pirates, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, is the formidable wielder of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan.
In the form of a blue dragon.
He is a terrifying entity, renowned as the strongest creature among all living beings across land, sea, and air. His bounty amounts to a staggering 4,611,000,000 berries.
How splendid it would be for this utterly tedious world to be obliterated. Hurry, Joker, and commence preparations for the ultimate war.
As the Revolutionary Army, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the Emperor Kaido swiftly received news of a mutiny occurring at the Navy headquarters. Other factions across the Grand Line were also informed in quick succession.
Soon,
the major news outlets throughout the Grand Line became aware of this world-shattering revelation and rushed to disseminate it across the globe.
The most bustling place was undoubtedly the Sabaody archipelago.
Serving as the gateway to the Holy Land atop the Red Line and a crucial passage into the latter half of the New World, the Sabaody archipelago,
adjacent to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, attracted talents from all walks of life.
Human trafficking syndicates, pirate crews, adventurers, world nobles, and reporters from various news agencies gathered here.
Not to mention the elite powerhouses who once ruled the seas. In Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, within a bar adorned with the sign Shaki's rip-off bar, a tall woman with short hair, whose true age is indiscernible, stands at the counter. One hand holding a lady's cigarette and the other clutching a recently acquired piece of intelligence. After perusing the contents of the information, she immediately raises her gaze toward the solitary guest seated in the corner of the bar and leisurely inquires, "Do you not wish to know the details of this intelligence, Rayleigh?" Chapter 036, The Infiltration of the Knights of God into the Headquarters.
Amidst the tumultuous tides of global affairs, the naval headquarters appeared untouched, exuding an air of serene tranquility. Over the years, officers and soldiers, whose fates had been altered by the emergence of Xia Yu, conducted themselves with steadfast diligence, each fulfilling their respective roles within this colossal war machinery, ensuring its seamless operation. Although those who had not participated in the coup had their perspectives shifted by Xia Yu's impassioned speeches, a profound anxiety lingered within them. Fearing exclusion due to their lack of achievements and the potential repercussions for not pledging their allegiance to Xia Yu from the outset. However, upon receiving their salaries for the upcoming year, their trepidations dissipated, and they returned to their posts invigorated. Many secretly vowing to demonstrate their loyalty to Marshal Xia Yu in the impending upheaval. At one of the fortifications within the naval headquarters, several soldiers stood vigil at the artillery platform, their eyes fixed warily upon the vast expanse of the sea beyond the formidable walls. Beside them, 2 officers draped in colonel's coats leisurely indulged in cigarettes. Once subordinates of Vice Admiral Dauberman. Their status as potential threats was evident after Dauberman was eliminated at the onset of the coup, when the insurgent officers and soldiers besieged their dormitory. Rather than launching an immediate assault, they imposed strict orders preventing anyone from leaving the building.
Many were initially oblivious to the unfolding events and rushed out in a futile attempt to assert their authority, only to be met with a hail of gunfire that claimed their lives. It was in that moment they comprehended the gravity of the coup. Faced with the sudden encirclement, no one dared to venture out from the dormitory again. Even the most formidable brigadier generals, attempting to carve a path through the chaos, ultimately fell to the officers stationed outside. In their hearts, despair took root, with fears of retribution looming after the coup's conclusion. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Xia Yu, having seized power as the new marshal, not only spared their lives but also ensured they received the same wages as those who had participated in the uprising, entrusting them with the defense of the fortification. Colonel Oak, how do you intend to spend your salary? Once this situation settles, shall we embark on a journey together? One colonel produced a pack of cigarettes he typically refrained from purchasing, offering one to Colonel Oak while shaking his head with a smile. To be frank, I find myself envious of those colleagues who pledged their allegiance to Marshal Xia Yu from the beginning. Do you know Stork? During the coup, he secretly led a warship to the East Sea. I saw him emerge from the dormitory clad in a colonel's coat. If all goes as expected, he must have been appointed the base commander at some branch. It's worth noting that he served under my command when he first joined the naval headquarters. Numerous other officers who participated in the coup also ascended 2 ranks due to the events that transpired previously. A major who served under my command has now ascended to the rank of brigadier general, my superior. Do not envy Colonel Snake, for Colonel Oak, after inhaling the aroma of his cigarette, shook his head with a smile and remarked, not only has Lord Xia Yu refrained from settling scores with us, but he has also ensured that we receive a year's salary. What more could you desire? Pausing briefly, Oak ignited his cigarette and, after taking a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, continuing, as for travel, I have already sent all my earnings back home. You are aware of my family's circumstances. My parents are in poor health, and I have 3 younger siblings. If I were to spend this money on a trip, they would surely go hungry. Suddenly, Snake recalled something, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Earlier, in the cafeteria, I believe I heard Lord Xia Yu mention something about a school for the children of officers. The gist of it was that after this incident concludes, he intends to establish such schools near the main headquarters and various branch bases. Children of officers from the headquarters or branches would be allowed to attend for free, with all expenses covered by the headquarters and branches. Upon completing their studies, these officers' children could choose to join the Navy for military training or return to their hometowns to contribute to its development. Really? Oak's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Lord Xia Yu, before he could finish, Oak abruptly halted, swiftly grabbing the binoculars hanging from his neck to peer out at the sea. On the horizon, several colossal warships were advancing towards Marineford at an astonishing speed, the leading vessel proudly displaying the word Judiciary on its flag. The ships from Judiciary Island? Upon spotting the word Judiciary through the binoculars, a flicker of confusion crossed Oak's eyes. Could it be that the Holy Land was unable to contact the headquarters, sending the Judiciary personnel to assess the situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Snake stepped forward, his voice resolute. I refuse to return to those wretched days. The only commander I recognize is Lord Xia Yu. Before he finished speaking, he turned to the soldiers stationed by the artillery, commanding with determination, all personnel, prepare for battle. Sneak, don't be rash. Oak interjected in a timely manner, we must report this first, if they are representatives sent by the Holy Land for negotiations. You could jeopardize Lord Xia Yu's grand design. Just then, once again, Oak's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the rooftop of the headquarters building. Before he could process what was happening, an overwhelming aura erupted from the top of the headquarters. The previously clear sky darkened abruptly, and flames began to rise from the building's summit. That is, after a brief moment of shock, Oak suddenly shouted, "Damn it! The headquarters is under invasion! Quickly! Sound the alarm!" Simultaneously, atop the naval headquarters, a massive pentagram teleportation array materialized out of thin air, accompanied by surges of flames, causing the surrounding void to shimmer with eerie fluctuations. Moments later, a figure stepped forth from the pentagram's center. As a figure emerged from the teleportation array, the previously tranquil and serene naval headquarters was suddenly engulfed in the blaring of alarm bells, the cacophonous sound startling officers and soldiers alike. From the direction of the mess hall, Xia Yu, who had just exited after his meal, was not taken aback by the sudden clamor. Instead, he merely raised his gaze towards the rooftop of the headquarters and, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "The teleportation array? The Knights of the Divine?" Chapter 037, Miss Military. What I desire you cannot provide. Within the confines of the Marine Headquarters, an unexpected and resounding alarm sent the three esteemed elders of the Navy headquarters bolting from their seats before they could even sip their tea. They hastily made their way to the courtyard. Raising his gaze to the rooftop of the headquarters, Karp's pupils involuntarily constricted upon spotting several oddly attired figures. The Knights of God. Sengoku's face was a mask of confusion and frustration as he exclaimed, "How can the teleportation array of the Knights of God appear atop the headquarters? Is there a mole summoning them, or had they marked the building even before its completion?" Zifa, exhibiting a relatively calm demeanor, silently observed the figures on the rooftop before speaking in a measured tone. "Karp, do you recognize these individuals? Several of them are members of the Knights of God who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago. Karp replied, nodding. "To be precise. Aside from one young woman, the other 5 were present during the incident at God Valley." On the rooftop of the Marine Headquarters, the first to emerge from the teleportation array was a remarkably youthful woman, boasting dual-colored eyes and long legs. She wore a newsboy cap adorned with goggles, draped in a cloak, and dressed in a double-breasted jacket with unusually long sleeves. Her lower half was clad in shorts reminiscent of a bikini, leaving her long legs exposed, accentuated by cylindrical boots that exuded both elegance and a hint of audacity. Junzi, a member of the Knights of God and a user of the arrowfruit, emerged from the teleportation array, her mouth wrapped in bandages. As she stepped forth, the array behind her erupted in flames, an invisible pressure sending ripples through the air as if the very fabric of reality were being distorted, creating an eerie spectacle. Following closely behind Junzi, a masked man adorned with the number 46 appeared, wielding a rapier, his features obscured by the mask. Next came an elegantly attired woman in a crop top, exuding a bewitching aura, alongside a demure-looking woman with short hair. As the three emerged from the array, the fiery cloud enveloping it dissipated, leaving 2 oddly dressed men standing vigilant, scanning their surroundings. One of these men, bearing a long scythe and a skull mask, exuded an overwhelming aura of death, as though the Grim Reaper himself had descended. Beside him stood a hooded figure, resembling an ordinary boy next door, brandishing a long spear. As the 6 individuals, led by Junzi, materialized atop the headquarters, they were promptly encircled by soldiers drawn by the alarm. Almost instantaneously, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, revealing Admiral Borisolino of the Marine Headquarters before them. Before Junzi and her companions could react, Sakazuki and Kuzan emerged from the rooftop entrance, standing shoulder to shoulder. The 3 Admirals of the Marine Headquarters. As the 3 individuals appeared in succession, Junzi displayed no hesitation and spoke first. "It seems you have not been affected by the recent mutiny. Can I then deduce that you all participated in this unprecedented naval insurrection last night?" Upon hearing this, the first to arrive at the rooftop, Borisolino, surveyed the unexpected guests with a languid demeanor and remarked, "The Knights of God? Quite terrifying indeed, to arrive directly at the naval headquarters via the teleportation array." "Borisolino, do not misunderstand," interjected the long-haired woman beside him, stepping forward before Junzi could respond. "We have come not to hold you accountable, but rather to negotiate on behalf of the Holy Land with Admiral Xia Yu." At her words, Borisolino and Sakazuki exchanged knowing glances. While they had anticipated this outcome, they were still taken aback that the negotiators were indeed members of the Knights of God. As high-ranking officers of the headquarters, they were well aware of the Knights' fundamental duty to protect the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land and maintain their order. Even if the Knights occasionally departed from the Holy Land for special missions, these were directly related to significant matters concerning the celestial dragons. The occurrence of a mutiny at the naval headquarters would typically prompt the Knights to mobilize only when the 5 elders of the authority found themselves in a particularly difficult situation. Yet, at this moment, the 5 elders had made no statement, and the Knights had directly arrived at the naval headquarters through the teleportation array, bringing with them 6 individuals. This left them uncertain about the situation in the Holy Land and their stance towards it. "Bring Xia Yu to us." At this moment, Junzi stepped forward to stand beside the long-haired woman, her expression icy as she declared, if he wishes to maintain his position as the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, he had best not keep us waiting too long. What audacity! Just as Junzi finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly echoed. Following this, two figures emerged from the rooftop exit, Xia Yu and Gion. Xia Yu strode forward without pause, approaching the three admirals. Then fixed his gaze on Junzi and stated solemnly, Miss Junzi, you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me, for what I desire, you cannot provide. You know me? Junzi was taken aback by Xia Yu addressing her by name, her pupils involuntarily constricted as she stared intently at him. It is worth noting that the Knights of God rarely appeared before the public, and even many in the Holy Land were unaware of the number of their members. The Knights included not only the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land but also many powerful individuals recruited from the seas, who often adopted pseudonyms upon joining the order. Most importantly, her time as a member of the Knights had been brief. Aside from some within the order, even the five elders were unaware of her current status. In contrast, Xia Yu, who had instigated the mutiny and seized control of the navy, had only been with the organization for a mere 6 years and appeared remarkably youthful. In such circumstances, it is nearly impossible for Xia Yu to know her name. Xia Yu did not respond to Junzi, his piercing gaze sweeping over the other 5 members of the Divine Knights. With an air of indifference, he remarked, if I am not mistaken, you 5 are all members of the Divine Knights who participated in the hunting game in the Valley of the Gods 32 years ago. It seems that you have not fared particularly well. Despite having been members of the Divine Knights for over 3 decades, you still find yourselves as mere subordinates. Given your prolonged stagnation within the ranks of the Divine Knights, perhaps it would be prudent to seek allegiance with the Navy instead. I can offer you a promising future. Chapter 038, The Overwhelming Might of Conqueror's Haki, Repelling the Knights of God. Xia Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet each word detonated in the ears of the 5 members of the Knights of God behind Junzi like thunderclaps. The incident at God Valley, which transpired 32 years ago, had long been erased from history. Not only had the event vanished, but the very island of God Valley had also disappeared from maps. Consequently, the number of those aware of this matter was exceedingly few, even within the Navy headquarters. Among those who participated in that fateful hunting game, only Carp, who had been involved in the God Valley incident, was privy to the knowledge, while even the Fleet Admiral Sengoku remained in ignorance. Most importantly, they were certain that this was their first encounter with Xia Yu. Even if Carp had informed him about the incident, it was utterly inconceivable that Xia Yu could recognize them upon their first meeting. The 5 members of the Knights of God displayed expressions of disbelief, while the 3 admirals standing behind Xia Yu also lifted their gazes toward him. Despite their status as high-ranking officers, they had only been teenagers during the God Valley incident. The youngest among them, Kuzan, had merely been 11 years old. Thus, they were unfamiliar with the details of the event. Even as they grew and ultimately ascended to the rank of admiral, their understanding was limited to obscured information gleaned from classified files related to the maritime overlord, Rox. Yet, none of this bore any significance. What truly mattered was that, while the 3 admirals were oblivious to the God Valley incident, Xia Yu, who had only been a rear admiral at that time, not only possessed profound knowledge of the event but also audaciously named the 5 individuals present as participants in the God Valley hunting game. This left them with an inexplicable sensation of youthfulness in Xia Yu's presence. You actually know about the God Valley incident? After a brief moment of astonishment, the long-haired woman beside Junzi suddenly stepped forward. The skeletal man instinctively grasped his scythe, while the hooded figure promptly retreated, brandishing his spear in a combat-ready stance. In response to their instinctive actions, Xia Yu calmly advanced a step, stating with serene authority, I have said, you wretched beings are unworthy of negotiating with me. Return to the Holy Land at once and summon the 5 elders to meet with me directly. After a slight pause, Xia Yu abruptly shifted his tone, declaring with striking intensity, no, the 5 elders are not the ones who summoned you, rather, you arrived here through a transmission array. Am I to infer that it was not the 5 elders who sent you, but Imu? Upon hearing the name Imu escape Xia Yu's lips, the countenances of the 6 members of the Knights of God, including Junzi, shifted dramatically. Damn, you know of Lord Imu's existence. You know far too much. As the words resonated, a glint of murderous intent flashed in their eyes, and Junzi, the leader, silently activated his devil fruit powers. conjuring a massive arrow wrapped in bandages that hurtled toward Xia Yu with astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events caught both the three admirals standing behind Xia Yu and Gion, who maintained a mere step's distance from him, completely off guard. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the name M, never expecting that merely uttering it would provoke such urgency and reckless aggression from their adversary. Although Cheyenne had become aware of M's existence, she too was astonished by the level of taboo surrounding that name, realizing that simply calling it forth could ignite a war. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Xia Yu had previously advised her against hastily investigating the truths surrounding the flower in M. Did the flickering firefly truly aspire to rival the brilliance of the full moon? Before the three great generals and Cheyenne could react, Xia Yu's voice suddenly resonated with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yu grasped the hilt of Cheyenne's long blade at her waist. As he seized the hilt and drew the blade, the visible aura of dark red, akin to a tyrant's might, erupted forth. However, this formidable presence did not emanate from Xia Yu himself, but rather bizarrely surged forth from the scabbard of the blade. Even before the blade was fully unsheathed, the terrifying aura enveloped the rooftop. Boom! The colossal arrows that had just appeared before Xia Yu disintegrated into ashes under the overwhelming force of the tyrant's might. Witnessing the arrows he had unleashed turn to dust, Junzi's pupils constricted, his expression one of sheer horror as he exclaimed, "The tyrant's might! No, this is impossible!" The long-haired woman standing beside Junzi also widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is even more formidable than Rock's tyrant's might from years past. Who on earth are you? Cursed be it, I can barely withstand this." The two other members of the Divine Knights felt their bodies and souls nearly fracture under the weight of the tyrant's might. Paralyzed and engulfed in an unprecedented fear. Under the astonished gaze of the Divine Knights, Xia Yu, with no hesitation, decisively drew Cheyenne's blade from its scabbard. As the blade was unsheathed, an even more domineering aura surged forth, coiling around Xia Yu and sweeping towards the members of the Divine Knights like a tidal wave. Accompanied by a low-frequency vibration in the air, neither Junzi nor the other 5 members could maintain their composure any longer, uncontrollably retreating. Retreat! Tell him that from this moment forth, you must fear not only Nika but also me, Xia Yu. With these words, Xia Yu swung the blade, now imbued with the elevated tyrant's might, in a sweeping arc. In an instant, the rooftop was engulfed by a fierce gale, and distant thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Visible shockwaves reverberating through the air as the dark red aura of the tyrant's might enveloped Junzi and the other 5 members of the Divine Knights. With agonized cries echoing, the 6 members, who had just arrived through the teleportation array, were swept away by the tyrant's might, soaring upwards like 6 cannonballs towards the sacred ground atop the Red Earth continent. At this moment, the 3 great generals standing behind Xia Yu widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of shock. Although they were unaware of the true strength of the Divine Knights who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop, the terrifying aura of the Conqueror's Haki that Xia Yu had just unleashed far exceeded their imagination. It is worth noting that among the known masters of Conqueror's Haki, even Gion Roger, the Pirate King, who was executed 16 years ago in Log Town, could not send someone flying to such heights and distances merely with his Haki. In this moment, both Akainu and Kizaru, as well as Akiji, were thoroughly awed by Xia Yu's formidable power, finally comprehending the foundation of his audacious coup. It was not solely the officers and soldiers who had chosen to pledge their loyalty to Xia Yu due to his assistance over the years, rather, it was Xia Yu himself who possessed the inherent qualities of a king. After sending 6 members of the Divine Knights flying with a single strike, Xia Yu sheathed his long sword back into the scabbard at Giyuan's side, then turned to gaze down from his elevated position at the several approaching warships outside the high walls of Marineford, and calmly commanded, "Kizaru, sink those ships. They are an eyesore." Upon receiving the order, Kizaru retracted his astonished expression and decisively unleashed his unique Pika Pika no Mi powers, soaring into the sky. Chapter 039, The Foolish Spandam. In the sacred land of Mariewa, within the headquarters of the world government, the office of the CP9 director, a middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, his gaze fixed upon the phone snail before him, his expression unusually grave. Spandam, a man of limited personal strength, had cunningly ascended to the position of CP9 director through his exceptional political machinations and ruthless elimination of rivals. However, his ambition did not culminate in merely becoming the director of CP9, he aspired to be a member of the inner circle of power. To realize his ultimate objective, He needed to navigate the intricate web of relationships within the world government, particularly with the Marine Headquarters, a formidable war machine he had long coveted. Consequently, he frequently collaborated with the Marine Headquarters, notably embarking 14 years ago on an expedition to the archaeological island of Ohara alongside Vice Admirals Xia Yu and Akiji, where he secured the golden phone snail from the then Admiral Sengoku and subsequently instigated the buster call that erased Ohara from the map. At that time, he believed this would be a stepping stone to greater heights, but upon returning to Mariewa, he found himself entrenched in the position of CP9 director for years, leading him to contemplate the eradication of CP9 itself. As a covert organization, CP9 posed a threat to his aspirations. If it persisted, he would remain ensnared in his current role indefinitely. However, before he could devise a comprehensive strategy, the informants he had painstakingly placed within the Marine Headquarters and the officers he had courted began severing their ties with him one by one. Initially, he dismissed this development, but as more officers distanced themselves, he was compelled to take it seriously and secretly initiated an investigation into a certain Vice Admiral named Xia Yu. When the investigative report landed on his desk, even this calculating and unscrupulous man was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. The report revealed that over half of the officers at Marine Headquarters shared significant ties with Xia Yu. Particularly alarming were those officers with whom he had previously collaborated. They had begun to cut ties with him only after their interactions with Xia Yu, with some even threatening to expose his misdeeds if he persisted in his obstinacy. The carefully constructed web of relationships unraveled before his eyes, and he could scarcely contain his fury. He promptly arranged a clandestine meeting with the financial elder, Izanbaran V. Inajuro, one of the 5 elders. After reviewing the investigation report, Izanbaran V. Inajuro immediately ordered the judicial island to intervene and gather evidence, ultimately succeeding in apprehending Xia Yu. Yet, to his astonishment, just as Xia Yu was about to be transferred to Judicial Island for execution, he audaciously instigated a mutiny from within the Marine Headquarters prison. In a mere night, he successfully seized the position of Fleet Admiral. This turn of events was unexpected not only for Spandam but also for the 5 elders of the inner circle of power. The true danger lay not in Xia Yu's rebellion, but in the swift and decisive consolidation of power he achieved overnight, claiming absolute authority over the Marine Headquarters. This signifies that not only have the 3 great generals defected, but many elders from the naval headquarters have also rallied behind Xia Yu. Father! Suddenly, the office door was forcefully flung open, and a man with half of his face covered by a mask rushed to the desk, urgency etched on his features. This is a grave matter. That damned Vice Admiral Xia Yu has actually staged a coup to seize the position of commander of the naval headquarters. If he discovers that the investigation and trial against him were orchestrated by our father-son duo, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Spandam, the foolish son of Spandane, although he is not yet the highest official of CP9, has been the face of the organization, acting in Spandane's stead. Spandane furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a low voice, Spandam, how many times must I remind you to remain calm in the face of adversity? There is nothing that cannot be resolved. If you panic at the slightest disturbance, how will you ever lead CP9? Father, do you not see? Spandam slammed his hands heavily on the desk, roaring, the Holy Land has yet to take any action, clearly because Xia Yu has seized control of the navy, making them wary. What we face is not merely an individual's betrayal but the potential for the entire navy to detach from the world government. Upon hearing this, Spandane fell silent. He understood that this situation was extraordinary. It was no longer just a simple act of treachery, but a perilous circumstance that could lead to the navy completely severing ties with the world government, thus becoming its greatest threat. In such a scenario, the only course of action for the Holy Land is to make concessions, to reach some form of agreement with Xia Yu, acknowledging his legitimate position as commander of the naval headquarters, thereby allowing this colossal war machine to continue serving the world government. To achieve this agreement, someone from the Holy Land must step forward to bear the consequences of this incident, as it appears that the catalyst for Xia Yu's rebellion was the sudden trial. If the Holy Land truly concedes, the burden of this event must fall upon him and his son. Just as Spandane was deep in contemplation, Spandam suddenly lifted his gaze toward the sky outside the office window, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, Father, what is that? Spandane instinctively turned to look. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted in shock. Outside the window, several figures were hurtling through the sky at an astonishing speed, tracing arcs like meteors before plummeting rapidly toward the Pango Square in the Holy Land. Boom! 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 Before the father and son could comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion erupted. Thick clouds of smoke billowed from the direction of Pango Square. The sudden turn of events triggered alarms throughout the Holy Land, amidst the piercing sirens. Countless figures surged from all directions, swiftly encircling Pango Square. That madman wouldn't dare to attack the Holy Land, would he? Watching the smoke rise from the square, Spandam swallowed hard and immediately turned to rush out. Spandam! To his astonishment, Spandam unexpectedly rushed out at this moment, prompting Spandane to awaken with a start. He gazed at the foolish giant who had dashed out and could not help but curse, "Damn it, you fool!" Nonetheless, despite his ire, Spandane immediately sprang to his feet and pursued him. When the father and son arrived at Pango Square, the thick smoke that had once risen high had already dissipated with the wind. The square, encircled by layers of onlookers, revealed 5 conspicuous humanoid craters. And though the crowd appeared tense and on guard, none dared to recklessly charge forward. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of violent coughs, a figure suddenly emerged from one of the craters, standing up in a disheveled manner. It was none other than Junzi, who had been sent flying back by Xia Yu's overpowering conqueror's haki. Chapter 040, The Leader of the Knights of God. The proper unveiling of Conqueror's haki. Step back, everyone. Retreat. As the atmosphere in the square became increasingly tense, the crowd on the right side abruptly parted, revealing an imposing elder draped in a cloak, sporting a half-moon hairstyle and wielding a western sword. He strode purposefully toward one of the large pits. "Your Excellency, the great saint of Glynn." Upon his arrival at the pit, the soldier who had emerged from it hastily knelt, disregarding the bandages that had slipped from his mouth. Upon hearing the soldier's address, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The great saint of Glynn? Is he the leader of the Knights of God? My goodness! After residing in the Holy Land for so long, I have finally laid eyes on this esteemed figure. Has the Knights of God been stirred into action? What on earth is happening? How could that woman in her undergarments have fallen from the sky? The great saint of Glynn is personally involved. Could it be that the Holy Land is under siege? The elder in question was none other than Faye Galandu Glynn, the leader of the Knights of God, a once mighty ruler who had roamed the Divine Canyon. How disgraceful, soldier! Glynn cast a condescending glance at the kneeling soldier before turning his head to address the encircling throng. All of you, return to your positions. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Knights of God. No one may approach without my explicit permission. As Glynn's words resonated, the previously boisterous crowd fell into silence and began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Your Excellency Glynn, I possess crucial intelligence. Amid the retreating crowd, Spandam, rushing from the world government's headquarters, defied the flow and hastened toward Glynn. Stop! Before Spandam could reach Glynn, a member of the Knights, positioned not far behind him, unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed menacingly at Spandam's throat. Faced with this intimidation, Spandam faltered, collapsing to his knees in fear, his voice trembling as he implored, Lord Glynn, I have vital information. Without sparing a glance at the prostrate Spandam, Glynn merely waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. At that moment, Spandane arrived, interposing himself before Spandam. Your Excellency Glynn, please, allow me to take him. He urged urgently, hastily lifting the dazed Spandam and fleeing. Despite being the highest-ranking officer of CP9, Spandane felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Glynn, the leader of the Knights of God, whose duty it was to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons and uphold their dominion, possessing the authority to judge and execute them. Before such a formidable figure, even with grand ambitions, Spandane could do naught but bow in submission until his aspirations were realized. As Spandane and his son exited the square, Glynn cut to the heart of the matter. What is happening? How could you? At this juncture, Glynn raised his gaze toward the heavens, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Junzi, kneeling with humility, spoke candidly, in response to your inquiry, my lord, we were repelled by the shock of the Conqueror's haki. Green's pupils constricted as he glanced at the 5 members of the Divine Knights behind Junzi. Was it the mutinous Vice Admiral Xia Yu? Could it be that all 6 of you were incapable of resisting?
Junzi, his face flushed with shame, lowered his gaze.
We had no opportunity to intervene.
Before he could finish, a sudden realization struck him. He swiftly raised his head and whispered to Green, Lord Green, Xia Yu. He knows of Lord Im's existence. The unexpected revelation left Green momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say?
Meanwhile,
at the pinnacle of the Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Vice Admiral Xia Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the warships gradually sinking beneath the waves. His eyes narrowed in contemplation.
Although these vessels bore the flag of justice, he was acutely aware that not all aboard were members of the Judicial Island Forces. A significant portion comprised CP-9 operatives.
Even as those warships made their approach towards Marineford, he had sensed their presence through the observation hockey. Even eavesdropping on the thoughts of some crew members. He discovered that their appearance at this juncture was orchestrated by the CP-9 chief, Spandam.
Spandam.
As Xia Yu's eyes narrowed further, a cruel smile flickered across his lips.
Spandam's audacity to dispatch personnel to coincide with the Divine Knight's arrival clearly indicated that he had gained intelligence on their movements.
This also implied that Spandam had extended his influence not only over the Marine Headquarters but had infiltrated many departments within the Holy Land. Setting aside any considerations of character, one must commend Spandam for achieving this feat despite his lackluster combat prowess. Nevertheless, given that Spandam dared to extend his reach towards him, conspiring with Judicial Island and a high-ranking official from the Holy Land to eliminate him, he must have prepared himself for inevitable demise.
My Lord Xia Yu, what shall we do about the teleportation array?
Gion, who had remained silent beside Xia Yu, did not question why he intended to deal with the warships.
Instead,
she focused intently on the now-vanished teleportation array across the rooftop, her expression grave. Leaving the teleportation array here poses a constant threat. Is there a way to eliminate it?
Before Xia Yu could respond, Borsalino stepped forward. I will remain here to guard it.
Unnecessary, Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively. I shall attempt it.
With that,
he turned to where Junzi and his companions had previously stood, surveying the area before a sudden idea struck him. He declared, Gion, go fetch 2 seals.
Ha!
Gion's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had misheard him, her thoughts in disarray. But this is the teleportation array of the Divine Knights, my lord.
Similarly,
the 3 admirals standing nearby were taken aback, exchanging surprised glances.
Sakazuki's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Despite his position as an admiral,
he remained perplexed by the principles of the teleportation array, yet he was certain that the seal could not contain it.
Borsalino, after tilting his head,
hesitated to speak and ultimately fell silent, his gaze fixed inward. Kuzan's reaction was relatively composed, he merely furrowed his brow habitually. The sudden stillness in the air led Xia Yu to believe he had not articulated himself clearly, prompting him to ask, What?
Do you need me to repeat that?
No. There's no need, Gion awkwardly smiled, regaining his composure. Once he confirmed that Xia Yu was not jesting, he promptly dashed out.
Soon,
Gion returned with 2 seals in hand. Xia Yu accepted the seals, pressing them against his palm, as the Conqueror's hockey was quietly unleashed, accompanied by a subtle low-frequency vibration in the surrounding air. The released hockey did not scatter chaotically as it had previously with the members of the Divine Knights led by Junzi. Instead, it was mysteriously absorbed into the seals held in Xia Yu's grasp.
Witnessing this astonishing scene, the 3 admirals and Gion widened their eyes in disbelief.
Borsalino was particularly expressive, his mouth agape and eyes bulging like saucers, unable to fathom the miraculous spectacle before him. Although Sakazuki and Kuzan were less dramatic, they too were momentarily stunned by Xia Yu's maneuver, both internally echoing a singular thought: can Conqueror's hockey truly be wielded in such a manner? Observing the reactions of the 3 admirals and Gion, Xia Yu felt an inexplicable urge to chuckle. Nevertheless, having undergone professional training, he restrained himself. After all, he was now the fleet admiral of the Navy and could no longer afford to indulge in frivolity as he once did. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 admirals and Gion, Xia Yu infused the seals with his Conqueror's hockey while reciting incantations with utmost seriousness. As he spoke more rapidly, the hockey surged into the seals, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a deep, continuous hum. The 3 admirals and Gion were inundated with questions: who utilizes Conqueror's hockey in such a fashion?
Though bewildered, they dared not inquire further or disrupt the solemn atmosphere. As the intensity of the hockey escalated, they instinctively began to retreat, yet Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice, "Great might of the celestial dragon, wisdom of the Buddhas. Earthly respect of Ksiddhagarbha, wisdom of the Bodhisattva, boom." The moment the word boom escaped his lips, Xia Yu forcefully struck the ground with the infused seal. A wave of energy rippled outward as the seal embedded itself into the earth, appearing as though it had melded seamlessly with the ground. Done. Glancing at the seal now embedded into the surface, Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. With this seal in place, they would be free to utilize this teleportation point again, allowing them to traverse back and forth as they pleased. Chapter 041, I wish to speak with him. In the dimly lit palace hall of Marineford, sat imperiously upon the void throne, her cold gaze fixated on the 5 elders standing beside the somewhat disheveled marine officer, who clenched the armrests of the throne with her hands concealed beneath her cloak, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. After divulging all the events that transpired at the Navy headquarters to him, the officer dared not stand upright, bowing instead. Her recent mission, accompanied by 5 members of the Divine Knights to negotiate with Summer, had not only failed but had resulted in her being forcefully repelled back. Fortunately, she had the company of Figurland Garling, for without him, she would not have dared to stand in this grand hall. Following a brief silence, abruptly rose, her piercing gaze sweeping across those present as she solemnly inquired, "How could he know of my existence? Who exactly is this Summer? I'm Sama, this individual must not be spared." The financial warlord Izanbalan V. Nashura cautiously lifted his head, his murderous intent palpable. "He has instigated a coup and seized control of the Navy. We may concede on certain matters, but this cannot be tolerated. Knowing of your existence, Summer must perish." At these words, Figurland Garling, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was the leader of the Divine Knights, commanding formidable members and possessing strength rivaling that of the 5 elders present, he did not endorse Izanbalan's proposal. Summer's audacity to orchestrate a coup and consolidate power at the Navy headquarters with minimal cost implied that he possessed formidable trump cards against the world government, a notion that had already been partially validated. The mere use of Conqueror's hockey to send the officer and her 5 comrades hurtling back from the Navy headquarters to Marineford indicated that Summer's prowess transcended the ranks of Vice Admirals and the so-called Emperors of the Sea. For even the likes of Rox, who once assaulted God Valley, or Roger, who later ascended as the new Pirate King, despite their unparalleled Conqueror's hockey, could not wield it to such an extent. Should the world government recklessly engage in conflict with Summer, who possesses such terrifying strength and has monopolized the Navy's authority, even if they were to emerge victorious, the repercussions would leave them gravely weakened, allowing the Revolutionary Army and the lawless pirates of the Grand Line to exploit the situation and exacerbate the crisis. Contemplating this, Garling raised his gaze to the figure before the void throne and gently bowed, saying, "I'm Sama. The fact that Summer mentioned your name in the presence of 3 admirals and a prospective admiral indicates that the knowledge of your existence extends beyond just them. It is likely that Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa are also aware. To maintain this secret, we must engage in war against Summer and the navy he commands, ensuring that we eliminate them entirely in one decisive strike. Clearly, the current situation does not permit us to act in such a manner. According to the latest intelligence at my disposal, the news regarding Xia Yu's coup to seize control of the Navy headquarters has already been disseminated by the major news agencies across the Grand Line. Before these agencies became aware of the situation, I am convinced that the Revolutionary Army or other nefarious factions had already acquired this information. Before Joringo could finish his statement, the denizens of his phone bug erupted in sudden chimes. The moment the phone buzzed, Joringo's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily attempted to silence it. However, he was a moment too late. After 2 resonant rings, a deep voice emerged from the phone bug. "Father, it is Shamorok. I have just received the latest intelligence. The Revolutionary Army's Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern divisions, along with the forces of the Grand Line, are mobilizing almost simultaneously. Additionally, our infiltrator in Wano has relayed that Kaido of the Beast Pirates, through Don Quixote da Flamingo, has learned of the coup at the Navy headquarters and is preparing to instigate a cataclysmic war." Joringo acknowledged this information. Given Im's presence, he dared not elaborate further, brusquely terminating the call before raising his gaze to the figure seated before the throne. As the phone bug fell silent, an oppressive stillness enveloped the great hall. Though the five elders maintained their composure, a profound sense of dread coursed through them. Particularly for Izanbalan v. Najiru. The situation had escalated in part due to his decision to heed Spandam's counsel and investigate Xia Yu. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Xia Yu while he was still vulnerable, aiming to avoid internal upheaval within the Navy. Thus, he had commanded Judicial Island to intervene, intending for it to bear the brunt of the Navy officer's ire. Beyond this, he felt little concern, as he believed that a seemingly feeble Xia Yu posed no immediate threat. However, the reality was starkly different. This seemingly underdeveloped Vice Admiral had boldly initiated a coup, provoking various factions to intervene. While this chain of events appeared almost inevitable, it was indeed a premeditated scheme orchestrated by Xia Yu. He was certain that the Revolutionary Army, along with Kaido, had not gleaned knowledge of the coup due to the strength of their intelligence networks, but rather because Xia Yu had deliberately allowed it to unfold, intending to create a chaotic environment rife with complications. Nonetheless, these considerations paled in comparison to the revelation that Xia Yu was aware of Im's existence. It is imperative to note that Im's identity remains one of the highest secrets, apart from the five of them. Only Figureland Jiringu and a select few from the God Knights were privy to this knowledge. Just as Izanbalan v. Najiru contemplated strategies to confront the emerging crisis, Im slowly turned away from the assembly, a chilling glint flashing within his dark crimson eyes, and gravely stated, "Inform Xia Yu that I wish to speak with him." Simultaneously, within the Navy headquarters building, in the operations conference room, the sudden arrival of the God Knights prompted the elders Karp, Sengoku, and Zifa to convene in the meeting room. Apart from a few generals who have departed the headquarters on missions, all the generals present at the headquarters, along with the 3 Grand Marshals, were in attendance. "Lord Xia Yu, there is something I do not quite comprehend." While the meeting had yet to commence, Gion, seated beside Xia Yu, took this opportunity to voice his confusion. "Why did you inform those members of the Divine Knight Order that they should fear more than just Nika? Was it a deliberate provocation, or was there another intention behind it?" "It was neither a provocation nor did I harbor any ulterior motive," Xia Yu replied with a smile. "I simply felt that refraining from expressing something would diminish my aura." Chapter 042, The Intricate Maneuverings Amidst the Vast Landscape. To her astonishment, Gion found herself taken aback by Xia Yu's unexpected response, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, followed by a bittersweet smile. Indeed, the Xia Yu she had come to know had not changed, even after seizing the naval authority through a coup. From the moment Xia Yu entered the headquarters until the onset of the rebellion, he had exuded the charm of a witty and humorous youth. Even while facing the chief judge's inquiries at the tribunal, he would interject light-hearted remarks, such as his fondness for lighting a cigarette with a Bailey. "Shall we proceed?" Xia Yu chose not to dwell further on the topic, instead surveying the attendees with a calm demeanor. "Before we commence the meeting, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. If all goes as expected, the Revolutionary Army, along with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, should already be aware of the coup and have taken corresponding actions. Of course, their timely knowledge of the coup is not due to the prowess of their infiltrators within the Navy headquarters, but rather my deliberate facilitation." After a brief pause, Xia Yu cast a glance at Borisolino and continued, "The Revolutionary Army may have learned of the events even earlier than Doflamingo, as their infiltrator holds a significant rank within the Navy. As for Doflamingo's informant, since he is not stationed at the headquarters, I relayed the happenings here through another Rear Admiral at a different branch. Or rather, I compelled him to make a choice." Upon hearing Xia Yu broach the subject of infiltrators before the meeting had even commenced, Sengoku, who was silently eavesdropping, looked up in surprise. Having once held the title of Fleet Admiral, he was acutely aware that numerous factions had planted infiltrators within the Navy. Although he had discreetly unmasked some of them through his own means, he was certain that many remained undiscovered. Xia Yu's disclosure suggested that he had already acquired in-depth knowledge of these infiltrators. In contrast to Sengoku's silence, several Rear Admirals in attendance voiced their astonishment. "Doflamingo has deployed an infiltrator within the headquarters? Who could it possibly be? Not stationed here? Could it be the commander of a branch base? Why not expose these infiltrators? Admiral?" Xia Yu raised his hand, signaling for silence, a gentle smile gracing his face. "It is not always imperative to unearth infiltrators, oftentimes allowing them to remain proves more advantageous than eliminating them. Their strategic value has already begun to manifest. Just now, we received word from the Sabaody archipelago that the Revolutionary Army's 5 divisions have mobilized upon learning of the coup within the Navy. I am confident that should the Holy Land find itself embroiled in turmoil due to my actions, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to expand their territory and influence. Furthermore, once Doflamingo acquires this intelligence through his infiltrator, he will promptly inform Kaido, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. You heard that correctly. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo also operates under the alias Joker, serving not only as a broker in the underworld but also maintaining close ties with the formidable Kaido. Once Kaido learns from Don Quixote Doflamingo about our severed ties with the world government, he has long awaited the destruction of this world. What actions shall he undertake? Although news will spread across the globe, revealing our deeds, there exists a temporal disparity. In that moment, the Holy Land will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, intent on swiftly quelling us in a decisive manner. I dare to instigate a rebellion, and thus, I harbor no fear of engaging in conflict with the world government. The crux of the matter lies in how other factions will respond once we confront the Holy Land. The Revolutionary Army is unlikely to strike at us during this period. Dedicated to dismantling the world government's reign, they would neither launch a surprise attack nor hesitate to send envoys for negotiations, as this represents an optimal moment for them to sway the Navy to their cause. For the Revolutionary Army, the world government stands as their ultimate target. Yet for other factions, particularly the lawless pirates of the seas, the Navy poses the greatest threat. Hence, I intentionally stir the situation to instill caution within the Holy Land, encouraging them to engage in calm discussions with us. Having expressed this, Xia Yu turned his gaze towards the attentive figures of Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. Smiling as he remarked, "You must be eager to witness the true mastermind behind the world government, Im. Indeed, I believe many present share a curiosity about this individual. Should the Holy Land be open to dialogue, the revelation of this person will soon follow. 4. With the expulsion of those members of the God Knights back to the Holy Land, Im's existence is no longer a secret to us. Provided that Im does not wish for the Revolutionary Army and the Dia family to benefit from our conflict, you shall see him shortly." As Xia Yu concluded his statement, the telephone bug before him rang unexpectedly. Moments later, a familiar voice emerged from the device. "It is Junzi." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned towards the source, particularly Sengoku and Garp, who, engrossed, unconsciously retrieved a box of senbei, munching away. "Miss Junzi, it seems you have emerged unscathed from the impact of Conqueror's Haki," Xia Yu remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "This brings me relief. For we have yet to reach the point of irrevocable discord. Perhaps we shall soon become comrades in arms." On the other end of the line, Junzi, standing within the grand hall of the Holy Land Palace, glanced up nervously at the imposing figure before the throne. Hastily cutting to the chase, "Lord Im wishes to see you." "Very well," Xia Yu replied without hesitation, inquiring, "When?" "Tomorrow." Xia Yu nodded, expressing hope that upon my arrival at the Holy Land, I will also encounter the Spandam father and son. With that, he promptly ended the call and turned his gaze back to the assembled individuals. Shrugging slightly as he remarked, "It seems the Revolutionary Army and Kaido shall be laboring in vain." The Holy Land, World Government Headquarters building. In the highest office of CP9, Spandam sat at his desk, his face ashen, his eyes vacantly fixed upon the telephone. Moments ago, he had received a harrowing piece of news. Several warships dispatched from Judicial Island to the Navy headquarters had been utterly destroyed, with all personnel lost without a trace. While the demise of these individuals was tragic, the crux of the matter lay in the Navy's audacious decision to sink ships bearing the judicial flag. This indicated that either Xia Yu or he himself would have to pay the ultimate price for this incident. Judging by the reaction from the Holy Land, the astute Spandam surmised that the Holy Land would refrain from engaging in conflict with the Navy under Xia Yu's control, at least for the time being. The absence of war implied a necessity for compromise and concession. Such concessions, however, would demand a certain toll, perhaps positioning himself, the chief of CP9, as a scapegoat to appease the wrath of the rebellious Xia Yu. "Father! Father!" Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from outside the office. Before Spandam could gather his wits, Spandam rushed in, bursting through the door and hastening to the desk, urgency palpable in his demeanor. "The Knights of God are en route here." Upon hearing this, Spandam slumped helplessly into his chair, a flicker of despair and terror crossing his gaze. Chapter 043, A Comprehensive Takeover of the Navy? What astonishing tactics! As the sun descended on the horizon, it seemed to melt into the vast expanse of the ocean, casting a magnificent blood-red hue across the tranquil waters. After the meeting, Xia Yu ascended to the rooftop of the headquarters, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the infinite sea, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. 6 years ago, upon awakening in the world of pirates, he was instantly filled with fervor, eager to roll up his sleeves and embark on a grand endeavor. Yet, he was also gripped by trepidation, uncertain if he would receive the formidable advantages often bestowed upon protagonists in the countless novels he had read prior to his journey. As time passed, the coveted power he had anticipated never materialized. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he resolutely relinquished his fantasies and confronted reality. He dedicated himself to rigorous training while forging strong relationships with the soldiers and officers around him. Gradually, he discovered that even without a system, he could carve out a place for himself in this world. Thus, what initially began as a desire merely to survive in this realm transformed into a strategic endeavor. With his growing strength and the increasing number of allies by his side, his ambitions began to swell. Nevertheless, according to his plans, he refrained from taking reckless risks at this juncture. Given his current prowess and connections, merely surviving the impending trial was the best he could hope for. Seizing the position of admiral and commanding the navy seemed nearly impossible. To his astonishment, a system indeed manifested itself, granting him rewards even before he had fully settled into the role of admiral of the navy, elevating all his abilities to their utmost potential. Upon experiencing this newfound power, Xia Yu distinctly felt his strength reach unprecedented heights. Despite possessing knowledge of the various techniques of hockey, swordsmanship, and the 6 styles of the Navy, skills seemingly innate to him, he struggled to truly comprehend the extent of his newfound capabilities. It was only through battles against Carp and the 6 members of the Divine Knights that he gained a clear understanding of his newfound supremacy. Particularly, his mastery of Conqueror's hockey transformed. Previously, his grasp of this formidable force was limited to his understanding prior to his crossing over. Yet, after attaining the highest level through the system, he came to realize the profound significance of the idea that Conqueror's hockey surpasses all. These events, however, were now in the past. Before Xia Yu lay the imminent meeting with him and the contemplation of future strategies. Though him had shown signs of concession, he would not naively believe that true compromise had been reached. Having controlled the world government from the shadows for so many years, it was improbable that a mere military upheaval would compel him to yield. The necessity of dialogue was merely a tactic to temporarily stabilize the situation. Engaging in open conflict with the world government, a colossal entity that had stood atop the Red Earth continent for 8 centuries, was not a judicious choice. A moment of impulsive fervor could easily transform his current advantageous position into one of vulnerability. Certainly, if one merely aspires to reign as a sovereign of the seas, there would be no need for a coup. He could simply depart with his loyal officers and soldiers to establish a new dominion, thus avoiding such elaborate schemes. As a remarkable transcender, it is truly preposterous for him to devolve into a mere bandit or pirate, especially while wielding the dragon-slaying technique and possessing a system. Lord Xia Yu? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Turning to the source, he beheld Gion, resplendent in her Vice Admiral's coat, with the famed blade Kineman at her side, approaching him with an air of confidence. Xia Yu turned his head and inquired, "Is everything arranged?" "Indeed," Gion replied, presenting a document to Xia Yu. She continued, "Apart from Lord Sengoku, Mr. Carp, and Master Zephyr, the 3 admirals also wish to journey to the Holy Land. Furthermore, I've noticed that Admirals Kuzan and Sakazuki seem somewhat despondent. I am concerned for them. As you are aware, over the years, they have had numerous disagreements due to differing ideologies, at times nearly coming to blows." "Do not fret," Xia Yu gestured dismissively, smiling as he spoke. "It is entirely reasonable for them to feel disheartened at this juncture, especially given the existence of him, which has shaken the foundations of their respective notions of justice. Particularly for Sakazuki, who has long harbored discontent towards the celestial dragons and the elders of the world government, yet has chosen to endure due to his identity and the justice he upholds. The sudden emergence of a shadowy figure behind the world government would naturally dampen the spirits of any individual committed to genuine justice. Gion, too, experienced a crisis of faith in the Navy's justice back during the O'Hara incident. Now, the revelation of him's existence undoubtedly amplifies his confusion. However, he continued, once we reach the Holy Land, I firmly believe that both Sakazuki and Gion will no longer be lost in uncertainty. Gion's eyes brightened, and she tentatively suggested, so? Your declaration of him's existence while confronting the members of the Knights of God was not solely aimed at confronting him and the world government, but rather to compel Admirals Gion and Sakazuki to make their ultimate choice? Xia Yu nodded. Not only them, but Sengoku and Carp as well. For these venerable figures of immense power, mere displays of force and conventional tactics are insufficient to sway them to our side. It is only by allowing them to perceive the true nature of the situation and comprehend the reality, coupled with the groundwork we have laid, that they will relinquish their fantasies and confront the truth. At this, Gion tilted her head slightly to observe Xia Yu. He remained the same Xia Yu she knew. Yet there was an unfamiliarity about him now. It is noteworthy that Xia Yu's age is comparable to that of Tina. Yet his intellect and depth of character surpass those of ordinary individuals. His adeptness in understanding human nature is unparalleled, rivaling even that of Sengoku, the strategist. The sea breeze swept across the surface, rustling the coats of Xia Yu and Gion, producing a gentle sound in the wind. Xia Yu glanced over the contents of the document before handing it back to Gion, then lifted his gaze to the horizon, squinting slightly as he murmured, "The wind has risen." As a new day dawned, the sun rose as it always does, with newspapers printed by major news agencies delivered across the globe by newsbirds. The contents of these papers astonished the great trade routes and powerful factions across the seas. In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates, members of the crew, each adorned in diverse attire, lay sprawled on the ground, snoring thunderously, startling the birds in the surrounding forest into silence. Recently appointed as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, had indulged in a grand feast with his crew, resulting in his inebriation, and he slept soundly, cradling a bottle of wine. Upon awakening, Shanks found himself facing a figure seated before him, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Beckman, absorbed in the newspaper delivered by the newsbird, displayed an unprecedented seriousness that did not waver even as Shanks stirred. "Good morning, Beckman," Shanks exclaimed, rubbing his swollen eyes and staggering towards him with the bottle in hand, a grin spreading across his face. "Up so early? Did last night's revelry not satisfy you?" Without a word, Beckman extended the newspaper towards Shanks. As Shanks' gaze fell upon the headline, his pupils constricted in disbelief. He swiftly snatched the newspaper and read aloud, his voice tinged with incredulity, "A coup at Navy headquarters? Vice Admiral Xia Yu has seized the position of Fleet Admiral." After a brief moment of shock, Shanks abruptly looked up at Beckman. "When did this happen? Was it while we were celebrating last night?" Beckman lit a cigarette, his expression grave. "Before you awoke, I contacted our informants stationed in Sabaody Archipelago. Not only did Navy headquarters undergo a thorough upheaval, but most naval bases across the Grand Line and the 4 seas experienced simultaneous, sweeping reforms. All officers now commanding these bases are loyal confidants of this Vice Admiral." Pausing momentarily, Beckman raised his gaze to Shanks. "To have completely taken control of the Navy in just one day, what astonishing tactics! I have a foreboding feeling that the balance between the Holy Land and the allied nations of the world government, as well as the equilibrium between the Navy and the 4 emperors of the New World, will be irrevocably disrupted by this Vice Admiral." Chapter 044, Hawkeye. Crocodile. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, on the Moby Dick, the embodiment of the title "the strongest man in the world," a towering figure, exceeding 6 meters in height, sat majestically at the bow of the ship. His body was adorned with various intravenous tubes, and he held a fresh newspaper in his hands, his gaze intensely focused on its contents. Though he remained motionless, merely seated, he emanated an aura of regal authority that commanded respect, instilling an unspoken pressure that deterred anyone from daring to meet his eyes. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirates and a user of the tremor fruit, bore the esteemed title of the world's strongest man, affectionately referred to as Old Man by his crew. On the deck, the captains of the various divisions and the combatants of the Whitebeard pirates maintained a profound silence, as if fearing to disturb their venerable captain. Even their footsteps were light and cautious, producing no sound. Closest to Edward Newgate was Marco, the captain of one of the divisions. His golden punk hairstyle earning him the moniker of Phoenix. At that moment, he was among the few who dared to glance up at their captain, yet he too remained silent, waiting with bated breath. Prior to Edward Newgate perusing the newspaper, they had already familiarized themselves with its contents. Aware that the situation regarding the world government and its navy had reached a boiling point overnight. Although they were pirates and the captains under the strongest man reigning over the New World, they were not easily rattled by unexpected developments. However, they could not dismiss the significance of the news that had just arrived. The rationale was simple: once the world government and its military arm, the Navy, became embroiled in conflict, it would inevitably impact the global landscape, shaking the precariously stabilized equilibrium of the New World. After finishing the newspaper, Edward Newgate suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exuding a sense of bravado as he remarked, "It appears Sengoku and Garp have grown old, having been outwitted by a mere pup. Yet, the true headache does not lie with them, but rather with the 5 elders in the Holy Land." Pausing momentarily, Edward Newgate's expression shifted as he picked up the newspaper once more, his demeanor turning grave. What exactly does this young Rear Admiral Xia Yu desire? Is it merely to instigate a coup and ascend to the rank of Admiral, continuing to serve the world government? Or does he aspire to lead the Navy, a colossal war machine, away from the world government to establish his own dominion? If it is the former, the current situation will remain largely unaffected. However, should it be the latter, the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line will undoubtedly be stirred into a tempest. Upon hearing this, Marco stepped forward decisively, stating, "Old man, I have arranged for personnel to be dispatched to Sabaody Archipelago. Regardless of what unfolds next, we shall acquire information promptly." At this juncture, Marco shifted the topic, adding, "Moreover, Kaido attempted to take his own life on Sky Island yesterday. Unlike before, he did not succeed this time and has not returned to Wano. Instead, the calamities of the beast pirates have since departed from Wano. It seems he had prior knowledge of this news and intends to seize the opportunity to instigate a new conflict. No need to pay it any mind." Edward Newgate waved his hand, his gaze intensely fixed on the photograph gracing the front page of the newspaper, articulating with deliberate precision, "Xia Yu? Truly an extraordinary young man." In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, a small coffin-shaped vessel rode the waves with determination. A young man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, sat cross-legged on the deck, which could accommodate only him, bearing a colossal sword with a cross-shaped hilt upon his back. Despite the splashes of sea spray that erupted around him, a mysterious force held the droplets at bay, dispersing them into the wind. Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, sat as the unrivaled champion of swordsmanship and a former naval hunter, now one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. Just then, a sudden cry of a bird pierced the air. When Mihawk looked up, a newsbird had descended, hovering above him. Without hesitation, he tossed a berry to the bird and seized a newspaper. Upon glimpsing the headline, Mihawk, who had been leisurely enjoying the moment, abruptly rose, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his keen eyes. A mutiny at the Navy headquarters? Rear Admiral Xia Yu has fully taken over the Navy, and tensions with the world government are escalating? After swiftly perusing the article, he regained his composure and directed his gaze forward. He was no stranger to the name Xia Yu. During a summons from the Navy, as one of the 7 warlords, he had attended a meeting at the Navy headquarters. Although he had not met Xia Yu in person, he had heard various accounts from several officers regarding this young powerhouse. He was uninterested in many details, but he remembered the name because an officer had remarked that a young talent had emerged from the Navy headquarters, mastering all 6 forms of the Navy in just 6 years. Furthermore, this young prodigy possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship, rivaling many seasoned swordsmen within the Navy. Rear Admiral Xia Yu? After a brief silence, a spark of battle fervor ignited in Mihawk's eyes. To have taken full control of the Navy headquarters in a mere day. He had grown to such an astonishing level. Thus, it was time for a meeting with you. No sooner had he spoken than an aura of unparalleled strength emanated from the world's greatest swordsman. In the next moment, the small coffin-shaped vessel surged forward at breakneck speed towards the Navy headquarters. However, just seconds later, as the boat emerged from a towering wave, it suddenly malfunctioned and came to an abrupt halt. Casting a glance at the drifting vessel, Mihawk, who had been brimming with energy moments before, was instantly engulfed in confusion. He then exhaled a sigh of resignation. After swiftly surveying the surrounding waters and confirming the absence of any vessels, he decisively removed the formidable blade from his possession and employed it as a paddle, skillfully slicing through the waves with a single oar. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the kingdom of Alabasta, in the dimly lit confines of the largest casino and rain base known as Rain Banquet, a commanding figure stood with his back to the solitary beam of light, emitting a disquieting, low chuckle. Ha ha ha. How utterly unexpected it is that the Navy headquarters has been entirely taken over by a Vice Admiral. As the words lingered in the air, the man abruptly turned, revealing a face marred by a horizontal scar and slicked back hair that exuded an aura of ambition. Sir Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, and the founder of the criminal organization Baroque Works, known by the codename Mr. Zero. Presently, however, no one in Alabasta was privy to his true identity, for he was in the process of establishing a remarkably righteous hero persona and seizing opportunities to execute a long-conceived plan under the skies. "Miss All Sunday," he remarked, as he turned to face the shadowy corner, a cigar held between his lips. "Our plan must be expedited." With his declaration, a tall young woman wearing a white cowboy hat emerged from the shadows. Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday, a user of the flower fruit, and the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, had been branded a demon by the world government, with a bounty of 79 million berries placed upon her head. Casting a glance at Nico Robin as she stepped into the light, Crocodile's expression turned grave. "It is likely that the world government or the Navy headquarters will issue a summons to the warlords of the sea. Should the Navy find itself at odds with the world government due to this rebellion, the warlords, caught in the middle, will be the first to bear the consequences. To ensure our plan remains unaffected, I must temporarily depart from Alabasta. I entrust the affairs of Baroque Works to you." With this, a subtle smile curved his lips as he fixed his intense gaze upon the woman before him. "I trust you will not disappoint me, Nico Robin." Chapter 045, Quietly Become a Legend. The Dark King Rayleigh. As the world's major powers stirred with the turbulence of a mutiny at the Navy headquarters, a large warship gracefully departed from the port of Marineford, cutting through the waves towards the Sabaody archipelago. On the deck of the warship stood Xia Yu, clad in the Marshal's coat of the Navy headquarters, flanked by the three admirals, each lost in their own thoughts. Gion maintained a respectful distance behind Xia Yu, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, the wind billowing her coat, masking the tension that lay beneath her calm exterior. This apprehension was entirely understandable. Although the Holy Land had made concessions and the enigmatic Im had chosen to meet with Xia Yu, it did not guarantee genuine sincerity on their part. Should the Holy Land choose to renege on their promises, an unprecedented battle would surely ensue. "Do not be anxious," Xia Yu broke the silence on the deck, as if sensing Xion's thoughts. With a light-hearted demeanor, he continued, "Even if the Holy Land were to go back on their word, they could never hold us back. The current situation leaves them no room for betrayal. Not only our actions but even the movements of the Holy Land itself are under the watchful eyes of lurking informants." At his words, Gion couldn't help but smile, shaking her head quietly. Since the day she met Xia Yu, he had always appeared to her as a neighborly boy. Despite knowing of his rapid advancements and the extraordinary future that awaited him, she had never envisioned a day when she would need comfort from him. Like a little girl seeking reassurance. While she felt a hint of nervousness, fear was not among her sentiments. Nevertheless, the unexpected phrase "do not be anxious" from Xia Yu warmed her heart. A tender reminder that the young boy who once trained alongside her had grown into a towering figure, providing solace in her moment of uncertainty. As the distance to the Sabaody archipelago diminished, the islands soon came into view. The warship did not head towards the Navy base located in the archipelago but directly towards the harbor leading to the Holy Land. As the vessel approached the port, the seemingly tranquil surface of the Sabaody archipelago became agitated, with informants from various factions lurking in the shadows, all keenly observing the large warship that had set sail from the Navy headquarters. In District 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, outside the bar owned by Xia Qi, the proprietor held a cigarette between her fingers and peered through binoculars at the warship cutting through the ocean. As her gaze followed the ship's movement, she caught sight of the youthful figure standing before the three admirals and Gion. Even as the former empress of the Women's Kingdom, she could not suppress her awe. Such remarkable charisma at such a young age signaled that the upcoming era would undoubtedly belong to him. At this moment,
Xia Yu turned her head to glance at an elderly man standing nearby. With an aura of vigor and determination, the old man squinted,
his keen eyesight absorbing the scene on the warship in its entirety.
He praised without reservation, "He surpasses even the one who invited me to sea,
stirring the world into chaos."
Sobaz Rayleigh, once the vice captain of the Roger Pirates and known by the moniker Dark King, was a formidable figure from the bygone era.
Hailed as the right arm of the Pirate King.
Following the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh undertook a mysterious mission, remaining in the Sabaody archipelago as a coating artisan. To better conceal his identity, he frequented the various casinos of the archipelago, at times even pawning himself to a human trafficking syndicate,
only to be sold to a slave auction house. Suddenly, a glimmer flickered in Rayleigh's eyes as his gaze shifted from the young figure at the helm of the ship to the trio of elderly men seated on the deck of the warship Sengoku.
Garp and Zephyr? Shikoyaku, with a raised eyebrow, chuckled and remarked that with the three highest powers of the Marine Headquarters alongside Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr simultaneously present, such a formidable assembly would give even the Holy Land pause for thought.
Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's interest piqued, and he declared, "I shall join the fray."
Before the words left his lips, his figure flickered away, vanishing into the nearby woods adjacent to the bar.
When he reappeared, he stood beside the port leading to the Holy Land.
At that moment, the port had already gathered numerous Navy soldiers stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. Under the leadership of Admirals Stalaberry and Bastille, hundreds of Navy soldiers stood in two orderly ranks, their demeanor disciplined and their eyes fervent. With the arrival of the Marine Headquarters warship, merchant ships that usually frequented the port to supply various provisions to the Holy Land hastily retreated to the open sea, with all merchants gathering on their respective decks, eagerly watching the warship glide into the port. As the warship docked, Stalaberry and Bastille, who had been waiting at the port, immediately straightened their posture.
Shikoyaku and the three admirals were the first to leap from the deck,
with Shikoyaku standing alone on the left while the three admirals positioned themselves opposite her, awaiting the descent of Summer-Yu from the warship.
However, the figure of Summer-Yu,
who had previously stood on the deck, had vanished without a trace.
Rayleigh, concealed in an inconspicuous corner,
did not pay attention to the three admirals and Shikoyaku disembarking the warship. Instead, he quietly unleashed his observation haki, extending its coverage for 100 meters around him. Through this heightened awareness, he captured the lurking intelligence agents nearby, with their hushed whispers falling distinctly within his grasp. With the three admirals of the headquarters, along with the former fleet admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp, Summer-Yu was clearly poised for a confrontation with the Holy Land. Yet, while Summer-Yu seemed to be initiating a standoff, the Holy Land appeared to be making concessions. Otherwise, Summer-Yu's party would not have appeared in such a manner but would have led the Navy in an assault on the Holy Land.
Where is Summer-Yu? Where could he have gone in the blink of an eye?
Now was not the time to ponder his whereabouts but rather to consider what would transpire when he, accompanied by the three admirals and the venerable Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, approached the Holy Land.
What could possibly unfold?
The Holy Land might yield,
granting Summer-Yu and the Navy greater rights.
Alternatively, there existed the possibility that the Holy Land, feigning humility,
might lure Summer-Yu's party into a trap and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Is this truly serious?
Let us set aside the fact that the entire naval force is currently under the command of Xia Yu. The Revolutionary Army, having received this intelligence earlier,
has mobilized its 5 divisions simultaneously.
Should the Holy Land dare to act contrary to expectations at this moment, it would be met with an unprecedented revolutionary tempest. As Rayleigh discerned the trivial exchanges among the informants through his observation haki, he shook his head contemplatively and then withdrew his gaze, turning towards the deck of the warship. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ship, Xia Yu emerged from the restroom, accepting a handkerchief from the soldier awaiting him to wipe his hands, and matter-of-factly declared,
"Let us depart."
With that, he strode purposefully out of the cabin.
Upon stepping onto the deck,
Xia Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and he discreetly turned his head toward the direction where Rayleigh was situated on the shore. Just then, Rayleigh also retracted his observation haki to gaze at the warship. When he noticed Xia Yu, having just exited the cabin and standing on the deck, suddenly directing his attention towards him, a jolt of realization surged through Rayleigh.
From Xia Yu's reaction and expression, it became apparent to Rayleigh that he had been exposed. Were he merely a common craftsman, such exposure would hold little consequence. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had meticulously concealed his presence since his arrival, aided by the cover of foliage. Not even the two informants lurking merely 10 meters to his right, let alone Xia Yu aboard the warship, had detected him. The very fact that Xia Yu had turned his gaze upon him moments after exiting the cabin indicated that Xia Yu had long since sensed his presence. Indeed. Just as Rayleigh's heart raced with trepidation, an elusive voice unexpectedly resonated within him: retirement should mean retiring from chaos. Embrace your quiet legacy, king of the underworld, Rayleigh. The sudden emergence of this voice shattered Rayleigh's composure, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was evident that not only had Xia Yu discovered him, but he also possessed knowledge of his true identity. Chapter 046, The General holds the sword, the Marshal bows down. Xia Yu had not previously detected Rayleigh's presence. Upon stepping onto the deck from the ship's cabin, he had simply intended to use his observation hockey to encompass the entire island and ascertain the situation. To his surprise, amidst the vast sea of thoughts, he discovered Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. Naturally, he could have chosen to disregard Rayleigh, as the latter posed no threat to him at this moment. The decision to communicate with Rayleigh through his hockey stemmed from his desire to engage with the renowned Dark King and observe his reaction. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. However, he was astonished to witness Rayleigh's expression, a mix of shock and disbelief, upon being discovered. Before Rayleigh could regain his composure, Xia Yu's voice resonated once more in his mind: once this matter is resolved, I will take the time to visit the former Empress of the Amazon Lily, Xia Yu, at her bar. As an intelligence expert, she may prove to be of assistance. Rayleigh was taken aback yet again by Xia Yu's extensive knowledge of Xia Yu's identity and background, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Rayleigh suddenly shook his head and chuckled, recognizing the formidable nature of this young man. Is this a warning for me, old man? He mused. Rayleigh did not retreat. Having been discovered by Xia Yu, he stepped out from the shadows into the sunlight, gazing at the figure on the warship's deck. He transmitted a message through his hockey: I wish you success on your journey, the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Xia Yu. On the deck, a smile graced Xia Yu's lips. Choosing to cease interaction with Rayleigh, he strode forward resolutely. As Xia Yu disembarked from the warship, the soldiers waiting at the shore, alongside Admirals Stolobelli and Bastille, immediately saluted and called out in unison, loyalty. Meanwhile, Gion unsheathed her famed sword, Kinairo, holding it with both hands as she stepped forward and bowed, Admiral. Ha! Xia Yu blinked in confusion, asking, Gion, what are you doing? Maintaining her bowed position. Gion replied earnestly, if the Admiral is without a sword, he will lack some of his imposing presence. With that, she raised Kinairo above her head and presented it to Xia Yu. Observing this, the three admirals standing opposite Gion lowered their heads, clearly wishing for Xia Yu to bear a sword. Xia Yu graciously accepted Kinairo, securing it at his waist, and proceeded to walk between Gion and the three admirals. As Xia Yu stepped forward, Gion promptly followed, closely trailed by the three admirals. The last to descend the deck were Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, who witnessed this scene with smiles upon their faces. Particularly Zephyr, who felt a sense of mist welling in his eyes as he watched Xia Yu advance towards the lift leading to the Holy Land, surrounded by the three admirals and Gion. He had not anticipated that the ambitions he had long harbored yet feared to pursue would find fruition through his student, Xia Yu, with such decisive action. He believed that the Navy, under Xia Yu's command, would undergo a complete transformation, evolving into a truly righteous force. From a distance, as Xia Yu confidently strode out after receiving the long sword from Gion, Rayleigh was once again captivated by the sight. The Vice Admiral held his sword, while the three admirals bowed their heads. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr stood behind him. A singular supernova, unique to the Navy, was slowly rising. In that instant, Rayleigh felt as though he was witnessing the unveiling of a new era before his very eyes. At the Holy Land of Mariewa, the military personnel, having learned via the lift that Xia Yu and his entourage had arrived at the port, dared not to delay for even a moment. They promptly made their way to the entrance alongside several members of the God Knights. Upon arriving, they found a familiar figure already waiting there. Shamrock? The military personnel exclaimed. Surprised. What brings you here? The man at the entrance was none other than Shamrock, the eldest son of the God Knight's leader, Figureland Gion. Unlike the others, Shamrock wore a black cloak that featured a hood. If a powerful figure from the Grand Line were to glimpse the face beneath that hood, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Shamrock bore an uncanny resemblance to Shanks, one of the newly appointed emperors of the New World. Shamrock's gaze remained fixed on the lift as he said calmly, I am also a member of the God Knights. You should not be here at this time. The military personnel replied, furrowing his brow. Accompanying Xia Yu to the Holy Land are not only Gion but also the three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa. If they see your face, how many secrets do we have left? Before he could finish, Shamrock abruptly interrupted, the existence of Lord M is no longer a secret. Is my identity still of significance to them? Upon hearing this, the military personnel said no more and turned to stand side by side with Shamrock, gazing at the lift across from them. As the lift slowly operated, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over the military personnel, causing their breathing to quicken. Noticing the change in demeanor, Shamrock raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you nervous? The military personnel nodded hesitantly, his expression grave. You should know what I fear the most. They are almost here. Suddenly, the long-haired woman standing beside him looked up, her gaze sharpened as if facing a formidable adversary. Soon, the lift ascended and came to a steady halt at the entrance. Next, Gion and the three admirals stepped out first, flanking Xia Yu on either side. Just as Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa were about to follow, they caught sight of Shamrock standing beside the military personnel and froze in their tracks. Shanks. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Garp was the first to regain his composure. In the next heartbeat, he charged out of the lift, fists clenched, and bellowed at Shamrock, You scoundrel! Don't think that wearing a hood will hide you from me. It's one thing to lead my grandson astray, but how dare you come to the Holy Land? Garp! As if anticipating Garp's intentions, Sengoku interjected, urging restraint. Do not act impulsively, he is not Shanks. Garp turned his head to look at Sengoku, who offered no further explanation, though he had never encountered Shamrock before. Reason led him to understand that this individual was not the captain of the red-haired pirates who had just arrived in the New World. Ultimately, whether this person was Shanks or not was of little consequence. Sengoku was far more interested in witnessing the enigmatic M, who had been orchestrating the machinations of the world government from the shadows for years. The three admirals and the members of the Gion also took note of Shamrock, their expressions betraying surprise at his visage, though their astonishment was fleeting. After all, with the cloning technology at the disposal of the world government, creating a replica of an individual was hardly a formidable task. At that moment, Xia Yu emerged from the lift, a warm smile gracing his face as he clarified to Garp, Sengoku was correct, this individual is not Shanks, but rather Shanks' twin brother, Stinks. Stinks? Almost in unison, Junzi, Shamrock, and the long-haired woman standing nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Clearly, as Shamrock had surmised, Xia Yu was aware of him's existence and, naturally, his identity. However, the question lingered, what on earth was Stinks? Chapter 47, Emptying the magazine in a second is not my limit. Caught off guard by Xia Yu's scornful remark, Shamrock, with one hand resting on the hilt of his western sword, found himself at a loss, torn between the urge to retaliate and the restraint of duty. His apprehension was not born from fear of Xia Yu's formidable strength, capable of sending 6 members of the Divine Knights flying with his conqueror's haki, but rather from concern that a display of emotion might jeopardize the matter at hand. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, bowing slightly as he declared, Fegalanda Shamrock, at the command of Lord M, awaits Marshal Xia Yu. Xia Yu glanced around, his brow furrowing as he disregarded Shamrock's presence and turned to Junzi. It appears you did not convey my message. If Lord M wishes to see me, then I expect your sincerity to be presented. Junzi, seemingly anticipating Xia Yu's inquiry, elegantly gestured with her sleeve and succinctly commanded, bring him forth. At her directive, several fully armed palace guards standing a short distance behind the members of the Divine Knights promptly turned and dashed away. In no time, they returned, escorting Spandane. Kneel. One soldier forcefully kicked Spandane as he was brought before Xia Yu, forcing him to the ground. You cannot treat me this way. I am Spandane, who has served the world government with distinction. Struggling to rise, Spandane was swiftly restrained by two palace guards, his defiance evident as he shouted, "Release me! You worthless scum!" After a fierce struggle, though he remained on the ground, Spandane managed to lift his head once more. However, instead of facing Xia Yu, he turned to Shamrock and Junzi, who observed coldly from the side. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? The world government, standing tall for 8 centuries upon the red soil continent, has stooped to appease a traitor. The Divine Knights? The 5 Elders? Bah! One day, you shall pay dearly for this compromise. Today, Xia Yu dares to instigate a rebellion. In the future, he will surely trample the world government underfoot. Enough! Junzi's brows furrowed in anger. With a flick of her wrist, her unique fruit ability was unleashed. In an instant, a bandaged arrow flew silently, wrapping around Spandane's neck and hoisting him up into the air. Shamrock intervened just in time to prevent Junzi from finishing Spandane off, suppressing his own ire at being disregarded, and spoke calmly, "You decide how to handle this." "Is it only Spandane?" Xia Yu observed the suspended Spandane with an icy calmness laced with cruelty. "This is insufficient, Shamrock. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. If my memory serves me correctly, Spandane has a son. What was his name? Spandium? Yes, that's it. Unbeknownst to me, Xia Yu has even spared not his own son." Spandane, who was choked, struggled madly, emitting sounds of distress. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Spandam is not implicated in this affair. Such a statement cannot be made lightly. Xia Yu gestured for Junzi to release him, then stepped forward, looking down from a height at the fallen Spandane, who was gasping for breath. "If I were to eliminate you here, it would indeed concern your foolish son. He would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards me, thus enabling the elders to exploit him, using him as a pretext to vex me. At that moment, even if I were to unleash my wrath, the elders could easily claim it was merely Spandam avenging his father. Spandane, it cannot be denied that you possess considerable cunning. Managing to align with the elders, compelling them to order Judicial Island to judge me. Had I not cultivated a significant network over the years, I might have truly fallen into your snare this time. However, it is regrettable that, no matter how adept your calculations, you could never anticipate my uprising, nor foresee that I would completely seize control of the Navy in just one day. The victor is the king, you must concede. Of course, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not intervened at this juncture, I might not have resolved my determination so swiftly. To express my appreciation, I must ensure a reunion between you and your son." At these words, a flicker of despair crossed Spandane's eyes as he shouted frantically, "Xia Yu, you!" Bang! 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 Before Spandane could finish his sentence, a palace guard stepped forward, swiftly raising his gun and decisively pulling the trigger aimed at Spandane's head. The sudden turn of events left everyone present wide-eyed in shock. And Shamrock instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw. Marshal Xia Yu. Before Shamrock could unsheath his sword, the palace guard immediately straightened his posture. Saluting Xia Yu with his hand raised, "Please forgive my subordinate for executing this man before your eyes. Emptying a magazine in a second is not my limit, rather, it is to demonstrate my loyalty to you." "What does this mean?" Xia Yu blinked in confusion. Over the years, while he longed to cultivate a few trusted aides within the Holy Land, the Navy stationed there had been drawn from the headquarters and special forces before he ascended to the Navy, directly commanded by the Supreme Commander Kong. Moreover, prior to the uprising, he was merely a Vice Admiral, unable to smoothly unfold his plans within the Holy Land. If he could not win over the Navy stationed there, how could he possibly sway the palace guards? As if sensing Xia Yu's thoughts, the palace guard promptly removed his heavy helmet, revealing a youthful visage. "Marshal Xia Yu. This is our first meeting. However, I have long heard of your exploits. They say you answer every call. My parents were brutally slain by pirates years ago. Although my sister was rescued, her severe injuries have rendered her disabled. Over the years, my thoughts have been consumed with the desire for vengeance on their behalf." At this point, the palace guard kicked aside the helmet he had removed, his expression resolute as he stated, "I wish to seize this opportunity to request your assistance in leaving the sacred grounds." I understood his intent. Xia Yu nodded. You wish to depart from the holy place to avenge your parents and sister, correct? Indeed.
The palace guard replied emphatically.
Very well. Xia Yu stepped aside.
Allowing the palace guard to pass, the path lies before you, stride forth with confidence. The guard was momentarily taken aback by Xia Yu's unhesitating agreement. But he could not contain his excitement as he raised his hand in salute and proclaimed loudly, loyalty.
Xia Yu waved him off. Go.
Yes. The palace guard affirmed once more, then disregarded the presence of Xia Mulak and his companions, striding purposefully towards the lift.
Just as he reached the entrance to the lift, the palace guard suddenly turned around, dropped to his knees before Xia Yu, and, choking back tears, exclaimed, My lord Xia Yu, if I succeed in my quest for revenge and return alive, may I become your subordinate? Xia Yu nodded. You already are, soldier. Chapter 048. One should not enjoy blessings alone, responsibility lies with one individual.
As they watched the palace guard discard his helmet and step into the lift,
the expressions of Shamrock and his companions turned exceptionally grim.
They had never anticipated that Xia Yu's influence would penetrate the Holy Land to such an extent that a palace guard, encountering him for the first time,
would turn against his own.
In times past, they would have executed such a traitor without hesitation.
For the actions of the palace guard were even more egregious than outright betrayal. However, Shamrock and his associates dared not voice their anger.
For Xia Yu was currently basking in the zenith of his power.
At this moment,
they could not only refrain from executing the palace guard, but even a mere whisper of dissent could provoke Xia Yu's wrath, potentially transforming this negotiation into a new war. Their concerns were not unfounded. Xia Yu was indeed capable of such actions. According to the intelligence they had gathered, when Xia Yu was merely a colonel in the navy, he had once fought fiercely for a newly enlisted soldier, ultimately enduring a week of solitary confinement imposed by the warlord. He operated on principles of unconditional support, reciprocal gratitude, and the belief that one should not singularly bask in fortune while leaving the burdens of responsibility to others.
This was the essence of Xia Yu. Like Shamrock, those standing behind Xia Yu Gion, the three admirals, Warlord, Zephyr, and Carp, were equally taken aback by the palace guard's sudden defection. Many present had once held positions of authority over Xia Yu and, to varying degrees, were aware of his actions within the navy over the years. Yet, they were still astonished to witness the magnitude of Xia Yu's influence, which could compel a palace guard, who had merely heard of his exploits, to undertake such a remarkable act. It is essential to recognize that the status of a palace guard in the Holy Land far surpasses that of any palace guard in the affiliated nations of the world government. For this is the Holy Land, the epicenter of the world. To many, serving as a palace guard is an unattainable honor. And not just ordinary citizens, many soldiers stationed in the Holy Land harbor dreams of being selected as palace guards. To ask one who has achieved such a coveted position to relinquish it is tantamount to taking their life. Yet, the very palace guard who had just defected not only turned against his post but also expressed a desire to serve Xia Yu in the future. A testament to the deeply ingrained image Xia Yu had established over the years. His influence extended beyond the navy. It was clear that many atop the vast Red Earth continent regarded him as a figure of faith. What is the matter with you all? Xia Yu inquired, having noticed the sudden silence that enveloped the surroundings. After watching the palace guard depart, he surveyed the crowd with a hint of surprise before directing his gaze toward Shamrock. His smile disarming. Shamrock, what expression is that? Are you displeased that I allowed that soldier to leave? There is no need for concern. He simply seeks vengeance for his parents and sister, and he has committed no wrongdoing. Even if he had erred, it is not for you to fret over. He is now my soldier. Upon hearing this, Shamrock's facial muscles twitched violently as he struggled to suppress the simmering anger within. He corrected Xia Yu, saying, I am not some Shamrock, my name is Fegalanda Shamrock. My apologies, I tend to have a poor memory. Xia Yu nodded, then swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, How long will it take for you to bring Spandam here? Shamrock's brow furrowed instantly, pondering whether a complete annihilation was truly intended. Spandam had already paid dearly for his actions, Before Shamrock could finish his thought, Xia Yu's expression transformed into one of piercing intensity, discarding the warm smile he had just worn. In a grave tone, he declared, Shamrock, do not mistake our extended conversation for an indication of your competence. I grant you 10 minutes, within that time, present his head before me, or face the consequences. Having spoken, Xia Yu ceased his discourse with Shamrock, decisively turning to leave. Observing this, Junzi quickly exchanged a glance with Shamrock, then hastened to follow Xia Yu, accompanied by several other members of the Divine Knights. At that moment, a contingent of palace guards rushed in, their heavy silver armor glinting ominously. The sheer number of them created an overwhelming impression, akin to a formidable army advancing. However, these guards did not approach Xia Yu. Instead, the leading guard veered aside, creating a pathway for Xia Yu and his entourage. In a short while, hundreds of palace guards had arranged themselves along the sides of the automatic walkway. Soon after, a group of individuals emerged onto the walkway. At the forefront stood the Supreme Commander of the World Government, Kong. Following him were several soldiers stationed at the Holy Land, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had come to convene an urgent meeting but was delayed due to Xia Yu's insurrection. As Tsuru stepped forward to face Xia Yu, her appearance had transformed over the years from a striking beauty who once fought alongside Carp and Sengoku into a venerable elder. With a composed voice tinged with complex emotions, she addressed him, "Xia Yu, you." Before Vice Admiral Tsuru could conclude her sentence, a pink figure suddenly leapt from behind the imposing Kong. It was a young girl with strawberry blonde hair, adorned in a pink hat and a matching dress, exuding an air of charm. This was Peacock, Tsuru's granddaughter, who had just turned 20, a user of the whip fruit, capable of commanding anything that had been struck by her whip, including structures. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that before becoming a fruit user, Peacock had been an adorable pink-haired child, but as she matured and acquired her abilities, she gradually morphed into Xia Yu's nightmare. During their time at the officer training camp, Xia Yu had often visited Tsuru's home for meals, leading to a growing familiarity with Peacock. After Xia Yu departed the camp, Peacock would frequently appear at his office, brandishing her steel whip and causing various disturbances. Her antics increasingly bold, provoking numerous misunderstandings among his colleagues. Furthermore, due to Admiral He's fondness for Xia Yu, a rumor began to circulate within the naval headquarters. Initially, it was claimed that Xia Yu was the designated son-in-law of Admiral He. As the gossip spread, it became increasingly absurd, with tales suggesting that they had secretly wed when Kong K was merely 18, and that a newborn in the family compound was, in fact, the child of Xia Yu and Kong K. In desperation, Xia Yu decisively employed certain measures to transfer the matter to a confidential special unit, preferring to remain oblivious. For Xia Yu, marriage was utterly out of the question, as a woman would only serve as an encumbrance on his path to greatness, without achieving his lofty ambitions. How could he concern himself with family? Chapter 049, Sheath your arrogance, let him come. The sudden appearance of the Peacock, accompanied by the phrase "well done," left both General Crane and the CPU in a state of bewilderment, their aged faces contorting in disbelief. The Peacock, unwilling to be left out to dry, quickly admonished her granddaughter with a sharp remark. General Crane's gaze shifted towards Xia Yu, whom he once held in high esteem but who had now betrayed that trust. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. At this juncture, any utterance would be futile. Xia Yu, breaking his silence, stepped forward and addressed Kong, "Dear Commander, have you come at my behest, or do you merely wish to inquire why I have reached this impasse? I am, after all, the Supreme Commander of the entire army." Kong, suppressing the fury that simmered within, replied in a low voice, "With such a commotion, how could I possibly remain uninvolved?" Suddenly, a pained wail pierced the air. Moments later, Spandam, half his face obscured by a mask, was forcibly brought forth by two members of the Divine Knights. Xia Yu. The fear of death enveloped him. Despite this being their first encounter, he recognized Xia Yu immediately, and in a frenzy, he clung to Xia Yu's leg, trembling as he pleaded, "Lord Xia Yu, it's not my fault. I beg you, spare me. I promise never to seek revenge against you again." What is the meaning of this? Xia Yu's brow furrowed at the sight of Spandam being presented to him. "I desire his head, not his pitiful wails." Upon hearing this, the two Divine Knights glanced up at Shamrock, who remained silent yet nodded slightly. Without hesitation, one of the knights dragged Spandam away and swiftly drew his sword, delivering a decisive blow. "How unfortunate!" Xia Yu muttered, dismissively stepping into the automated walkway. "Xia Yu, wait for me." As Xia Yu entered the walkway, Before Gion and the three generals could catch up, the peacock reacted swiftly and darted toward him. However, she was intercepted by Junzi, who had arrived beside Xia Yu first. "You cannot accompany him." The peacock's expression darkened as she protested, "Why can't I join? I am a colonel of the Blade Force." Hearing this, Xia Yu, now distanced within the automated walkway, turned back with a resigned look. "Peacock, this is not the time for folly. Return." Under Xia Yu's unwavering gaze, the peacock, though reluctant to concede, swallowed her retort and begrudgingly returned to General Crane's side. Gion, who had been silently observing, chose not to greet General Crane. For as Xia Yu had aptly pointed out, this was not a moment for idle chatter. After casting a silent glance at Admiral Crane, Gion did not linger any longer. Proceeding alongside the three generals past Crane and Sora. "Kapu, you stay." As Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kapu passed by the two, Sora suddenly interjected. "The person Xia Yu wishes to meet now, you cannot see." Kapu sharply raised his head, his eyes wide with incredulity as he fixed his gaze on Sora. "Why can't I?" Sora's expression grew solemn as he replied, "Because you are AD." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who was walking alongside Kapu, abruptly halted. Looking up at Sora with a sense of unexpectedness, "Lord Sora, did you already know that there is a mysterious power behind the five elders?" In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Sora shook his head and sighed, his demeanor softening as he turned to glance at the young figure gradually making its way along the moving walkway. "Perhaps you have known earlier than I." Understanding dawned upon Sengoku, who nodded and swiftly turned to join Zephyr in entering the moving walkway. Kapu did not follow, instead. He glared discontentedly at Sora, wrestling with his frustration yet ultimately refraining from expressing it. Despite being over 70, he felt youthful in contrast to Sora, who was nearing the century mark. Age, however, was not the crux of the matter. The key issue was that Sora was not only his superior but also his mentor. Sora paid no heed to Kapu's disgruntled gaze, arms crossed as he watched the receding figures on the moving walkway, a fleeting look of unprecedented confusion crossing his face. Until he learned of the enigmatic existence of him, he had been preoccupied with how to rectify the situation, bearing the full responsibility as the supreme commander of the military. Even if it meant engaging in battle with Xia Yu, who had seized control of the Navy headquarters, he was prepared to do so. However, upon discovering that there was another mysterious figure above the five elders, his initial shock gradually morphed into bewilderment, leaving him uncertain about the most judicious course of action. More than anything, he yearned to meet this shadowy power that eclipsed the five elders. Yet they had expressly forbidden him and Admiral Crane from involvement unless he resorted to a mutiny like Xia Yu. Thus, he was left with no choice but to comply with orders. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xia Yu ascended the moving walkway towards the sacred city of Pangu, casting his eyes upon the grand and imposing world government headquarters. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "Such a vast and splendid piece of land. Yet it is inhabited solely by a group of celestial dragons, what a tragic waste." No sooner had Xia Yu's words left his lips than a group of figures emerged from the entrance of the headquarters. At the forefront stood the ostensible highest authorities, the five elders. The first to step out was the Justice Marshal God, Topman Bachali, followed closely by the Agricultural Marshal God, Shepherd X. Piter, the Scientific Defense Marshal God, J. Garushia Satan, and the Environmental Marshal God, Marcus Maz. Bringing up the rear was the Finance Marshal God, Izia Balan Viina Sulong, who bore a somber expression while clutching a katana. As the five elders stepped out, they aligned themselves with Topman Bachali at the center. The imposing aura of the supreme rulers of the surface world emanated powerfully, stirring the air beneath them and creating visible ripples. Just as the five elders came to a halt, the leader of the Knights of God, Fagalando Greenku, promptly led several members of the order to position themselves beside the elders, their elevated stance allowing them to gaze down upon Xia Yu. What a grand spectacle! Feeling the atmosphere suddenly thicken around him, Xia Yu narrowed his eyes, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which instantly dispelled the invisible pressure that had momentarily stilled the air. He then raised his gaze to regard the five elders and the Knights of God, whose stance exhibited a modicum of elegance, and his own aura surged, overpowering theirs. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. My presence here signifies not only your inability to detain me but also the possibility that I may vanquish you all. Before his words could fully resonate, the overwhelming might of his conqueror's haki surged forth, engulfing both the five elders and Greenku. Subsequently, Xia Yu stepped forward. hand resting on the hilt of his sword, declaring, "You may relinquish your lofty demeanor, you lack the standing to negotiate with me from a position of power and status." At this, Xia Yu abruptly raised his head and enunciated clearly, "Bring out him." Chapter 050, Sakazuki submits only to Admiral Xia Yu. The ominous amalgamation of black and red. The Conqueror's haki unabashedly enveloped the five elders and the Knights of God led by Greenbow, not ceasing its relentless advance. Instead, it surged forth from Xia Yu's very core, sweeping outward with astonishing velocity. In an instant, the entirety of Pango City was shrouded in this formidable aura. The youthful admiral of the navy stood resolutely at the heart of this pure vortex of energy, his admiral's code billowing dramatically in the wake of the shockwaves, exuding an unrefined yet innate sovereign presence, dominance, arrogance, unmatched prowess. This was the visual tempest Xia Yu unleashed upon all present. Standing behind Xia Yu, the stalwart Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Gion, though now well into their middle ages, found themselves transported back to their fervent youth upon witnessing their young leader's commanding figure. A long-forgotten fervor surged within them, rekindling their spirits. Particularly for Sakazuki, he had not anticipated that upon their first encounter, Xia Yu would confront the five elders and the Knights of God head-on, boldly declaring, "You lack the qualifications to negotiate with me from the standpoint of power and status." Such a declaration ignited a fire within him. Since ascending to the rank of admiral, he had endured the relentless scoldings and reproaches from the five elders. While he could endure reprimands for shortcomings in duty, the truth was that he had been chastised not for failures in his work. Despite harboring 1,000 grievances, he had to suppress the fury simmering within. To the world, he was one of the Navy Headquarters Supreme Forces, yet in the eyes of the five elders and the celestial dragons dwelling in the Holy Land, he was perceived no differently than the rest. Countless times, he had yearned for a confrontation akin to Xia Yu's with the five elders. Yet, the elders were the apex authorities of the world government, possessing the right to reprimand and penalize him due to their elevated status. Regardless, they ought to extend him the fundamental respect he deserved, for he was indeed an admiral of the headquarters. The reality, however, was that throughout the years, he had received no respect in the Holy Land, not even from a sniveling celestial dragon, who wielded his privileges to berate him. Nevertheless, those times had become a thing of the past. He now stood as an admiral under Commander Xia Yu. Every shred of dignity he had once lost, he was determined to reclaim. With this thought, a fierce blaze ignited in Sakazuki's eyes as he stepped forward, positioning himself alongside Xia Yu, standing firmly at his right. Accompanied by a surge of searing energy, his unique magma fruit abilities erupted forth. At that moment, Borsalino also advanced, positioning himself beside Sakazuki, dazzling brilliance radiating from him. "Are we to engage in battle before the negotiations?" With Sakazuki and Borsalino stepping forward to align with Xia Yu, Gion, too, awakened by Xia Yu's sudden display of dominance, was unwilling to lag behind. He adjusted the glasses perched on his nose and stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gion to the left of Xia Yu. In the next moment, his unique ice fruit ability was quietly unleashed, accompanied by a crisp sound as the ground beneath his feet instantly froze, rapidly spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, all the buildings, plazas, and verdant trees within 100 meters were encased in ice. Simultaneously, dark clouds rolled ominously overhead, from which a multitude of fiery sparks erupted, engulfing the entire Pango City in a blaze. The heavens prepared for a meteoric eruption while the earth was gripped by an ice age. The forces of ice and fire from the Navy headquarters descended upon the Holy Land without warning. The three admirals, unexpectedly, released their respective fruit abilities without hesitation. Standing resolutely alongside Xia Yu, the expressions of Shamrock and Junzi, who were responsible for welcoming Xia Yu and his entourage, changed drastically as they struggled to react, only to find themselves under the overwhelming pressure of Xia Yu's Conqueror's haki, unable to even draw their swords or assume a combat stance with any ease. In contrast to the newcomers Shamrock and Junzi, the five members of the Divine Knights who had previously participated in the God Valley incident appeared somewhat more at ease. However, they still dared not make any movements, for although they could still act, they felt as if an unseen gaze was fixed upon them, instilling a sense of dread that any slight deviation would result in their immediate demise. In the face of the domineering Xia Yu and the historical unity of the three admirals, the five elders and Green Gu were equally unwilling to yield. Green Gu, braving the weight of Xia Yu's conqueror's haki, took a step forward, unsheathing his sword with determination, its blade aimed directly at Xia Yu, solemnly declaring, "Xia Yu, what are your intentions? We have come to welcome you, yet you adopt a combative stance. Do you truly believe we fear you? Welcome?" Xia Yu replied with a cold smile, "You have assembled such a formidable display merely to test my strength in hopes of gaining leverage for the forthcoming negotiations. I am merely accommodating your inquiries." After a brief pause, Xia Yu glanced around and added, "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with our attitude?" Before Green Gu could respond, Isan Baron suddenly stepped forward, towering over the three admirals with his katana, demanding sternly, "Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kuzan. Are you truly prepared to follow Xia Yu to the bitter end?" Silence. To everyone's surprise, even at this juncture, the five elders maintained their lofty demeanor. Sakazuki looked up sharply, all the pent-up resentment from the years exploding forth in that moment. "I know what you are thinking. In your antiquated mindset, you believe we could never steadfastly follow Admiral Xia Yu. To be frank, I have been deeply dissatisfied with your various commands and policies over the years. Yet due to your status and authority, I have had to endure it. You are the supreme authorities of the world government, my superiors. And it is the soldier's duty to obey orders. However, all of this has become a thing of the past. You are no longer entitled to dictate to me from the perspective of identity and status. From this moment onward, Sakazuki shall only bow to Marshal Summer." Chapter 051, The Throne of the Void now belongs to me. Above the heavens, dark clouds rolled ominously, swiftly enveloping the meteor volcano, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression among all those present in Mary Geos. The tense atmosphere rapidly spread to every corner, compelling the world nobles residing in the Holy Land to flee in disarray towards their respective estates, shielded by their bodyguards. Damn it, the meteor volcano. It's Sakazuki. How dare he? Has the Navy headquarters truly fallen under the control of the mutinous Xia Yu? Even Sakazuki, a general who upholds absolute justice, has turned against them. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly, ensure the safety of the celestial dragons as they depart, lest Sakazuki's rigid sense of justice befall you. In Panga City, the celestial dragons, leisurely strolling in the square, garden, and by the lake, were struck by a suffocating wave of terror, their expressions shifting dramatically as they scrambled away in panic. Fortunately, each celestial dragon was accompanied by bodyguards and CP0 agents, renowned as the strongest shields, who responded promptly, averting a potential stampede. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the automatic walkway, Kong, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Garp stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces bearing an unprecedented gravity as they gazed towards the World Government Headquarters. Standing beside them, Peacock glanced up at the meteor volcano, which flickered ominously amidst the rolling clouds, instinctively positioning herself behind Vice Admiral Tsuru. Is General Sakazuki's meteor volcano signaling an impending conflict? Pausing briefly, she turned to Garp, tentatively inquiring, "Mr. Garp, whom would you support if a battle ensued?" "Fear not, a confrontation will not occur." Garp, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, regarded the World Government Headquarters with a serious expression, attuned to the searing energy and bone-chilling aura wafting through the air. The five elders most likely aim to exert some pressure on Xia Yu, seeking to gain the upper hand in the forthcoming negotiations. After all, this young man has managed to keep his true strength hidden from everyone, even from me. The five elders naturally wished to probe his capabilities. However, it was evident that Xia Yu was not inclined to show them any favor. At that moment, Sakazuki had irrevocably aligned himself with Xia Yu, enveloping Panga City in his meteor volcano as a declaration to the five elders that this was the Holy Land. Should war erupt, he would first subject the group of useless celestial dragons within Pango City to molten lava. Upon hearing Garp's unvarnished criticism of the celestial dragons, both Kong and Tsuru turned their heads simultaneously. Yet, they refrained from intervening, as Garp had never harbored fondness for the celestial dragons, who enjoyed myriad privileges. Even in their presence, he would not hesitate to denounce them as worthless. It was precisely this disdain for the celestial dragons that compelled Garp to reject multiple promotions to admiral. In his view, attaining the rank of admiral would curtail his freedom and obligate him to rush to the aid of those celestial dragons he despised whenever they found themselves in peril. Certainly, Their sideways glances at Karp were not solely due to his denunciation of the celestial dragons, but rather because they were astonished at how profoundly he had analyzed the situation in the Holy Land. Before the headquarters of the world government, the atmosphere became palpably tense with the conclusion of Sakazuki's remarks. Izanbaran lifted his gaze to the meteor volcano looming over Panga City, then glanced at the frozen ground. Despite the murderous intent surging within him, he dared not make any move at that moment. Their prior posturing was merely a means to gauge the strength of Xia Yu and ascertain the reactions of the three admirals. However, although the outcome was evident, it was not as they had anticipated. They had expected the three admirals to unite against Xia Yu. Yet they were taken aback when Sakazuki and Kuzan unleashed their formidable abilities. In such circumstances, any further probing would inevitably lead to conflict. Should hostilities erupt? The meteor volcano suspended high above would surely rain down chaos, indiscriminately attacking all inhabitants of Panga City. The chilling powers of the frozen fruit would swiftly engulf the area, transforming Panga City into an icy fortress. While they were unafraid, the celestial dragons residing within Panga City would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Stand down. Suddenly, a voice, sharp yet somewhat muted, emerged from behind the five elders and several members of the Divine Knights led by Grinko. Following that tap, 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 the crisp sound of footsteps resonated with an innate rhythm, growing clearer as it approached the ears of all present. As they turned to see, a figure cloaked in a trailing robe, revealing only a pair of dark red, rippled eyes, emerged slowly from the doorway. Upon witnessing this, the five elders and the members of the Divine Knights hurriedly positioned themselves to either side, bowing in unison and respectfully proclaiming, "Lord Im." Im, with those dark red, rippled eyes, continued forward without pause, towering over Xia Yu and his companions standing at the bottom of the steps. Almost simultaneously, the three admirals, along with Sengoku and Zifa standing behind them, raised their heads in disbelief, gazing at the tall figure that commanded the deference of the five elders and Grinko. Despite their prior acceptance of Im's existence, witnessing it firsthand left them with a buzzing sensation in their minds. "Follow me." Ignoring the presence of the three admirals, Im fixed his gaze on Xia Yu for a moment before his sharp, yet slightly subdued voice cut through the air once more. Before anyone could react, a massive teleportation array suddenly appeared beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped them, and they found themselves inexplicably transported to a dimly lit royal palace hall. "This is..." In disbelief, Sengoku was the first to recover, exclaiming, "The Holy Land Palace." Before his words could fade, his pupils constricted sharply, and he looked in horror at the tall figure shrouded in the cloak standing before them. Under his gaze, the figure ascended the steps, turning their back to the multitude gathered in the grand hall, and stood before the void throne, which loomed at the pinnacle of the chamber. As Im reached the throne, he slowly turned his head, his dark red, rippling eyes sweeping over the astonished faces of the warring states, Zephyr, as well as the three generals and Gion. "I trust that Xia Yu has divulged secrets that ought to have remained hidden from you. As you can see, the void throne now rightfully belongs to me." Before the six could recover from their astonishment, Im bypassed the array of weapons positioned before the throne and seated himself upon it. Witnessing this, the six shifted from initial shock to a sense of resignation, ultimately redirecting their gazes towards the young Marshal, who stood merely a step away from them. Chapter 052, The Transformation of the Five Elders. As the core of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and his cohorts possessed an extensive understanding of the various facets of the world government. Particularly, they were aware that the Void Throne and the palace had been forged 8 centuries ago by 20 kings, who, after stabilizing the world order, collectively vowed that no one should ever ascend the throne again, thereby preventing any form of tyranny. Yet, at this moment, the throne, which had remained unoccupied for 800 years, now had a master, and they were utterly oblivious to the identity of this individual. It seemed as if Im could read the thoughts of the six before him, as he spoke once more, "Since you have chosen to follow Xia Yu, my sitting upon the void throne bears no significance for you." After a brief pause, he shifted his gaze towards Xia Yu, stating, "I find you quite intriguing. The first time I sensed the conqueror's haki you unleashed, I believed that man had returned. Clearly, you are not that man, nor are you Nika." At this juncture, Im abruptly altered his tone, raising his voice by 2 decibels, "So, who exactly are you? Where do you hail from, and what are your aspirations?" In response, Xia Yu furrowed his brow slightly before raising his gaze to the figure seated upon the throne, retorting, before inquiring about others' identities. Should you not unveil your own enigmatic visage for us to behold? After all, we are engaged in a dialogue of equity. Before he could finish, twin beams of nearly tangible black and red light erupted from Xia Yu's pupils, enveloping him in an instant. In the next moment, Xia Yu appeared before him with remarkable swiftness, reaching for the veil that concealed his face. Impudent! Despite Xia Yu's surprise attack and unparalleled speed, Im reacted with astonishing quickness. As Xia Yu grasped for the veil, Im unleashed an enraged rebuke. Following this, a terrifying arrow imbued with tremendous energy surged forth, aimed directly at Xia Yu's brow. Confronted with the arrow that seemed to magnify infinitely within his vision, Xia Yu was compelled to relinquish his grasp on the veil and instead seized the arrow before it could pierce him. A resonating clash echoed as he caught the arrow, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward, expanding from the epicenter of Xia Yu and Im throughout the entire palace hall. Before anyone present could react, a colossal shadow materialized, appearing on the wall behind the throne, casting a dominating gaze upon Xia Yu, with the arrow's other end ominously tethered to this monstrous silhouette. The suddenness of Xia Yu's assault on him caught the five elders standing opposite Sengoku, Zifa, and Gion off guard, yet they swiftly responded. A surge of terrifying energy erupted from within them, and in an instant, the five elders underwent a startling transformation. Damn it, what is this? The sight of the five elders morphing into fearsome beasts nearly made Sengoku's eyes pop out, while Gion and Zifa assumed combat stances, bracing for the impending confrontation. Similarly, the three commanders were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, astonished to witness the five elders transform into grotesque and fearsome creatures before their very eyes. The first to undergo this metamorphosis was the financial warrior, Isan Baron, whose lower half morphed into the limbs of a skeletal horse, while his upper body remained largely unchanged, presenting a terrifying centaur visage. Beside him, the agricultural warrior, Shepherd 10 Pipit, transformed into a massive sandworm, its form alone eliciting a primal fear. Shrouded in black flames as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, the legal warrior, Topman Vachali, morphed into a formidable warthog, its body enveloped in flames, sharp tusks glinting ominously in the dimly lit hall. The environmental warrior, Marcus Maz, took an even more exaggerated form, becoming a serpentine bird, swirling above the other four elders, its claws poised to strike at the audacious Xia Yu, who had initiated a surprise attack against him. What sent chills down the spines of the three commanders and the Gion was the scientific defense warrior, Jagor Lucia Satan, whose lower half transformed into a gigantic black spider, while his upper body sported massive bull horns. An invisible pressure filled the palace hall as the five elders completed their transformations, creating an overwhelming sense of dread among those who had once served them wholeheartedly. Warring States, Zephyr, the three commanders, and Gion, instilling in them a sensation akin to plummeting into the depths of hell. At that moment, seizing the initiative, Xia Yu abruptly turned, unleashing an unparalleled aura of conqueror's haki that enveloped the newly transformed five elders. A deafening, low-frequency vibration erupted in the air, the sheer force of his haki crashing against the monstrous forms of the five elders like a tempestuous sea. Ah! Faced with the sudden onslaught of Xia Yu's haki, Satan, entangled in black flames with the lower half of a massive spider, could not suppress a cry of despair. Instantly, his body reverted to its original form, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. Thud thud thud. The other four elders also found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the haki, reverting to their original selves in disarray. As they beheld this visually striking spectacle, the three commanders, along with Warring States and Zephyr, widened their eyes in astonishment. Warring States unable to suppress a gulp. He, too, possessed the conqueror's haki. Yet from his days as a novice to his rise as an admiral on the Grand Line and ultimately to the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, he had never witnessed anyone wielding haki with such mastery. It was truly awe-inspiring. Though the three commanders had previously witnessed Xia Yu's formidable display of power atop the Navy headquarters, they remained unshielded from the shock, once again rendered speechless. For now, Xia Yu was not facing mere members of the Divine Knights but rather the highest authorities of the world government, the five elders. With merely the might of his conqueror's haki, he reverted the elders to their true forms. Were a full-scale battle to ensue, the three admirals dared not contemplate further. At that moment,
They comprehended the profound meaning behind Summer's earlier proclamation beneath the World Government Headquarters, which echoed the wisdom of a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall.
Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. As the elders were returned to their original states, Greenku, standing alongside them, made his move.
However, just as he drew his sword, unleashing a dreadful wave of energy, Sakazuki lunged forward, his molten fist tightening with fierce intent as he declared, "Greenku, should you dare to wield your sword,
I shall stop at nothing to eliminate you."
As Sakazuki's words resonated, Borsalino, Kuzan, and Gion immediately positioned themselves at his side.
This time,
Sengoku chose not to remain a mere observer. The sight of him seated upon the throne of void extinguished any lingering hopes he had for the world government,
prompting him to decisively stand alongside Zifa.
Concurrently, all members of the Knights of God, including Shamrock and Junzi, assumed combat stances.
Enough! Just as tensions reached a boiling point,
Perched upon the throne, spoke, "Greenku, stand down." Before Greenko could respond, turned his gaze towards Summer, who had used his conqueror's haki to revert the elders. "Let this mutual probing cease. Undoubtedly, you possess the right to engage in a fair dialogue with me." After a brief pause, shifted his tone, commanding, "Junzi,
grant a seat to Admiral Summer."
Slowly, Summer interjected, releasing the arrowhead from his grasp.
Under the watchful eyes of all, he descended the steps to join Sakazuki and the others.
Turning to face the figure upon the throne, he solemnly remarked, "Is this so-called fair dialogue merely an invitation for us to sit here, continuing to gaze up at your lofty presence?" Chapter 053, for the first time in history. Standing equal with the five elders, the ominous clouds and suffocating meteor volcanoes that enveloped the sacred land of Pango City gradually dissipated as untransported Xia Yu and the others through the teleportation array. The ice covering the area of 100 zhang silently melted away, leaving traces of cold air wafting through the atmosphere.
Upon the return of sunlight after the tempest, Kong,
Vice Admiral Crane, and Karp, who stood on the automatic walkway, collectively sighed in relief. They were acutely aware that the disappearance of the meteor volcanoes did not signify Sakazuki's withdrawal from the battle, rather, it indicated a failure in the sacred land's probing.
"Why can't I accompany you because I am AD?"
Karp, feeling relaxed after the meteor volcanoes vanished, cast a puzzled glance at the Supreme Commander Kong beside him. Now that Xia Yu has completely laid his cards on the table with the world government, being AD shouldn't matter, right?
How could it not matter?
Kong shot Karp a glare, his tone brusque.
That individual is most averse to the clan of D. If you were present, this negotiation could very likely escalate into a war.
You just witnessed Sakazuki and Kuzan declare their positions. Any uncertainty could trigger a confrontation.
That individual?
Karp's brows furrowed sharply as he spoke in a hushed tone.
Kong, do you acknowledge him as the puppet master behind the world government?
A flicker of confusion crossed Kong's eyes. Compared to Karp and Sengoku, the revelation of him struck him the hardest. Prior to this, he too was unaware of him's existence until last night when he was summoned directly by the five elders through him.
He had anticipated meeting him in the power chamber.
But instead, he was summoned to the royal palace of the sacred land.
Upon entering the grand hall,
witnessing the five elders kneeling before the empty throne and the figure seated upon it, he was rendered utterly speechless. The void throne, vacant for 8 centuries, had been occupied by a king unbeknownst to him, the supreme commander of the world government. Reflecting on the scene from last night when he was summoned by him and some of the words exchanged, he found himself at a loss on how to respond to Karp. After a brief silence, Kong turned to face Karp, his expression grave. As it pertained to the enigmatic century-long history, the secrets of the D-clan, and the legend of Nika,
I am currently in turmoil and unable to provide you with a definitive answer.
However, Karp, Xia Yu may possess knowledge beyond our comprehension. He should furnish you with the answers you seek. As for me, Kong paused slightly, then turned his gaze towards the World Government Headquarters. As if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, exclaiming, "Once this matter concludes, it shall be time for retirement."
Meanwhile,
in the conference room of the royal palace, the compromising him sat opposite Xia Yu, positioned at either end of the rectangular conference table.
Sengoku, Zifa, Gion, and the 3 admirals faced the 5 elders and Greenbow.
Although the 5 elders were momentarily shaken by Xia Yu's conqueror's haki, they emerged relatively unscathed.
Sitting upright and glaring at Sengoku and his companions across the table, Sengoku chose not to meet their gaze directly. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a box of senbei from his bag, extracting a piece and offering it to Zephyr. When Zephyr made no move to accept, Sengoku, undeterred, tossed it into his own mouth in front of the 5 elders and him. Surprisingly, the audacity of indulging in senbei before such esteemed figures felt exhilarating. He reminisced about his youthful vigor, which had gradually faded into the responsibilities of a fleet admiral and later the commander-in-chief. In his tireless service to the Navy and the world government, he had endeavored to maintain a posture of humility and caution before the 5 elders. However, with the emergence of the brash young Xia Yu and the stark presence of him, he found himself liberated from such constraints. Most importantly, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, akin to watching a child he had nurtured achieve great renown, a vindication of sorts. After savoring another piece of senbei, he closed his eyes in delight, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yu, bearing an expression that seemed to convey his long-held belief in the boy's potential. The 3 admirals were markedly different from their usual demeanor during meetings at Navy headquarters, particularly Kizaru and Kuzan, who previously either dozed off or counted down the minutes until the end of the day. Now, they exuded an invigorated energy. The reason was simple: this was the first time in history that they stood on equal footing with the 5 elders. Among them, Sakazuki felt the most vindicated. Having adhered to his unyielding sense of justice, he had often faced rebuke from the 5 elders, either directly or through the Den Mushi. Even when seething with indignation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Now, he sat steadfastly beside Xia Yu, fixated on the elder who had chastised him the most, Saturn. The atmosphere was subtly charged. Xia Yu and him exchanged glances, each curious about the other's hidden identity, one yearning to unveil the face concealed beneath the other's mask, and the other straining to discern the origins of his counterpart. In was genuinely intrigued by Xia Yu. Based on the intelligence he had gathered in previous encounters, he could largely dismiss the possibility of Xia Yu belonging to the D-clan. Although the Conqueror's haki bore similarities to that of a certain individual from the past, his understanding of that man's character suggested no conceivable connection between them. With no ties to that figure, it was improbable that Xia Yu could be Nika, given that he was not a devil fruit user. It was precisely this elimination of possibilities that prompted him to engage in dialogue with Xia Yu. For him, the only significant threats in this world were the D-clan and Nika. Other formidable forces at sea could either be invited to join the Knights of God or be eliminated if they posed a threat. If neither invitation nor eradication was feasible, then negotiation became the only course of action. Enough, Sengoku. Suddenly, Izanbaran could no longer endure the incessant crunching sounds emitted by Sengoku as he munched on his senbei. With wide eyes, he glared at Sengoku and said in a low voice, "This is not the time for eating senbei." Sengoku, with his mouth full of the snack, replied somewhat indistinctly, "You are in no position to issue commands to me." Upon hearing this, the 3 generals seated beside him simultaneously turned their heads. The elders and Greenku across the table also widened their eyes in astonishment. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Sengoku felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction swell within him. Unable to contain his laughter as he exclaimed, "At last, I have voiced what I have wished to say all these years." Ah ha ha. After a brief pause, Sengoku suddenly turned to glare at the 3 generals. "What are you looking at?" "We are in a meeting." Chapter 054, Sakazuki is extremely irritated. Let us commence. Xia Yu ceased to dwell on whether the visage concealed beneath him's veil belonged to a man or a woman, and decisively stated, "Since we are here for negotiations, it is only fitting that all parties exhibit a corresponding degree of sincerity. As the hosts present, should you not first express your intentions?" He proposed to begin with the naval funding issue, which had previously been disbursed by the Holy Land's financial department. Starting this year, the annual allocation for the Navy from the Holy Land will be increased tenfold. As soon as Xia Yu's words fell, Izanbalan sprang to his feet, exclaiming in exasperation, "What? Increased tenfold? Do you even comprehend the annual budget for the Navy?" Before any further reaction could ensue, Sakazuki stood up first, casting aside any semblance of restraint, and declared in a fierce tone, "Before Marshal Xia Yu has completed his statement, it would be wise for you to remain silent. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." "Sakazuki, you are being outrageous." Satan glared at Sakazuki, his voice low and commanding, "Sit down. Who do you think you are?" Sakazuki removed his military cap and leaned towards Satan with a menacing glare. You are the most detestable among the 5 old fogies. If you continue to point fingers at me, I will be compelled to deal with you as well. Sensing Sakazuki's murderous intent, both Palyasolino and Gion, seated beside him, exchanged a historic glance, their eyes reflecting a shared bewilderment. What has gotten into Sakazuki? His anger is overwhelming. Xia Yu, too, was taken aback by Sakazuki's readiness to eliminate his opponents, first Greenko, then Izanbalin, and now Satan. He seemed intent on attacking anyone who crossed his path. Satan was visibly agitated, the muscles in his plump face twitching as he struggled to suppress his fury. Izanbalin was equally provoked by Sakazuki's insult, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Topman Vulturely and the other 2 elders were also incited to anger by the frenzied Sakazuki, rising to their feet. What, do you wish to cease negotiations? As the 5 elders stood in unison, a cold glimmer flickered in Xia Yu's eyes, and he slammed his palm on the table, suggesting, let us engage in a battle. 7 against 7, that seems fair. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu also rose at that moment. The muscles of Im's face, concealed beneath the veil across from him, twitched slightly. Yet Im did not stand. Instead, he raised a hand and gently tapped the table. At the sound of the crisp tapping, the 5 elders felt their bodies stiffen and, in an instant, returned to their seats, forcibly suppressing their inner fury. Once they were seated, Im turned his gaze towards Xia Yu and said with a calm demeanor, please continue, no one will interrupt you further. With this, Xia Yu signaled for Sakazuki to take his seat and lean forward, hands resting on the table, casting a commanding gaze upon him. Regarding the naval funding issue, there exists another solution. The Holy Land's allocations will no longer be necessary. Instead, the Naval Department will collaborate with the Celestial Dragon's envoy to collect the heavenly gold from the affiliated nations, with half of the proceeds allocated to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Izanbalin could not restrain himself and raised his head once more. You suggest giving half of the heavenly gold to the Navy? Why not just seize it yourself? As Izanbalin lifted his gaze, Im shot him a piercing glance, causing him to instinctively retract his neck in silence. No problem. After glaring back at Izanbalin, Im decisively nodded and declared that henceforth, half of the celestial gold each year would belong to the Navy. However, upon receiving this portion, the Navy must continue to fulfill its duty of protecting the member nations. This is only natural, Xia Yu concurred, then continued, next, we shall address the issue of Navy affiliation. There are 2 proposals. First, the Navy remains under the jurisdiction of the world government and is subject to the directives of the Power Room, but the positions of the 5 elders must rotate, with a new rotation every 6 months, ensuring that at least 2 of the 5 seats are occupied by officers from the Navy headquarters. Second, the Navy would operate independently from the world government, establishing a relationship of equality rather than hierarchy. This does not affect the first funding issue. Regardless of the outcome of these proposals, I must emphasize one point: the privileges of the Celestial Dragons are rendered ineffective in the presence of the Navy. Should the Celestial Dragons face threats or harm, naval commanders must respond unconditionally and immediately. The Navy exists solely to uphold maritime order and justice. Thus, if the Celestial Dragons engage in malevolent acts outside the Holy Land, they too shall face the consequences of justice. Of course, I can make concessions regarding the punishment or execution of the Celestial Dragons, which the Navy will defer to the Knights of God. But a Navy officer must be present during such proceedings. Upon hearing this, Im narrowed his eyes. It was evident that Xia Yu aimed to divide the authority of the world government. The proposal for rotating positions among the 5 elders meant that, although the Navy would still answer to the Power Room, the 2 Navy officers in rotation would possess greater authority, enabling them to issue commands to other departments beyond the Navy through the Power Room. As for the second proposal, it was unnecessary to bring up, as the current Navy, under Xia Yu's control, was already poised to assert its influence, making the issue of independence from the world government trivial. However, Im had his own schemes. Despite Xia Yu's evident intentions, given the current situation and future unpredictable factors, Im boldly stated, the proposal for rotation is commendable. Perhaps it will serve as a breakthrough toward a prosperous future for the world government and the Navy. Regarding the Navy's enforcement authority over the Celestial Dragons' misdeeds outside the Holy Land, having the Knights of God manage the disposition is also acceptable. Before M's words had fully settled, the 5 elders simultaneously looked up and exclaimed in unison, "Absolutely not, Master M." In stark contrast to the 5 elders' reaction, the 3 admirals, Gion, Sengoku, and Zephyr, were taken aback by M's straightforward agreement. It was clear that the resolute proposals presented by Xia Yu were entirely advantageous to the Navy and his seasoned professionals. They easily discerned Xia Yu's intent to leverage this negotiation to elevate the authority of the Navy officers within the power room, thereby redistributing the power of the world government. When Xia Yu presented the first proposal, they all secretly felt a twinge of anxiety, convinced that M would not acquiesce. Yet, once again, the outcome defied their expectations. Not only did M agree to implement a rotational system for the 5 elders' seats in the power room, but he also granted the Navy the authority to enforce laws upon the world's nobility. The rotation of the 5 elders was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, from this moment onward, the Navy would no longer have to endure the indignities imposed by the world's aristocrats. In that fleeting instant, the 3 admirals and the Gion nearly succumbed to the urge to exclaim the word loyalty. After dedicating 8 centuries of unwavering service to the world government, the Navy finally received the respect it so rightfully deserved, ushering in a long-awaited moment of glory. Chapter 055, The Mary Geos Treaty. The 5 elders take turns. The negotiation meeting continued until noon. Many conditions proposed by Xia Yu were graciously accepted by him, although some were rejected. However, Xia Yu paid no mind to these rejections, as they were intentionally presented to create confusion. Outside the Holy Land Palace, Shamrock stood side by side with Junzi, both gazing intently at the tightly closed palace doors. Behind them stood 5 members of the Divine Knights, who had been sent flying after accompanying Junzi through the teleportation array to the Navy headquarters, along with several other members of the Divine Knights who had previously been positioned behind Green Goo. In contrast to the 5 Divine Knights standing behind Shamrock and Junzi, these latter members bore the title Saint after their names. It is well known that among the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, male names are typically accompanied by the title Saint. This signifies that these members of the Divine Knights were not summoned from outside the Holy Land but were chosen from the powerful celestial dragons living within it. The foremost among them were Kirin Genmu and Somaz, both of whom were principal combatants of the Divine Knights and possessed the abilities of devil fruit users. Kirin Genmu was a user of the dragon fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its Kirin form. Having long since awakened his fruit's powers, he now presented himself in his human Kirin form, with a long neck surrounded by white clouds. Clad in splendid military attire and the customary cloak worn by members of the Divine Knights. Although standing, Kirin Genmu had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, murmuring incomprehensible dream talk. Somaz, on the other hand, was a user of the spiky fruit, a paramecia type. Despite his advanced age, his muscles were remarkably developed, and his stature was imposing, exuding an unmasked aura of strength. However, despite his years, Somaz displayed a certain irreverence, squinting at Junzi. Noticing Somaz's gaze was somewhat disrespectful, Shamrock furrowed his brow and admonished, "Mind your gaze." "Ah, I've been discovered." Somaz chuckled heartily, redirecting his attention from Junzi's attire to the closed palace doors, brazenly inquiring, "Junzi, you really need not wear the cloak." Upon hearing this, Junzi blinked in confusion, her beautiful eyes widening, and her face, unmasked by bandages, flushed crimson. She swiftly turned to adjust her cloak. Shamrock, unable to tolerate the banter any longer, interjected, "Somaz, please be serious at this moment." "I wish to be serious as well." Somaz replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, "But Junzi's attire is simply too eye-catching." Before he could finish, Somaz abruptly shifted the topic, his expression turning grave as he asked, "Shamrock, do you have any thoughts regarding this incident?" "I believe Lord M has no need to negotiate with Xia Yu." "Undeniably. His strength is formidable, particularly his Conqueror's Haki, which I have found to be the strongest among all Conqueror's Haki users I have encountered over the years. However, their group consists of merely 7 individuals, while the Holy Land is not only home to the Knights of God but also the 5 Elders and Lord M. The entire Holy Land holds a complete advantage over these 7, why not seize this opportunity to decisively suppress them? If we eliminate Xia Yu and take control of the 3 admirals, the Navy headquarters would pose no threat. With the assistance of Chilingam, we could easily subdue them all." Upon hearing this, Shamrock shook his head, indicating that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Xia Yu's audacity to ascend to the Holy Land with only 6 companions speaks not only to his formidable strength and self-preservation capabilities but also to the unwavering loyalty of the Navy's officers and soldiers standing behind him. One could interpret it this way: the Navy could function without the world government, yet the world government cannot afford to relinquish the Navy without a struggle. Enough, enough. Somaz waved his hand, wishing to turn toward Junzi but was immediately met with a piercing glance from Shamrock. Ultimately, he shrugged in resignation and remarked, "Such a significant event exceeds our authority. With Lord M personally overseeing the matter, I trust it will soon be resolved satisfactorily." In the conference room of the Holy Land Palace, M, who had agreed to a series of conditions proposed by Xia Yu, glanced at him as he suddenly stood up and made his way directly past the 5 elders to stand before him. The dark red ripples in his eyes involuntarily contracted as he spoke in a low voice. "Xia Yu, know when to stop. Rest assured, I have no intention of removing your mask." Standing before him, Xia Yu placed a document on the conference table, his demeanor amiable as he said, "Although you have acquiesced to all my conditions, mere words are insufficient. I require your signature on this document." "What is this?" Im inquired, examining the title of the document. His lips twitching beneath his mask as he read the prominent words, Mariewa Treaty? Xia Yu nodded with a smile. "Once you sign the Mariewa Treaty, our negotiations will conclude. Naturally, in addition to your signature, the 5 elders must also inscribe their names, as this treaty needs to be duplicated and sent to all member nations." I'm promptly refused. My existence is currently known only to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land. Oh, Xia Yu blinked, then nodded in understanding. "Apologies, I overlooked that detail. The ostensible highest authority of the world government remains the 5 elders." As he spoke, Xia Yu placed the document before the foremost topman Bacheli. "Let each of you sign this treaty." Upon hearing this, Topman Bacheli quickly glanced at him, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he picked up the document to review its contents. The stipulations within were precisely those that him had previously agreed to, and not a single one of the items he had rejected was included. It was evident that the conditions Xia Yu had proposed and were rebuffed by him were merely a ruse. What Xia Yu truly sought was already meticulously outlined within this treaty. After perusing the contents, Topman Bacheli raised his gaze, casting a meaningful glance at Xia Yu. Previously, before the grand edifice of the world government's headquarters, when Xia Yu unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki during a moment of disagreement, he nearly mistook him for a mere reckless youth relying solely on brute strength. However, it has become evident that this individual, whom he deemed impulsive, meticulously calculated each of his actions, exhibiting an unsettling depth of strategy and guile. In a short span, the Treaty of Mariewa was duly signed. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed. As the final celestial dragon affixed his signature, Xia Yu swiftly secured the documents, as though apprehensive of any potential reversal by him or the 5 elders, and decisively turned to depart. Wait, Sengoku, Zifa, and the 3 admirals, along with Gion, had just risen when Im's voice suddenly resonated. "Xia Yu, shall we converse privately?" Xia Yu met Im's gaze with a serious expression, inquiring, "Will you remove your veil and speak candidly with me?" Without waiting for Im's response, Xia Yu gestured eagerly to Sengoku and the others. "You all wait outside for me." Im also commanded the 5 elders and Green Bull, "You may exit as well." The 5 elders and Green Bull, not daring to linger, promptly vacated the conference room. Observing this, Sengoku and the others followed suit without hesitation. Soon, only Xia Yu and Im remained within the confines of the conference room. As the door closed, Im immediately lifted his gaze, intensely scrutinizing Xia Yu, and abruptly declared, "You do not belong to this era." Xia Yu met Im's penetrating stare, utterly perplexed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Im continued to elaborate. "If you were born in this age, your conqueror's haki could not possibly be so potent. I previously speculated whether your haki was a remnant of that man's power, but my recent observations clearly contradict that. The only conclusion is that you, like me, are not of this time. So, do tell. Do you hail from 8 centuries ago or an even more distant past? The man you refer to must be Joy Boy." Sensing a flicker of bewilderment in Im's rippling eyes, Xia Yu could not help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I am neither Joy Boy nor Nika, I am simply myself. However, if you agree to one more condition, I shall reveal to you my origins." Im's eyes brightened, his pupils dilating slightly. What condition yet before he could finish? He abruptly came to his senses, resolutely rejecting the notion, "There is no way I will remove my veil."
Xia Yu shrugged slightly, feigning exasperation. "Very well. You possess a visage and gender that intrigue me, while I harbor an enigmatic past that eludes your understanding. This seems rather equitable."
Chapter 056, The Turbulent Winds of the Grand Line. Invincible.
Outside the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace, the five elders, alongside Green Goo, positioned themselves before the members of the Knights of God. Following closely behind, Sengoku and his group of 6 advanced directly to confront them.
At this moment,
the emotions swirling within the five elders were exceedingly intricate. Among the conditions proposed by Summer, the majority held little significance for them, however. The stipulation regarding the rotation of the 5 elder seats was a matter they could not genuinely accept.
Summer's intentions were glaringly apparent, having complete control over the Navy.
He had no need to set foot in the Holy Land, as he could simply lead the Navy away from the world government. The rationale for Summer's reluctance to take such a drastic step was straightforward: leading the Navy, a colossal war machine, away from the world government and opposing it would undoubtedly result in immense casualties for both sides, potentially leading to mutual destruction, which would ultimately benefit the Revolutionary Army, the lawless pirate factions of the Grand Line, and all affiliated nations. This predicament was also an issue that their lordum had to confront. Both him and Summer were keen to avoid such an outcome, hence their decision to engage in negotiations. One side sought to retain the Navy's formidable war machine, while the other aimed to seize greater benefits and power from this coup. Despite their awareness of the intricate power dynamics at play, they could not fathom why the rotation of the 5 elder seats was the crux of the matter. Such a rotation implied that any of the 5 could be replaced. Having wielded supreme authority in the chamber for so many years, they had grown accustomed to and relished their power. The thought of suddenly being replaced was, understandably, difficult for them to accept. However, with circumstances having reached this point, they had no choice but to confront reality. Observing the 5 elders' reactions, Junzi first cast a puzzled glance at the 6 members of the Navy headquarters opposite them, then turned to their leader, Green Goo. Noticing his displeasure mirrored in Green Goo's expression, she blinked in confusion before shifting her gaze to Shamrock.
Although Shamrock displayed minimal reaction, from the expressions of his father and the 5 elders, he surmised that the negotiation would likely conclude with Summer's unequivocal victory. Nevertheless, he too was curious about the outcome of the discussions and stepped forward to stand beside Green Goo, inquiring, "Father, is it over?" Green Goo nodded. Unlike the 5 elders, the emergence of the rotation of their seats was not necessarily detrimental for him as the leader of the Knights of God. In fact, it could very well mean that he might find himself in a position of power through the rotation. The reasoning was simple: Lordum's acceptance of Summer's condition stemmed from the necessity of retaining the Navy's colossal war machine, coupled with dissatisfaction over the 5 elders' inaction over the years. Even in the absence of Summer, the 5 elders might have been compelled to undergo an adjustment in the near future. Half an hour later, the once closed palace doors swung open once more. Shortly thereafter, Summer emerged, his countenance radiant with joy, striding forth with purpose. Glancing at the crowd waiting at the entrance, Xia Yu disregarded the 5 elders and the members of the Knights of God, striding directly to Gion, handing over the document in his hand. He then walked alone to the edge of the steps, turning his back to the crowd, and slowly opened his arms. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air of the Holy Land, Xia Yu's sudden action left the 6 members of the Navy headquarters, as well as the 5 elders and the Knights of God, in a state of bewilderment. However, he soon stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings from a lofty position, and spoke to himself, "It is truly a waste to see such vast expanses of the Red Earth continent lying fallow." Before his words had fully dissipated, Xia Yu abruptly turned to face the Navy's 6, addressing Zifa. "When you take your turn in the Chamber of Authority as one of the 5 elders, remember to arrange for some people to cultivate a piece of land to plant whatever they like. In my hometown, nearly everyone enjoys farming, and I am no exception." Zifa, selectively ignoring Xia Yu's fondness for agriculture, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Me? As one of the 5 elders?" Xia Yu nodded. "You and Mr. Sengoku." Without waiting for Zifa and Sengoku to respond, he shifted his gaze to the 5 elders across from him. Noticing the grimaces on their faces, reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something foul, Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "What is wrong with you? It's merely a matter of relinquishing 2 seats." Is such a frown truly necessary? Hey, Izanbaron, do you need a mirror to see your current expression?
Especially those eyes of yours.
Bulging like copper bells, be careful they don't pop out.
And you, Satan, at this point, the previously smiling Xia Yu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor.
I understand your discontent. But have you considered why I would agree to the condition of rotating the 5 elder seats?
No matter how you spin it, it all boils down to your inadequacies. Particularly in recent decades, first with the Rocks Pirates' assault on God Valley, followed by the dawn of the Great Age of Pirates.
What have you done in the face of increasingly rampant pirates? Besides issuing bounties, what else can you do?
Since you lack more adept methods, it's time to vacate the positions for those more capable. Without granting the 5 elders a chance to retort or react, Xia Yu waved his hand decisively and turned,
declaring, "Let us go."
Upon witnessing this, Gion hastily tucked away the documents and hurried to keep up.
Subsequently, the 3 admirals followed suit without a moment's hesitation. Zifa and Sengoku did not leave immediately, instead, they stood in place, gazing at each other. After a prolonged moment of shock, they both exclaimed in unison, "Have we become the 5 elders?"
Xia Yu, who had walked some distance away, glanced back at the bewildered Sengoku and Zifa, who were grappling with their new roles,
and called out, "Sakazuki." Instinctively, Sakazuki straightened his posture.
Observing this, Xia Yu chuckled, "It's not working hours, there's no need to be so serious."
Sakazuki remained silent, his body still rigid.
"Well, if that's what you prefer." Xia Yu shrugged lightly and remarked, "Next time it's your turn. You shall take the place of the 5 elders, and give Topman and Izambalan a good scolding."
"I." Sakazuki's reaction mirrored that of Zephyr, his eyes widening in surprise.
"Not just you," Xia Yu said earnestly, "from now on, the seats of the 5 elders will be rotated among the 3 of you and Shiwan."
Upon hearing this, Shiwan, Borisolino, and Kuzan looked up in astonishment, wanting to say something but realizing that any words would seem rather inadequate. Ultimately,
they straightened their backs like Sakazuki and saluted Xia Yu, proclaiming in unison, loyalty.
"Ha ha ha, splendid."
After casting a glance at the 4 who stood saluting him,
Xia Yu laughed heartily and turned to leave.
His bold words resonated in their ears. The Grand Line is a tumultuous sea, raging with clouds and waters.
We shall eradicate all harmful pests. Invincible. Now that has a certain flavor to it. Chapter 057, Im's Calculations Supporting a Naval Monarch?
After the departure of Xia Yu and his entourage, Im immediately summoned the 5 elders in green goo.
In the dimly lit palace hall,
Im sat like an immovable statue upon the void throne, his dark crimson eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation,
gazing down upon the 5 elders in green goo from his elevated position.
The 5 elders did not stand, instead, they all knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before the void throne, with green goo following suit, though he performed a single kneeling gesture, befitting his status as the leader of the Knights of God.
"I know what you are all thinking." After a brief silence, Im's voice resonated in their ears.
"Are you not contemplating how Xia Yu, who has plotted rebellion, ought to be condemned to the execution platform, yet I have acquiesced to his series of demands?
Not only relinquishing 2 seats in the Chamber of Power but also granting him privileges akin to yours?"
Upon hearing this, the 5 elders straightened their posture. They indeed harbored such thoughts, yet dared not voice them. The reason was simple: if Monkey D. Garp, a member of the D lineage, could become a naval hero, and you, who were supposed to have perished long ago, could ascend to the 5 elders wielding the utmost authority in the world.
While so-called Sea Emperors continue to emerge in rapid succession along the Grand Line, why should I not support another naval monarch?
As more individuals become aware of my existence, the world is bound to be stirred once again, potentially accelerating the return of Nika upon the Grand Line. 800 years ago, the original 20 kings conspired against Nika. The world government, now in a state of turmoil, relies solely on you.
Can you truly manage this? Xia Yu possesses ambition, considerable ambition, yet this is not entirely detrimental.
Ambition signifies desire. As long as he is neither of the D lineage nor Nika, I shall cater to his needs. Do not mention merely 2 seats among the 5 elders. If he proves useful to me, substituting him for you is not out of the question."
Upon this declaration,
the 5 elders were immediately struck with fear, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies tense and breath held.
It was evident that Lord M was not entirely satisfied with their conduct over the years and sought this opportunity to issue a warning while testing the waters for potential successors. Should they continue to remain ineffectual, their fate would undoubtedly not culminate in a graceful exit from the chamber of power to enjoy a life of leisure, but rather in death. If M desires their existence, they may live long, however, should he deem them useless, even if they were thousands of miles away. He could effortlessly reduce them to ashes. Observing the reactions of the 5 elders, M chose to refrain from further comment. He then stepped forward. Turning to gaze upon the void throne, his eyes narrowed as he mused aloud, "Do you also wish to become the master of this throne? Then let me witness how far you can truly go, Xia Yu." Meanwhile, at the port of Saint's Land, directly connected to the Shambati archipelago, the command rang out, "All present. Attention! Salute!" As Xia Yu and his entourage emerged from the elevator and stepped onto the stairs, Stalaberry and Bastille, who had been eagerly awaiting them on either side of the staircase leading to the port, stepped forward and saluted. With their voices resonating, the naval soldiers standing along the staircase straightened up, their robust shouts echoing through the air and lingering above the harbor. Xia Yu returned the salute with a wave and swiftly approached Stalaberry and Bastille, wrapping his arms around their shoulders and pulling them close for a hearty embrace. "Ah, Commander!" Stalaberry and Bastille exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes widening in unison, both caught off guard by Xia Yu's sudden display of affection. "And no, we cannot." "What do you mean cannot?" Xia Yu released them, his expression turning earnest. "In our official capacity, I am your commander, but in private, we remain brothers. Come. Follow me back to headquarters." With that, he took hold of each of their hands, leading them down the staircase. Initially, Bastille and Stalaberry were pulled along by Xia Yu. But soon they regained their composure and instinctively turned their gazes toward the young commander walking between them, their postures gradually straightening. Throughout Xia Yu's journey to the Holy Land, they had been consumed with worries about potential misfortunes befalling him. And their minds had wandered to the possibility that if their commander ascended in power due to the recent military coup, he might drift away from them in the future. However, it became evident that their concerns were unfounded. When Xia Yu grasped their hands and declared, "We are brothers," it was as if sand had entered their eyes, causing their eyelids to glisten with unshed tears. This glory shall not be mine alone. Their unwavering commander had not betrayed his promise. Damn it, the world government has capitulated. It was almost unbelievable that Xia Yu had departed from the Holy Land so swiftly. His expression clearly indicated that he had attained all that he desired. "Quickly, report the situation here." Intelligence personnel who had been closely monitoring this significant event since Xia Yu's departure to the Holy Land, without having had a chance to enjoy their lunch, promptly assumed their positions upon his unexpected return. In a short while, news agencies across the globe, as well as the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors of the New World, and the intricate web of underground factions, all received the news. In District 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, within the knockout bar, Xia Qi lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing sideways at the figure standing outside the bar's entrance. In a leisurely tone, she addressed Rayleigh, "In the truth you witnessed alongside Roger upon reaching Laugh-Tale. Did you see any sign of this young commander?" Standing outside, Rayleigh peered through the dense foliage, observing the colossal naval ship returning to the Marine Headquarters, and shook his head. "There are no records pertaining to him." "Then perhaps your strategies from back then require some re-evaluation," Xia Qi remarked, leaning against the bar's door. "You chose to remain in the Sabaody archipelago while Jabba stayed in Elbaf, all in anticipation of the individual Roger envisioned. At present, the individual has yet to make an appearance, yet the naval headquarters has dispatched a young marshal capable of compelling the Holy Land to acquiesce. With his thunderous vigor, he has assumed complete control over the navy. Furthermore, the methods employed in negotiations with the Holy Land suggest that his imminent objective will likely be the eradication of pirates. Should he indeed prepare to launch a campaign against the Grand Line and the pirates of the 4 seas, the aspirations of Roger may very well be thwarted." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Shaki and remarked with a smile, "Although I was once a pirate, I would gladly welcome the day when he can rid the world of piracy and restore peace and stability." "Oh?" A flicker of surprise crossed Shaki's eyes, as she found it hard to believe such words were uttered by the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. "Rayleigh, you have changed during your years of seclusion in the Sabaody archipelago." "Changed?" Rayleigh paused, then chuckled in understanding. Perhaps it is simply that these years have been too tranquil. Ha ha.
At that moment, the transponder snail resting on the bar began to ring.
Without hesitation, Shaki turned and approached the bar, speaking first, "It's me."
A somewhat anxious voice emerged from the transponder snail. Xia Yu has signed the Mariewa Treaty with the Five Elders. And this treaty is now being printed en masse to be dispatched to the member nations of the world government within the day.
As for the contents of the treaty,
I dared not read it in its entirety, but I managed to glance through it. I recall one clause stating that the seats of the Five Elders will henceforth rotate,
with 2 seats allocated to the naval headquarters.
Additionally, Xia Yu will possess the same privileges as the Five Elders.
Furthermore, the authority to recruit the warlords of the sea will now solely belong to the naval headquarters,
granting Xia Yu full control over the replacement of warlords and the abolition of the warlord system.
Chapter 058, All Officers, Salute to the Marshal. At the Navy headquarters,
nearly all officers and soldiers were present, standing in orderly rows at the port, their expressions fervent as they awaited the return of their esteemed Marshal. As the formidable warship slowly approached the harbor, the officers standing at attention simultaneously stepped forward, their gazes fixed upon the spirited figure of the young commander at the ship's bow. Following this, everyone raised their hands in salute, collectively proclaiming, "All officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters, we salute you, Marshal." As the voices of the officers echoed, the Navy soldiers lined up behind them, stretching from the port to Marineford Square, also raised their hands in salute, chanting, "Loyalty." The resounding slogan reverberated through the skies above Marineford.
Akin to thunder erupting from a tranquil landscape, at long last, Marineford welcomed a moment of long-awaited glory. Standing atop the warship,
Xia Yu looked down upon the assembled officers and the throngs of soldiers, their faces alight with fervor after the rallying cry.
Unconsciously,
a smile graced his lips as he declared with great passion, "Gentlemen, the glorious moment for the Navy has finally arrived."
At this juncture,
Xia Yu suddenly turned to his side, glancing at Stoloberry, Bashtu, the 3 great generals, and Ju.
As if sensing his thoughts, Stoloberry and Bashtu stepped forward, clasping hands and aligning themselves beside Xia Yu.
Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Xia Yu grasped Stoloberry's hand.
Ju, understanding the unspoken intent,
confidently approached Xia Yu's side, extending his hand to join them while casting a glance at the 3 great generals. Although the generals were aware of Xia Yu's intentions, their advanced years caused a momentary hesitation. However, Sakazuki swiftly took the initiative, holding onto Porcelino with one hand while clasping Ju's hand with the other. Though Porcelino's face flushed with embarrassment, he nonetheless reached out to grasp Kuzan's hand.
In that instant, as hands were joined,
Xia Yu led Stoloberry and Ju forward, his voice resonating through the skies of Marineford. This glory belonged to every officer and soldier present, to all who sacrificed for justice, and to the entire Navy.
Long live the heroic Navy!
Xia Yu's voice, though not loud, echoed clearly across Marineford, invigorating all present, be they Vice Admirals or soldiers, who, filled with zeal, vociferously joined in the chant.
The powerful slogans surged one after another, resonating above Marineford,
ultimately coalescing into a tidal wave that surged in all directions.
Upon learning of the Mariewa Treaty,
the highest-ranking officials of the Navy branches across the seas and the Grand Line, despite the vast distance from the Navy headquarters, echoed the rallying cry of loyalty,
shaking the world with their fervor. Thus, Xia Yu boldly instigated a coup, seizing control of the Navy and signing the Mariewa Treaty with the Holy Land, marking the conclusion of this pivotal event and heralding the dawn of a new era. Historians of the future would designate this coup as the Spring of Marineford and refer to this era as the Glorious Age of the Navy. The following day,
the contents of the Treaty of Mariewa were disseminated across the globe through various prominent newspapers amidst a flurry of news deliveries.
Concurrently,
the Naval Headquarters Press Department published the latest periodicals, yet the front page of the newspaper, personally printed and distributed by the Naval Headquarters, made no mention of the treaty's details. Instead, it displayed a series of breathtaking photographs that left the world in awe. Dominating the majority of the page was a grand group photo featuring all ranks from the Naval Headquarters, from marshals to ordinary soldiers.
In this striking image,
the young Marshal occupied the central position, flanked on his right by the 3 most formidable admirals, all lounging casually, while on his left sat the former Marine Marshal Sengoku,
Vice Admiral Garp, and the former Admiral Zephyr. Behind the young Marshal stood a cadre of Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, Brigadiers, and officers of various ranks, led by Gion. The reason this photograph commanded such prominence was due to the multitude of soldiers arrayed in a fan shape behind the officers. Some held long swords, others pointed guns skyward, while some crossed their arms over their chests. Despite the diverse appearances of all present, each exuded the unmistakable smile of a victor. Below this photograph was a dense array of names, with the young Marshal, Xia Yu, occupying a line all to himself. Recognized as the youngest Marshal in the history of the naval headquarters. Following him were the elder statesman Sengoku and the 3 Supreme Admirals. The list continued with the names of Vice Admirals from the naval headquarters in various branches, each name meticulously recorded. Those who first laid eyes upon this newspaper, be they the lawless pirates at sea or the formidable Yonko pirate crews reigning over the New World, were struck with astonishment by this image. Particularly, figures from the bygone era such as Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, were witnessing for the first time a naval marshal possessing such terrifying cohesion. Prior to this young Marshal, both Sengoku, known for his strategic brilliance, and the former Admiral Kong, who was then the supreme commander of the world government S-forces, had seemingly led an invincible navy that, in truth, was merely a fade. Under Sengoku's command, although the 3 admirals appeared to cooperate harmoniously, they were, in reality, at odds, particularly the contrasting ideologies of Kuzan and Sakazuki. The 3rd admiral, Borsellino, known as Kizaru, had always exuded an ambiguous demeanor, leaving many uncertain of his true intentions. This disunity among the 3 admirals, each adhering to their own sense of justice, combined with the world government's deliberate maintenance of balance at sea through the warlord system, ultimately rendered the vast war machine of the Navy incapable of functioning effectively. Had the naval headquarters demonstrated unity, even if just 2 admirals collaborated, the current situation of the Yonko in the New World would have been inconceivable. However, these circumstances now belong to the annals of history. With the emergence of this grand photograph of the naval headquarters, the once formidable navy appears to have vanished into the annals of history, marking the end of an era. Under the command of the young Marshal Xia Yu, a new navy is destined to become the nightmare of all pirates. In Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh, having just completed the coating of a vessel, sat alongside several coating workers, newspaper from the naval headquarters in hand, gazing contemplatively at the young Marshal seated prominently at the center. When the Roger pirates disbanded, their captain, Gion Roger, willingly ascended the guillotine, while his left-hand man, Jabba, and the cruise doctor, Crocus, retreated to the Sabaody archipelago, Elbaf, and Twin Cape respectively. Although they lived in seclusion, their true purpose was to await the emergence of a descendant of the D clan, one endowed with formidable strength, unwavering will, and unparalleled charisma. Undoubtedly, the young Marshal captured in the photograph possesses immense power and extraordinary cohesion. The only uncertainty lies in the absence of the initialed in Xia Yu's name, which casts a shadow over his potential lineage. However, such details have become trivial, for the seas ahead will undoubtedly tremble beneath the might of this united and powerful navy. Xia Yu is poised to shine as the most illustrious figure of this era. Chapter 059, My Hawk comes for an appointment? What appointment? At the naval headquarters. In the officer's family residential area, in the courtyard of the Summer family, Sakazuki sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously tending to a potted plant. Not far from him, Borsellino leisurely watered the flowers and plants in the yard. On the grassy area opposite them, a massive sunshade was erected, under which Sengoku and Garp were embroiled in a heated argument over a box of senbei, their faces flushed with indignation. Particularly, Garp, having only managed to snatch 2 pieces for himself while Sengoku devoured the rest, was infuriated and raised his fists, ready to give Sengoku a piece of his mind. Zifa, seated across from them, remained expressionless, but he nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the 2 behaving like children fighting over a piece of senbei. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to their youth, to a time when Sengoku was the most mischievous of the trio, often provoking the good-natured Garp to the brink of explosion. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Shortly thereafter, Kuzan approached them briskly, placing 4 or 5 boxes of senbei on the coffee table. Before he could set down the last box, Garp and Sengoku had devoured the senbei on the table in an instant. Observing this, Kuzan exhaled a heavy breath of cold air and handed the final box of senbei to Zifa. Without hesitation, Zifa accepted the box and tore it open. A voice of surprise suddenly emanated from behind Kuzan. Before Kuzan, Zifa, and the others could react, a head emerged from behind Kuzan, his mother. The elderly woman peered curiously at the senbei and Zifa's hand and then at Garp and Sangoku, who were crunching on the snacks. Before gripping Kuzan's clothing and excitedly exclaiming, "Eldest son, what is this?" Eh? Kuzan turned to glance at the elderly woman holding onto his clothing. His facial muscles twitching slightly, before raising his hand to point at Sakazuki, who was pruning the potted plants. "Madam, I am Kuzan, your son is the one over there." No, he is not my son." The elderly woman shook her head vigorously, clinging tightly to Kuzan's garment. "He is my eldest grandson, you are my son." "Ha?" Almost simultaneously, Sangoku, Zifa, and Garp widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Kuzan. Not only they, but even Sakazuki nearly cracked up upon hearing his mother's words. No, madam, you've got it wrong." Kuzan stammered, flustered by the unexpected confusion regarding their relationships. Although he had previously held differing ideals of justice and principles with Sakazuki, he did not dare to take advantage of him. Setting aside these factors, purely in terms of age, Sakazuki was 5 or 6 years his senior, and according to the elderly woman's perspective, he had unwittingly become Sakazuki's father. Why does this feel oddly satisfying? Deep in his heart, Kuzan harbored such thoughts, yet he dared not express them, for at that moment, Sakazuki was glaring at him with a gaze that could kill. "I did not mistake you." The elderly woman, stubborn and earnest, tugged at Kuzan's collar and lamented. "You are biased, you buy for them but not for me. Mother is upset." With a sharp intake of breath, Kuzan cast an unprecedented pleading glance toward Sakazuki. Concerned that his mother might continue to create a scene, Sakazuki hastily rose and approached, awkwardly asserting, "Mother, you have mistaken me, I am your son, Sakazuki." "What is wrong with you, child? You are my grandson. By the way, what is your grandson's name?" Pausing momentarily, the elderly lady dismissed further contemplation and shifted the topic, pointing at the rice crackers in Zephyr's hand while firmly clutching Kuzan. "Son, I want to eat that." "Oh dear. This is quite troublesome." Kuzan glanced at the collar tightly held by the elderly woman, contemplating whether to break free or risk being overwhelmed. Resolutely, he steeled himself to appear calm and attempted to invoke his role as a son, saying, "Very well, mother, please wait a moment, I shall fetch it for you." "No. I want to go with you." The elderly woman continued to cling to his collar. "All right then." Kuzan, thoroughly ensnared, surrendered to the inevitability and nodded repeatedly, "Very well. I will take you with me." As he spoke, Kuzan took the initiative to hold the elderly woman's hand, deliberately slowing his pace as they leisurely exited the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, the elderly woman suddenly halted and immediately turned her gaze toward a bicycle parked beneath a tree at the entrance. Curiously, she inquired, "Son, is that your bicycle? May I ride it?" Kuzan nodded again, decisively rushing over to retrieve the bicycle. He embraced the elderly woman with one arm while grasping the handlebars with the other, softly instructing, "Mother, hold on tight." "Very well, my son is wonderful." The elderly woman, brimming with excitement like a child, clung tightly to Kuzan as they rode off, her chatter incessant. In the courtyard, Sakazuki transitioned from a state of barely contained fury to one of softened gaze upon witnessing Kuzan cradling his mother on the bicycle, ultimately revealing a smile that perhaps even he was unaware of. How delightful this is. In the living room, Xia Yu observed the entire scene unfold in the courtyard. After watching Kuzan depart with the elderly woman, he turned to Gion with a smile, unable to suppress his amusement. "Gion, did you see Sakazuki's expression? It was hilarious when the elderly lady mistook Kuzan for her son," he nearly erupted. Gion nodded with a smile, having witnessed it all. However, she felt a twinge of anxiety at Sakazuki's reaction. Today was a day of collective leave for the Navy headquarters, a time for officers to gather. And she did not wish to see a confrontation between Sakazuki and Kuzan at such a moment. Fortunately, Sakazuki not only refrained from losing his temper but also smiled as he watched Kuzan and the elderly woman depart. Understanding the significance of Sakazuki's smile, Gion felt an immediate sense of relief and remarked with a smile, "It seems that the appearance of the elder has significantly eased the relationship between the two generals." Xia Yu shrugged lightly, responding, "Indeed, an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure." Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from outside the courtyard, drawing the attention of the two generals and the three elders within. Before any of the five could react, a colonel rushed into the courtyard, heading straight for the living room. After saluting Xia Yu, he exclaimed urgently, "Joe, Dracul Myhawk has arrived at the headquarters." Meanwhile, at the port of Marineford, a small, coffin-shaped vessel rested quietly at the shore. The world's greatest swordsman, Myhawk, equipped with his massive sword, strode forward with an air of elegance, unfazed by the numerous naval soldiers surrounding him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "I am Dracul Myhawk," he declared. "Inform your Marshal that I have come to fulfill our appointment." Chapter 060, The Eager New Recruits. Myhawk is overlooked. Myhawk? Xia Yu paused momentarily, astonished. Without a summons, he dares to come to headquarters? The colonel explained, he claims he is here for an appointment. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu smiled softly, recalling, 6 years ago, when I was stranded on a deserted island, he fortuitously passed by that isle. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for his serendipitous arrival, I would not have joined the navy thereafter. With this thought, Xia Yu waved his hand to the colonel, gesturing, "Go ahead, please invite him here." "Yes." The colonel saluted and promptly departed. Bang! Just as the colonel turned to leave, the kitchen door was flung open with great force. A wave of intense oil fumes surged forth, followed swiftly by Stalaberry, the weasel, and the hound, who emerged from the kitchen, coughing violently. "Lord Xia Yu, are you certain this is the hot pot base you desire?" The hound, reeking of oil smoke, approached Xia Yu with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly spicy." Stalaberry and the weasel scarcely had time to converse with Xia Yu, as they dashed into the courtyard, gasping for fresh air. "Is it not spicy enough?" Xia Yu inquired, glancing at the hound, who was teary-eyed from the fumes. He chuckled, "Look at your reaction, this is how we enjoy hot pot in my hometown, spicy and numbing." "All right." The hound replied, his head hung low, slightly exasperated. "The base is ready, what do we do next?" Observing the hound's reaction, Gion, seated nearby, shook her head with a smile, saying, "Leave the next steps to me, you all should go catch your breath in the courtyard." "Catch my breath?" Xia Yu stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, "I'll take the hot pot base to the courtyard, just toss in whatever you fancy." With that, Xia Yu dashed back into the kitchen to retrieve the meticulously prepared vegetables and meats, heading towards the courtyard. The hound, not daring to slack off, hurried to gather tables and benches. Before long, an array of vegetables, meats, and fruits was laid out in the courtyard. As the hot pot base simmered, releasing its enticing aroma, Carp and Sengoku found their rice crackers suddenly unappetizing, quickly taking their seats at the table and tossing their preferred ingredients into the pot. With Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa settled, the weasel, Stalaberry, and the hound gathered around the table as well. Just as Xia Yu, bowl and chopsticks in hand, sat beside Zifa, Poliasolino and Gion approached. Gion, having just taken her seat next to Xia Yu, glanced around and noticed the absence of Sakazuki. She swiftly turned her head towards the opposite side of the courtyard, finding Sakazuki pacing back and forth, his expression tinged with impatience. "Sakazuki, stop pacing." Understanding what was troubling Sakazuki, Xia Yu spoke decisively, "If you're worried, why not go and check?" "No, it's unnecessary," Sakazuki replied stiffly, having been seen through by Xia Yu. "I'll wait here, you all go ahead and eat." After speaking, Sakazuki resumed his pacing, occasionally glancing towards the door. At that moment, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell resonated through the air. Soon after, Kuzan appeared around the corner, pedaling furiously towards the entrance. Upon seeing Kuzan returning alone on his bicycle, Sakazuki wasted no time, dashing out of the gate with a grave voice, "Where is my mother?" Kuzan remained silent, slowly turning around. There, on his back, was an elderly woman, her frail body resembling that of a child due to her age. One hand clutched Kuzan's neck while the other held several bags of snacks, beaming with joy like a child. "Mother!" The sight of his mother perched on Kuzan's back startled Sakazuki, nearly causing him to falter. He rushed forward, lifting her off Kuzan's back. As soon as he embraced his mother, Sakazuki glared at Kuzan, "How could you let her ride on your back? What if she falls?" Kuzan, with a helpless expression, explained, "I had no choice, she insisted on being carried." Hearing this, Sakazuki's tone softened, and he awkwardly murmured, Thank you for your hard work." Kuzan, taken aback, glanced at Sakazuki, astonished to hear those words after years of working together. Yet, such details paled in comparison to the transformation Sakazuki underwent upon reuniting with his mother. In the Holy Land, he had been like a rabid dog, ready to attack anyone. However, upon returning to headquarters, especially in front of his mother, Kuzan noticed a gentleness in Sakazuki's gaze that he had never seen before. "Let us go, it's been a while since we've dined together." After a brief silence, Kuzan took the initiative to invite, "Shall we have a drink?" Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Mihawk, accompanied by a colonel, felt an odd sense of being in the wrong place as he entered Marineford Square. He recalled the last time he visited due to a summons. The atmosphere had been somewhat oppressive. The station Marines appeared lethargic, standing at attention despite the pleasant weather, their demeanor suggesting they were bracing for a challenge. Most notably, Marineford Square, usually desolate, was now filled with neatly arranged dining tables and a throng of Navy soldiers and officers gathered around tables laden with an abundance of food and drink. The air buzzed with lively chatter and laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon learning that Mihawk was acquainted with Admiral Xia Yu from 6 years prior, the welcoming colonel, no longer restrained, exclaimed proudly, "Today is a collective holiday for the Marine headquarters. The Admiral has ordered all officers and soldiers to set aside their duties and enjoy a feast in the square, welcoming not just military personnel but their families and friends as well." Pausing momentarily, the colonel suddenly halted his steps and turned to face Mihawk, instinctively exclaiming, "Hawkeye, have you perhaps heard the news and come here to indulge in some hospitality?" Mihawk, adorned with a perplexed expression, glanced at the colonel, questioning the absurdity of needing to visit the Navy headquarters for a feast, given his stature as the world's foremost swordsman. Yet, just as he prepared to retort, an unceremonious growl emanated from his stomach. "Aha! I knew it." The colonel laughed heartily, turning away. "No need to fret. Lord Xia Yu and the others are enjoying a private hot pot at home. Since you are an old acquaintance of Lord Xia Yu, his generosity guarantees an abundance of red wine and beef." Due to his rebellious stomach, Mihawk chose not to elaborate. Following the colonel through the Marineford Square, he soon encountered a bewildering phenomenon. When he had first arrived at Marineford, many soldiers and officers had displayed visible fear at the mention of his title as the world's greatest swordsman, some had even trembled in his presence, while others dared not meet his gaze. However, as he traversed the square, both soldiers and officers appeared oblivious to him, merely casting a cursory glance before resuming their boisterous feasting and revelry. To his astonishment, a few brazenly challenged him with remarks such as, "What are you staring at?" or "Oh, isn't that Hawkeye Mihawk?" Comments that blatantly disregarded his formidable presence. As if attuned to Mihawk's thoughts, the colonel spoke up again, "Do not misunderstand, Mihawk. They are not targeting you. Not even the Gorosei instills fear in them now. Let me put it this way, everyone in the headquarters is fervently eager to earn military accolades to repay the Marshal. Particularly those fresh recruits who just glared at you. They dared to side with the Marshal even while still in their training period." Chapter 61, Daring to Draw the Sword Against Mihawk. The blaze of ambition upon hearing the fervent aspirations of the naval headquarters to achieve military merits, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly. He could scarcely fathom that the young boy he had fortuitously aided 6 years prior had, within a mere span of 6 years, emerged as a prominent figure within the naval headquarters, ultimately orchestrating a coup that allowed him to seize control of the Navy, becoming an idol and a beacon of faith for countless naval soldiers. Reflecting on 6 years ago, when he first encountered Xia Yu, the lad was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth, stranded on a desolate island, evoking a sense of profound pity. By chance, Mihawk passed by that island and, for the first time in ages, felt a flicker of compassion, taking it upon himself to rescue the boy and escort him to a nearby town. After that fateful day, he had no further contact with him, and the incident had long since faded from his memory. It was not that he was forgetful, but rather that such matters were trivial in his eyes. Even when Xia Yu expressed his intention to remember the kindness shown to him, Mihawk dismissed it. For he was the world's foremost swordsman, and such small acts of benevolence held little significance. However, during his recent visit to the naval headquarters, Upon hearing numerous officers mention the name Xia Yu, he failed to connect this Xia Yu with the one he had rescued. Merely noting the name as that of a gifted young warrior who surpassed even the reserve admirals in swordsmanship. It was not until he perused the Naval Headquarters publication and beheld the young Marshal seated prominently in the center of a collective photograph that the realization struck him: the two Xia Yus were indeed one and the same. Consequently, upon disembarking at the port of Marineford, he had uttered the phrase, "I have come to fulfill our appointment." Of course, he had made no prior arrangements with Xia Yu. 6 years earlier, when he had delivered Xia Yu to the town, he had merely waved goodbye without leaving a trace. As he traversed Marineford Square under the guidance of a colonel, the scene before Mihawk underwent a dramatic transformation. Before him lay a narrow pathway lined with dining tables, reminiscent of the bustling square, where officers and soldiers mingled in boisterous camaraderie. Yet, as he followed the colonel into this thoroughfare, the previously cacophonous assembly of officers and soldiers fell into an unexpected silence, their gazes collectively shifting towards him. Eagle Eye? Dracul Mihawk. After a brief silence, several middle-aged officers rose from the nearest dining table, some adorned in brigadier coats, others sporting the insignia of Rear Admirals, while a few stood bare-chested, showcasing their powerful physiques. As these officers stood, a wave of rustling spread through the narrow path, and nearly all officers and soldiers rose in unison, casting fierce glares at the suddenly appeared Mihawk. In an instant, a fierce intent to kill surged forth, transforming the naval officers and soldiers, who were once clad in the garb of righteousness, into figures reminiscent of gangsters entrenched in the underworld. Rather than being intimidated by the formidable reputation of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, they revealed predatory gazes. For a fleeting moment, Mihawk felt as though he had not arrived at the naval headquarters, but rather entered the stronghold of a criminal organization. "What is your intention?" The atmosphere shifted, prompting a colonel to step forward, incredulous. "Do you not recognize him? He is Dracul Mihawk, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. We are indeed aware of his status as one of the 7 Warlords." A Rear Admiral interjected, stepping forward with a grave demeanor. "Not only do I know he is one of the warlords, but I am also aware that he was once a hunter of the Navy." Pausing momentarily, the Admiral drew his sword with a sudden flourish, raising his voice. "Hawkeye, do you remember the colonel you defeated years ago? He was the most esteemed individual I revered, second only to Lord Xia Yu. For years, I have awaited my chance for vengeance, only to find you have become one of the 7 warlords. However, it matters not. After Lord Xia Yu signed the treaty at Mariewa, the institution of the 7 warlords will soon cease to exist." With that declaration, the Admiral advanced, his voice resonating with conviction. "In the name of naval justice, I, Rear Admiral Noah, challenge you. Dracul Mihawk, I seek your guidance. And I as well. Hawkeye. I nearly met my demise at your blade in the past. Ah, how could I be left out of such a confrontation?" Though many voices in the crowd urged caution, their bodies betrayed their words, as they rose to stand behind Rear Admiral Noah, some officers aligning themselves at his side, displaying an unmistakable determination to confront Dracul Mihawk. "Oh, I did not anticipate that these naval officers would not only be unafraid, but would also rise to challenge me," Mihawk mused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The great sword at his back seemed to resonate with its master's intent, exuding an almost suffocating aura of death as it surged toward the obstructing naval officers. "Is this the Navy led by Xia Yu?" After surveying all present, Mihawk stepped forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. A sharp gleam flashed in his eagle-like eyes. While their courage was commendable, even a century from now, they would remain unworthy opponents. "Nevertheless, I never refuse a challenge from any swordsman. If you seek battle, I shall oblige." As his words faded, the overwhelming presence of the world's greatest swordsman erupted forth, compelling the gathered officers and soldiers to retreat. In the next heartbeat, the strongest black blade ignited with a violet flame as it was unsheathed, its edge aimed resolutely at the retreating naval officers and soldiers. Mihawk. Sensing the sudden onslaught of overwhelming murderous intent, the colonel officer responsible for welcoming Mihawk's arrival visibly changed countenance, yet, under immense pressure, stepped forward and solemnly stated, "Do you intend to unleash a massacre at the Navy headquarters?" Before Mihawk could respond, the colonel quickly turned his gaze toward the officers and soldiers who, despite being enveloped in terror, stood their ground rather than fleeing, and bellowed, "Stand down. Mihawk's current status is not that of a warlord of the sea. but rather as a guest invited by Lord Xia Yu. If you wish to incite Lord Xia Yu's wrath, feel free to draw your swords and fire your guns. Upon hearing that Mihawk was invited by their esteemed commander, the officers exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. However, recognizing the colonel's unwavering honesty, they reluctantly parted to allow Mihawk passage. "Mihawk, please proceed." Observing this, the colonel let out a silent sigh of relief. Although he was aware that every member of the Navy headquarters yearned for military accolades, the man before him was none other than the world's foremost swordsman and a member of the warlords of the sea. Should his fellow officers, emboldened by Lord Xia Yu's protection, act recklessly, the resulting casualties would be trivial compared to the predicament it would place Lord Xia Yu in. For it was well known that Xia Yu had once openly acknowledged receiving assistance from Mihawk. It was common knowledge that Lord Xia Yu was a man who rewarded favors and fulfilled requests, thus, if these officers and soldiers were to engage Mihawk in combat, it would undoubtedly tarnish their commander's reputation. Attention! Stand straight! Salute! Suddenly, at the end of the narrow path, a chorus of commanding shouts erupted, prompting all officers and soldiers who had just cleared the way for Mihawk to instinctively straighten their spines, subsequently retreating to the sides of the path to salute. As the officers and soldiers lined up along the sides, standing tall with their hands raised in salute, several figures emerged from the path's end. Leading them was none other than Xia Yu. "Mihawk, it has been a long time." Xia Yu approached Mihawk with a warm smile. Having initially planned to extend a summons to the warlords of the sea after the grand military celebration, yet surprised to find him arriving ahead of schedule. Casting a glance at the naval officers and soldiers who stood at attention, saluting due to Xia Yu's arrival, Mihawk discreetly sheathed his supreme blade. Maintaining an air of calm as he remarked, "Truly, it is said that absence sharpens appreciation, Xia Yu." Previously, these officers and soldiers would bow their heads in fear upon seeing me, yet now, emboldened by your presence, they dare to draw their swords. Quite remarkable. Xia Yu shrugged slightly. What can one do? The bear must protect its cubs. Mihawk scrutinized Xia Yu, noting the maturity and vigor that replaced the youthful naivety he had observed 6 years prior. The regal aura he exuded was unmistakable. Had Xia Yu not initiated the greeting, Mihawk would have hesitated to confirm that this confident young admiral was indeed the same boy he had aided years ago. Yet, none of this was of paramount importance. What truly mattered was, Mihawk furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Are you contemplating the abolition of the warlords of the sea system?" "Indeed, that thought has crossed my mind." Xia Yu nodded, then swiftly changed the subject. "This is not the moment for discussing work, let us indulge in some drinks." Chapter 062, The Most Terrifying Force Upon This Vast Sea. Observing the trio of naval veterans Zhang, Carp, and Zfa indulging in a feast of hot pot in the courtyard, their faces glistening with grease, along with the silent but ever-raising glasses of Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kuzan, even Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. To be precise, the atmosphere that permeated the naval headquarters, both inside and out, inexplicably stirred a sense of trepidation within him. It was one thing for the officers of the naval headquarters to be united in purpose, but the sight of the three admirals seated at the same table, sharing laughter with the former fleet admiral and the naval hero Carp, as well as the former admiral's AFA, painted a picture that, if disseminated by the naval headquarters press department, would undoubtedly have a lasting impact akin to the previous grand photograph of the naval headquarters. For a fleeting moment, Mihawk regretted his decision to arrive at the naval headquarters at this juncture. In that instant, he comprehended why the officers and soldiers along the narrow path had dared to draw their swords against him. It was not due to their blind arrogance in believing they could vanquish the world's greatest swordsman, but rather because they possessed an unprecedented sense of confidence. He could guarantee that, had he chosen to wield his supreme blade against those obstructing his path, the three admirals would have been the first to respond. Though he might have stood a chance of defeating one of them in a full-scale battle, the simultaneous intervention of all three admirals was a daunting prospect. Even the legendary Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, would find himself kneeling. At that moment, losing his title of warlord of the sea would be the least of his concerns. The very prospect of leaving alive was uncertain. Ahahaha, Mihawk. Long time no see. Just as Mihawk felt the weight of the moment, Carp, with a mouthful of food, suddenly turned his head, unabashedly waving and calling out, "Don't just stand there. Come and share a drink with this old man." At that moment, Junguo also looked up at Mihawk, exclaiming, "So it is Mihawk. I never expected to see you here at this time. Since you're here, take a seat. After all, you are still a member of the Warlords of the Sea." Sakazuki and Kuzan, clearly a bit intoxicated, completely disregarded Mihawk's presence. Raising their glasses in unison and echoing a phrase that had become a staple of their drinking sessions over the years, "Cheers!" Poliusolino too seemed oblivious to Mihawk, exuberantly exclaiming, "How terrifying! You've already downed 5 bottles. Shouldn't you two be thinking about stopping?" Seeing the 3 admirals blatantly ignore Mihawk, Carp immediately took offense. Hey. Do you 3 have no manners? Can't you see Mihawk has arrived?" Oh, the 3 admirals synchronously glanced at Mihawk, responding in unison, "Sit." Mihawk, rendered speechless, mustered the courage to find an empty seat. As soon as he sat down, however, he realized something was amiss. After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman. Why did he feel an uncharacteristic sense of unease, akin to a lamb among wolves? Stealthily surveying the gathering, Mihawk exhaled a deep sigh of resignation. He is undoubtedly the world's foremost swordsman, however, aside from a few vice admirals present, none are individuals he can provoke. It is not an exaggeration to declare that this is the most significant challenge he has faced since claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman. The arrogance that accompanies such a title is something he dares not flaunt. At that moment, Gion brought a set of chopsticks and placed it before Mihawk, while Han nonchalantly dropped a box of wine beside him before returning to his seat with an air of aloofness. "How dare a mere vice admiral show me disdain?" Stealing a glance at the Vice Admiral Hound seated across from him, Mihawk exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to draw his sword. Things have changed. The Navy as he once knew it has transformed entirely. In the past, under the command of Sengoku, even the most arrogant soldiers he encountered would show him respect, and Vice Admirals would be exceedingly polite. A mere gesture from him would instill fear in those like the Weasel and the Vice Admiral Hound, who had just dared to scorn him. Yet now, the Weasel was wholly absorbed in his hot pot, and while Hound had brought him a box of wine, his reluctance was palpable. "Here it comes." Summer, with a boisterous demeanor, arrived carrying yet another box of wine, plopping down beside Mihawk and cheerfully announcing, "1 box of wine for each person, no one is allowed to leave until it is finished." As he spoke, Summer casually retrieved a bottle of red wine from the box and handed it to Mihawk. Then, opening another bottle with great flair, he proclaimed, "No need for toasts. Let us all raise our bottles collectively to welcome Mihawk." At his words, the previously self-absorbed crowd lifted their bottles, focusing their attention on Mihawk. Mihawk glanced at the bottle Summer offered, then at the box of wine beside him. His lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he held back and raised the bottle to drink heartily. "Haha, splendid. Such a delightful occasion calls for a toast." After downing an entire bottle of wine, Summer wiped his mouth with a grin and fetched another bottle from his box to present to Mihawk. Mihawk, his mind swirling with questions, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 box per person? Why was Summer persistently offering him more from his own stash? "Admiral, you can't be unfair." Gion, seated beside Summer, noted Mihawk's reaction with amusement and gently remarked, "Hound just brought a box to you. What you have now is your own." "Aha, I suppose that is the case." Summer scratched his head, promptly retracting the bottle he had offered. "Don't just stand there, Mihawk. If you hadn't fortuitously passed by that deserted island 6 years ago, I would have been forced into a survival scenario. Your kindness is unspoken, let it be expressed through our drinks. Cheers." After downing 2 bottles with Summer, the effects of the alcohol began to loosen Mihawk's demeanor, transforming his earlier cold exterior and inner turmoil into a more relaxed disposition as he initiated a conversation with Summer. Xia Yu, naturally, answered all inquiries without reservation. Even when Mihawk inquired about the military coup, Xia Yu merely concealed the existence of the system and his identity as a traveler. Upon hearing about Xia Yu's remarkable journey over the past 6 years within the Navy headquarters, and the fervent support he garnered during the uprising, Mihawk, who had already been 7 parts intoxicated, gradually became more lucid. As the world's foremost swordsman, he would not naively believe that Xia Yu could command such loyalty from numerous officers and soldiers in a mere 6 years solely through monetary means. The true catalyst for loyalty and sacrifice has never been wealth,
it is the resplendent charisma that Xia Yu possesses, enabling him to swiftly unite all those capable of cohesion around him, thereby forging a formidable force upon these vast seas.
Chapter 063, Members of the Rocks Pirates.
The Kingdom Stussy, due to the incessant pleas of Sakazuki's mother wanting to ride a bicycle, the unwilling Kuzan had no choice but to escort her away.
This time,
Sakazuki did not remain behind. Instead, he rose alongside Borisolino to serve as protectors for their mother, running out of the courtyard in a comical manner behind the bicycle. Just as the three admirals were whisked away by her, several brigadiers and colonels rushed into the courtyard, calling out a salute to Xia Yu before dragging away the trio of Squirrel, Hound, and Bastille. The departure of the six did not deter Sengoku and Garp from indulging in their feast. These two old geezers appeared to have completely let loose.
Devoid of their official burdens, they resembled two mischievous children, competing for senbei and snatching beef from the hot pot, much to the dismay of the one-armed Zephyr. Suddenly, my hawk,
who had previously been engaged in a pleasant conversation, abruptly stood up, casting a commanding gaze upon Xia Yu.
When I first arrived at the Navy headquarters, I heard many legends about you.
Numerous officers remarked that you are the most remarkably gifted young powerhouse the Navy has ever seen, having not only mastered the 6 styles of the Navy but also achieving notable accomplishments in the realm of swordsmanship.
Seize this opportunity for a spirited duel. Let me witness the extent of your swordsmanship.
Upon hearing these words, Sengoku and Garp, who had been engrossed in their food, fell silent almost simultaneously, while Zephyr looked up in surprise at the flushed Mihawk. Although Mihawk still bore the supreme great sword upon his back, he appeared somewhat uncharacteristic of the world's greatest swordsman, resembling a drunken man swaying unsteadily before Xia Yu, as if he might topple at any moment. Before Xia Yu could respond, the ever-gentle Cheyenne furrowed her brows, resolutely rising to her feet. Mihawk, although I am grateful for your past assistance to Admiral Xia Yu, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly before him.
Do not forget, you are now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, if you truly wish for a vigorous battle, I can fight on behalf of Admiral Xia Yu. Mihawk ignored Cheyenne, his hawk-like eyes fixed unblinkingly on Xia Yu, clearly indicating that he would not leave until he received an answer. Cheyenne, sit down.
Xia Yu glanced at Cheyenne before shifting his gaze back to Mihawk, a grin creeping onto his face.
Hawkeye, are you certain that in your current state you can exhibit the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman? Do not jest. Even if we are to engage in a spirited battle, let us wait until you have sobered up. Mihawk, how underestimated you must think me. Mihawk retorted,
grasping the hilt of his supreme great sword with fervor.
I am the world's greatest swordsman, how could a mere box of red wine incapacitate me? Come. Let me see how much you have grown over the past 6 years. Just as Xia Yu was about to decline,
the familiar sound of the system notification abruptly echoed in his mind.
Challenge detected from an opponent.
You now have 2 options, decline the challenge.
Reward, a bottle of red wine.
Embrace the challenge and conquer your opponent, with the reward being the illustrious Supreme Great Blade. Unexpectedly, the system notification emerged at that moment,
causing Xia Yu to blink in surprise.
Although 2 choices were presented, it seemed he could only select one, for to refuse would merely yield a bottle of red wine.
Did he truly lack for wine?
He was now the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, enjoying privileges akin to those of the elders.
So would he be in want of drink? Yet, he was in need of a worthy blade.
Having borrowed the katana Kenpira from Gion, he found himself unable to procure a sword worthy of his elevated swordsmanship, which had reached its zenith through the system. He had intended to send someone in search of a fitting blade once the upheaval settled, but the system's timely intervention was unforeseen.
After a brief moment of astonishment,
Xia Yu decisively swallowed the words of refusal that had nearly escaped his lips and declared, I accept your challenge.
However, not at this moment.
As Gion has mentioned, you are now a member of the Warlords of the Sea, and as Fleet Admiral, I stand as your direct superior. Especially since the world government has just transmitted the summons to the Navy. This means, at present, I am your commanding officer.
Pausing slightly, Xia Yu picked up another bottle of wine, speaking leisurely, what of a week from now? Tomorrow, the Navy will issue a summons to the warlords for a meeting. A gathering of the 7 notorious pirates. Once the meeting concludes, the former warlords will cease to exist. At that time, we shall no longer be superior and subordinate. but rather friends. As friends, we can drink when we please and spar whenever desired. What joy that would be. Upon hearing this, Mihawk ceased his insistence. Sheathing the supreme great blade and nodding, then I shall await you for 7 days. At this juncture, Mihawk glanced towards the living room, stating, Since a meeting of the warlords is to be convened, I shall reside in your home until then. Before Xia Yu could respond affirmatively, the telephone snail in the living room emitted a series of buru-buru sounds. Immediately following, a familiar voice emanated from the device. Admiral, this is Ein. Admiral, are you there? Taken aback by the voice, Xia Yu momentarily froze before abruptly rising and reaching out towards the telephone snail situated in the living room. In an instant, he grasped it telekinetically. Ein, have you located the pirates who attacked the training ship years ago? Yes, Admiral. The voice from the telephone snail ignited Zifa's interest, who had been detached from the conversation at the table. However, as he stood to respond, Xia Yu firmly pressed him back down, commanding, Tell me your current location. Furthermore, you and Binz are not his match. Until reinforcements arrive, your sole task is to follow him. With that, Xia Yu handed the telephone snail to Gion, instructing him to note Ein's current sea coordinates while resolutely activating his observation hotkey to communicate. Borsellino, hasten your arrival. As Xia Yu's message concluded, Borsellino, who had been pedaling away from the family quarters, abruptly halted in his tracks. In the next moment, without pausing to contemplate further, he unleashed his fruit ability. Accompanied by a flash of light, Borsellino found himself standing before Xia Yu. Foregoing pleasantries, Xia Yu promptly stated, We have located the pirates who attacked the training ship years ago. You must immediately depart for the waters documented in Gion to assist Ein and Binz. I have but one request: capture him, sever one of his arms, and bring him back. Remember, do not show any mercy. Suddenly, as Borsellino turned to leave, Xia Yu recalled something and addressed Zifa. Teacher Zifa, if my memory serves me correctly, the assault on the training ship was not perpetrated by a single individual, but rather a mother and son duo? Indeed. Zifa's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance as he clenched his teeth. Miss Bakine, formerly a member of the Rocks Pirates. Is her true name Bakingdom Stussy? It was she who incited her son, Edward Weevil, to attack the training ship. For once, Borsellino appeared earnestly focused. Offering a slight nod to Zifa, rest assured, Teacher Zifa, I shall ensure the mother and son are returned. Chapter 064, Mr. Waring states, Please address me as Marshal. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and donning his uniform along with the Marshal's coat, Xia Yu emerged from his bedroom, brimming with vitality. Have you really risen so late? Just as he opened the door and stepped out, a familiar voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Following the sound, he beheld Mihawk, casually reclining at the dining table, legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper published by the Naval Headquarters. Breakfast is ready, and because you dawdled for half an hour. Neither I nor the elder waited for you. Xia Yu was taken aback not only by Mihawk's audacity in making himself at home but also by his boldness in taking to the kitchen. A slight twitch curled at the corner of Xia Yu's mouth. However, his attention was swiftly captured by the array of breakfast delicacies laid out before him. To his astonishment, the elder seemed oblivious to his presence, busily savoring a rice ball along with the spread. After swallowing a mouthful, the elder finally acknowledged Xia Yu, surprisingly alert, and beckoned him over. Come here, dear grandson. Grandma has hidden away many delicious treats for you, but be sure not to let Sakazuki find out. That rascal is quite mischievous. Without hesitation, Xia Yu hurried to sit beside the elder, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Grandma, where did all this food come from? The elder pointed towards Mihawk. It was made by Mihitaro, it's absolutely delightful. Mihitaro? Xia Yu blinked, barely stifling a laugh. Mihawk, on the other hand, remained silent. His eyes glued to the newspaper, with his facial muscles twitching in despair. He too was in a state of utter disbelief. This morning, he had been startled awake by the elder barging into his room. Fortunately, having encountered the elder the previous day, he was aware of her identity and suspected her memory might be failing. Hence, he did not dare to be neglectful and promptly engaged in conversation with her. However, this exchange nearly sent him into a frenzy. The elder was so forgetful that after he had just introduced himself, she turned to him and asked who he was. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, the elder suddenly declared her hunger. Being someone who enjoyed cooking, he could not continue the conversation and hastily retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Strangely enough, while he was busy cooking, the elder did not interfere but rather praised his culinary skills every time he tossed the pan. This was indeed a promising start. However, while the elder could not recall his full name, Dracul Mihawk, she remembered merely the character me. So be it, if she remembered me, but she insisted on appending Taro to it. He was Dracul Mihawk from Koraikavana Island, the world's premier swordsman, not some Taro. Had this name been uttered by a pirate or even a naval officer, he would have drawn his sword without a moment's hesitation. Seeing Mihawk remain silent, Xia Yu decided to cease further conversation, exchanging only a few simple words with the elder before taking his leave. Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. All the generals and vice admirals in the headquarters were present, all seated upright, their eyes fixed on the marshal's chair occupied by Xia Yu. Admirals Sakazuki and Kuzan, along with Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, were positioned on either side of Xia Yu. Outside, the neatly arranged naval soldiers stood every 10 paces, holding steel rifles with their bodies straightened. Although their expressions were stern, their eyes brimmed with pride. The reason was simple: the former vice admiral they pledged their loyalty to had now ascended to the position of marshal, enjoying privileges akin to those of the Gorosei. Most importantly, they would no longer have to endure the disdain from the Holy Land, particularly from the lofty celestial dragons. Gion, let us commence. Xia Yu, seated in the marshal's throne, surveyed the conference room and spoke calmly, let us discuss the remuneration of all officers and soldiers in the naval headquarters. Understood. Gion acknowledged as he rose, promptly addressing the matter, due to the advance payment of a year's salary to all officers and soldiers. The funds available for the headquarters have dwindled significantly. We are currently unable to disburse the bounties submitted by various branch bases. This issue must be resolved swiftly, as failure to pay the bounty hunters would tarnish the Navy's credibility. However, this is merely a fraction of our financial concerns. The expenses required by the headquarters far exceed this. Pausing briefly, Gion raised his voice. I propose that officers of the rank of colonel and above contribute generously to overcome this predicament. Once the funds are replenished, we can reimburse each officer double. Unacceptable. Before the assembly could react, Xia Yu swiftly gestured, you are unaware of the circumstances many officers face, but I have been observing closely over the years. Many officers have dependents, and upon receiving their salaries, they almost invariably send the funds home. To ask them for contributions at this time would undoubtedly add to their burdens. I have a solution. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu squinted his eyes, a cunning smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. In recent years, several figures have emerged in the New World, claiming dominion over the underworld. Some have become kings of transportation by monopolizing the vital trade routes, while others have earned the title of loan sharks. Though they lack the notoriety of the four emperors, their wealth is undeniably immense. Therefore, I intend to personally draft an invitation for them to visit the naval headquarters. If they fear entering the headquarters, let them choose a venue for our meeting. Should they dare to refuse, the Navy will have but one course of action: to seize control of their businesses and their riches. Not only the so-called kings of the underworld and the New World shall be spared, but also the aristocrats of the Holy Land. Their trivial purchases of slaves amount to billions of berries. It is time for them to contribute to the cause of justice. Gion, you will personally secure a hotel in the Sabaody archipelago, as I plan to create an entertainment event akin to a transformation game and invite several world nobles to partake. Upon hearing this, Gion lowered his head, concealing his face in his hands. Indeed, Xia Yu remains the same Xia Yu, even after ascending to the rank of marshal, enjoying privileges akin to those of the five elders, and still adept at generating wealth. In contrast to the reactions from Gion, the other attendees, aside from Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu and Kuzan, displayed fervent expressions. It is evident that our esteemed Xia Yu has not changed even slightly since becoming marshal. He continues with the familiar formula. There is no one more proficient in the art of wealth accumulation than our Lord Xia Yu. At that moment, Sengoku rose to his feet. The influence of the 6 underground kings of the New World is immense. Forcibly taking over their businesses and riches could potentially incite global upheaval. Especially the transportation tycoon, whose shipping company is responsible not only for dealings with various pirate factions and nations but also for supplying the Holy Land. Mr. Sengoku. Before Xia Yu could respond, one of the rear admirals abruptly stood up, glaring at Sengoku with wide eyes and a stern voice. During meetings, please refer to the Marshal as Your Excellency. This unexpected statement left Sengoku utterly flabbergasted. Turning to the source of the voice, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Noah, when did you become a rear admiral? Did Xia Yu promote you? The standing rear admiral was none other than Noah, who had drawn his sword against Mihawk just the day prior. Noah stood tall and declared, yes. All officers below the rank of Vice Admiral who opposed Lord Xia Yu shall be promoted one rank. Mr. Sengoku. I shall repeat myself, please refer to Lord Xia Yu as the Marshal. Upon hearing this, the corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he casually tossed a piece of senbei into his mouth, shedding the stern demeanor he once held as Marshal, and haughtily replied, what a coincidence. I've been promoted 3 ranks and will soon be rotating in the Holy Land's power chamber with the 5 elders. Ah? Noah's eyes widened, and his previously imposing aura was instantly extinguished as he cast a pleading glance towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu, suppressing a laugh, waved his hand and said, everyone, please take your seats. The matter regarding finances is settled, there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed to the second agenda item. Regarding the Shichibukai system, I do not endorse it. Since its inception, the Shichibukai have not contributed in any significant way, rather, their status has only exacerbated their gains. However, before its abolition, I intend to issue a summons to convene a Shichibukai meeting to admonish their brazen arrogance. With this, Xia Yu directed his gaze towards several Vice Admirals, Wusong, Stoloberry, Bastille, Hound, Fire Mountain, and Steel Rez. As soon as Xia Yu's words fell, the 6 Vice Admirals' names sprang to their feet. You are to take the summons and depart immediately, relaying the message to the 6 Shichibukai members, excluding Mihawk, that they must arrive at the Navy headquarters within 3 days for the Shichibukai meeting. Inform them that failure to attend will not merely result in the loss of their Shichibukai status, they must also be prepared to face the wrath of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 065, The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. At the Navy headquarters port, the Weasel cast a glance at his companions, Stoloberry and Bastille, hesitating several times before mustering the courage to speak. Bastille, shall we switch roles? I could convey the orders to Doflamingo while you head to Amazon Lily? No. Bastille quickly waved his hand in protest. Doflamingo should be in Dressrosa at the moment, which is quite a distance away. I fear your slight frame may not withstand the journey, it would be better if I went. After all, I am far sturdier than you. Most importantly, Doflamingo is not an easy adversary, he is, after all, a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, the Weasel's lips quivered slightly. Although Bastille's words were pleasant to hear, the underlying truth was his fear of visiting Amazon Lily. The reason was quite simple, Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea he was to summon. Not only did she possess the powers of the Mero Mero no Mi, but she also bore the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Any normal man would be inevitably captivated by Hancock's beauty, and once captivated, they risked falling victim to her devil fruit ability, turning into mere stone statues. Moreover, Hancock was not only exceedingly proud but also presented herself as a tyrant. With a single misstep, soldiers accompanying him could easily find themselves petrified. After a brief silence, the Weasel turned his gaze towards Stoloberry and tentatively inquired, Stoloberry? Farewell. Without waiting for the Weasel to finish his sentence, Stoloberry abruptly accelerated, leaping onto a warship with those parting words. At that moment, Fire Mountain and Steel Rice approached. Fire Mountain was one of the veteran Vice Admirals, renowned not only for his formidable strength but also for his gentle demeanor, making him a role model for many naval soldiers. Although he had sensed the brewing mutiny on the night of the coup led by Xia Yu, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. However, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he had not foreseen the swift demise of Dow Berman and Ghost Spider, both veteran Vice Admirals like himself, at the hands of a group of soldiers and officers. While their ideologies had occasionally clashed, the notion of their untimely deaths left him with a lingering sense of disbelief. Upon receiving this news, he had mentally prepared himself for the impending purge. In his view, even though he had not participated in the coup, Xia Yu would not permit their continued presence at the Navy headquarters. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Xia Yu not only spared those who had not partaken in the mutiny but also allowed them to remain in their positions, receiving a year's salary in full. Now, he was summoned to partake in such a significant operation, shifting his initial disbelief regarding the fates of Ghost Spider and Dao Berman into a state of unease. Weasel. It seems our relationship has grown distant during this time. Approaching the Weasel, Fire Mountain glanced around before lowering his voice to inquire. Has the Admiral mentioned any topics regarding those of us who did not partake in the mutiny, such as myself and Steel Rice? Why mention you? The Flying Squirrel blinked in confusion, remarking that they had not committed any offense against the Marshal. At this point, the Flying Squirrel felt a sense of relief and chuckled, stating that Fire Mountain had been entrusted with his first task by the Marshal upon taking office, indicating the absence of suspicion towards him. By the way, which of the 7 warlords are you in charge of? Fire Mountain, without hesitation, replied, Hanafuda. Hanafuda, you say? The Flying Squirrel's eyes widened. His amicable relationship with Kaido suggested that this mission would be fraught with danger. Considering our years of camaraderie, allow me to take your place. That may not be appropriate. Fire Mountain retorted, glancing back at the headquarters building and lowering his voice. If the Marshal were to find out. You clearly do not understand the Marshal. The Flying Squirrel interjected with an air of authority. When I invited you back then, you should have stood by us. Let me put it this way, with the Marshal. Our rules are our rules. Those former constraints no longer apply. Very well. Before he could finish his thought, Fire Mountain abruptly asked. Which of the 7 warlords do you oversee? The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Before Fire Mountain could react, the Flying Squirrel hastily added. Hancock is the closest member among the 7 warlords. Hey, Fire Mountain, where are you going? Come back, I haven't finished speaking, you scoundrel. Before he could complete his sentence, Fire Mountain had already boarded the warship and departed. Observing this, the Flying Squirrel exhaled a long sigh and turned his gaze towards Shitty Ellis. I take my leave. Shitty Ellis had intended to remain with the Flying Squirrel to gather intelligence on Xia Yu for their upcoming interactions. However, upon hearing that the Flying Squirrel was responsible for the Pirate Empress, he scurried away as if he had encountered a cat. Meanwhile, in the calm belt, on Nine Snake Island, an elderly man, gaunt and frail, sat serenely on a wooden chair on a balcony of a cabin built halfway up a mountainside. He was engrossed in a hard-won newspaper. The former Emperor of Amazon Lily, Flame Flower, once a member of the Rocks Pirates, had returned alone to Amazon Lily 32 years ago after the defeat of the Rocks Pirates in God's Valley. To atone for the mistakes of her youth and to honor the current Empress, she chose to live a solitary life outside Nine Snake City. Time had transformed the once stunning Flame Flower into a figure reminiscent of an old woman, and few remembered her name. The younger generation referred to her as Granny Xia. Due to Nine Snake Island's isolation within the calm belt, newsbirds were a rare occurrence, making each newspaper a precious treasure for Granny Xia. Another month-old news. After finishing the newspaper, Granny Xia sighed and trembled as she stood from her chair. Just then, a bird call echoed from the sky, and a newsbird flapped its wings, landing on the balcony. At last, you have arrived. Observing the newsbird flutter onto the balcony, Granny Xia stepped forward with palpable excitement, skillfully processing the payment. She swiftly retrieved the newspaper and, without allowing the newsbird to take flight, returned to her chair, eager to peruse the contents. As the paper unfolded, a striking and visually jarring headline abruptly bombarded her senses. Vice Admiral Xia Yu initiates a mutiny. Just the sight of this headline caused Granny Xia's pupils to constrict in disbelief. She gasped, when did this happen? Glancing at the publication date, she hastily skimmed through the article, her heart racing with each line. The more she read, the more her unease grew. By the time she finished, she felt as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity, slumping back into her chair, utterly astonished. The audacity of seizing control of the Navy in a single day was nothing short of remarkable. Xia Yu? Why had she never heard this name before? In a state of bewilderment, she instinctively reached for another newspaper. This one bore no news articles but featured a colossal group photograph of Navy officers and soldiers, occupying more than half the page, accompanied by an extensive list of names. The Chief Admiral of the Navy, Xia Yu? Gazing at the youthful figure seated prominently in the center of the photograph, Granny Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. He was astonishingly young. Though curiosity tugged at her, she did not linger on this paper and instead opened another. After absorbing the news contained within, she could no longer remain seated. Leaping from her chair, her expression one of sheer horror, she exclaimed, "The Marineford Treaty? The Elder Star's rotating seats in the Holy Land? The Navy holds 2 seats. Is the world government conceding to Xia Yu? What was this? The 7 warlords, the authority to summon the 7 warlords now belong to the Navy?" Stammering in confusion, Granny Xia suddenly looked up, alarmed. Hancock was in danger. With the wisdom and foresight befitting a former empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she acutely sensed that this young admiral might soon target the 7 warlords. And the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was one of them. Chapter 066, Hancock, I shall change my attire at once. In the majestic palace of Nine Snake Island, within the royal chambers of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the current empress, Boa Hancock, reclined serenely in a luxurious bathtub. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, framing her exquisite features. With her deep blue eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the ceiling, her almond-shaped gaze revealed a hint of aloofness, while her stunningly beautiful visage bore an expression that conveyed an air of untouchable indifference. Boa Hancock, a formidable wielder of the sweet fruit, possessed the rare abilities of Conqueror's Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Armament Hockey. At the tender age of 18, she ascended to the throne of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and her unparalleled strength led her to command the Kuja pirates on their inaugural expedition, earning her a place among the Shichibukai, the 7 warlords of the sea. Summoned by the world government, a true pinnacle of achievement right from her debut. At this moment, the surroundings of her chambers were under strict surveillance, not a soul could approach. And even a bird daring to fly overhead would meet an instant demise. The reason was simple, the Empress was bathing, and aside from her 2 younger sisters, no one else was permitted near her sanctum. Hancock had no fear of being seen during her bath, for the Amazon Lily Kingdom was a realm exclusively for women. However, the reason for the heightened security during her bathing ritual was due to a secret that she and her sisters held, one that must remain concealed from outsiders. Suddenly, Japapik, you cannot enter. Our esteemed sister is bathing. At the entrance of the chambers, Japapa, clutching a stack of newspapers, was halted by the 2 guards, who were none other than Hancock's younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Unlike Hancock, who was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, Sandersonia and Marigold's appearances were less than conventional. Sandersonia possessed a head significantly larger than her body, while Marigold had a petite head atop a plump figure. Step aside, this is urgent. Japapa disregarded the sisters and squeezed past them, her frail frame allowing her to slip through. Upon entering the chamber, she called out urgently, Hancock, Hancock, come out at once. Before Hancock, who was immersed in her bath, could respond, Japapa lifted the curtain and rushed to the bathtub, her voice filled with agitation. How can you remain here bathing when the world outside has changed dramatically? Sandersonia, following closely behind, approached with a newfound seriousness, inquiring, Japapa, what is happening outside? See for yourselves. With that, Japapa flung the newspapers towards Sandersonia. Receiving the papers, Sandersonia glanced at them with a perplexed expression and then awkwardly remarked, some of these words are beyond my comprehension, perhaps it is best for our esteemed sister to read them. Taking advantage of the moment when her mother-in-law was conversing with Sandersonia, Hancock had already risen from the bathtub, donning a robe, silently accepting the newspaper. Her previously indifferent expression transformed dramatically upon reading the headline. Sister. Observing Hancock's reaction, Sandersonia and Marigold tentatively called out. Hancock remained silent, swiftly finishing the first page of the newspaper before eagerly seizing the entire stack from her mother-in-law's hands. After perusing all the newspapers, she struggled to contain her shock, casting an incredulous glance at her mother-in-law, who stood nearby. How could this man, who had completely taken control of the Navy in just one day and signed the Marineford Treaty with the Holy Land, be someone I have never heard of before? With that, she unfolded another newspaper, her gaze fixating on the large group photo of the Navy headquarters that occupied most of the page, lingering on the spirited young admiral seated prominently in the center. Her breath quickened inexplicably, and she exclaimed, Mother-in-law, doesn't the Marineford Treaty grant the Navy the authority to apprehend celestial dragons who violate justice? Her mother-in-law nodded. The newspaper states as much. Hancock's breathing intensified. Uncertainly asking, does the Mary Geos Treaty also mention the summons of the 7 warlords returning to the Navy headquarters? Before she could finish her sentence, Hancock suddenly turned around. As if her soul had been lost, exclaiming, I must meet this new admiral of the Navy at once. Sister! Sister! To their surprise, Hancock's reaction prompted Sandersonia and Marigold to quickly remind her, You haven't changed yet. At that moment, her mother-in-law interjected, Hancock. There's no need to rush. This young admiral, possessing a mighty grip, will issue the summons to the 7 warlords. What you should be concerned about now is not meeting him, but whether you can retain your status as a warlord. Don't forget, why did you join the 7 warlords back then? Upon hearing this, Hancock's body stiffened. The reason she accepted the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords was solely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. Personally, she harbored no affection for the world government, especially not for the so-called noble celestial dragons they supported. Not only did she feel no goodwill, but she also harbored deep resentment. As she and her sisters were once kidnapped and sold into slavery by human traffickers, bought by the celestial dragons, who branded them with the humiliating mark of the heavenly dragon. Yet, even so, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she had to suppress her hatred to protect her people by becoming a warlord. Most importantly, in the face of the colossal world government, even with her overwhelming anger, she dared not seek revenge against the celestial dragons. Now, with the summons of the 7 warlords having shifted from the world government to the Navy headquarters due to the rebellion instigated by that man, it was imperative for her, as one of the 7 warlords, to meet this new superior. Of course, this was only a minuscule reason among many. The true reason for her impatience lay in the fact that, despite the multitude of formidable individuals in this world, neither the maritime emperor ruling the New World nor the Revolutionary Army, which spread like wildfire across the globe, dared to recklessly confront the celestial dragons. However, the newly appointed fleet admiral, Xia Yu, not only transformed the traditional demeanor of the Navy but also compelled the Holy Land as power brokers to make concessions, granting the Navy the authority to apprehend the celestial dragons who violate justice. Such a notion would have been unthinkable in any previous era. Yet it has now become a stark reality. Although her harrowing experience of being abducted by human traffickers from the 9 snake pirates and sold to the celestial dragons had instilled a profound aversion to men over the years, at this moment she found herself yearning to meet the man who dared to instigate a coup and forced the world government to compromise. As for what she might say upon meeting him, she had not contemplated it deeply. Her singular desire was to see him at once. Suddenly, a somewhat frantic voice echoed from outside her chambers. The Marine Corps Vice Admiral, Weasel, accompanied by the summons for the 7 warlords, was leading a fleet across the calm belt, conveying a request that the Empress must attend the upcoming meeting of the 7 warlords convened by the new fleet admiral in 3 days. Without allowing the messenger to finish, Hancock promptly interjected, I shall go and change immediately. Chapter 067, A Life Without Attachment. Junzi was once again sent flying. In the sacred land of Mariewa, within the garden, shrouded in a long robe, remained unfazed by the recent upheaval instigated by Xia Yu, which compelled the Holy Land to concede to the Navy. He strolled leisurely through the garden, observing a butterfly resting delicately upon his fingertip, his dark red, wave-patterned eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of emotion that was rarely seen. Lord M. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered the garden, kneeling on one knee before him. M's gaze did not waver from the butterfly, and a voice, calm yet measured, emerged from beneath his veil. What has Xia Yu been preoccupied with these past days? The maid, unwilling to withhold any information, bowed and replied, in response to Lord M's inquiry, Xia Yu granted the entire army a day's leave yesterday, hosting a banquet at the headquarters to which all officers and their families were invited. However, this morning, he convened a meeting and dispatched 6 vice admirals to summon the 7 warlords, deciding to hold a conference in 3 days. Due to financial issues at the Navy headquarters, Xia Yu has set his sights on the New World, targeting individuals such as Yumiat, known as the King of Transportation, and Duffield, who rose to prominence through usury. Oh! M's eyes flickered at the mention of Yumiat, and he casually released the butterfly, turning to the maid who remained kneeling. His intentions were not solely to plunder the wealth of these individuals but rather to sever their connections with other powers, especially Yumiat. For if he were to lose his transportation line in the New World, it would become nearly impossible for Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Linlin to stabilize their territories. And those merchants involved in smuggling arms and various contraband, their prosperous days are numbered. At this juncture, Im lifted his gaze slightly, revealing his dark red, wave-patterned eyes. A threefold gain? What a splendid strategy! Lord Im, Xia Yu's targets are not limited to those in the New World. The maid hesitated before continuing. He also proposed a so-called transformation plan during the meeting, intending to lease a hotel in the Sabaody archipelago and invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to attend. A transformation plan? Im's brow furrowed. What manner of transformation plan? The maid quickly shook her head. It remains unclear. After a moment's contemplation, Im decisively commanded. Send Junzi to the Navy headquarters. I must ascertain the details of this plan. Understood. The maid, not daring to delay, promptly rose and exited the garden. As she stepped out, she encountered Junzi, Shamrock, and two other members of the Divine Knights approaching. Her expression brightened at the sight, and she hastened her pace to intercept Junzi. Am I to return to the Navy headquarters once more? Upon hearing Lord Im's command for him to go back, Junzi's eyes widened instinctively, recalling a previous harrowing experience. However, soon realizing her indiscretion, she quickly bowed and declared, I shall go at once. With that, Junzi, undeterred by the presence of onlookers, activated the teleportation array and prepared to depart. To her surprise, a long-haired woman standing beside Shamrock cautioned him, her voice tinged with trepidation. Junzi, are you certain you wish to use the teleportation array to reach the naval headquarters? What's the matter? Junzi blinked. Isn't everything resolved now? Summer has obtained all he desired, he should no longer pose a threat to me. Indeed, the long-haired woman nodded, though still anxious, she advised, when you meet Summer, do show him some respect. After all, he is not merely the admiral but also enjoys privileges equal to the elders. I understand how to conduct myself. Junzi, not wishing to linger, uttered this before initiating the teleportation array. With a surge of fiery clouds and an imperceptible wave of energy, Junzi and the array vanished in an instant. As soon as the teleportation array disappeared, a faint scream echoed in the ears of the long-haired woman and Shamrock, prompting them to glance around, only to find themselves alone, leading them to believe they had imagined it. They shook their heads and departed the scene. Not far from their exit, a sudden fluctuation of energy rippled from above, followed by a figure rapidly enlarging within their line of sight. At that moment, both the long-haired woman and Shamrock were caught off guard, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise as they gazed up at the figure plummeting from the sky. Is he being thrown back again? What is happening? Before they could finish their thoughts, Junzi, recalling a prior experience, attempted to unleash his devil fruit powers as he neared the ground. However, due to the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, he found himself unable to activate his abilities, helplessly watching the ground expand before him. With a thunderous crash, a massive human-shaped crater suddenly appeared. Within it, Junzi stared blankly at the sky, his face devoid of hope. Junzi, what on earth is happening? The long-haired woman was the first to react, swiftly dashing into the crater to lift Junzi, stammering, what a coincidence! Did you just arrive only to find Summer lying in wait? Isn't he an admiral? How can he be so idle? He wasn't lying in wait. Junzi replied, his gaze still vacant and his expression dazed. He placed 2 seals at the marked teleportation point, and within those seals is his stored Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, the long-haired woman instinctively inhaled sharply. As a member of the Knights of God and a participant in the Valley of God incident 32 years prior, she had encountered many formidable warriors. It was well known that the elite involved in that incident were among the most powerful of their time, some of whom still roamed the Grand Line, instilling fear in countless pirates. If Xia Yu were to store the Conqueror's Haki within a vessel, she could somewhat comprehend the action, having heard of such practices. However, the notion of utilizing a piece of paper to contain the Conqueror's Haki is utterly beyond her grasp. It is entirely out of the question. Meanwhile, Junzi, having taken a brief respite, rose from the embrace of the long-haired woman and requested, I kindly ask you both to escort me to Sabaody archipelago, I am feeling rather unsteady. Concurrently, at the Navy headquarters, the building was suddenly suffused with an overwhelming aura, accompanied by a piercing scream, drawing the attention of officers and soldiers stationed at their posts. Yet, as they looked up, they beheld a figure inexplicably soaring towards the heavens from the rooftop, enveloped in flames, vanishing in the blink of an eye as if it had never existed. Back at home, Xia Yu was likewise compelled to glance upwards, prompted by the activation of the seal infused with his conqueror's haki on the rooftop. My hawk, lounging in the courtyard with his legs crossed, also looked up in rare curiosity, questioning, "Did someone just breach the headquarters?" Xia Yu nodded and replied, "It seems a certain unfortunate soul has triggered one of the mines I concealed there, and was consequently sent flying." Chapter 68, The Variables Between Nika and Im. In the calm belt, on the deck of the warship, the Weasel found himself perplexed as he gazed at the enchanting figure of the pirate empress, Hancock. Adorned in a cheapao and draped in a floral cloak, exuding an irresistible allure with every gesture. As he stood there, a flurry of questions emerged in his mind. Upon entering the calm belt near Amazon Lily, he had discreetly prepared a dagger, anticipating the possibility of Hancock using her devil fruit ability to petrify him. His caution stemmed from a previous encounter with her, where he had suffered a significant setback. During the last summons issued by the world government for the warlords of the sea, he had been responsible for Hancock. At that time, he had underestimated the gravity of the situation, arriving with an imposing demeanor, only to nearly fall victim to her petrifying powers. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to stab himself, the pain stimulating his nerves and mitigating the effects of Hancock's ability, allowing him to escape petrification. However, his subordinates were not so fortunate. They either stood frozen with hearts aflame or became lifeless stone statues. The crux of this calamity was not solely Hancock's breathtaking beauty but her supernatural ability, the Mero Mero no Mi, which could turn those infatuated with her into stone. She could also directly petrify opponents and objects. The most terrifying aspect was that once petrified by Hancock's powers, even her death would not revert the victims to their original state. With such a cautionary tale in mind, the Weasel remained vigilant. Not only did he refrain from bringing an additional subordinate, but he also discreetly clutched a dagger. Yet, unlike his previous visit, Hancock's demeanor had shifted. Previously, she had embodied capriciousness and arrogance, disdainful even towards him, a Vice Admiral. Now, while still proud, she exhibited a newfound restraint. Astonishingly choosing not to remain aboard the ship of the Kuja pirates, instead standing before him unexpectedly. "Weasel, let us depart," Hancock proclaimed, her back to him as she expressed her eagerness to attend the warlord summit. The Weasel hesitated, tentatively responding, "Hancock, perhaps your people did not clarify. But the summit convenes in 3 days, you still have a day to prepare, no need." Hancock interjected, pivoting to face him. One hand on her hip and the other pointed at the Weasel, her head tilting back in an exaggerated manner. "I do not require it." "All right." With the memory still haunting him, the Weasel chose not to press further, turning decisively towards the cockpit. As they arrived at the port of Marineford, the sky had darkened. Just as the warship docked, a luxurious vessel adorned with the world government's flag approached alongside it. Before the Squirrel and Hancock on the warship could react, the tall figure draped in a cloak leaped down, swiftly making their way ashore ahead of them. Casting a glance at the large vessel nearby, as well as at Shamrock and the long-haired woman standing on the deck, a flicker of confusion crossed Squirrel's eyes. What were they doing here? Suddenly sensing an unusual silence around her, Squirrel's pupils constricted slightly as she instinctively turned her head towards Hancock. She had anticipated that Hancock would be enraged and throw a tantrum for being preceded ashore, yet to her surprise, Hancock was not only silent but also fixated on the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, a hint of animosity glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Realizing that Hancock was not in a normal state, Squirrel quickly spoke up, "We've arrived. However, since you reached headquarters ahead of me, I must report to the Admiral. They are the Knights of God." Hancock seemed oblivious to Squirrel's words, her gaze locked on the long-haired woman beside Shamrock. Her silver teeth clenched tightly as she forced out through gritted teeth, "I have seen her." Not only had she seen her, but years ago, during the chaos caused by Fisher Tiger at the Holy Land, she had barely escaped with her 2 sisters, almost captured by the long-haired woman. Had it not been for the timely arrival of her allies, she might still be in the Holy Land. Sensing the hatred in Hancock's words, Squirrel quickly interjected, "Hancock, don't act recklessly, this is the Navy headquarters." "And so what?" Hancock retorted, stepping forward with fierce determination. her gaze burning as she fixed it on the long-haired woman aboard the opposing vessel. No matter what I have done, the entire world will forgive me. At this point, Hancock suddenly turned back and flashed a smile, exclaiming, "Because I am simply too beautiful." Before Squirrel could react, Hancock's aura surged dramatically, creating ripples in the air as her unique superhuman sweet fruit ability was unleashed. "Damn it, this woman is Squirrel," nearly caught off guard by Hancock's sudden smile, wiped a cold sweat from her brow and quickly shouted, "Hancock, I cannot say whether the world will forgive you, but if you cause a scene here, the Admiral will certainly strip you of your warlord status and eliminate you on the spot. Refrain from using your powers, this is your final warning." As Squirrel's words faded, Hancock abruptly regained her composure and decisively retracted her fruit ability, casting a reluctant glance at the long-haired woman across from her. It is often said that enemies meet with heightened enmity. The memories of her harrowing experiences at the Holy Land made her lose her reason the moment she recognized the long-haired woman. Fortunately, Squirrel's timely reminder prevented her from making a grave error. One must understand that at this moment, the vast machinery of the Navy was under the command of a new admiral capable of compelling the world government to compromise. Had she lost her reason and charged in recklessly, the admiral would undoubtedly have been furious. And the repercussions of losing her warlord status would be trivial compared to the potential harm to the people of Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, on the large ship across the way, the long-haired woman, who had already been observing Hancock, blinked in surprise and remarked uncertainly, "This woman. I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before." The 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Shamrock stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and remarked nonchalantly, "It appears she holds a grudge against you. Would you like to show her a taste of your might?" The long-haired woman shrugged slightly, responding, "As long as you are unafraid of invoking the wrath of Xia Yu, feel free to eliminate her." Upon hearing this, Shamrock turned his gaze towards the long-haired woman, questioning, "Do you also believe I am no match for him?" She chuckled softly and then gracefully turned away, saying, "I have never denied your prowess. However, Shamrock, do you not yet comprehend? The Holy Land's concession to Xia Yu is not due to his invincibility, but rather because his emergence may very well serve as a pivotal variable between Nika and Lord Im." Chapter 069, The Devious Marshal and the Collective Ruin of Hancock and Mihawk. The Weasel was overwhelmed. Although he had successfully prevented Hancock from attacking the members of the Knights of God, he could not stop the frenzied officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters. With the 7 warlords meeting scheduled to convene in 3 days, and Hancock arriving 2 days early, it meant that she would be staying at the headquarters for an entire day. The Weasel's head throbbed at the thought. Had he known Hancock would be so cooperative, he would not have hastened to bring her from Amazon Lily. Now, all he could do was hand this mess over to their esteemed Marshal. After all, the Marshal already had 1 warlord residing in his home, adding another would pose no issue. With this thought, the Weasel felt a wave of relief wash over him and declared, "Hancock, I shall take you to meet the Marshal now." Now. Upon hearing that they would meet the illustrious Xia Yu immediately, the previously headstrong and temperamental Hancock surprisingly displayed a hint of shyness, covering her face and murmuring, I am not yet mentally prepared." "What are you thinking?" Startled by Hancock's sudden display of bashfulness, the Weasel widened his eyes, gripping his thigh with one hand and clutching his dagger with the other, exclaiming in exasperation, "I am taking you to meet the Marshal, not to arrange a marriage." Did I say something wrong?" Hancock, her face flushed with a crimson hue, looked innocently at the Weasel, her imagination clearly running wild. "Enough chatter, follow me." The Weasel, unable to meet Hancock's gaze, swiftly turned and led the way. Meanwhile, in the family quarters of the Marshal's residence, Hancock and the Weasel arrived before Xia Yu without any preamble, directly stating their purpose. Learning that she was sent by him to participate in a transformation plan yet to be implemented, Xia Yu, who was busy tending to the vegetable garden with a hoe, blinked in surprise. He then handed the hoe to the nearby Sakazuki and replied, somewhat off-topic, "You used the teleportation array for such a trivial matter?" "Indeed." Hancock, unfazed by the overwhelming conqueror's haki that had previously sent her flying, replied earnestly, "Lord Im wishes to understand what this transformation plan entails." Xia Yu nodded, "No problem. Since you are here, you might as well experience it firsthand." Before he finished speaking, Xia Yu tossed a scythe in her direction, instructing, Help me clear the grass in the yard, this is part of the plan, so get accustomed to it. Hancock looked down at the scythe that had fallen at her feet, her mouth, obscured by bandages, twitching slightly. Having traveled from the Holy Land without even being provided a place to stay, now she was being asked to cut grass? I am a member of the Knights of God. Though these thoughts swirled in her mind, Hancock dared not voice them, fearing she might be sent flying once more. As the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Sakazuki vigorously wielded a hoe, while Xia Yu busied herself with repairing the fence, seemingly indifferent to her presence. With both Xia Yu and the Admiral engaged in their tasks, it appeared inconsequential for her to tend to the weeds. After a brief silence, the soldier took a deep breath and resolutely unleashed his fruit powers. With a swift motion, a bandage shot forth, wrapping around the handle of the scythe. Instantly, the scythe seemed to possess a will of its own, slicing through the weeds in the yard with astonishing speed. Xia Yu glanced over but did not intervene. After securing the fence before her, she rose and called out to Mihawk, who sat like a dignified elder beneath the sunshade, engrossed in his newspaper. Mihawk, come help me with the fence. The sudden address of Mihawk nearly broke Mihawk's composure. Reacting impulsively, he grasped the hilt of the supreme great sword beside him and turned with his keen, hawk-like eyes fixed on Xia Yu, clearly poised to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. Observing Mihawk's reaction, Xia Yu shrugged lightly. If you prefer I refrain from calling you by that nickname, then swiftly put down your newspaper and assist me. Otherwise, I shall not only call you that daily but also issue a bounty changing your name to Mitaro on the warrant. With a note stating, formerly known as Dracula Mihawk. At her words, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched. He must have been blinded by foolishness in the past to have felt compelled to assist Xia Yu, now stranded on a desolate island. Yet, having commenced this task, he found himself aiding such a cunning youth. Whatever happened to the principle of repaying kindness? After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman. Was he truly to help with fence repairs? Should a reporter from the Navy headquarters catch sight of this and publish it, would he ever be able to show his face in the Grand Line again? Despite a multitude of internal protests, Mihawk inhaled deeply and set aside his newspaper, approaching her. Just as Mihawk joined the labor, Squirrel arrived at the yard's entrance, accompanied by Hancock. Upon their arrival, Squirrel was taken aback by the scene before him. Admiral Sakazuki was energetically digging with a hoe, while the soldier skillfully utilized the bandage to maneuver the scythe, cutting grass and tending to the trees. Meanwhile, the world's greatest swordsman squatted before a fence, reinforcing it alongside the Admiral. What on earth was happening here? Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Squirrel hesitated to interrupt. After a brief mental lapse, he shook himself awake and, with determination, removed his Vice Admiral coat, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed to Xia Yu's side. Admiral, how can you be doing this? Allow me, I excel at building fences. Squirrel? Xia Yu blinked in surprise. Haven't you set off yet? The mission is complete. Squirrel pointed to the tall figure standing outside the yard. Quickly, Xia Yu turned to look. Outside the courtyard, Hancock appeared somewhat disheveled. At that moment, aside from the woman with half her face obscured by bandages, whom she recognized, she could not fathom what the others were engaged in. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly the most beautiful woman in the world. When she glanced back at Hancock, Xia Yu's eyes instantly sparkled, and he generously bestowed 36 likes upon her. Without hesitation, he rose, brushed the dirt from his hands, and beckoned Hancock, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Come in and lend a hand." Before Hancock could respond, Xia Yu turned, retrieved 2 wooden buckets from under the eaves, and casually placed the yoke on Hancock's shoulder. "You'll fetch water, won't you? There's a well in the backyard. Be swift about it, as we await your return." Hancock's mind short-circuited, the vivid images she had conjured moments ago shattering in an instant. Instinctively stabilizing the yoke on her shoulder, she blinked in confusion and murmured, I cannot fetch water." Xia Yu, wearing a warm smile, shook his head. With such height, it would be a shame to let that go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to a member of the Divine Knight Brigade who had just finished mowing the grass. "Junzi, you go teach Hancock, there are 2 buckets next to the well." Upon hearing this, Junzi, who had just set down his sickle to rest, nearly erupted in disbelief. "How could I possibly do that? I am a member of the Divine Knight Brigade." Xia Yu blinked innocently. Shall I escort you out, then? Junzi was nearly incensed to the point of an untimely outburst. Give me the yoke. Chapter 070, The Awakening of Romantic Thoughts. Hancock's enigmatic mindset. This wretched man, infuriating and detestable. Junzi, having just finished mowing the grass,
found himself compelled to fetch water, standing by the well in the backyard. As he summoned his fruit abilities to lift water-filled buckets from the well with bandages, he muttered incessantly, cursing under his breath. How could she, a distinguished member of the Divine Knights, who had been recognized by the esteemed leader, Lord Green, since her adolescence, be reduced to such menial labor? In the sacred land, she had servants attending to her every need, and now she was forced to carry water. It was one thing to be sent flying back to the sacred land by Sumeryu's conqueroress Haki, but to be made to fetch water was an affront. Even if she were not a member of the Divine Knights, she was still a woman of dignity. As a marshal, allowing a lady to engage in such labor was utterly disgraceful. Contrary to Junzi's incessant grumbling, Hancock, who typically exuded an aura of arrogance and capriciousness, appeared unusually serene. The reason was simple: Junzi hailed from the Divine Knights, having been sold to the sacred land by human traffickers in her youth. She was no stranger to this formidable and enigmatic organization. She understood that the Divine Knights were not only tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons but also held the authority to judge and execute them. Yet, here she was, witnessing the Divine Knights being relegated to such menial tasks under Sumeryu's command. What did this signify? It indicated the end of an era when the admirals of the Navy would rush to the aid of the celestial dragons at the slightest hint of danger. It meant that as long as she could secure this man's protection, she would no longer live in fear of the celestial dragons, whose mere mention sent shivers down her spine. It implied that she would no longer be coerced by the world government into actions she abhorred through the use of Amazon Lily. So, the question arose, how could she earn this man's protection? Standing beside the two water buckets, Hancock's imagination ran wild, her heartbeat quickening with every thought, her cheeks flushing as if she were burning with fever. Junzi, harboring a storm of frustration, remained oblivious to Hancock's changing expression. Though it was her first time fetching water, she was no delicate flower. She dismissed the yoke entirely and trudged toward the front yard, begrudgingly carrying the two buckets. Meanwhile, with the addition of Hancock and Junzi as free labor, and with Sumeryu having lost his task to a weasel, unperturbed by the potential for collective outrage, he sauntered to the opposite side under the sunshade, leisurely propping up his legs. Just as he settled in, the phone bug on the nearby table rang abruptly. Marshal! Are you there? It's Ein. Upon hearing this, Sumeryu swiftly seized the phone bug, delving straight into the matter. Have you captured Weeble? Yes, and also Bakine. Ein's voice carried a hint of excitement. Marshal, we may not return until tomorrow, as the warship sustained some damage during the clash between Admiral Borisellino and Weibel. Xia Yu nodded, assigning the repairs of the warship to the accompanying maintenance crew, and instructed that Admiral Borisellino personally guard the mother and son, ensuring they do not escape. After concluding the call with Ein, Xia Yu placed the communication device back on the coffee table and leaned back in his chair, his eyes gradually narrowing. The capture of Weibel and his mother was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events for the Navy at present. However, his aspirations extended far beyond that. Capturing Weibel would alleviate the concerns of Master Zifa and serve as retribution for the interns lost 3 years prior aboard the training ship. It was a necessary endeavor. Yet, he wished to prevent such tragedies from recurring in the future and intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a stern warning to the lawless pirates of the seas. The most effective means to achieve this was through a public execution of Weibel and his mother via live broadcast. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Yu decisively rose and made his way to the garden, standing beside Sakazuki. Sakazuki, the pirates who attacked the training ship have been apprehended, and Borisellino and the others will bring them back to headquarters tomorrow. In the meantime, I need you to handle a particular task. What task? Sakazuki inquired, setting aside his hoe to face Xia Yu. I have decided to conduct a public execution via live broadcast, ensuring that the entire world witnesses this event. As for the timing of the execution, let it coincide with the day of the Seven Warlords Conference. Upon hearing Xia Yu's intent to publicly execute the pirates who had assaulted the training ship, especially on the day of the Seven Warlords Conference, Sakazuki's demeanor transformed, and he stood tall, saluting. I will prepare immediately.
After watching Sakazuki leave the yard, Mihawk, who had just reinforced a row of fence panels, shifted his gaze to Xia Yu. Why choose the day of the Seven Warlords Conference? Xia Yu casually picked up the hoe left by Sakazuki and replied with a smile. Naturally, it serves to deliver a blow to certain scoundrels among you. Mihawk chose to disregard this response, his expression serious. I have heard of the incident where Zifa led the training ship and was attacked. It is said that the pirate who assaulted the vessel claimed to be the second Whitebeard, Edward Weibel. Xia Yu plunged the hoe into the ground with vigor. What are you implying? Mihawk stood, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Xia Yu. There are rumors that this Edward Weibel is indeed the son of Whitebeard. If these rumors are true, Whitebeard may take action, perhaps even rallying the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates to come to Marineford. After all, Whitebeard cherishes his family above all. He would not stand idly by, not even for his biological son, let alone for those crew members who affectionately call him Dad. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice interjected. I have arrived. Turning towards the sound, they saw Hancock, balancing 2 buckets of water, swaying her long legs as she outpaced the soldier carrying a single bucket. Her face adorned with pride. Fetching water is not difficult, I learned it at once. What else must I do? Do you see that basket of potatoes under the eaves? Bring it here. Very well. No sooner had the words been spoken than Hancock vanished with a swish. When she reappeared, she held a basket of potatoes in her hands. Observing this, Xia Yu, in high spirits owing to Palyasolino's capture of the Wilbur mother and child, once again brandished the hoe, preparing to plant all these potatoes. Hancock, having brought the basket over, approached with curiosity and asked, Xia Yu, what are you digging? Xia Yu replied, digging a grave. Ha! Hancock blinked, then, her cheeks flushed with crimson, exclaimed with a burst of imagination, are you meeting the parents so soon? Xia Yu? Mihawk. Junzi. Chapter 071, Even the Son of God shall not escape my wrath. The following afternoon at the Marineford port, all officers of the Navy headquarters, led by Xia Yu, had gathered in full attendance. Zephyr, Sengoku, and the bandaged carp stood together to the right of Xia Yu, while Admirals Akainu and Kuzan positioned themselves to his left. The Vice Admirals, led by Gion, did not stand behind Xia Yu but instead formed an orderly line opposite him. All eyes turned towards the warship slowly entering the harbor. The familiar formation exuded an almost suffocating sense of pressure. On one side of the port, atop a high wall, Mihawk, wielding the supreme great knife, gazed down with narrowed eyes at the formidable naval assembly that had undergone a dramatic transformation under Xia Yu's leadership. Not far from him stood Hancock, draped in a floral pattern cloak, and the military officer donned in a knight's cloak and a newsboy cap, each elegantly poised on either side. As all eyes were fixed upon them, the warship gracefully docked at the port. On its deck was a man bound in ropes, nearly 7 meters tall. With a pair of crescent-shaped white mustaches, a corpulent and unseemly figure, Edward Weibel. 3 years prior, he had attacked a training vessel. Indoctrinated by his mother since childhood to claim he was the son of the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Thus, he referred to himself as Whitebeard too. Though Edward Newgate had neither confirmed nor denied this claim, Weibel possessed the formidable strength reminiscent of a young Newgate. And despite his questionable intellect, his immense power was indisputable. His prowess had enabled him to single-handedly assault the training ship under Zephyr's command 3 years ago, achieving a resounding victory. However, his glory ended there. Bound and kneeling, he hung his head in defeat, his right arm cleanly severed. Blood still oozing from the wound even after a day had passed. Beside Weibel stood an ugly old woman, small in stature, wearing a leopard print coat, also bound. Her sunglasses hung around her neck, stained with dried blood. Miss Bakken, whose true name was Bakin Gom Stussy, was a former member of the Rocks Pirates and claimed to be Edward Newgate's lover. Upon seeing Weibel's figure, Zephyr, standing to the right of Xia Yu alongside Sengoku and Carp, could no longer suppress the emotions that had built up over the past 3 years. His fists clenched silently as his body trembled slightly. The incident involving the training ship, which left only Ein and Binz as survivors, weighed heavily on his heart. A mountain of guilt and hatred that tormented him relentlessly. Had it not been for Xia Yu's companionship, instilling hope within him for the Navy, he would have long since departed the headquarters to seek vengeance against those responsible for the attack on the training vessel. Certainly, Xia Yu has earned the hopes and trust placed in him over the years. Upon assuming his new position, his foremost task was to apprehend the pirates responsible for the attack on the training ship, now finally brought before him. The moment he beheld Ein and Ben standing on the deck, positioned behind Palliasolino, he could no longer restrain himself. It was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and tears of relief streamed down his face. Observing Zifa's reaction, Sengoku silently sighed, contemplating his words before gently patting Zifa's shoulder. At that moment, Ein and Benz leapt off the warship ahead of Palliasolino, hastening to salute Xia Yu, Marshal. Xia Yu nodded and softly replied, "Thank you for your hard work." These simple 3 words overwhelmed Ein and Benz, causing their eyes to well with tears. As the sole survivors of the training ship, they had endured immense torment over the past 3 years, often awakening from nightmares. The images of the attack growing clearer with each passing day. During this time, they had approached Zifa, seeking Sengoku's permission to lead a naval expedition to hunt down the assailants, yet Sengoku, fearing for their safety, had consistently declined, promising to bring the perpetrators to justice. However, 3 years had elapsed, and not only was there no news of the culprits, but the increasing number of pirates had left naval officers too preoccupied to pursue the matter any further. Had it not been for Xia Yu's coup that elevated him to the rank of Marshal, it was nearly certain that the Navy would have forgotten this incident altogether, potentially allowing the assailant to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as Xia Yu had foreseen. Thank goodness for Xia Yu. In this moment, gazing at the gentle young Marshal before him, Ein shook his head vigorously, tears brimming in his eyes, insisting, "It was not hard." Xia Yu stepped forward, his voice as soothing as ever, urging, "Return and rest to regain your strength. Tomorrow, during the public execution, you and Benz will be responsible." Upon hearing this, Ein straightened his posture and, alongside Benz, saluted once more, calling out in unison, "Loyalty." After Ein and Benz withdrew, the softness in Xia Yu's expression vanished, replaced by the resolute demeanor of a leader who had compelled the Holy Land to capitulate through military might. In an instant, Xia Yu, exuding an aura of authority, stood before Weibel and Bakken. Sensing the palpable tension, Bakken, bound in with her head hung low, suddenly looked up, fear gripping her features as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Xia Yu gazed down upon Bakken, his voice firm, "I am Xia Yu, Marshal of the Navy Headquarters." Bakken paused, then turned her head towards the group of naval officers at the port. Upon recognizing Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, a sinister smile spread across her face as she disregarded Xia Yu entirely, struggling to rise as she declared, "Sengoku, has the Navy no one left? How could you possibly appoint a mere boy as your successor? I advise you to be wise and release both mother and child at once. Otherwise, Edward Newgate will surely lead his pirate crew to Marineford. Do you recognize the person beside me? Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. That's right. He is Edward Newgate's biological son. Should Newgate discover that you have captured his beloved son, you must comprehend the consequences. To incite a war for the sake of a ship of trainee officers, resulting in the death of many, is hardly in your nature, Sengoku." Bang! Before Bakken could finish his words, a resounding thud echoed abruptly. In an instant, Bakken was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ship's railing, before rebounding to the ground. Simultaneously, Xia Yu appeared before Bakken, decisively placing his foot upon him. "Old hag Bakken, do you truly believe I am invisible?" With one foot pressing down on Bakken's head, Xia Yu leaned slightly forward, his murderous intent laid bare. Regardless of his identity, attacking a training vessel and killing Navy personnel is a capital offense. Even if he were the son of a deity, I would not hesitate to strike him down. Chapter 072, Naval Press Release. Public Execution of Edward Weibel II. Naval Headquarters Prison. The moment Bakken and Edward Weibel, mother and son, were confined to their solitary cell, the attention of the incarcerated criminals was irresistibly drawn to them. Especially upon witnessing Edward Weibel's presence, many were astounded, mistaking him for the formidable figure of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, their faces contorted in disbelief. What is happening? Has Whitebeard been captured? It is no surprise that this audacious man, who dared to stage a coup to ascend to the rank of admiral, would make such a dramatic first move against Whitebeard. Stop with the nonsense, this man merely resembles Whitebeard. Indeed, Whitebeard is now in his 70s or 80s. How could he possibly look so youthful? With such a striking resemblance, could he be Whitebeard's son? That would be extraordinary. Bringing Whitebeard's son here as a warning to others, this is bound to be an eventful spectacle. Truly remarkable. I sense that this newly appointed admiral will become a nightmare for all pirates. Whether he will become a nightmare for the pirates outside remains uncertain. But I overheard 2 guards yesterday mentioning that all inmates who have committed heinous crimes, such as arson and murder, will soon find themselves at the guillotine. Brothers, our days are numbered. Listening to the brazen whispers of the criminals in the adjacent cell, Bakine furrowed her brow slightly. Subsequently, turning her head toward the group of offenders still abuzz with speculation, she intoned gravely, "Do you know the background of this new admiral at Naval Headquarters? Who are you?" One of the criminals leaned closer to the iron bars, inquiring curiously, "And who is this young lad resembling Whitebeard?" "As you have surmised, he is Edward Weeble, the son of Whitebeard." Bakine, shackled and restrained, rose to her feet, her gaze burning into the eyes of the criminals across the way. "Now, answer my question, what is the true background of this young admiral at Naval Headquarters? Weren't you just brought in?" The leading criminal blinked in confusion. "His name is Xia Yu. He is a ruthless individual who seized the admiral's position through a coup. Do not underestimate him due to his youth. Even the guards here are fiercely loyal to him. At the slightest gesture or glance from Xia Yu, they would not hesitate to rush out, emptying their magazines without a moment's hesitation." "What?" Bakine's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her features. "A coup? It appears you truly are unaware of the unfolding events." Observing Bakine's reaction, the criminal relayed everything he had gleaned from the guards' conversations. After hearing the criminal's account, even Bakine, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. She was further chilled by the realization of her earlier folly in disregarding Xia Yu's presence aboard the warship. Not only had he staged a coup to claim the title of admiral, but he had also audaciously confronted the Holy Land, compelling the world government to concede, allowing him to command the navy while enjoying privileges akin to the 5 elders. Xia Yu's ability to compel the Holy Land to yield and compromise made the notion of executing the mother and son seem as trivial as crushing 2 ants. Contemplating this, the flicker of hope in Bakine's heart was instantly extinguished, replaced by a profound dread of death. Suddenly, the prison door, which had just been shut, swung open, revealing 2 prison guards. In swift succession, Ein and Binz, clad in the overcoats of Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters, approached the cell where Bakine and her son resided, flanked by several naval officers. Before Bakine and the other inmates could react, Ein promptly opened the folder in his possession and, with an icy demeanor, declared, "Miss Bakine, whose true name is Bakine Gomstussy, is a former member of the Rocks Pirates. 3 years ago, she incited her son, Edward Weevil, to assault a Navy training vessel, resulting in the tragic deaths of numerous officer trainees. Following a thorough investigation by the headquarters, the evidence is irrefutable. Tomorrow at noon, a public execution will take place at Marineford Square. Damn it!" Upon hearing the announcement of her impending execution, Bakine lunged forward, collapsing at Ein's feet, and cried out in desperation, "You cannot do this. We are not the only ones who have harmed the Navy. Many others who have attacked the Navy are merely imprisoned. Why are we to be executed?" Ein disregarded Bakine's final desperate pleas, flipping to the next page of the document. He turned his gaze to Edward Weevil, who had lost an arm, maintaining his frigid tone. Edward Weevil, 3 years ago, under the instigation of his mother, attacked a Navy training vessel and brutally murdered numerous officer trainees. Following the headquarters investigation, his crimes warrant execution, which will also occur tomorrow at noon at Marineford Square. Having finished reading, Ein exhaled deeply, then slowly closed the folder and handed it to Binz. He stepped forward, towering over Bakine, who clutched the iron bars of her cell, and remarked, "Do you know how long I, along with Binz and Master Zephyr, have awaited this day? 3 years, 3 long years during which I have yearned to see you both brought to justice. Alas, my power was insufficient to bring you to heel until now. Fortunately, we have Lord Xia Yu. Bakine, you and your son have but one more night to repent." At this juncture, a rare smile of relief graced Ein's face. A sight unseen for 3 years, and he promptly turned to leave. Oh, and just as he took a few steps away, he glanced back at Bakine, his smile now radiantly bright. "Tomorrow, I shall be the one responsible for your execution. As Bakine and her son languished in the headquarters prison, the news office swiftly disseminated the latest updates, revealing Bakine's true identity and her son's arrest to the world. Furthermore, it dropped the bombshell that a public execution would take place at noon the following day. With the rapid dissemination of this startling news through various newspapers and visual communication, the Grand Line was soon engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock. In the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, upon the vast deck of the formidable Moby Dick, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates had gathered, seated in reverence before the imposing figure of Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. Edward remained silent, cradling the latest intelligence he had just acquired, his expression gradually turning grave. "Father, what exactly is the news released by the Navy about?" At last, Marco, the captain standing in the front row, mustered his courage to step forward and cautiously inquired, "What is the relationship between you and this Edward Weevil? Who claims to be Whitebeard 2 as mentioned in the Navy's announcement? Who he is matters not." Edward Newgate dismissed the newspaper with a fierce gesture, his aura erupting uncontrollably, causing a subtle tremor in the surrounding air, an invisible yet immense pressure enveloping the vicinity. Then, with startling suddenness, Whitebeard rose from his seat, the unique oppressive force of the world's strongest man erupting like a volcano. "To dare to bear my name and launch an attack on the Navy's training ship Bagans-Gomstussy, you are truly deserving of death." Chapter 073, The Big Mom Pirates and the Three Sweet Commanders. It is indeed an astonishing revelation that Miss Bakken is none other than Bakken-Gomstussy. Mama. What an unexpected piece of news this is. In the New World, within the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, lies Whole Cake Island. In the dimly lit hall of the cake-shaped castle, a corpulent elderly woman, nearly 9 meters tall, gazes with interest at her children standing opposite her, clad in a strikingly oversized pink dress. Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, is one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, she now holds the title of Queen of Totoland, possessing the powers of the Solsol fruit, with a bounty of 438,800,000 berries. On either side of the hall stand several of Charlotte Linlin's children, who also serve as ministers of Totoland. The foremost trio consists of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Minister of Flour, Katakuri, Minister of Juice, Smoothie, and Minister of Biscuits, Cracker. Upon hearing the laughter of Charlotte Linlin, the 3 sweet commanders, previously troubled by the news released by the Navy headquarters indicating potential upheaval for Totoland, were taken aback, their faces filled with a myriad of questions. They were familiar with the name Miss Bakken, yet the name Bakken-Gomstussy was utterly foreign to them. The evident familiarity their mother displayed towards Bakken-Gomstussy piqued their curiosity. After a brief silence, Katakuri stepped forward, inquisitively inquiring, "Who is this Bakken-Gomstussy?" Charlotte Linlin, not concealing her knowledge, narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, "She was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, entangled in a tumultuous past with Edward Newgate, who was also a member of the crew. However, after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Bakken-Gomstussy vanished without a trace." At this juncture, Charlotte Linlin abruptly picked up a newspaper beside her, her gaze filled with intrigue. "Whitebeard 2? He bears an uncanny resemblance to a young Newgate. I wonder how Newgate will react to this news." Mother, the pressing concern is not Newgate's reaction. Smoothie, standing silently beside Katakuri, slightly lifted her head, her expression grave. "We can discern through his appearance and name that Whitebeard 2 likely shares a blood connection with Whitebeard, which is precisely what the Navy intends to convey. The new admiral, who ascended to power through a coup, will undoubtedly shift his focus to the Grand Line after compelling the world government to concede to the Mariewa Treaty. Now that they have seized Whitebeard 2, Weevil, who possesses a connection to Whitebeard, and are executing him publicly. Their intent is not merely to showcase their stance as a deterrent to pirates but also to gauge the reactions of the 4 emperors in the New World." In response, Charlotte Linlin waved her hand dismissively. "Are you worried that Whitebeard 2 indeed has a blood relationship with Whitebeard, fearing that a conflict with the Navy may engulf Totoland? Rest assured, I know Whitebeard all too well. He would not come to the rescue of Whitebeard 2, nor would he care for the fate of Bakken-Gomstussy. To him, his family resides within the Whitebeard Pirates. Whether it be Edward Weevil or Bakken-Gomstussy, they do not hold the status of true kin in his eyes." However, pausing slightly, Charlotte Linlin rarely displayed a serious expression, acknowledging that the young admiral at the Navy headquarters is worthy of attention. At such a tender age, He possesses a formidable resolve, having not only instigated a coup to ascend to the rank of admiral but also compelled the Holy Land to sign an unequal treaty. His strength and ambition cannot be underestimated. Before her words could fully settle, Charlotte Linlin suddenly convulsed. Immediately after, the gentle demeanor she had just exhibited shattered as she violently seized the newspaper in her grasp and tore it to shreds. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Linlin had become so frenzied, prompting Katakuri to react first. With his pupils constricting, he regarded the immense figure across from him, which was now emanating a terrifying aura, and spoke gravely, "Smokey, Cracker, run." Bang! 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 Charlotte Linlin's tumultuous state escalated as she indiscriminately grabbed anything within reach and hurled it into the hall, causing Smokey and Cracker to dodge in terror. Run! Katakuri remained steadfast, urgently insisting, "Mom's hunger pangs have struck. You must leave, I will hold her off." Damn it, why does it have to flare up now? Crocker, with a woeful expression, cursed under his breath and turned to flee. Fully aware that once Mom's hunger pangs set in, even her own children would not be spared. Smokey also turned but remained concerned for Katakuri, shouting, "We leave together." The three officers dashed out of the hall in rapid succession, not halting until they had covered a considerable distance. Throughout their escape, the sounds of destruction and heavy impacts echoed behind them, and even after running far away, they still felt an invisible pressure shadowing them, leaving them with lingering trepidation. Casting a glance back at the castle they had left far behind, Smokey exhaled a sigh of relief before turning to Katakuri with a grave expression. "The recent public execution of Whitebeard II by the Navy may seem unrelated to us. Yet it actually signals a crucial message. This new admiral does not intend to uphold the so-called balance of the New World that has persisted for years. Having compelled the Holy Land to concede, he will undoubtedly show no mercy towards us in the New World. Unlike the former Admiral Sengoku's conservative approach towards the New World situation, the newly appointed Xia Yu will undoubtedly adopt a far more radical stance. For he possesses both the capital and strength to do so." Katakuri remained silent. He had already gleaned ample understanding of the recent major events through various news outlets and intelligence personnel dispatched by the world government. However, he had not taken it too seriously at the time, for the majority of the power in the New World lay with the four emperors, rendering the influence of the world government and the navy nearly negligible, with only one G5 branch posing a potential threat. What he did not anticipate was that just a few days after taking office as the Marshal of the department, Xia Yu would capture the renowned Miss Bakken and Whitebeard II, publicly announcing their execution in a grand manner. After a moment of silence, Katakuri, somewhat troubled, glanced toward the castle, suggesting that discussions could resume once his mother regained consciousness, instructing everyone to return to their respective territories. Meanwhile, in the New World, at the palace of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the flamboyant Doflamingo drained his juice in a single gulp, subsequently rising with a hunch, hands in pockets, and emitting a chilling laugh as he gazed down upon the main street of the royal city. The audacity to execute Whitebeard II during the Seven Warlords meeting, was this a subtle warning directed at us, Xia Yu? If that is the case, I must attend the Seven Warlords meeting without fail. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Doflamingo suddenly leaped, unleashing his unique Paramecio-type string fruit ability. A thread shot forth from his fingertips, soaring skyward, curiously ensnaring a cloud high above. In the next instant, he darted away with astonishing speed, gliding through the air beneath one cloud after another, racing towards the Navy headquarters. Chapter 074, The Cleansing Action Before the Public Execution. The era of the iron-blooded Navy has arrived. With the announcement from the Navy headquarters, journalists from various powerful factions, gathered in the unique nexus of the Sabaody archipelago, became busier than ever. Enormous screens were swiftly erected in the squares and bustling areas of the archipelago. Meanwhile, information brokers remained vigilant, closely monitoring the surroundings of Sabaody and maintaining intense communication with their contacts embedded within various factions. Pirates, undeterred by the immense risks, began to land one after another, blending into the crowd, all eager to witness the highly anticipated live execution. The Shackles bar, owned by Shaki, buzzed with excitement due to the unexpected live event. In less than an hour, the modest bar was filled to capacity with pirates who had recently arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, hoping to use it as a stepping stone to reach the mythical Dragon Palace Kingdom, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Notably, Two of the pirate crews had their ships coated by Rayleigh, their vessels were ready, but the Navy's sudden announcement delayed their journey to the Dragon Palace. Among the newcomers, there was a small group of 7 or 8 pirates.
Captain, do you know the connection between the Whitebeard II mentioned in the Navy headquarters announcement and the legendary Whitebeard, hailed as the world's strongest man? A tall pirate,
his face flushed and stammering slightly from drink, abruptly stood up, directing his excitement towards a middle-aged man cloaked in a coat across from him.
Although the announcement did not clarify their relationship, the Navy's grandiose public execution suggests they are well aware of the connection between Whitebeard II and Whitebeard, intending to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Ha! Your analysis is undeniably astute.
The middle-aged man boomed with laughter.
If Whitebeard II's identity were insignificant, why would the Navy make such a fuss?
However, pausing momentarily, he shifted his tone. I am more intrigued by the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy headquarters.
After all,
as pirates, we will inevitably cross paths with him once we venture into the New World to claim our title as the new Sea Emperors.
Ahahaha. Indeed. This is a matter we must contemplate. Another crew member chimed in. Captain, shall we seize this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard? If Whitebeard II truly is Whitebeard's son,
he will undoubtedly rush to the Navy headquarters to rescue him.
At that moment, we could ambush them unexpectedly. If we vanquish the Whitebeard pirates, Captain, you shall ascend as the new emperors of the sea.
Amidst the raucous laughter of the crew, the middle-aged man became increasingly intoxicated with ambition, narrowing his eyes in feigning profundity. Indeed, Whitebeard has aged, it is time for him to relinquish his throne as the strongest man.
Upon hearing this, the group of pirates surrounding him erupted into boisterous cheers, exclaiming, "The captain is magnificent." However, Shaki, standing behind the bar,
did not cast a disdainful glance at these ignorant and fearless words. In the Grand Line, throughout any era, there is no shortage of blind and foolish warriors. Having spent years drifting upon the sea, they live within their own perceptions and information bubbles. After experiencing a few strokes of fortuitous victories, they gradually become inflated with arrogance,
naively believing themselves to be the mightiest beings.
Indeed, even with the likes of Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido reigning supreme in the New World for many years,
each boasting formidable reputations, there are still countless uninformed challengers who dare to confront them.
Yet, to date, only one individual, the former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, Shanks, has emerged from such ranks, while others, including the current warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, have met tragic fates,
having lost all their subordinates in their attempts to challenge Kaido.
The raucous pirates in the tavern, let alone daring to confront Whitebeard, would not even pass muster against the captains under his command. At that moment, Rayleigh, donning a straw hat, pushed open the tavern door and entered. Under Shaki's watchful gaze, he strode directly to the bar, seized a glass, and downed its contents in one swift motion. He then looked up with a wry smile and remarked, "This young admiral from the Navy headquarters certainly plays by his own rules."
"What has happened?"
Shaki inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Rayleigh did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to regard the pirates in the bar, his expression tinged with sympathy.
Outside, a fleet of warships had appeared, led by a Kainu. Furthermore,
the Navy base at Sabaody was mobilizing under the command of Admirals Stollerbury and Bastille. The pirates currently lingering in the Sabaody archipelago were in for misfortune.
Shaki blinked, her reaction somewhat delayed. "What do you mean?"
Before she could finish, her pupils dilated in sudden realization.
"Are you suggesting that Xia Yu intends to eliminate any potential threats to the Navy headquarters and the surrounding waters of Sabaody before the execution livestream?" Before Rayleigh could nod,
the 7 or 8 pirates seated at booth number 3 abruptly stood up, turning their heads toward the bar.
"Did you hear that?"
Rayleigh tilted his head toward them and cheerfully said, "Since you heard it, you should settle your tab and flee." Bang! No sooner had Rayleigh spoken than the recently closed tavern door was suddenly flung open.
Following this, the expressionless Stollerbury stepped in, his skull towering far above that of an ordinary person. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the gathered crowd and coldly declared, "Flee? The Sabaody archipelago is now under cannon fire. Where do you worthless scoundrels think you can escape to?"
Departing from the naval headquarters, a large warship was dispatched to eradicate the naval base and its surrounding waters. On the deck, Sakazuki, adorned with a military cap, cast a glance at the approaching naval port. Without a trace of emotion, he seized the phone bug and issued a command: transmit my orders. All warships, lock onto your designated target areas. Engage and attack any pirate vessels on sight, not a single pirate ship must escape. He further commanded the troops stationed in the Shambati archipelago to commence immediate action, ensuring the complete extermination of all lurking pirates without exception. With Sakazuki's decree, a brutal campaign against the pirates in the Shambati archipelago commenced. Gunfire, the clash of swords, and anguished cries reverberated throughout the various districts of the archipelago, persisting from twilight until darkness enveloped the land. Finally, when nightfall completely shrouded the Shambati archipelago, the massacre specifically targeting the pirates came to a close. In District 13 of the Shambati archipelago, not a single pirate within the confines of the Bamboo Pole Tavern managed to escape. As they were apprehended by Stolo Berry and his naval soldiers, lined up and forced to kneel in an open area across from the tavern. Holding a thick bounty list, Stolo Berry leisurely perused the illuminated pages, soon extracting a bounty notice to affix to the forehead of a middle-aged man who had boisterously proclaimed that Whitebeard should relinquish his claim to the strongest throne. Captain Eric of the Charging Pirates, hailing from the North Sea, had ravaged 3 villages during his journey through the Grand Line and, alongside other pirate crews, invaded a town of 1 million inhabitants, resulting in the deaths of over 100 innocent civilians. His bounty stood at 67 million. And he was not a devil fruit user. As Stolo Berry spoke, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes: truly unforgivable crimes. Before the middle-aged man could react, a soldier standing behind Stolo Berry swiftly approached and, with deft precision, fired 2 shots into the man's heart and 1 into his head. Stolo Berry did not spare the man another glance, continuing to sift through the bounty list in his grasp. Soon, another pirate's bounty caught his eye. In a manner akin to before, he recited the name and crimes of the pirate listed, prompting another soldier to stride forward and efficiently discharge 3 shots. This grim process repeated itself, and in a short span, over a dozen kneeling pirates met their end by execution. Not only in District 13, but throughout the other districts of the Shambati archipelago, the night bore witness to a harrowing execution ritual. Every 3 gunshots signified the permanent departure of a heinous pirate from this world. Chapter 075, Is Whitebeard 2 a clone? The Curse of Amazon Lily. In the bar named Knocking the Bamboo, even the legendary figures of the bygone era, Shocky and Rayleigh, felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines due to the public execution taking place outside. The Grand Line was on the verge of a transformation. Observing the grim scene beyond the door, Rayleigh sighed, recognizing that the young Admiral of the Navy would undoubtedly employ unprecedented iron-fisted measures to suppress all pirates. With Sakazuki, the iron-willed admiral, safeguarding the Navy, there would be no hesitation in his pursuit of absolute justice. Pausing momentarily, Rayleigh turned his gaze toward Shocky, who stood at the bar with a serious expression, and shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his hope that Whitebeard would not make further mistakes due to Bakin's transgressions. Summer had commanded Sakazuki to cleanse the surrounding seas, clearly to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from preparing for any actions. Shocky, lighting a lady's cigarette, remarked with curiosity, "I wonder why Bakin Gomostasi incited Whitebeard 2 to attack the Navy's training ship. Over the years, she has fervently proclaimed her ties to Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard 2. What could her true intentions be?" Rayleigh chuckled softly. Bakin Gomostasi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Though her strength was rather mediocre, her ambitions were anything but small. After the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard rapidly rose to prominence alongside Roger and Shiki, becoming one of the 3 great powers. She sought to ally with Whitebeard, hoping to rekindle the glory of the Rocks Pirates. However, Whitebeard harbored no ambition to conquer the world or become the Pirate King. He merely wished to establish a family. Their differing objectives led them to part ways. Shocky blinked and realized, so, it is indeed possible that Whitebeard 2 is Whitebeard's biological son? Who knows? Rayleigh replied uncertainly. Back then, Bakin Gomu was also a member of the peace research organization MADS. This organization brought together many distinguished scientists, some of whom focused on the development of weapons of destruction, others on research that could promote world peace, and some on cloning technology. Given that Bakin Gomu was one of the members, it is not impossible for her to have cloned Whitebeard 2 based on Whitebeard himself. I see. Shaki nodded. If Whitebeard indeed had a relationship with Bakin Gomostussy and fathered a child, he would certainly come to rescue him. If he does not appear, it suggests that he never had a relationship with Bakin Gomu. Wait, suddenly, Rayleigh seemed to recall something urgently, rather than the mystery surrounding Whitebeard II's lineage. Shouldn't you be more concerned about Hancock? Summer has scheduled the execution alongside the Shichibukai meeting, clearly intending to use this opportunity to force the Shichibukai to make a choice. Given his current display of iron-fisted authority, he will undoubtedly not allow the Shichibukai system to persist. The so-called Shichibukai meeting is a matter of life and death for all its members. Xia Qi exhaled a series of smoke rings, feeling somewhat powerless as she remarked. Intelligence from the Navy headquarters indicates that Hancock has been shadowing Xia Yu incessantly. I have an ominous premonition. Indeed, the situation appears dire. A prominent line of worry etched itself across Rayleigh's forehead. He had initially believed that Hancock's extreme aversion to men would spare her from the affliction of unrequited love. Yet it seems she is not immune after all. Upon hearing this, a rare blush crept across Xia Qi's face, barely perceptible. To date, among the successive empresses of Amazon Lily, 3 have succumbed to the malady of unrequited love: herself, her predecessor, and her successor. The empress preceding her had been compelled to abandon Amazon Lily for her survival, while Xia Qi, in her early 20s, nearly perished from such an affliction, ultimately following in her predecessor's footsteps to seek a remedy beyond the confines of Amazon Lily. Unfortunately, her successor was far less fortunate, as the object of her affections remained unreachable, leading her to depart from this world. One might have thought this curse would dissipate with the passing of the last empress. Yet unexpectedly, a formidable Marine Admiral emerged, compelling the world government to sign the Mariewa Treaty. Hancock, harboring resentment towards the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who originally established it, found herself irresistibly drawn to him, leading to her inevitable downfall after a mere encounter. Xia Qi averted her gaze, concealing her emotional response from Rayleigh. If she were to be afflicted due to Xia Yu, it would not be entirely unfavorable. After all, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he would not vanish suddenly or exhibit the erratic behavior that had once nearly led to her capture by Carp. Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in her words. After all, unrequited love is inherently one-sided, regardless of Xia Yu's sentiments. As long as she could see him when desired, it sufficed. At that moment, Stoloberry entered the room accompanied by 2 officers. After surveying the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, Stoloberry promptly commanded the officers to collect their belongings, incinerate all debris, and confiscate the treasures. The officers' eyes brightened instantly, and they hurried to rummage through the loot left by the pirates. Before long, they returned, laden with riches, excitedly exclaiming in unison, "Admiral, these pirates are quite wealthy. This is our chance to prosper." Stoloberry's lips twitched slightly as he admonished them. Do not apply past practices to the present. All treasures must be surrendered. After a brief pause, he softened his tone, allowing them to retain some to distribute among the comrades who participated in tonight's operation. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night on the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago, a Kainu, stationed on a large warship, received the latest situation report. Learning that the pirates lurking on the island had been nearly eradicated, he ceased monitoring the surface to prevent any escapees and decisively ordered the ship to return to headquarters. Although, as an admiral, he was not required to engage in such tasks personally, the public execution scheduled for the following day was of utmost importance. Entrusted with this responsibility by Xia Yu, he knew he must attend to every detail meticulously. As the vessel commanded by Sakazuki returned to Marineford, Stoloberry remained behind in the Sabaody archipelago to oversee the aftermath, marking the conclusion of a purging operation prior to a public execution. Within the confines of the knockout bar, Stoloberry did not depart immediately. Instead, after dismissing his subordinates, he took a seat at the bar and ordered a cocktail. The gentleman appeared somewhat familiar. Just as he lifted his glass to take a sip, Stoloberry abruptly shattered the silence, glancing at Rayleigh before speaking. If memory serves, during my last surprise inspection at the human auction house, you were rather unceremoniously presented in a cage for sale. Ha, indeed. Rayleigh responded with hearty laughter. I had wagered everything at the gambling den and ended up mortgaging myself. I had hoped to find someone to redeem me, but unexpectedly, Those unscrupulous individuals sold me to traffickers. I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your inspection at the auction house, I might have found myself enslaved in the household of a wealthy patron by now. Ah, ha ha ha. Store Lowbury, typically inscrutable, struggled to maintain his composure, his hand trembling slightly as he held the glass. He had witnessed the devastation that gambling could wreak upon families, leading to ruin or estrangement. Yet this instance of self-mortgaging was unprecedented. Simply put, it was extraordinary. Chapter 76, Don Quixote da Flamingo, if you wish to perish, do not drag me along. Meanwhile, beneath the cloak of night over the Sabaody archipelago, a figure resembling a great bird descended silently, landing before an auction house in Area 1. It was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon touching down, da Flamingo, with his hands buried in his pockets and his body slightly hunched, furrowed his brow and quickly surveyed his surroundings, even taking a sniff of the air. The pungent scent of blood was overwhelming. Had a battle recently transpired here? Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly turned around, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the auction house. Da Flamingo. Emerging from the shadows was Rear Admiral Bastille, standing proudly with a large cleaver in hand. He spoke with measured calmness. Lord Xia Yu has issued orders, prior to the public execution of Whitebeard II tomorrow. The navy and the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago must be cleansed. No pirate is permitted to step into the light. Therefore, if you are here to attend the warlords meeting, please accompany me immediately. If not, your status as a warlord will be revoked on the spot, and I shall apprehend you without delay. At these words, Da Flamingo abruptly lifted his head, then broke into a distinctive malevolent laugh. So, under the new leadership of the Navy's Admiral, you have all grown so domineering? However, Bastille, it would be wise for you to temper your tone, lest I find myself compelled to eliminate you. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Bastille's eyes as he raised his cleaver. So, you are not here to attend the warlords meeting? In Area 7's port? As 2 pirate ships slowly approached the shore, Navy soldiers stationed at the docks swiftly converged, aiming their rifles at the newly arrived vessels. Upon the deck of a ship flying the Crimson Sun emblem stood a formidable figure, a whale shark fisherman, approximately 3 meters tall, with wild eyebrows and prominent teeth jutting from his jaw. Jimbei, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a whale shark fisherman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Known for his sense of justice and penchant for heroism, he had earned the moniker of the Sea Knight. Jimbei could not help but exclaim as he observed the Navy's prompt arrival upon docking. I can't believe that within just a few days, the atmosphere among the Navy has shifted so dramatically. Quite remarkable. Among the Navy troops at the port, a young man draped in a major's coat stepped forward briskly. It was Noah, the major who had previously drawn his sword against Mihawk at headquarters. After exchanging glances across the water with the Sun Pirates, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Jimbei. I am Major Noah of the Navy headquarters, awaiting your presence on orders from Lord Xia Yu. Due to the state of emergency throughout the Sabaody archipelago and the surrounding waters of Marineford, you now have 2 choices: either cooperate with my directives and come with me. Second, for not cooperating with my work, I will strip you of your warlord status and eliminate you. After a brief pause, Noah turned his gaze towards another pirate ship, scanning the deck for a figure, the warlord, Hanafuda. Am I being clear enough? Ha ha ha, such audacity. A mere major now dares to speak to me in such a tone? It seems the newly appointed admiral at Navy headquarters has emboldened you greatly. As these words fell, the figure on the pirate ship stepped forward, revealing a head adorned with a bat-themed hood, a massive scythe clutched tightly in hand, exuding an eerie aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper who traverses the night. Hanafuda, one of the members of the Warlords of the Sea. After numerous confrontations with the Emperor Kaido, he forged a deep friendship with him, often wandering the Grand Line in pursuit of ancient Zoan-type devil fruits to strengthen Kaido's beast pirates. His formidable prowess drew the attention of the world government. Reaching the edge of the deck, Hanafuda gazed up at the night-shrouded Sabaody archipelago, keenly detecting the lingering scent of blood in the air. His eyes narrowing as he remarked, "What a night for murder, indeed. If we fail to cooperate, it may well be a one-way trip." At this point, Hanafuda suddenly turned his gaze towards Jinbei, standing on the opposite deck of the Sun Pirates. "You agree, don't you, Fishman Jinbei?" Jinbei nodded and gracefully leaped down from the deck to stand before Noah, politely addressing him, "Major Noah, please." Hanafuda followed suit, descending with his enormous scythe in tow. "Thank you both for your cooperation." A flicker of disappointment crossed Noah's eyes. During previous warlord meetings, each had boasted an inflated sense of self-importance, with one or two brazenly bullying the staff responsible for maintaining order in front of Admiral Sengoku. He had anticipated that if anyone dared to act out at this meeting, he would seize the opportunity to earn military merit, yet to his surprise, Jinbei and Hanafuda were so accommodating. He had heard of Jinbei's commendable temperament and loyalty. However, Hanafuda was a man who once dared to clash with Kaido, ultimately becoming a close friend of the emperor. It seemed a disservice to his former grandeur if he were not to flaunt it. Why had he suddenly become so agreeable? Had he been cowed by the admiral's reputation? Missing an opportunity to showcase one's prowess was quite disheartening. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted without warning. Following this, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth from the direction of Area 1, devastating the towering trees that stood in its path as if they were mere twigs. "This is, though far removed," Major Noah discerned the source of the sword energy, his expression fervent. "It is the slashing wave of Rear Admiral Bastille. Who is it that refuses to cooperate? Could it be Crocodile? Or perhaps Doflamingo? Or even Moonlight Moria?" As the conversation unfolded, Noah, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the seamless collaboration between Jinbei and Hanazuki, found himself uncontrollably rushing outside. However, it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. He halted abruptly, a look of frustration plastered on his face. "Forget it," he lamented, "with General Bastille around, any credit will certainly not be mine." Observing Noah's reaction, Jinbei and Hanazuki stood side by side, bewildered. What was happening? Why did it seem that the young general's greatest desire was not to witness their synergy? Could it be that their lack of cooperation would somehow yield accolades for General Noah and the soldiers present? Just as the two were grappling with confusion, a figure suddenly darted across the night sky. Almost immediately, the flamboyantly dressed Don Quixote Doflamingo landed gracefully before them, his pointed shoes barely touching the ground. With one hand on his hip and a slouch in his posture, he emitted a distinctively wicked laugh. "He, Bastille, you truly intend to eliminate me, don't you?" Before he could finish, Doflamingo abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Jinbei and Hanazuki. "Are you both so well coordinated?" he cackled maliciously, eyeing the two warlords standing side by side with a focused demeanor. "Hanazuki, this is hardly your style. Would you care to join forces for a grand scheme? He. Doflamingo, if you seek death, do not involve me," Hanazuki retorted, glancing at the swiftly approaching figure. "Tomorrow marks the execution of Whitebeard too. Causing a ruckus now will undoubtedly lead to a most gruesome demise. Do you sense the scent of blood in the air? Before our arrival, the Navy must have conducted a thorough purge of the entire Sabaody archipelago." Before Doflamingo could respond, Jinbei interjected, "Wake up, Doflamingo. The Navy will no longer allow the warlords to act with impunity as they once did." Chapter 077, Cleaving Through Obstacles for the Marshal. The Navy officers are more arrogant than ever. At the Naval Headquarters, a palpable tension fills the air as preparations are underway for the public execution of Edward Wilbur and Miss Bakine the following day. From the highest-ranking generals to the lowly soldiers, everyone is diligently engaged in their tasks. As a gallows rises prominently in Marineford Square, the preliminary arrangements reach their conclusion. Night descends, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. The on-duty soldiers complete their handover, while officers of various ranks retreat to their homes or dormitories, leaving only the light in the Marshal's office aglow. Seated at his desk, Marshal Xia Yu reviews a stack of documents before handing them to the attendant standing opposite him. Gion. "Marshal, allow me to review these documents," Gion suggests, cradling the files in her arms. Having reminded him countless times, she gently insists, "It is quite late. You ought to rest now." As if oblivious to her concern, Xia Yu picks up another document, engrossed in his evaluations, and declares, "I intend to amend the long-standing policies of the Naval Headquarters, particularly regarding the 3 admirals. I plan to add 3 more positions. You have lingered in the candidate position for too long, it is time for your promotion. Your forces shall be known as the Peach Rabbit Army, shall they not?" At this, Ji Yuan chuckles softly, are you seeking my opinion, Marshal, or merely informing me? If it is the former, I would prefer to remain by your side rather than lead the Peach Rabbit Army. Unlike your previous role as a Vice Admiral, where you only needed to manage your own responsibilities, your current position requires you to make crucial decisions for the entire headquarters and its branches. Without me, you would surely be overwhelmed. However, if you have already made up your mind, I shall not decline. I will lead the Peach Rabbit Army through thick and thin for you, Marshal. Hearing her words, Xia Yu sets down the documents and gazes at Gion, who has steadfastly stood by him throughout the years. For him, she embodies both a mentor and a confidant. If he were to choose the most trustworthy person among them, Gion would undoubtedly claim that honor. Yet, he does not wish to confine her to the role of an assistant. Gion possesses a strong sense of responsibility, a heart filled with genuine justice, and her prowess surpasses that of her peers. To keep her by his side as merely an assistant would be a gross misallocation of her talents. After sharing a moment of silent understanding with Gion, Xia Yu suddenly breaks into a smile. Admiral Peach Rabbit, could you pour me a cup of coffee? Still drinking? If you continue tonight, you may as well forego rest. Gion instinctively retorts. I never intended to rest. Xia Yu replies with a resigned shrug. You have no idea how chaotic my home has become. My hawk is staying with me, and Hancock refuses to go to the guest house. With Hancock present, Gunzi has also joined the fray, and the two women are constantly at odds. One claims that any mistake on her part can be forgiven, while the other threatens to wrap her up like a mummy with her bandages. The situation has become so untenable that my hawk has fled to the guest house in defeat. In such circumstances, do you believe I still dare to return? Observing the helpless expression on Xia Yu's face, Shigeyuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, she quickly composed herself and gently suggested, since returning home is not an option, why not seek refuge at the home of the Vice Admiral Corazon? After all, he is currently at the Holy Land headquarters, occupied with assisting Lord Kong in merging CP9 into CP0, following the demise of the highest commander of CP9. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? If I were to stay over at Vice Admiral Corazon's, do you believe that tomorrow rumors would not circulate about me and the peacock again? Indeed, Shigeyuan blinked, ultimately offering the best suggestion, then come to my home. Ever since the investigation team began their inquiries, my mother has been quite concerned. Even now, with matters settled, she inquires daily about your activities. At this hour, I wouldn't want to disturb the elder. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively. Once I finish processing these documents, I shall make do in the office. Just as Shigeyuan was about to speak, the phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Noticing this, Shigeyuan quickly stepped back and immediately shifted into work mode. Marshal. This is Noah. As Xia Yu answered the phone bug, the voice of Major General Noah came through promptly. The two warlords, Hanazawa and Jinbei, have been escorted by my subordinates to the Navy base at Sabayati Archipelago. Tomorrow morning, they will depart alongside Vice Admiral Bastiu and Doflamingo. Report complete. Loyalty. Xia Yu chuckled. I detect a hint of melancholy in your tone. Is it because these three warlords have been so compliant that your charisma has nowhere to manifest? Ah. Has this been discovered? Noah's voice carried a note of embarrassment. Indeed, there is a slight sense of melancholy. My subordinates reported that Hanazawa and Jinbei were quite cooperative. Although Doflamingo had a scuffle with Vice Admiral Bastiu, it was merely a brief encounter. Marshal, what is going on? In the past, during Sengoku's tenure, these warlords were quite arrogant, especially Doflamingo, who, during the last warlord conference, used his fruit ability to control two soldiers in front of Sengoku. I had thought that if he continued his arrogance, I would join Vice Admiral Bastiu in confronting him. Yet unexpectedly, he has backed down. Listening to the incessant chatter on the phone bug, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile and interjected, you seem eager to take on anyone at this point. Is it because my hawk once assisted me, and you cannot seek revenge on him for his past transgressions against your superior, so you're venting your frustrations on other warlords? Not at all. Noah replied without hesitation. From the moment I pledged my loyalty to the Marshal, my personal honor and disgrace have become inconsequential. Well said, Personal honor and disgrace are inconsequential. Xia Yu praised with a hint of admiration, continuing, rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I will ensure my hawk provides an explanation to your former superior. While I believe in repaying kindness, I cannot allow my brothers to suffer injustice. Until tomorrow then. Loyalty. Noah shouted a slogan and reluctantly ended the call. Had it not been for Xia Yu's words, "See you tomorrow," he could have conversed with this commanding general, who was of similar age yet possessed a far more imposing presence, throughout the night. Particularly, the phrase "we cannot let our brothers suffer injustice," uttered by Xia Yu, stirred a fervent desire within him to return to headquarters immediately and proclaim his loyalty before Xia Yu. Standing quietly beside him, Gion nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing Xia Yu's animated conversation with a subordinate. It was noteworthy that when Xia Yu previously mentioned Hancock, Junzi, and Peacock, his tone and expression conveyed a sense of helplessness and anguish, yet, in this exchange, he appeared invigorated, even showing concern for what his subordinates were thinking. It was rather extraordinary. Despite her amusement, Gion fully understood Xia Yu's behavior. Over the years, it was precisely this manner of interaction that had endeared him to countless officers and soldiers, earning him their unwavering admiration and loyalty due to his radiant charisma. At the naval base on the Shambati archipelago, Noah felt an exhilarating sense of relief after his conversation with Xia Yu, his smile growing increasingly unabashed. After a fit of hearty laughter, he turned to face Vice Admirals Bastju and Staloberry, who had just returned from District 13, and boasted, "Gentlemen, can you guess what the Marshal just said to me?" "What?" Bastju gazed at Noah with a look of incredulity. "The Marshal said we cannot let our brothers suffer injustice." Before he could finish, Noah erupted into another fit of boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Brother! The Marshal called me brother." "Ha ha, I cough, huh?" Suddenly, as he coughed from laughing, Noah whipped around to find Doflamingo, who was regarding him with an equally incredulous expression, a wicked grin plastered across his face. "Doflamingo, if you keep wearing that grin, do you believe I won't take you down right now? I feel extraordinarily powerful." At these words, Doflamingo's smile instantly froze, and his eyes nearly popped out from behind his sunglasses. What on earth was happening? Was laughing now a crime within the Navy? Insanity. Before Doflamingo could respond, Jinbei and Hanazuki, standing beside him, turned in unison and left without hesitation. Insanity. The current Navy, from the officers down to the soldiers, has gone mad. Did you see those soldiers just now? They looked at us like cats eyeing a mouse, their eyes gleaming with desire. Once they had distanced themselves from Doflamingo, Hanazuki lowered his voice and lamented, "The Navy used to be different. Why do they seem more like pirates?" Jinbei remained silent, nodding vigorously in agreement. Chapter 078, A Coexistence of Perils and Opportunities. The greater the turmoil, the pricier the fish. The appointed time for the Seven Warlords Conference has arrived as scheduled. However, the Navy headquarters has diverted its attention from the impending arrival of the Seven Warlords, focusing instead on Edward Weevil and his mother, Miss Bakken. Surrounding the execution platform, naval officers and soldiers of various ranks steadily gather, meticulously arrayed on either side of the platform, extending all the way to the gates of the headquarters prison to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, personnel from the headquarters news office are busy setting up the broadcasting equipment, gradually establishing a connection with the outdoor screens located in the Sabaody archipelago. Early arrivals at each outdoor screen in the Sabaody archipelago include representatives from major news agencies, poised to transmit the live execution to the world through their respective broadcasting devices once the Navy headquarters transmission is successfully linked. The entire process of the public execution is proceeding methodically, awaiting the appointed time and the commencement of the broadcast. At the Navy headquarters port, several warships designated for transporting the Seven Warlords are slowly docking. The first to arrive is the warship carrying Bastille. Without waiting for the vessel to fully stabilize, Bastille and Don Quixote Doflamingo leap from the deck onto the dock. Following closely behind, Jinbei and Trafalgar Law, who share a warship with Vice Admiral Stolosbury and Rear Admiral Noah, also disembark. As the three warlords gather, a throng of naval soldiers swiftly emerges, flanking the pathway leading to Marineford Square, their menacing gazes fixed upon the trio. The three warlords, including Doflamingo, have grown accustomed to such scrutiny, each lost in their own thoughts as they nonchalantly follow Bastille, Stolosbury, and Rear Admiral Noah up the steps. At that moment, two more warships arrive. Just as Doflamingo steps onto the stairs, he seems to possess an uncanny awareness, turning to glance at the approaching vessels. Upon spotting the figures on the decks, a grin spreads across his face. Clearly, they are not the only three present. Arriving on the two warships are Sir Crocodile and Gecko Moria, members of the Seven Warlords. Moria, towering nearly 7 meters with a rotund figure, appears somewhat incongruous with their recollections. Not only does he boast a grotesquely imposing stature, but his visage is equally fearsome. Yet, at this moment, Moria stands with his head bowed, resembling a disheartened bride who has suffered great injustice, quietly standing amidst the hounds. Evidently, like the others, Moria has been cowed into submission by the ambitious naval soldiers eager to earn military merit. In stark contrast, Crocodile maintains his swagger, standing alone on the warship's deck. Clad in a black fur coat, his slick-back hair and cigar exuding an air of regal arrogance as he surveys Doflamingo and the others who have disembarked before him. Doflamingo, your current expression is quite unsettling. When Crocodile cast his gaze upon Doflamingo, he suddenly burst into laughter. Have you been intimidated by the naval soldiers assigned to escort you? If that is indeed the case, you have truly broadened my horizons. To think that you, the infamous Tenryubito's adversary, who dares to attack and threaten the world government as one of the Shichibukai, can endure such indignity, ha ha ha. It appears you are not in a much better position either. Doflamingo turned, hands in pockets, and grinned. How about a wager? If you dare to glance back at those soldiers behind you without feeling threatened, I shall concede. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly turned to look. What are you staring at? Just as Crocodile turned, an officer from the naval ranks stepped forward, mercilessly barking orders at him to get down. Crocodile inhaled sharply on his cigar, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Doflamingo's mood instantly brightened. Humph, Crocodile, you are not as formidable as you seem. Doflamingo, Jinbei, and Trafalgar Law. Before Crocodile could respond, Noah, who had been positioned between the two, suddenly turned. His gaze piercing as he addressed the three Shichibukai. Follow me. Should you cause me to be late, once this Shichibukai conference concludes, I shall petition Admiral to set sail and eliminate you all. At this, even Strawberry struggled to maintain his composure, quickly interjecting, Noah, enough of that. Doflamingo, evidently unfazed, paid no heed to Noah's admonition. As Crocodile and Gecko Moria descended from the warship, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile. He leaned closer to Crocodile and ominously remarked, Sand Crocodile, this meeting is far from simple. If anything unexpected occurs, shall we escape together? I trust you have sensed that the current navy is markedly different from the past. Even the ordinary soldiers dare to point fingers at us, indicating that the newly appointed admiral's intentions for convening this Shichibukai meeting are far from innocent. My instincts tell me he may seize this opportunity to eliminate us all. Crocodile ignored Doflamingo, silently walking past him alongside Gecko Moria. As an old hand among the Shichibukai, he was acutely aware of the peril that this meeting entailed. Especially after being intercepted by the naval fleet, he distinctly felt the unmasked hostility from the navy towards him as a Shichibukai. The soldiers on board, appearing as if under the influence of some potent stimulant, maintained a heightened state of vigilance since his interception, instilling in him the unsettling illusion that any deviation in his behavior would prompt them to pounce upon him without hesitation. He harbored no fear of the naval soldiers aboard the warship. If he so desired, none of those aboard the vessel that had intercepted him, not even the accompanying Vice Admiral Shaitiles, would emerge alive. However, he was neither inclined nor daring enough to take such extreme measures. For one, should he resort to violence against the naval personnel, it would undoubtedly provoke the most ferocious retribution from the Navy headquarters, and he might find himself the next to face public execution. Furthermore, the newly appointed Marshal of the Navy had ascended to power through a coup, indicating that his ambitions extended far beyond merely commanding the naval forces. To discern the true nature of this new Marshal's ambitions, he deemed it prudent to remain still and observe the unfolding events. If the adversary's ambitions were sufficiently grand, he might exploit this perilous venture to attend the Seven Warlords Conference, thereby creating a mutually beneficial opportunity. After all, danger and opportunity often coexist. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Under the leadership of several Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, a group of 5 made their way through the vigilant naval ranks and entered Marineford Square. The moment they stepped into the square, an oppressive aura of impending execution enveloped them, causing these renowned figures of the Grand Line to widen their eyes in astonishment. Before them loomed a towering gallows, starkly positioned in the center of the square, surrounded by thousands of soldiers exuding an air of grim determination. The fortifications surrounding the square were manned at every 3 paces, with sentinels standing beneath the fluttering flags emblazoned with the seagull insignia, surveying the newcomers from their advantageous heights with predatory gazes. On the opposite side of the gallows, a raised platform had been erected. Upon it rested a rectangular conference table draped in white linen. Flanking the table stood over a dozen rear admirals, cloaked in their insignia, maintaining a uniform stance with hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an air of resolute poise. Despite the gathering of thousands in the square, not a single voice was raised. The atmosphere was thick with a stifling tension that left figures such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, feeling inexplicably subdued. Amidst the somber silence, the flags of the Navy, emblematic of justice and glory, fluttered vigorously in the sea breeze. Chapter 079. Good afternoon, you detestable scum of the Grand Line. As the suffocating atmosphere of tension enveloped the air, the sight of the meticulously organized and imposing naval soldiers and officers silenced even the brash Don Quixote da Flamingo. The gravity etched upon their faces was unprecedented. Likewise, Crocodile found himself compelled to reassess his identity and position, confronting this seemingly transformed naval force. Although Trafalgar Law and Gecko Moria harbored their own thoughts, they exhibited no outward signs, maintaining a facade of calm while inwardly wrestling with anxiety. The most at ease among them was Jinbei. Upon receiving the summons from the 7 warlords, he had already familiarized himself with the recent developments at the Navy headquarters through various news outlets and channels, arriving at a rational judgment regarding the newly appointed young admiral. Given the admiral's actions instigating a coup to cleanse the Navy headquarters of dissent and compelling the world government to acquiesce to the Mariewa Treaty, he did not foresee the young admiral imposing a harsh crackdown on the warlords during their meeting. Rather, he suspected that this public execution would serve as a demonstration of power, a means to intimidate both the warlords and the lawless pirate crews roaming the seas. How utterly chilling! After a brief silence, Doflamingo, stooped over, began to advance slowly, his previous arrogance replaced by an unusual humility. Under the gaze of thousands of scrutinizing eyes, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him, while Law and Moria dutifully followed behind. Even Crocodile merely surveyed his surroundings before straightening his posture and ascending the platform, taking their seats at the elongated rectangular conference table. All present. No sooner had they seated themselves than a resounding shout erupted from the entrance of the square. Before they could react, all officers and soldiers present, including those on the platform like Stollerberry, turned simultaneously to face the same direction, their fervor reaching unparalleled heights. The Admiral has arrived. Attention! Salute! With a synchronized and thunderous voice, every officer and soldier straightened their bodies and raised their right hands, shouting in unison, "Loyalty!" Amidst the chorus, a procession emerged from the entrance of the square. At the forefront was none other than the newly appointed Admiral Xia Yu, clad in a Grand Admiral's coat, exuding vigor and confidence. Following closely behind him were the 3 admirals and the recently promoted Admiral Gion. As they strode through the throngs of fervent soldiers and officers, even the 5 warlords seated at the conference table, despite their seasoned experience, could not help but be captivated. Particularly Doflamingo, who, although he had seen the Navy headquarters published photographs of Xia Yu alongside the officers and soldiers, was still awestruck upon witnessing the young admiral in person. He couldn't suppress his widening eyes and the wicked grin that crept upon his lips. Had he watched The Legend of Chu and Han? He would undoubtedly have been unable to refrain from exclaiming, much like Liu Bang upon his first encounter with the first emperor, "A true man should be like this." Just as the 5 warlords of the sea were captivated by the fervent scene ignited by the young General Xia Yu's entrance, 3 figures abruptly emerged from the direction of the square's entrance. At the forefront was none other than the world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, gracefully striding forward with his unparalleled great sword slung across his back. Following closely behind was the Amazon Lily Empress Boa Hancock, whose mere appearance stirred restlessness among the originally disciplined Navy soldiers and officers, alongside a young soldier clad in a cape and a newsboy cap, his undergarments worn outside. Oh! An unexpected character has emerged.
Observing Mihawk as he entered the square behind Xia Yu, Don Quixote da Flamingo grinned. Taken aback to discover that Mihawk resided within the Navy headquarters and had accompanied Xia Yu into the venue.
Has he completely submitted? He let out a sinister chuckle.
Then shifted his gaze towards the young soldier standing alongside Hancock, his smile gradually fading as his eyes fixed on a symbol on the soldier's arm.
Widening in disbelief as he silently mused, is that the emblem of the Knights of God? At that moment, the four admirals Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan,
and Gion ascended the platform with haste, proceeding directly to the chair at the head of the conference table. The four admirals did not take their seats but stood flanking Xia Yu. After removing the gloves from his hands and placing them upon the table, Xia Yu cast a warm smile towards the seated warlords of the sea, as though greeting long-lost friends, gently stating, "Good afternoon, esteemed scum of the Grand Line."
Upon hearing these words, the 5 warlords of the sea were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment.
Just as they had prepared to nod in return to Xia Yu's cordial greeting, they were caught off guard by his abrupt designation of them as scum, leaving their intended responses lodged uncomfortably in their throats. Fortunately, at that moment, Mihawk and Hancock also ascended the platform, taking seats closest to Xia Yu on either side. Of course, even without Mihawk and Hancock's presence, the warlords would have remained speechless. For regardless of Xia Yu's identity and strength, the formidable aura emanating from the four admirals Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, and Gion standing at Xia Yu's sides, coupled with the oppressive presence of the Navy's highest combat power, was sufficient to render them mute. As Xia Yu settled into his seat, Hancock immediately fixed her gaze upon him. However, as she began to speak, a single glance from Xia Yu silenced her, leaving her with but one task: to sit quietly and refrain from speaking.
"All right, understood."
Suddenly calling out Hancock's name, Xia Yu caught her off guard, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She then straightened up obediently, her mind racing with delightful visions, even contemplating names for their future children. This unexpected interlude led the other 5 warlords, aside from Mihawk, who had already grown accustomed to the situation, to synchronize their gazes, glancing from Hancock to Xia Yu. Clearing his throat, Xia Yu broke the sudden silence, speaking with a measured tone. "I trust you are all aware, through the news and reports,
of the recent events between the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land, as well as my identity.
Nonetheless, I find it imperative to introduce myself.
My name is Xia Yu, and I currently hold the position of Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Due to a rather agreeable agreement reached with the Holy Land, the warlord system has now transitioned from the world government to the Navy headquarters. This signifies that, from this moment forth, you shall all take orders from me." Chapter 080, A Thief is a Thief, Thieves Must Be Purged. Without waiting for the members of the 7 warlords to respond, Xia Yu suddenly shifted his tone. The relationship between the warlords, the Navy, and the world government has historically been ambiguous, a circumstance I find rather distasteful. Therefore, I shall undertake a complete reorganization of the 7 warlords. Those willing to accept this transformation will find that I can overlook your past transgressions, but upon accepting this reorganization, you must shoulder the responsibilities that align with the principles of justice and order upheld by the Navy. Should you reject this opportunity for change, I regret to inform you that not only will you be apprehended immediately, but you will also face severe penalties for your numerous past offenses. Given that most of you possess devil fruit abilities, eliminating you would prove troublesome, hence, rest assured that until I discover a method to transfer your devil fruit powers, you will not perish, albeit, your existence will be fraught with suffering. As soon as Xia Yu's words fell, Don Quixote da Flamingo let out a low, sinister chuckle. "You convened this meeting under the guise of consultation, yet it seems you never intended for us to leave alive, correct, Admiral Xia Yu?" "You may interpret it that way,"
Xia Yu replied with a serene smile. "Perhaps some of you were coerced into the life of piracy, while others, despite donning the pirate label, have not engaged in the wanton slaughter of innocents. Yet, such distinctions are inconsequential. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, adorned with the seagull flag that symbolizes justice and peace, I have no desire to be sullied by association with thieves. A thief is a thief, and thieves must be eradicated. Thus, I present to you an opportunity to forsake the shadows and embrace the light. Abandon your titles as warlords, accept transformation into true Navy soldiers, and atone for your past misdeeds." At this juncture, Xia Yu raised his hand to check the time. "You need not declare your decision immediately,
the time for execution approaches. I am not an unreasonable individual, a response before the execution commences will suffice. Of course, you may also choose to rise in rebellion. Provided you possess unwavering confidence in your ability to defeat the 4 admirals at my side and escape the encirclement of all our officers and soldiers. Upon hearing this, Jinbei, who had remained silent, stood up with sincerity in his tone. Admiral Xia Yu, is there truly no room for negotiation? Must we choose between becoming Navy members or facing death? Indeed. Xia Yu replied, lifting his gaze slightly. To be candid, some of you have committed offenses worthy of public execution, left to be scorched under the sun for days on end. Granting you the chance for transformation is the utmost mercy I can extend. Jinbei, I have heard many tales of your exploits. Since taking the helm from the first captain of the Sun Pirates, you have not only refrained from wanton violence but have also garnered the respect of many formidable individuals, earning the title of Sea Knight for your acts of chivalry. You take great pride in the honor the title confers. However, I do not regard you as a fitting Sea Knight. A true hero, the embodiment of chivalry, should don the mantle of justice and safeguard the peace established by a righteous order, dedicating oneself to the eradication of all malevolence. Rather than consorting with a band of pirates, lost in the haze of flattery and camaraderie. Pausing momentarily, Xia Yu shifted his tone, asserting that the reason one becomes a pirate is often due to enduring oppression in their homeland, or in response to the corruption of the world government, fueled by the trampling of certain privileged classes. In the face of such a world, one may have once felt powerless, but now, choices abound. Under my command, the Navy shall no longer be shackled by the world government. It is now devoted solely to 3 tenets: justice, justice, and once more, justice. Even when the celestial dragons, who enjoy their privileges and deem themselves descendants of the divine heir, the Navy will apprehend them and entrust their judgment to the Knights of God for sentencing. Those deserving of death shall perish, and those meriting imprisonment shall be confined. As long as I draw breath, I will not permit justice to be trampled by anyone or any privilege. True justice must reign supreme over all. Having spoken thus, Xia Yu diverted his gaze from Jinbei and swept it across the faces of other Shichibukai, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and others, with a gentle gaze that suddenly turned fierce and domineering. Is it not my benevolence that grants you the opportunity for reform? Having the audacity to enshrine the right to arrest the celestial dragons within the Mariewa Treaty, compelling the world government to yield? As his words resonated, the plaza of Marineford fell into a profound silence once more, the sound of the Navy's flag fluttering in the sea breeze echoing like a countdown, reverberating in the hearts of the Shichibukai. To Xia Yu's left and right stood 4 admirals. Each one, be it the ambivalent justice of Borisolino or the lethargic justice of Kuzan, awakening at this moment. Sakazuki, too, was no exception. While he had anticipated that Xia Yu's gathering of the Shichibukai would be a grand banquet of sorts, he had underestimated Xia Yu's resolve and audacity, presenting the Shichibukai with a stark choice between life and death. Naturally, he cared little for their decisions. What truly ignited his blood was Xia Yu's declaration: true justice must supersede all. No one and no privilege shall trample upon it, it must reign supreme. In the midst of silence, Sakazuki lifted his gaze, revealing fervent eyes ablaze with passion, fervently exclaiming within, this is true justice, absolute justice. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive following Xia Yu's proclamation, Hancock, who had remained obediently silent, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed at Xia Yu, uttering impulsively, I am willing. Hancock was far from thoughtless. Within Xia Yu's words, she conjured countless vivid images. Especially upon hearing him declare, I dare to enshrine the right to arrest the celestial dragons within the Mariewa Treaty, compelling the world government to yield. She almost succumbed to a faint from the overwhelming wave of joy. With Hancock's unexpected declaration, one could hardly say it would be a stretch for her to relinquish her identity as one of the 7 warlords, if only Summeryu would consent. She would readily wed him on the spot. After all, such an event was not entirely foreign to her, as she had just indulged in daydreams of marrying Summeryu and even envisioning the birth of a chubby little boy. Hancock's sudden outburst lightened the previously tense atmosphere somewhat. Feeling the surge of affection emanating from Hancock, a multitude of dark lines appeared on Summeryu's forehead. He truly could not fathom why Hancock harbored such feelings for him. It is worth noting that in the past 2 days, he had not only refrained from any advances towards her but had also confined himself to his office to avoid the distractions of her romantic inclinations. Oh, this accursed infatuation. After silently lamenting his predicament, Summer Yu offered a smile and replied, "Understood, I shall remain silent going forward."
"Very well," Hancock responded with uncontained joy, nodding enthusiastically. And indeed ceased her chatter, content to lean back in her chair to continue her reverie.
At that moment, Ain,
resplendent in his Vice Admiral's uniform and draped in a matching coat, strode confidently to the platform, saluting Summer Yu with a raised hand. "Marshal,
the execution will commence in 10 minutes. Shall we initiate the live broadcast now?" Chapter 081, The Live Execution Commences, The Identity of Whitebeard 2. Sabaody Archipelago. As the time for the public execution drew near, all the journalists and information brokers gathered before the outdoor screen eagerly awaited the moment when the screen would illuminate. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the execution, why had the Navy headquarters yet to commence? Surely they would not wait until the execution time to begin. Enough with the noise. Did the Navy headquarters not issue a public announcement? This execution will coincide with the 7 warlords meeting. A slight delay is entirely normal. In the bubble square of District 13, the journalists and information brokers, growing increasingly impatient with the imminent execution, fidgeted restlessly. For both journalists and information brokers, such a significant event was a rare opportunity. The first to seize the news headline would stand to gain immensely. Since not every location would have access to the live execution, they must act as intermediaries. In a corner of the square, Rayleigh sat before a tree, while Shaki stood beside him, a cigarette pinched between her fingers as she gazed at the screen suspended in midair. At that moment, a man donning a straw hat swiftly approached and, as he brushed past Shaki, discreetly handed her a note. Without raising her gaze to the man, Shaki accepted the note, glanced at it briefly, and then calmly crumbled it into dust, speaking nonchalantly. "It appears that the execution of Whitebeard 2 has not captured Whitebeard's attention. Up until now, the Whitebeard pirates have shown no signs of movement, and the Moby Dick remains anchored in their territorial waters." As if anticipating this, Rayleigh smiled. If Whitebeard 2 is truly his son, it is unfathomable for him to allow family to wander destitute in the wild. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the territorial waters of the Whitebeard pirates, on the vast deck of the Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, hastily approached Whitebeard, who sat resolutely at the ship's bow. "Old man, shall we truly do nothing?" As Marco's words fell, the other captains on deck rose in unison. Observing this, Whitebeard, adorned with intravenous tubes, sighed inwardly. "Though Edward Weevil bears my name, he is not my son. My sons are only you." With that, Whitebeard sighed again within his heart. He was acutely aware of whether Edward Weevil was his son. If he were truly his son, Bakken would have long sought him out, knowing how highly he valued family. Bakken's hesitation to approach him indicated her understanding of Whitebeard 2's true identity, which deterred her from introducing him. After a brief silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Marco, shifting from the fierce and domineering demeanor of the world's strongest man to a gentler tone. "Marco, my son, the execution of Bakken and her child is not necessarily a misfortune for you. For if that mother and son are alive, after my departure from this world, your greatest peril will not stem from the Navy, but from this so-called Whitebeard 2. Father, I do not comprehend." Marco blinked in confusion. Whitebeard patiently elucidated. "Miss Bakken is truly named Bakken Gomstussy. We were once members of the Rocks Pirates, and for reasons unknown, she harbors considerable animosity towards me to this day. Her absence from my sight over the years is solely due to my continued existence. Should I cease to be, she will undoubtedly transfer her hatred onto you, allowing the Whitebeard 2 she keeps by her side to dismantle you one by one, ultimately seizing control of all territories belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. For although Whitebeard 2 is related to me, he is not my son but rather a clone modeled after me. From what I understand, Bakken Gomstussy first created a clone based on herself through the Scientific Research Institute MADS. I cannot ascertain whether her initial clone was successful, but it is evident that the clone fashioned after me has achieved remarkable success." Pausing briefly, Whitebeard abruptly shifted the tone of his discourse. "Though it cannot be deemed entirely successful, it is said that this Whitebeard 2 is somewhat lacking in intellect." A familiar hearty laughter, resonating with the likes of Marco and all the captains and crew, inexplicably lightened the atmosphere. It is worth noting that upon learning through the Navy's news announcement about Bakken and Whitebeard 2, their father's mood had plummeted. They had all believed that Whitebeard 2 was indeed their father's biological son, as the resemblance was striking. And the thought of their own flesh and blood facing imminent public execution was enough to darken any father's spirits. However, they were unprepared for the turn of events. This Whitebeard 2 was not their father's true son, merely a clone? If he is but a clone, there is no need for them to act recklessly. Otherwise, even if their father did not come to the rescue, they would still feel compelled to take action in gratitude for the years of care, shelter, and salvation he had provided. Meanwhile, the other three emperors of the sea in the New World received reports concerning the Whitebeard pirates' unusual silence. On Cake Island, within the realm of Tadoland, Katakuri stood outside the castle, surprised as he gazed at the open gates. He mused aloud, Mother was indeed correct. Whitebeard truly does not care for Edward Weevil's fate. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard 2 is not his son? Just then, a familiar voice rang out, Brother Katakuri. The live execution is about to commence. Turning towards the sound, he saw a group of men and women hastening towards him, led by fellow Commander Smoothie and Cracker, accompanied by several members of the Charlotte family. At the forefront, Smuggy held an image-transmitting snail. Although her device could not connect with the Navy headquarters image-transmitting snails, it was capable of relaying visuals from the outdoor screen on the Sabaody archipelago through the intelligence operatives embedded within the Charlotte family. I held no interest in the execution of Whitebeard 2. Before Smuggy could activate the image-transmitting snail, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Subsequently, a young woman with fair skin, clad in a red mini-skirt and red high heels, draped in a purple cloak, gracefully approached Smuggy's side. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, had just celebrated her 25th birthday and possessed the extraordinary abilities of the superhuman-type yellow fruit. Due to Smuggy's towering height of over 4 meters, Garrett, who otherwise boasted a statuesque figure among normal women, appeared somewhat petite beside her. With a swift leap, she snatched the image-transmitting snail from Smuggy's grasp and, narrowing her crescent-shaped eyes, remarked, I am rather eager to meet Xia Yu, who has instigated a coup to become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. As her words fell, click. The image-transmitting snail activated. Immediately, the visuals being transmitted were projected onto a screen across from them. Simultaneously, the outdoor screen on the Sabaody archipelago illuminated as well. As the screen flickered to life, the scene at Marineford Square of the Navy headquarters vividly manifested before everyone's eyes. Gradually, the camera zoomed in, revealing Xia Yu, adorned in the Marshal's cloak, standing atop the platform. Chapter 082, The Conclusion of the Age of Exploration. For Justice. As the live broadcast commenced, individuals from all around the globe, who were intently following this public execution, held their breath in anticipation. Some gazed at the young admiral of the Navy headquarters appearing on their screens, while others, lacking access to visual telecommunication devices, gathered around ordinary telecommunication devices to listen intently. The four emperors of the New World, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, major news agencies, and even the power rooms within the Sacred World Government headquarters were all riveted to this event. Some were captivated by the notorious criminal, Whitebeard 2, who had dared to assault a Navy training vessel, while many others were eager to discern the message that the newly appointed admiral intended to convey through this public execution. At Marineford Square of the Navy headquarters, as the live stream began, Xia Yu disregarded the 7 warlords and stepped to the edge of the platform, facing the visual telecommunication device placed before him. The moment he stood before the device, his presence captured the attention of everyone watching, both those present at the scene and those observing via the broadcast. Even the members of the 7 warlords, seated around the conference table, found their focus drawn to Xia Yu. Xia Yu did not speak immediately. With his Gion katana hanging at his waist, he stood resolutely before the camera, allowing the sea breeze to whip his admiral's cloak into a frenzy, creating a rustling sound. As the wind caught his cloak, his imposing figure, with a broad back and slender waist, suddenly came into view before the 7 warlords and the naval officers, captivating Hancock, whose gaze momentarily lost its focus, even as Gion appeared slightly distracted. After a prolonged silence lasting several seconds, Xia Yu pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, speaking in a calm yet deliberate manner, "Good afternoon to all the righteous souls and despicable scoundrels watching this public execution. my name is Xia Yu, the current Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Please remember this name, for in the time to come, it may well become a topic of conversation over your meals. Or perhaps a haunting nightmare for some. At this moment, those able to witness the execution through the livestream or its relay were likely already aware of the circumstances. As you may know, the infamous Miss Bakken, once a member of the Rocks Pirates, has been captured and imprisoned after orchestrating her son Edward Weevil's attack on a Navy training vessel, resulting in only 2 trainee officers surviving. Following thorough investigation and evidence gathering by the headquarters, Bakken and Edward Weevil are deemed deserving of execution. Of course, executing this mother and son pair does not necessitate such grandiosity. The reason I have chosen to conduct this public execution via live broadcast is: this is an opportunity to address the world, to let those criminals who continue to trample upon the order of justice know, before the words could fully escape his lips. Xia Yu took a decisive step forward, his presence surging as his previously gentle gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity. The commander resolutely intended to make it known that the valiant Navy is not to be trifled with. He aimed to convey that justice is inviolable. As the emphatic declaration of justice is inviolable reverberated through the air, all the officers, led by General Sakazuki, stood tall and saluted, stepping forward in unison. In the next moment, loyalty. The rallying cry, embodying the fervent spirit of the naval headquarters, detonated like a powerful bomb, shaking the very hearts of the 7 warlords gathered in Marineford Square and all who were watching the live broadcast. How exhilarating it was! At the table of the 7 warlords, even a formidable figure like Doflamingo had to concede that this young naval marshal was a born leader. Similarly ambitious Crocodile found himself lost in contemplation at that moment. Upon entering the headquarters, he had entertained a glimmer of hope, seeking to broker a deal with the young marshal through the 7 warlords meeting for mutual benefit. However, upon hearing Xia Yu proclaim justice is inviolable to the world, his fleeting hope vanished, and he came to the stark realization that, in Xia Yu's eyes, he was merely a pirate. Once the impending execution concluded, it would be a matter of life and death for them. Sitting alongside Moria, the flower card also grasped the gravity of their situation. Once the execution transpired, they would be left with 2 choices, either submit at Xia Yu's feet or face death. Surrender was utterly out of the question. Once a prominent figure among the beast pirates, he may have distanced himself from them over the years, but that did not imply he would betray Kaido. Not only would he remain loyal to Kaido, but he would also strive to bolster the beast pirates by seeking out more devil fruits for him. Jinbei remained impassive, his focus intently fixed on Xia Yu, seemingly eager for the forthcoming speech. The quietest were Mihawk and Hancock. Particularly Hancock, who was utterly absorbed in her imaginative reverie. At this juncture, the eloquent Xia Yu, after a brief silence of several seconds, glanced at the time and once more faced the camera. Discarding his earlier intensity, he softened his tone. 16 years ago, the so-called Pirate King, Roger, uttered a phrase before his execution, thereby igniting the era of great voyages. Over these 16 years, countless individuals have taken to the seas to become pirates, driven by the legendary treasure hidden on the final island, causing immense suffering to countless innocent civilians living in destitution along the way, leading to shattered families and lives. In light of this, I wish to speak a few words to the oppressed people of the world through this broadcast. With that said, Xia Yu's pace quickened. The matters your nations cannot manage, the Navy shall take charge. The world government cannot kill, then the Navy shall. In a single statement, I shall put an end to the age of exploration that has persisted for 16 long years. Whether it be pirates, human trafficking syndicates, or other nefarious organizations, as well as the once mighty aristocratic elite, all who stand in my way shall be vanquished. For the sake of justice. Upon this proclamation, a momentary silence enveloped the audience tuning into the live broadcast. Subsequently, the squares housing outdoor screens across the Sabaody archipelago and the world erupted in fervor, igniting the spirits of all who witnessed or heard the broadcast. Long live Lord Xia Yu! Long live the Navy! Long live justice! In the Sabaody archipelago, the deafening roar of cheers spread like wildfire from one square to another, akin to a volcanic eruption. The populace, long tormented by pirates and oppressed by the aristocracy, responded with unparalleled fervor, with many raising their arms in solidarity or embracing one another in tears. Before the camera, Xia Yu did not embellish his words with dramatic pauses after delivering his speech. Instead, he abruptly shifted his gaze towards the waiting iron bins below the platform. His eyes sharp as he commanded, "Bring the criminals to the execution platform. Execute immediately." Chapter 083. Ladies and gentlemen, would you be willing to bow before me? Within the realm of nations, the image broadcasted through the communication beetle revealed the striking figure standing before the lens. The members of the Charlotte family fell into a profound silence. This young naval marshal articulated the forthcoming endeavors of the Navy with remarkable clarity: evil must be eradicated, and the glory of justice shall endure. What a commanding and formidable man he is! After a brief interlude of silence, Xia Yu, who had been fixated on the screen, did not divert her gaze. Charlotte Garrett stepped forward, her ruby lips parting as she spoke. However, to bring an end to the age of exploration is not as simple as mere words suggest. Evidently, one of the stellar commanders, Smuggy, was also taken aback by Xia Yu's speech. She furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards the unresponsive Katakuri. Her expression grave as she remarked, "If he employs the thunderous tactics of a coup against the pirates, the Navy's focus may very well shift to the New World, potentially launching a full-scale offensive. In that scenario, the first to bear the brunt would undoubtedly be the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Brother Katakuri, we must be prepared in advance." Among the children of the Charlotte family, a petite girl stepped forward. Her delicate face etched with concern. If the Navy truly mounts a large-scale assault on the New World, Cake Island and Wano country will surely become their primary targets. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates possess their territories, they do not remain fixed to any one island. Particularly Whitebeard, who spends most of his time aboard the Moby Dick, making it exceedingly difficult for the Navy to track them down. So what are we afraid of? Another member of the Charlotte family stepped forward, dismissing the concern. If they dare to come, Mother will ensure they never return. Silence. The previously taciturn Katakuri surveyed his siblings who had stepped forward, his voice low and steady. "This matter is not ours to decide, we must heed Mother's." Before Katakuri could finish his thought, a familiar laughter abruptly filled the air, followed by the leisurely approach of Charlotte Linlin, adorned in a floral dress and possessing a plump figure. Well, so this is where you all are?" Under the watchful eyes of her children, Charlotte Linlin made her way to the screen, tilting her head to observe the young marshal depicted therein. Just a glance, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. What a majestic naval marshal! I have heard he compelled the Holy Land to concede, not only signing the Mariewa Treaty but also granting the Navy autonomy. Such audacity is truly commendable. With a slight pause, Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned to Katakuri, her words bold and unyielding. "Katakuri, prepare to extend an invitation for a tea gathering to this promising young naval marshal, if he is willing to come." At this point, Charlotte Linlin swiftly shifted her gaze to the assembled daughters, pointing and exclaiming, well, all of you are already married. It shall be you, Garrett. As long as this young admiral agrees to attend the tea party, you shall unite with him and make him a son-in-law of the Charlotte family. Almost simultaneously, all the children of the Charlotte family present widened their eyes in astonishment and chorused, "Mother." Thus, it was decided. Without allowing any objections, Charlotte Linlin decisively concluded the matter and hurriedly turned to leave, leaving her children standing there, bewildered. After watching Charlotte Linlin depart, Smuggy stared blankly at Garrett beside him, wondering if their mother had just been in a daydream. "It doesn't seem so." Garrett shook her head, then looked up at the screen, her eyes narrowing slightly. "A union with the naval admiral? That sounds rather intriguing. But would he agree? What are you thinking, Garrett?" Unexpectedly, Garrett felt a flutter of excitement, prompting Krija, standing nearby, to widen his eyes in exasperation and exclaim, "Mother is confused. Why are you joining in on this nonsense?" Garrett smiled gently and replied, "Oh, Krija, Mother is not confused." Katakuri interjected, nodding in agreement. In the past, such matters would have been impossible, but the Navy now possesses autonomy. In a sense, the Navy has become an independent entity. Everything is determined by Admiral Xia Yu. As long as he is willing, the world government cannot interfere. However, even if Xia Yu accepts the invitation to the tea party, he cannot consent to a union, unless the New World is entirely devoid of the Big Mom pirates. As long as the Big Mom pirates continue to exist, Admiral Xia Yu will not ally himself with pirate forces. Upon hearing this, Smuggy furrowed his brow and asked, "So, should we send the invitation to Xia Yu?" "Yes." Katakuri nodded.
If Xia Yu accepts the invitation, it indicates he lacks complete confidence in attacking the New World and will use this opportunity to test us.
If he declines, we must be prepared for the war that could erupt at any moment. Before Katakuri could finish, someone in the crowd suddenly raised their voice. "Whitebeard too has appeared."
At this, everyone turned their attention back to the screen. There, the camera captured Edward Weevil and Bakken, shackled in chains, being escorted by several officers through the long line of Navy personnel to the execution platform.
As the mother and son knelt before the mirror, Admiral Ein,
draped in a Vice Admiral's cloak and holding the decree, leapt before them. Gazing at the kneeling pair without a flicker of emotion, Ein coldly announced, "Execution."
At Ein's command,
the two executioners standing behind the mother and son raised their blades simultaneously and, with swift decisiveness, brought them down. In that instant, blood splattered forth. All those who were watching the live broadcast fell into a profound silence at that moment. The Chambord Archipelago. As the live feed displayed two severed heads rolling to the ground, Rayleigh, seated elegantly on a long wooden bench beneath a tree, rose decisively after a brief pause and remarked, "What will become of the 7 warlords next?" Shaki shook her head with a smile, her gaze intently fixed on the imposing figure standing beside the guillotine in the screen S-frame. She said softly,
"The fate of the other 7 warlords is of little consequence.
What truly matters is that I can comprehend why Hancock has succumbed." The aura of dominance was captivating. Had I encountered him in my youth, I too would have been enchanted, let alone Hancock. At the Navy headquarters, the moment the heads fell, a fierce gale surged, sweeping over the high walls of the headquarters with astonishing speed. It whipped the Navy flag, causing it to snap audibly as it rushed past the square, lifting the Marshal's coat from Xia Yu's shoulders, who stood atop the platform.
Simultaneously,
with one hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, Xia Yu abruptly turned, allowing his cloak to billow wildly in the sudden wind. His piercing gaze swept over the members of the 7 warlords before he cut to the heart of the matter. "The execution has concluded.
It is now your turn to make a choice."
Before his words had fully settled in the air, Xia Yu stepped forward, his imposing presence unabashedly radiating power, casting an invisible yet immense pressure upon the 7 warlords gathered at the conference table.
"Gentlemen, are you willing to bow before me?" Chapter 084, Witness the Execution. Instantaneously defeating the 7 warlords. Neither the 7 warlords present nor the various naval officers anticipated that, just as the head fell from the executioner's block,
Xia Yu would swiftly redirect his weapon, exerting immense pressure on the 7 warlords atop the platform. As Xia Yu's words resonated through the air, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Sakazuki subtly raised his gaze, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping over the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, while the officers flanking the platform instinctively gripped their weapons at their waists. Unquestionably, any act of defiance or refusal from anyone at that moment would be met with lethal force from Sakazuki and the surrounding officers. Viewers of the live broadcast fell silent. Particularly the journalists and representatives from various factions gathered in the squares of Sabaody Archipelago, each holding their breath as they focused intently on the 7 warlords appearing on screen. This collective stillness enveloped the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago, interrupted only by the sound of bubbles rising into the air. Riley and Shucky, who had intended to leave, found themselves halted in their tracks by Xia Yu's unexpected proclamation, "Are you willing to bow before me?" Turning to face the camera, Shucky squinted slightly, remarking leisurely, "In these years, many formidable heroes and young monarchs have emerged, yet they pale in comparison to this individual. Powerful, domineering, and utterly unyielding." Riley nodded in agreement, astonished. "I never anticipated this. I expected one of the descendants of the D family that Roger so eagerly awaited, yet here stands a young king from the naval ranks." In the frame, the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, even Mihawk, felt the intangible pressure emanating from Xia Yu. Despite being the world's greatest swordsman, he experienced an inexplicable sense of trepidation. This unease was not merely due to Xia Yu's formidable strength, but rather the innate regal bearing that exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Not only Mihawk felt this sudden pressure, Jinbei, Bon Clay, the ambitious crocodile, and Doflamingo all experienced an odd compulsion to bow in reverence as Xia Yu approached the conference table, the oppressive aura washing over them. "Humph.
You truly leave us no room to maneuver, General Xia Yu, Doflamingo suddenly chuckled darkly. Rising from his seat with a stooped posture as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Yu, speaking in a grave tone, however. Employing such an aggressive tactic to pressure us should we concede due to the overwhelming might of the Navy, how can you guarantee we won't reconsider once we've departed? General Xia Yu. Before Xia Yu could respond, Bon Clay, struck by the overwhelming aura, stood abruptly, his eyes burning with intensity as he addressed Xia Yu. Let us not forget that the Seven Warlords system was established by the world government to maintain balance in the Grand Line, not because we aspired to become warlords ourselves. Your disdain for the warlord system is evident. If you truly wish to abolish it, you may simply announce its cancellation. Why then summon us? As Doflamingo aptly stated. Our current acquiescence is merely a consequence of your formidable presence. However, were you to adopt a different approach in your discourse with us? I have no doubt that everyone present would be more than willing to continue serving you. At this juncture, Huaxia turned to glance at the two silent warlords beside him, Jinbei and Crocodile, and posed the question, am I not correct? Unexpectedly, Huaxia invoked his own name, leaving Jinbei momentarily startled. Huaxia's intention was unmistakable. He sought to leverage Doflamingo's initial stance to rally them in confronting the overwhelming pressure from Xia Yu. Yet, Jinbei could not suppress his frustration. This is the Navy headquarters. Did he not notice the four admirals surrounding Xia Yu, their predatory gazes fixed upon him? Did he see the eager young officers on either side of the platform, itching for a chance to strike? Did he sense the murderous intent emanating from every corner of Marineford? Even if all the warlords united, their chances of escape were almost non-existent. Most critically, Mihawk had remained entirely non-committal, having ascended the platform in tandem with Xia Yu, suggesting he had likely forged some sort of agreement with him and would not become entangled in this conflict. Hancock, on the other hand, required no deliberation. This signified that two among the warlords had already chosen Xia Yu. Under such circumstances, to draw him into this was tantamount to wishing for his demise. Though these thoughts plagued his mind, Jinbei maintained his composure, casting a discreet glance at Crocodile, who was equally taken aback by Huaxia's mention of his name. When Huaxia's gaze fell upon him, Crocodile nearly dropped the cigar from his mouth, and his golden hook almost slipped from his lap, threatening to strike Huaxia. Damn it! Noticing the lack of response from Jinbei and Crocodile, Huaxia silently cursed, then turned his attention to Moria. Upon looking at Moria, Huaxia's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Moria was, for heaven's sake, meditating. Recognizing Moria's choice of silence, Huaxia steeled himself and directed his gaze back to Xia Yu, stating firmly, Admiral Xia Yu, you must be well aware that I am allied with the Yonko Kaido. Should you attempt to eliminate me? Before Huaxia could finish his sentence, Xia Yu, who had been patiently awaiting their decision, suddenly stepped forward. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, Kenpira, declaring, Huaxia, you have already made your choice. As his words echoed, Xia Yu's figure flashed past Huaxia. Contrary to expectations, there was no overwhelming conqueror's haki enveloping the area, nor was there a dazzling display of sword energy. Instead, a mere ripple followed in the wake of Xia Yu and Huaxia's brush against each other, accompanied by Huaxia's severed head, held aloft in Xia Yu's hand, eyes wide open in shock. Upon witnessing the severed head held aloft by Xia Yu, all those present, be it the seven warlords, naval officers of various ranks, or the viewers engrossed in the live broadcast, were struck by a profound sense of disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. How is this possible? After a brief, stunned silence, Mihawk was the first to regain his composure. His expression one of sheer horror as he gazed at the figure who wielded a blade in one hand and the decapitated head of Huaxia in the other. Even the typically unflappable Mihawk could not suppress an exclamation of shock at that moment. Although Xia Yu's speed was astonishing, achieving a near-perfect unity of man and sword to instantaneously sever Huaxia's head, it was worth noting that several formidable practitioners of observation haki were present. Particularly, Huaxia himself, a member of the Warlords of the Sea, had once fought evenly against Kaido, ultimately becoming one of Kaido's three prominent subordinates after a fierce rivalry. This alone attested to Huaxia's exceptional abilities in both fruit powers and haki, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. However, just moments ago, not only had Huaxia been instantaneously dispatched, but nearly all present, including Mihawk himself, had failed to perceive even the slightest trace of Xia Yu's presence. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Mihawk's pupils contracted slightly. His gaze sharpening with the keen intensity of an eagle, as he silently acknowledged the truth, observation kill. With eyes wide as if beholding a monster, Mihawk regarded Xia Yu. It was evident that Xia Yu, at the very moment of his strike, had not only suppressed Huajia's observation haki but had also subdued all members of the warlords present, including Mihawk himself. Xia Yu's actions were not merely about eliminating Huajia, he was unmistakably conveying the message that even in the absence of the Navy headquarters, he possessed the capability to single-handedly dismantle each of them, one by one. Just then, Huajia's body thudded to the ground, and Xia Yu, turning away, casually tossed the still-moving head onto the conference table. A fierce and domineering aura surged forth as he pronounced, word by word, "Is there anyone else? Step forward." Chapter 085, The Seven Warlords of the Sea Bow Down. The Wrath of Kaido. As the words imbued with boundless murderous intent fell, the scene once again plunged into silence. Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor was utterly extinguished upon beholding the severed head of the flower card. Once standing, he silently returned to his seat after gazing momentarily into the unblinking eyes of the flower card, his countenance exceptionally grim. Doflamingo was the most knowledgeable among those present regarding the flower card. Once a prominent figure within the Beast Pirates, the flower card not only possessed formidable strength and garnered Kaido's deep trust but had also tirelessly roamed in pursuit of more Zoan-type devil fruits to bolster the Beast Pirates over the years. With the flower card's public execution at the hands of Xia Yu, if Kaido were to be watching this live broadcast from Wano, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It is crucial to recognize that Kaido had been preparing for a grand war over the years. With Xia Yu eliminating his most trusted subordinate, it was certain that Kaido, given his temperament, would spare no effort to initiate war at the earliest opportunity. Yet, at this moment, Doflamingo found himself at a crossroads. To bow to Admiral Xia Yu meant confronting the wrath of Kaido, known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Conversely, should he openly declare his stance like the flower card, he was convinced that Xia Yu would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. Just as Doflamingo settled into his seat, feeling an unprecedented fear for his circumstances, Hancock, who had been lost in her own daydreams, suddenly rose. She swiftly discarded her previous infatuated expression, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, slightly bowing her head toward Xia Yu, and resolutely declared, "Empress Hancock of Amazon Lily is willing to bow to you, Admiral." Hancock's choice did not evoke much surprise among the crowd, though Shaki and Rayleigh, who were present in Sabaody Archipelago, were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that Hancock would indeed choose Xia Yu, but not with such earnestness. They expected her to present herself in a different light. However, upon further reflection, they found solace in the realization that in such a grim moment, if Hancock were to remain lost in romantic fantasies, there would have been no need for them to support her ascent to the throne as the Empress of Amazon Lily in the first place. The reasoning was straightforward. The seven warlords, Hancock included, were not merely faced with personal choices but also the power dynamics surrounding them. Particularly for Hancock, she was not only a warlord but also represented the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The reason she had accepted the invitation to become a warlord was to safeguard her kingdom from threats. Now that the warlord system had transferred to the Navy headquarters, Hancock could only make her choice once more in her capacity as the Empress of Amazon Lily. As Hancock rose and bowed her head towards Xia Yu, an unexpected figure suddenly stood. Accompanied by a familiar laughter, the previously meditative Gecko Moria rose, bowing towards Xia Yu, proclaiming, "Gecko Moria is willing to bow to you, Admiral." After a brief pause, Moria stepped forward under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, and then, as if addressing the camera and all present, he knelt on one knee before Xia Yu. "Marshal, I have an ungracious request." He chuckled habitually. "I believe you are well aware of the intricacies surrounding the flower cards, so I shall refrain from elaborating." With a quick glance at Xia Yu, Moria continued, "With the elimination of the flower cards by you, Kaido, who is in an alliance and holds immense trust in us, will undoubtedly be enraged. Should a conflict arise between Kaido and the Navy in the future, I implore you, Marshal, to take me along." Xia Yu nodded in understanding. "You wish to avenge your crew who fell to Kaido? Very well, I can grant you this. But from this moment forth, your pirate crew must disband, and your remaining members must report to the Navy headquarters within 7 days for reorganization." Before Moria could respond, Xia Yu shifted his gaze to Jinbei and the others. Without waiting for Jinbei, Crocodile, or Doflamingo to react, Mihawk, who had remained silent thus far, stood up first and declared solemnly, "Xia Yu, do not forget our pact." With that, Dracul Mihawk drew his black sword and stepped forward, planting it firmly in the ground before Xia Yu, bowing his head. Dracul Mihawk is willing to submit to the Navy Marshal. Crocodile and Doflamingo were clearly taken aback by Mihawk's initiative to bow before Xia Yu, exchanging knowing glances as they observed the world's greatest swordsman humbling himself. At that moment, Jinbei also rose to face Xia Yu, his tone sincere. Jinbei is willing to bow to the Marshal. Seeing this, Crocodile and Doflamingo followed suit. Crocodile. Doflamingo. We are willing to submit to the Navy Marshal. As their voices echoed, the scene fell into silence once more. However, while the atmosphere was subdued, many viewers of the live broadcast erupted in fervor, particularly those in the Dressrosa Kingdom within the New World. Since Doflamingo departed the palace for the Navy headquarters, members of the Don Quixote family had been closely monitoring his movements through their intelligence channels. Once the broadcast commenced, they gathered anxiously to watch Doflamingo on screen. Upon witnessing Doflamingo bowing his head, many members of the Don Quixote family stood up, agitated, exclaiming, "This is intolerable. This is an outrage. When the young master returns, we shall avenge this indignity." As the words of one member echoed, a middle-aged man donned in a fringed hat and a red cloak, resembling a native, stood up in a fit of rage. How could the young master attend this Shichibukai meeting? If I had been present, I would have certainly stopped him. Diamante, a user of the Flare fruit and one of the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, declared, "Diamante." Another figure rose, their expression grave, stating, "There is no point in discussing this now. The young master has no choice. To survive and leave the Navy headquarters, he must proceed as such." Meanwhile, in the New World, Wano country, Onigashima, 2 figures raced forward with astonishing speed towards a towering mountain not far ahead. In no time, they arrived at the foot of this great mountain. There, seated majestically, was a formidable figure, the pungent scent of alcohol permeating the air, accompanied by faint sounds of weeping emanating from below. Hanafuda. Suddenly, a cry filled with profound sorrow erupted, followed by a terrifying shockwave that surged from the base of the mountain, obliterating the vegetation within a 100-meter radius into dust, while simultaneously hurling the 2 approaching figures away. "Governor! We are in grave trouble." The 2, disregarding the turmoil within their bodies, rose and shouted towards the imposing figure at the mountain's foot. "The Hanafuda Grand Signboard has been beheaded. Moreover, Doflamingo has also chosen to bow to the Navy." As their words fell, a tide of overwhelming rage ignited at the base of the mountain. The formidable figure then rose with unrestrained ferocity, their unmatched pressure expanding recklessly in all directions. Chapter 086, The colossal war machine of the Grand Line has begun to turn. Within the realms of the world, members of the Charlotte family, who had been keenly observing the live broadcast, were left in stunned silence upon witnessing the beheading of the card player. As the remaining 7 warlords capitulated before the Marine Admiral, the murmurs that had once lingered in the air vanished entirely. Standing in the front row, Katakuri's expression grew increasingly grave. War was imminent. After a brief silence, Katakuri slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes fiercely fixed on the camera capturing the 7 warlords bowing before the young admiral. He spoke in a low, solemn voice, "The death of the card player will undoubtedly incite Kaido's wrathful vengeance. Should Kaido declare war on the Marines, Mother will surely be drawn into the fray. Damn it, how could the situation deteriorate so suddenly? Brother Katakuri, what is happening? It's merely the beheading of the card player. How does this involve Kaido?" "You fool! The card player was once one of Kaido's 3 prominent subordinates. Although he withdrew from the Beast's pirates, he never severed ties with Kaido. Not only did he maintain an alliance, but over the years, he has also donned the mantle of a warlord, continually seeking devil fruits for Kaido." "Even so? This should have nothing to do with our Charlotte family, right?" "It has everything to do with us. Mother and Kaido were once members of the Rocks Pirates. And it is said that Kaido was." "Ah, you're still too young to concern yourself with such matters. Just know this, if Kaido truly intends to wage war, he will most likely seek out Mother." As the younger siblings voiced their concerns, the typically silent Smoothie furrowed her brow once more, her expression somber as she looked to Katakuri. The tea party invitation, what shall we do? Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the direction of the castle. Before Katakuri could finish his thought, the voice of Charlotte Linlin resonated from within the castle. Kaido! Do not act rashly. Waging war against the Marines at this juncture is unwise. Under the leadership of that young admiral, the Marines are more united than ever before. Hey, Kaido! Enough already! I understand that the death of the card player has deeply affected you, but we cannot communicate effectively in this state. Calm yourself before contacting me. Before her words could fully register, Charlotte Linlin's voice rose sharply. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Snack, get in here at once. Hearing Linlin's commanding call, Katakuri and the others wasted no time, hastily making their way toward the castle. Inside the castle hall, Charlotte Linlin had ceased communication with Kaido and sat with a grave expression in a grand chair. The four siblings who entered the hall dared not make a sound. Acutely aware that Linlin was on the brink of madness. That bastard card player. Linlin glared at her four children before striking the arm of her chair in anger, exclaiming, "His death may have brought closure, but it has thrown me into disarray." After a brief pause, Charlotte Linling abruptly lifted her gaze towards Katakuri. Realizing that Kaido was poised to wage war for the sake of vengeance against the flower card and sought her assistance. Katakuri, what are your thoughts? Katakuri, maintaining a composed demeanor, stepped forward and countered, "Is it not Mother S' wish for Garrett to unite with Xia Yu in marriage? Should the Charlotte family choose to ally with Kaido at this juncture, Mother S' aspirations may be thwarted by this impending conflict." Xia Yu had first instigated a mutiny to ascend to the position of Marshal, subsequently compelling the world government to concede and sign the Mariewa Treaty. He then publicly executed Whitebeard too, severing the flower card and forcing the remaining 7 warlords to bow before him. Each of these actions, when considered individually, could reverberate throughout the world, yet he accomplished them within mere days, leaving no respite for the world to catch its breath. The once conservative navy, which sought equilibrium and stability, ceased to exist from the moment Xia Yu assumed the role of Marshal. Under Xia Yu's command, the navy, the most formidable war machine of the Grand Line, was set in rapid motion. Anyone who dared to emerge at this time would inevitably become their primary target. Thus, my perspective is to avoid the limelight. Having spoken his mind, Katakuri glanced at Charlotte Linling before retreating to stand alongside Smoothie. As a pivotal figure within the Charlotte family, revered as its greatest prodigy and the foremost star of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri's singular purpose was to safeguard every member of his family. Therefore, on a personal level, he would never ally with Kaido. To him, Kaido was not only ambitious but also an unrestrained warmonger. Joining forces with him to wage war against the navy would only bring unending troubles to the Charlotte family, which had enjoyed tranquility for so many years. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. After all, the Charlotte family was not solely governed by his will. As the second son of Charlotte Linling, he would unwaveringly obey and execute any decision she made. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, flags emblazoned with seagull patterns fluttered in the winds above Marineford, producing a resonant sound. Thousands of Navy soldiers stood in silence, their hands clasped behind their backs, standing tall and facing the platform. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, and Gion were no exceptions. Standing in unison on the platform, their gazes following Xia Yu as he moved. With the exception of the flower card, who was elsewhere, all the former 7 warlords bowed their heads towards Xia Yu. As Xia Yu exhibited no reaction, they remained still, their positions unchanged. After surveying the 6 former members of the 7 warlords, Xia Yu silently returned to the head of the conference table as the banners waved around him. He then casually retrieved the Kenpira from his waist and handed it to Gion, who stood beside him. Upon receiving the Kenpira, Gion's gaze swept over the 6 individuals, momentarily dispelling the earlier display of dominance, and with a warm smile, he remarked, "What's this? Does bowing before me make you feel diminished? Is it too much to bear? Please, take your seats." Xia Yu gestured for everyone to take their seats and then began to speak. "In the past, when you became the 7 warlords of the sea, there was fundamentally no difference from your current submission to me. Especially you, Don Quixote Doflamingo." Xia Yu's gaze settled on Doflamingo. His tone as calm as ever. "It is undeniable that your bearing, bolstered by the celestial dragons and the threat of heavenly gold, emanates a certain ruthless charisma. Yet that is where it ends. The world government did not elevate you to the position of warlord merely for a trivial amount of heavenly gold or the fate of a few worthless celestial dragons, rather. It was because you once hailed from a family of celestial dragons and possessed knowledge of certain secrets pertaining to the Holy Land. Furthermore, your futile attempt to return to the Holy Land, collaborating with the Emperor Kaido, only served to showcase your juvenile demeanor in his presence. Thus, Doflamingo, you are merely what you are, nothing particularly remarkable. Bowing to me is not a matter of disgrace, but rather the wisest choice of your life. Of course, the same applies to all present here. Previously, due to Mr. Sengoku's relatively conservative stance and his desire to maintain balance upon the seas, you have been tolerated until now. Otherwise, do you truly believe that the Navy headquarters lacks the strength to quell your arrogance? However, such a situation will no longer persist. For in the upcoming Grand Line, the tides of offense and defense shall shift. Chapter 087, The Rotation of the Five Elders begins, one achieves enlightenment and all rise. As the gentle breeze accompanied Xia Yu's nonchalant remark, the roles of offense and defense have shifted, a highly anticipated live broadcast came to a close. Those who heard Xia Yu's statement through the broadcast or its retransmission, be they members of the Revolutionary Army, various factions of the Grand Line, or the authorities in the Holy Land, found themselves utterly perplexed. The reasoning was straightforward, despite the escalating fervor of the age of exploration and the burgeoning number of pirates. The Navy has always maintained its position as the aggressor. Whenever pirates were detected, the Navy would promptly initiate pursuit. Most pirates, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line's paradise, would not dare to confront the Navy directly. Their instinctual response upon encountering the Navy was to flee as far as possible. This indicated that the Navy was the dominant force. Yet Xia Yu's assertion of a shift in roles raised the question, would the Navy now assume a defensive stance, allowing the pirates of the Grand Line to wreak havoc unchallenged? In the Holy Land, within the power chamber, the five elders exchanged confused glances after the broadcast concluded. The finance warlord, Izanbaran, armed with a katana, was the first to voice his inquiry regarding the true meaning behind Xia Yu's final words. The legal warlord, Topman, pondered for a moment before dismissively waving his hand, stating that although he did not fully comprehend the implications, it was certainly not as they perceived. Rather than engaging in chaotic speculation, it would be wiser to observe how events unfold and determine Xia Yu's next moves. In essence, since Lordum has chosen to let matters evolve naturally, it would be prudent for them to refrain from interference. Provoking Xia Yu might be inconsequential, but inciting Lord M's displeasure would undoubtedly have dire consequences. After a brief pause, Topman shifted his focus to the agricultural warlord, Shepherd Tenpit, and the environmental warlord, Marcus Maz, expressing a hint of resignation. You two should prepare, Sengoku and Zifa have already arrived in the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, both the agricultural and environmental warlords displayed reluctance in their eyes but promptly rose and departed. After watching them exit the power chamber, Topman turned his gaze back to their vacated seats and mused to himself, once my subordinates, they now stand on equal footing with us. Izanbaran, Satan, have you two considered how to engage with them? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the Supreme Commander, Sora exhaled deeply after watching the broadcast alongside Sengoku, Zifa, Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. He then turned his attention to Sengoku and Zifa, hesitating momentarily before reminding them. You two should head to the power chamber. There's no rush, no rush. Sengoku, cradling a box of senbei, waved his hand dismissively. We are five elders now. What does a little time matter? Let Topman and the others wait. Back when I was admiral, they always made me wait whenever I sought an audience. Now that I stand on equal footing with them, it's only fair they experience the taste of waiting. As the conversation unfolded, Sengoku picked up a piece of rice cracker and tossed it into his mouth, glancing at Zifa with a smile. At this age, my glory is owed to Zifa for taking in such a fine student. With a student like this, what more could a teacher desire? Although Zifa chose not to engage with Sengoku's old antics, the expression on his face betrayed his inner sentiments. Indeed, not only Sengoku, but Zifa too had benefited from Xia Yu's rise. Ultimately, the distinction of being one of the elders was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he had not anticipated Xia Yu would alleviate his long-standing worries upon assuming office. capturing the pirates who had once attacked the training ship and executing them publicly. Having fulfilled this wish, he initially intended to continue serving as a mentor at the Navy headquarters, nurturing more exceptional naval commanders under Xia Yu's leadership. Yet he was unexpectedly thrust into the position of an elder. He understood well the intent behind Xia Yu's actions. For the sake of this most accomplished student, he could not falter at such a critical juncture. He needed to raise a banner for Xia Yu in the Holy Land, preparing for grander schemes. "Hey! Don't ignore my presence." Carp, who sat nearby with bandages wrapped around his body, suddenly interjected, visibly agitated. Zifa was merely a teacher to Xia Yu during his time at the officer training camp. After he left, I took care of him quite a bit. By that reckoning, I too am half a teacher to him. Therefore, it should be Zifa and I who take turns as elders, not Sengoku reaping the rewards. Sengoku retorted sharply, "Carp, if we're measuring like that, you and Zifa should be ranked behind Tsuru." He then turned his gaze towards the quiet Tsuru, seated beside Kong. Others might be oblivious, but Zifa, Carp, and Sengoku were all too aware that Tsuru had been treating Xia Yu as a grandson-in-law all these years. "Right, I almost forgot about that." Carp chimed in, snatching a rice cracker from Sengoku's hands and curiously inquiring, "What about Konkei? Is she still with the Blade unit? She can return to headquarters now. After all, the rumors about her and Xia Yu have circulated for years. Though they are mere gossip, we could turn them into reality, couldn't we?" "Ah ha ha ha. Two old rascals." Tsuru shot them a glare, reprimanding them, "Don't bring up what should remain unsaid." Enough of this. Sitting at the desk of the Commander-in-Chief, Kong surveyed Tsuru, Sengoku, and Carp. Ultimately fixing his serious gaze on Zifa, one person ascends, and all rise. "Is that it? Have I become an outsider?" The moment he spoke, the office fell into an immediate silence, with the four of them casting their eyes toward Kong. "Pfft, some old man is feeling jealous." After a brief silence, Sengoku couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter as he grabbed the rice cracker box and called out to Zifa, "What are you dawdling for, Zifa? Hurry up, let us go." As Zifa and Sengoku departed, the office once again descended into quietude. Hawk gazed at the sky, then turned to Carp. His expression grave as he spoke. "According to the intelligence I possess, there exists a profound bond between Hanafuda and Kaido. After publicly executing Whitebeard too, Xia Yu's act of beheading him before the world will undoubtedly ignite a new war. My impression of Xia Yu is that he harbors intentions far beyond merely establishing his image as a ruthless commander through this broadcast. He seems poised to shatter the existing equilibrium entirely." Kong nodded in agreement, affirming, his final remark about the transformation of offense and defense was not directed at the pirate forces in the first half of the Grand Line, but rather aimed at the four emperors of the New World. Over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have continuously expanded their territory, incorporating even the undersea Dragon Palace Kingdom into their dominion. While Kaido has maintained his stronghold in Wano, the influence of his beast pirates over many surrounding nations is substantial. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirates have extended their reach from Cake Island to several other islands, establishing kingdoms along the way. Even the red-haired pirates, having recently ascended to the status of a four-emperor, swiftly secured their territory upon entering the New World. In contrast, the Navy, due to the relentless growth of the four emperors, has virtually lost its grip on the New World, with only the 1st Division still holding strong. Surprisingly, Kong grasped the significance of Xia Yu's final statement. Hina, no longer seated, decisively rose and addressed Carp. "Carp, do not entertain thoughts of retirement just yet. Xia Yu will undoubtedly require the assistance of us old-timers in the times ahead. From my understanding of him, he will not follow in Sengoku's footsteps, remaining at headquarters to give orders. If he leads the Navy fleet into battle, we cannot afford to be absent from the headquarters. Come, follow me back to the base." Upon hearing this, Carp widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "I just got here." Chapter 088, The Ultimate Pressure, the Moment of Fate for the Don Quixote family. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford Square, although the soldiers and officers had dispersed and the gallows had been cleared away, the open meeting of the 7 warlords continued. The expression of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been subjected to an intensified scrutiny by Xia Yu, was a fascinating blend of anger, defiance, and profound embarrassment. Particularly, When Xia Yu brought up the disgraceful experience of his application to return to the Holy Land being rejected, he nearly lost his composure and overturned the table. Fortunately, Xia Yu was tactful, refraining from further unearthing more of Doflamingo's sordid past, while simultaneously reprimanding the other 7 warlords. Now, the live broadcast has concluded. At that moment, Xia Yu abruptly shifted the topic, declaring, "Next, we must address your arrangements. You cannot leave the headquarters immediately, in fact. You are required to undergo a period of ideological reformation." Ideological reformation? Mihawk abruptly lifted his head, taken aback. Must I participate as well? Everyone must participate. Xia Yu affirmed with a nod. Although you have not opposed the Navy since becoming warlords, I am well aware of the activities you have engaged in under the guise of the 7 warlords. Particularly you, Doflamingo. And Crocodile, one of you operates various illegal enterprises in the underworld under the moniker Joker, while the other has established a Baroque works in Alabasta, known as Mr. Zero. Upon hearing this, both Doflamingo and Crocodile's expression shifted noticeably, especially Crocodile, who was astonished that Xia Yu was so informed about his clandestine operations over the years. Before they could gather their thoughts, Xia Yu suddenly turned his gaze to Crocodile, stating, "Sandy Crocodile, your Dreamland plan has yet to be set in motion, has it? It would be for the best." Xia Yu's abrupt remark caused Crocodile's pupils to constrict in shock, reacting instinctively by standing up, staring incredulously at Xia Yu. After a few moments of silent observation, Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and solemnly inquired, "Admiral Xia Yu, what else do you know? What are you afraid of?" Xia Yu gently lifted his gaze, his smile disarming. "Is it because I am aware of your Baroque works, or perhaps your self-proclaimed secret plan, Dreamland? Or is it that among the members of your Baroque works, there exists a demon child named Nico Robin?" The moment the name Nico Robin escaped Xia Yu's lips, Jinbei and Moria, who had been maintaining their composure, almost simultaneously lifted their heads. Doflamingo, caught off guard, turned to Crocodile with a subtle smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. While Crocodile maintained a facade of calm, a tempest brewed within him, leaving him rigid in place. The fact that Xia Yu was so acutely aware of Nico Robin's involvement in Baroque works was nothing short of staggering. It is essential to note that Nico Robin is the sole survivor of the Ohara incident. Due to her identity as an archaeologist and her unique ability to decipher ancient texts, she has become a target for the world government, which has placed a bounty on her head. The individual who took a risk by keeping her close was fully aware of her capabilities and has kept her identity a closely guarded secret. Should the world government discover his sheltering of Nico Robin, he would not only lose his status as one of the 7 warlords but could also invite dire consequences upon himself. Despite the secrecy surrounding this matter, it was carelessly revealed by Xia Yu, demonstrating that his every move had long been under observation. Xia Yu's current mention of it indicates his awareness that loyalty to the Navy is beyond the realm of possibility for him. Observing Crocodile's reaction, Xia Yu smiled and waved his hand, reassuring him not to be anxious. In his eyes, there are no secrets belonging to either him, Doflamingo, or the individual from across the table, who has languished in defeat since his loss to Kaido. If he wished to eliminate them, he would not have waited until now. In short, Xia Yu declared that he would personally lead them towards justice. The first step towards justice is to undergo ideological reformation. As for your subordinates or family members, Xia Yu turned his gaze to Doflamingo, presenting him with 2 choices. Firstly, like Moria, the members of the Don Quixote family must report to the headquarters within 7 days. Secondly, Admiral Akainu will take command of the Dressrosa Kingdom, with all Don Quixote family members being placed under his authority. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo nearly toppled from his seat. Quickly regaining his composure, he stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Yu. "It seems acquiring the Dressrosa Kingdom from my grasp is your true objective, General Xia Yu. I am willing to submit, but I insist that the Don Quixote family continues to govern Dressrosa." "Understood," Xia Yu nodded and simply stated, "Akainu." Without hesitation, Akainu, who had been silently standing beside Xia Yu, stepped forward. "Immediately, lead your Marines to arrest all members of the Don Quixote family." Before he could finish, Xia Yu suddenly amended his orders. "No. Do not arrest them, eliminate them all." "Yes." Akainu showed no sign of hesitation, promptly retrieving a Den Den Mushi and solemnly announcing, "Marine Corps, assemble, target, wait." Before Akainu could issue the command, he was taken aback by Xia Yu's ruthless decisiveness in deploying him, an advocate of absolute justice. Doflamingo, frightened, quickly intervened and spoke in the most humble tone he had ever used since entering Mariewa. Xia Yu, must we resort to complete annihilation? The Dressrosa kingdom belongs to the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo paused, knowing that once Xia Yu made a decision, it was immutable. Taking a deep breath, he bowed his head to Xia Yu and stammered, I choose option 1. You have missed your opportunity to choose. Xia Yu shook his head and decisively proclaimed, Sakazuki, let us set forth. Upon our arrival at the kingdom of Dressrosa, should any members of the Don Quixote family dare to resist, eliminate them all. Remember, it is imperative to eradicate every last one. If they do not resist and cooperate with your endeavors, then incorporate them all, awaiting my further instructions. Yes. Sakazuki stood tall, saluted, and promptly seized the transponder snail, swiftly turning to issue commands, targeting the kingdom of Dressrosa. You have 10 minutes to assemble. With Sakazuki's command, numerous Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and Commodores of the Akainu army surged forth from the main headquarters. Simultaneously, officers below the rank of Commodore and 1,200 soldiers embarked in unison towards the harbor, rapidly boarding the 4 warships docked at the shore. Chapter 089, The Path of Coca, So Shall the Commander. To his astonishment, Xia Yu proved to be overwhelmingly formidable, leaving Don Quixote Doflamingo in utter disarray. It was none other than Sakazuki. Had Xia Yu dispatched either Kizaru or Akiji, Doflamingo might have entertained a sliver of hope. Yet, Xia Yu decisively chose to send forth Sakazuki. Merely envisioning Sakazuki descending upon Dressrosa, engulfing the palace in molten lava, sent a chilling shiver down Doflamingo's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, as Sakazuki leaped from the high platform and hastened towards the port, Doflamingo frantically retrieved his transponder snail from his pocket. Paying no heed to the multitude present nor to his own previous image, he shouted into the transponder snail, members of the Don Quixote family, heed my command. Once Admiral Sakazuki's fleet arrives at Dressrosa, no one is to resist, all must comply with Admiral Sakazuki. Young master? A voice, slow to respond, echoed from the transponder. What is happening? Doflamingo, too pressed for time to explain, urgently commanded, execute the orders to avoid annihilation. With that, he dared not prolong the conversation. Swiftly stowing away the transponder and lifting his gaze towards Xia Yu, a rare plea evident in his eyes. The once dominant aura of the renowned Don Quixote had dissipated in an instant. Understanding Doflamingo's thoughts, Xia Yu calmly replied, the only course left for you is to pray that the members of the Don Quixote family obey without question. Otherwise, Sakazuki will undoubtedly eliminate them all without mercy. Even should a few escape, they would merely be like lost dogs. Of course, you possess another option, eliminate me, then breach the Navy headquarters and thwart Sakazuki. As Xia Yu's words hung in the air, Gion, standing beside him, instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword and stepped forward, her gaze burning into Doflamingo's. Kuzan and Borsellino also subtly shifted their attention, the weight of the Admiral's presence enveloping the scene. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Admirals, the last vestiges of Doflamingo's defiance crumbled, leaving him slumped helplessly back into his chair, his expression a blend of resentment, helplessness, and despair. Xia Yu's forcefulness and decisiveness far surpassed his expectations. Initially, Doflamingo had believed that Xia Yu merely sought to subjugate the 7 warlords. But it was clear now that he had been na-ve. Xia Yu's intent was not merely to compel their submission. He aimed to seize this opportunity to eradicate the very forces Doflamingo had painstakingly cultivated over the years, thereby severing all avenues for escape should the chance arise. Crocodile and Moria, while seemingly unfazed, were nonetheless drenched in cold sweat from the pressure Xia Yu exerted on Doflamingo. Jinbi and Mihawk's reactions were particularly intriguing. Upon witnessing Xia Yu's relentless pressure on Doflamingo, which stripped him of his usual sharpness, the two exchanged knowing glances, narrowing their eyes as they focused intently on Xia Yu. At this moment, they beheld not merely an admiral, but a sovereign exuding an innate regality in every gesture. Xia Yu ceased to pay attention to Doflamingo, directing his gaze instead towards Crocodile. Although Crocodile had mentally prepared himself, the instant Xia Yu's eyes fell upon him, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped his heart. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. After all, he was a veteran among the 7 warlords, having faced the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, without flinching. even in defeat. He did not crumble like Moria, who had lost all his crew in a reckless challenge against Kaido. Instead, his ambitions had only burgeoned. Dreaming of becoming the next pirate king. With such lofty aspirations and having weathered numerous storms, Crocodile believed himself unafraid of any formidable presence. However, witnessing Xia Yu's relentless pressure on Doflamingo and his keen insight into their secrets left him hesitant to meet the gaze of this significantly younger admiral. Crocodile. What is this reaction?
Upon glancing towards Crocodile, Xia Yu noticed the cigar nearly slipping from his mouth.
Bewildered, he blinked and inquired, "Am I truly that terrifying?" Terrifying? More like a demon.
Crocodile silently scoffed, then took a deep drag from his cigar, steeling himself to respond, "Admiral Xia Yu, how may I assist you?"
Ah. Now that's more like it. Xia Yu extended his hands towards Doflamingo. "Had you cooperated like Crocodile, we would have concluded our business and proceeded to dinner by now."
Without waiting for Doflamingo's reaction, Xia Yu delved directly into the matter. "Crocodile, summon all members of Baroque Works to the Navy headquarters. Do not pursue any more of your fantasy plans, for the kingdom of Alabasta does not possess the Pluton you seek."
Crocodile's pupils widened in shock as he stared at Xia Yu. "You, how much do you know about us?"
"Didn't I just say?
In my eyes, you harbor no secrets."
Xia Yu shrugged slightly, continuing, "Since I am aware of all your schemes and ambitions, I naturally know that Alabasta lacks the treasures you desire. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall personally escort you to the Alabasta Palace for an inspection. I trust the King of Alabasta would grant me some courtesy. Of course, I hold no interest in your Baroque works. The reason I require you to bring the members to headquarters is primarily due to Nico Robin."
At this, Crocodile's expression darkened. "You intend to hand Nico Robin over to the world government? Hand her over?"
"No, I need her ability to decipher ancient texts."
With that,
Xia Yu rose and approached Crocodile, placing a hand on his shoulder before stepping to the edge of the platform. Gazing out at the horizon where the sea met the sky, he proclaimed at a leisurely pace, "When I declare the end of the age of exploration,
I shall undoubtedly fulfill that promise."
To bring an end to the age of exploration, merely eliminating the lawless pirate factions upon the seas is far from sufficient. The root of this turmoil lies in Raftel, the so-called great treasure spoken of by Roger. Thus, I shall seek out this origin and sever its ties.
To locate Raftel,
it is imperative to gather the 4 road poneglyphs and decipher the inscriptions therein to chart a maritime map. When Xia Yu calmly expressed his intention to venture to Raftel,
not only were the 7 warlords taken aback, but the admirals Borisolino, Kuzan, and Gion also turned their gaze towards their youthful commander. Even the typically composed Mihawk was stirred at this moment, exclaiming, "Are you sending a warship to Raftel?"
Xia Yu's eyes narrowed, and his aura suddenly surged, causing his admiral's coat to billow as if caught in an unseen wind. He then glanced back at the gathered 7 warlords, a smile gracing his lips. And his previously tranquil tone resonated like thunderclaps. "The enemy may go, but I shall also proceed."
Chapter 090, Who is unimportant, the goal is the 4 emperors.
The meeting of the 7 warlords concluded as the sun dipped below the horizon. Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo stood before a communal dormitory, each bearing a distinct expression. Jinbei remained the most composed. Through this 7 warlords meeting and the execution of Whitebeard II, he had discerned the prevailing trends.
Particularly,
Xia Yu's audacious public proposal to bring the notorious Nico Robin, a target of the world government's bounty, to the Navy headquarters,
clearly illustrated that the Navy had severed ties with the world government.
Xia Yu could act without concern for the world government's stance. This indicated that yielding to Xia Yu, the commander of the formidable naval machine, was his most judicious choice. Although this choice entailed a loss of some freedom and an increase in constraints compared to his previous decision to become a warlord, it was not a misfortune for him. After all, not everyone was privileged to have the backing of the Navy and the esteemed Xia Yu.
In summary, aside from the unfortunate flower card, the members of the 7 warlords were fortunate indeed.
Xia Yu had offered them a choice. Had he opted to abolish the warlord system outright and initiate immediate arrests, it was certain that more than just one flower card would have fallen, potentially leading to complete annihilation among them.
However, from another perspective,
this also signified their intrinsic value that warranted such an opportunity from Xia Yu. While he was uncertain of the value of the other warlords, he had his own suspicions. Xia Yu sought not him, but rather the fishmen community he represented, and even the undersea kingdom of Ryugu, located 10,000 meters beneath the surface. Xia Yu's objective was to eradicate piracy, and the Ryugu kingdom was a critical choke point on the route to the New World. Essential for all pirates entering from the first half of the Grand Line. By seizing control of the Ryugu kingdom, all pirates venturing into its waters would find themselves ensnared. Why hasn't Mihawk arrived? Moria suddenly inquired, surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of Mihawk and Hancock. He continued, don't they reside here? Moria. Do you still not comprehend? In an unprecedented manner, Doflamingo chimed in, grinning widely. Before bowing to Marshal Xia Yu, he made sure to remind the Marshal of their agreement. Thus, Mihawk is the first to bow? Moria blinked in surprise. Crocodile seized the opportunity to contribute to the conversation, his expression serious. It should be Hancock. Just then, the attendant responsible for arranging accommodations for the 7 warlords emerged from the dormitory, overhearing their dialogue. With a smile, she patiently explained, Mihawk initially resided at the Marshal's residence. But upon Hancock and the young military officer's arrival, he relocated to the guest house. Rest assured, your rooms have been thoroughly cleaned and stocked with all necessary amenities. As for meals, you will need to make your own way to the dining hall for the time being. With a courteous nod, Jean Ping acknowledged Gion. Upon hearing the name Junzi mentioned by Gion, Don Quixote Doflamingo slightly raised his head and inquired, is this Junzi the young lady who had been standing behind Xia Yu? Wearing a newsboy cap? Indeed, she is a member of the Knights of God. Gion candidly affirmed. Stating that the Marshal is preparing to invite the celestial dragons to participate in a certain plan, and thus the Holy Land wished to understand the details of this endeavor, sending Miss Junzi in their stead. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who had long harbored suspicions regarding Junzi's identity, found his fears of being forcefully suppressed by Xia Yu momentarily eclipsed. He broke into his signature grin, laughing heartily, ha ha ha, so she is truly a member of the Knights of God. However, with the Marshal keeping her close, does he not fear that Junzi might report your plans back to the Holy Land? Do you believe the Marshal would entertain such concerns? Gion countered with a smile. Even if the Marshal's plans are of utmost importance, how do they compare to a coup against the Holy Land? Doflamingo, you would do well to mind your own affairs. Before Doflamingo could respond, Gion's tone shifted abruptly, should you dare to exhibit even a modicum of disloyalty in the future? Not only you but every member of the Don Quixote family, including the Vice Admiral Virgo whom you have infiltrated into the Navy, shall meet a fate worse than death. Gion's sudden declaration caused Doflamingo's pupils to constrict involuntarily, nearly causing his sunglasses to slip from his nose. Do not be astonished. Gion continued, maintaining her smile. The Marshal has stated that you hold no secrets from him. Gwahahaha. Observing Doflamingo's reaction reminiscent of his own when Xia Yu had unearthed his secrets, Crocodile could not suppress a hearty laugh, openly giving Doflamingo a thumbs up. Truly commendable. Sending an undercover agent into the Navy and having them rise to the rank of Vice Admiral. What a remarkable strategy. With that, Crocodile, in a surprisingly good mood, adjusted his coat while puffing on a cigar, striding confidently into the dormitory. Ha ha ha, the sand crocodile relishes the sight of others drenched, just as he has been. Moria laughed in his signature manner, relieved that he had managed to stay relatively low-key aboard the thriller bark, avoiding any schemes. Otherwise, Moria shuddered at the mere thought of Xia Yu's extreme pressure tactics against Doflamingo. Meanwhile, in the Marshal's office at the headquarters, Xia Yu glanced at the newly arrived Borsellino and Kuzan before presenting a document to Borsellino. This is the latest intelligence submitted by the Information Department. According to the report, Kaido has made contact with Charlotte Linlin and is preparing to join forces with her to exact vengeance on the Navy. So far, the Big Mom pirates have shown no signs of activity, they must still be weighing their options. However, this is of no consequence. Xia Yu produced another document and handed it to Kuzan, then continued, what truly matters is that I never intended to wait idly for them to take action before responding. The public execution of Whitebeard II was, in essence, a test directed at the Whitebeard pirates. I am uncertain whether Whitebeard II is indeed the son of Whitebeard. If he is, it is certain that Whitebeard will take some form of action. Even if he remains inactive, I will eliminate Hanazawa. My ultimate goal is to confront the 4 emperors. The identity of the individual is inconsequential,
What matters is that any of them makes a move. While listening intently and examining the document, Kuzan suddenly looked up, his expression one of astonishment as he pointed to the contents. Gradually relocating the Navy headquarters to the first branch in the New World? Xia Yu nodded. This task requires both you and Sakazuki to accomplish. Sakazuki's mission to the Dressrosa Kingdom to recruit the Don Quixote family is nearly a FAAD to facilitate your covert operations. You shall depart tonight, leading the Akiji forces to the first branch through the Holy Land in secrecy. You will personally oversee the first branch and coordinate with Sakazuki, who will take control of the Dressrosa Kingdom, establishing a strategic angle while closely monitoring the movements of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Should either faction engage in actions that you deem perilous, without hesitation or inquiry, you are to suppress them with utmost swiftness. If the conflict escalates and Kaido forms a life-and-death alliance with the Charlotte family, you must relay intelligence at the earliest opportunity. At that time, I shall personally arrive in the New World to stand alongside you. Chapter 091, No Need to Await the Torch. The sun of the Navy has already risen. Upon hearing that Xia Yu would personally arrive in the New World to stand alongside them, Akiji's grip on the documents trembled ever so slightly. Go! Noticing this subtle reaction from Kuzan, Xia Yu revealed a faint smile, reminding him to contact him upon reaching the first division. Kuzan nodded and promptly turned to depart. Just as he was about to exit the office, Xia Yu's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Kuzan, does the burning justice you upheld before the Ohara incident still reside within you? At these words, Kuzan felt a jolt within his heart. He straightened. Turning to face Xia Yu, the languor in his eyes faded, replaced by a renewed spark of justice, as he raised a hand in salute, declaring, "It has never extinguished." With that, Kuzan wasted no more time and briskly exited the office. Kuzan spoke the truth, the flame of burning justice he once championed had never been snuffed out. Merely buried deep within his heart, clouded by the confusion brought on by the Ohara incident. Stepping out of the office, he felt a lightness in his being. The previous lethargy entirely dissipated, replaced by a long-lost vigor, reminiscent of his youthful, impassioned days. At that moment, two officers approached him. Due to the change in Kuzan's demeanor, they momentarily failed to recognize him, only snapping to attention as he brushed past them, saluting in unison, "Admiral Kuzan." Loyalty. Kuzan returned the salute, echoing the words of loyalty. Without waiting for the officers to react, he strode confidently into the elevator. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, he faced the saluting soldiers and officers with a prompt acknowledgement. As he stepped outside, a sudden wave of crimson washed over him. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a blood-red sun hanging on the horizon. Its dying rays casting a scarlet hue upon the sea, enveloping Marineford in a breathtaking twilight glow. The sight of the sun ignited a long-forgotten memory in Akiji's mind. It was an encounter from 2 years prior. During a holiday, he had been leisurely cycling over the waves when he unexpectedly crossed paths with Xia Yu, who was engaged in a mission. The Navy, led by Xia Yu, faced off against a rising pirate crew, whose captain boasted a bounty of 180 million berries and commanded several subordinates with bounties exceeding 30 million. Perhaps emboldened by their formidable strength, the pirate crew fought fiercely against Xia Yu's forces, with their captain and 2 officers launching a frenzied assault on Xia Yu. Yet, undeterred by the 3-pronged attack, Xia Yu maintained his composure, leveraging his immense power to gain the upper hand. In less than 30 seconds, he dispatched one pirate with a precise strike from the Navy's 6 styles, followed seamlessly by a powerful kick from the gale foot technique that obliterated another's head. After swiftly eliminating 2 of his foes, Xia Yu's momentum intensified rather than waned. Seizing the moment, he unsheathed his sword and delivered a devastating whirlwind wave slash, decapitating the remaining pirate captain on the spot. With the captain and 2 of his lieutenants dispatched, the morale of the naval officers and soldiers accompanying Xia Yu surged to unprecedented heights, compelling them to launch a frenzied final charge against the now disarrayed pirates. Within mere minutes, not a single pirate aboard the ship survived, all were executed on the spot. Once the battle concluded, a throng of naval soldiers converged around Xia Yu. However, instead of joining in the celebrations, he grasped the pirate captain's head and ascended to the bow of the ship, raising it triumphantly as he proclaimed words that ignited the fervor of the assembled officers and soldiers. "No need to await the beacon. If there is no beacon henceforth, we shall be the sun in this tumultuous era of the Grand Line. Long live the Navy! Long live, brothers!"
The notion of a son lingered in Kuzan's mind as he recalled a similar scene from 2 years prior. Now stepping out of the headquarters,
he glanced back at the main building.
The sun that belonged to the world was on the verge of setting.
Yet, the sun of the Navy, once risen, would surely illuminate the world once more.
Suddenly resolute, Kuzan pivoted and strode forth, a long-forgotten flame of justice igniting in his eyes. He produced a transponder snail and commanded decisively, "Relay the order, all officers of the Akiji Brigade are to assemble at the port in 2 hours."
In the Marshal's office,
Borsalino stood before the desk, observing Xia Yu, who had fallen silent while perusing documents after watching Kuzan depart.
He lingered for nearly a minute. And upon seeing Xia Yu finish reading, he could no longer contain himself and tentatively inquired, "Marshal Xia Yu, what about me? Do I have no tasks?" "There's no rush," Xia Yu responded, setting down the completed documents with a smile.
"We've been in meetings for quite a while, I'm feeling a bit peckish.
Let us eat while we converse."
Before Borsalino could respond, a soldier entered, bearing 2 bowls of miso ramen.
"Sir, the noodles are ready," the soldier announced cheerfully as he placed down the bowls. "Enjoy your meal, you and Admiral Kizaru. If it's not enough, there is more."
"Thank you for your hard work,"
Xia Yu said,
retrieving a stack of berries from his drawer and tossing it to the soldier to distribute among the brothers in the mess hall. The soldier, receiving the berries,
straightened up and saluted with vigor, exclaiming, "Loyalty."
Upon hearing Xia Yu refer to the soldiers in the mess hall as brothers,
Borsalino furrowed his brow and candidly remarked, "Marshal Xia Yu, isn't it inappropriate for you to be so familiar with the soldiers? Why? Can't a marshal be friendly with his men? Besides, it's after hours." Xia Yu replied with a grin, tossing another stack of berries into Borsalino's arms. "These are from the several warlords we apprehended. Though I kept them here at headquarters, they certainly can't eat and live here for free." With that, Xia Yu paid no further heed to Borsalino, moving to the side table where he eagerly began to devour one of the bowls of ramen. Witnessing this, Borsalino glanced at the berries in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, it is truly commendable that Xia Yu, even after attaining the rank of Marshal, remains grounded in his original profession. Had Xia Yu still held the position of Major General, he would undoubtedly have declined such monetary offerings. However, when it comes from the esteemed Marshal, one cannot simply refuse. With this thought in mind, Borsalino graciously accepted the gesture, swiftly stowing away the currency before taking a seat opposite Xia Yu. He lifted a bowl of noodles, seemingly ready to engage in a contest of appetite, relishing each mouthful with great enjoyment. "Make a trip to the Revolutionary Army Headquarters," Xia Yu suddenly suggested, his words slightly garbled as he chewed on his noodles. "Please convey my desire to meet with Dorag. If he genuinely aspires to cultivate a harmonious, free, and equal world brimming with dreams, not merely for the benefit of the D clan, perhaps there is potential for collaboration between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy." At this juncture, Xia Yu recalled something important. After swallowing his food, he casually retrieved a piece of ginger from his bag and tossed it to Borsalino, continuing, "The Revolutionary Army is overly idealistic in its ambition to forge a brand new world. It is not as simple as toppling the world government to achieve such aspirations. Setting aside the question of whether they can indeed overthrow the world government, even if they succeed, while freedom and dreams may emerge and perhaps even magnify, true equality and harmony remain unattainable. Unless there are no thieves in the world." Chapter 092, Admiral Heron, the superhuman wash fruit. The yellow ape remained silent, fervently showcasing his noodles instead. It was not that he lacked the ability to speak, but rather that Xia Yu's sudden suggestion for him to meet the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, left him in a state of embarrassment. After all, it was on the very night Xia Yu instigated the mutiny that he meticulously investigated his background and subsequently confronted him with it, leading to his decision to remain silent during the upheaval. Consequently, for the past few days, an unsettling feeling had lingered within him, as Xia Yu, who held the reins of the Navy, could at any moment eliminate this unpredictable element. What surprised him most was that Xia Yu boldly brought this matter to light, even asking him to represent the Marine Marshal at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. This implied that the young Marine Marshal harbored no fear of his potential insubordination. suggesting that even if Xia Yu were aware of his other identity, he still held expectations for him. For this alone, he had to admire Xia Yu's magnanimity and determination. He was certain that anyone in the Navy headquarters, upon discovering his other identity, would not treat him with the same camaraderie as they did now, let alone prepare his favorite ginger. At that moment, Xia Yu, having devoured the noodles with the ferocity of a storm, suddenly shifted the conversation, declaring, "This is your moment of choice. If you meet Dragon and return to the Navy headquarters, it signifies your abandonment of the other side. If you do not make that choice, then remain there." Standing up, Xia Yu grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, then continued, "I grant you your freedom, but when we meet again, I shall personally measure the weight of your speed." Upon hearing this, Borsalino, with a finger pushing up his glasses, replied earnestly, "Finally, it is my turn. Do not worry, Admiral Xia Yu. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer." With that, Borsalino resumed his fervent consumption of noodles. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Not shying away from Borsalino, Xia Yu approached and answered the phone, stating plainly, "Navy headquarters, Xia Yu speaking." A voice emerged from the receiver, bearing the weight of a questioning tone. "You intend to bring Nico Robin to the Navy headquarters to decipher ancient texts?" Xia Yu tilted his head toward the wall clock, somewhat taken aback. "You only received the report now? I assumed she would report to you immediately after the Seven Warlords meeting. I indeed plan to assemble a fleet, tasked with locating the historical logbooks to reach Raftel." After a brief pause, Xia Yu's tone turned icy. "Furthermore, do not use such a questioning tone when seeking me in the future, for on a day when my mood is foul, I may just retreat to the flower between for a while." With his words, the phone fell into silence. Perhaps, at that moment, some enigmatic being in the flower between, whether male or female, was caught off guard by Xia Yu's remark. However, it was evident that the other end of the line did not express anger or frustration. Due to the silence of the telephone bug, the emotional reactions of the person on the line were not evident. After a brief pause, M seemed to have adjusted his mindset, speaking in a measured tone, "Your rebellion against the world government and the lawless pirates at sea are of little concern to me. What truly matters is finding someone who can decipher ancient texts. I can refrain from interfering in your actions, but you must agree to one condition." Xia Yu, uninterested in further banter with him, interjected, "I know what you are worried about. It is the century of blank history, is it not? This matter has been sealed for 8 centuries, even if the truth were laid bare before me now, I would have no interest in it." Upon hearing this, M's tone noticeably lightened as he inquired with curiosity, "What do you intend to do?" Without hesitation, Xia Yu declared, "I will locate Laugh-Tale and erase it entirely from the map. Surely, this is something you would be pleased to see. Therefore, it cannot be at your advantage. If I truly find Laugh-Tale and erase it, you must reciprocate." M responded decisively, "If you genuinely keep your promise, I will grant you 3 conditions." Xia Yu affirmed, "It is a deal." As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk approached. After a brief exchange with Kizaru, Xia Yu departed from the headquarters, making his way towards the family courtyard. Upon arriving at the gate, he noticed 2 pieces of clothing fluttering on the clothesline. To his surprise, despite the laundry, the courtyard was eerily silent. "What is going on?" Xia Yu murmured to himself as he pushed open the gate, glancing around in confusion. Have they grown tired of the noise and signed a truce? The reason he had taken longer with Kizaru was the concern of returning too early and reigniting the conflict between Hancock and Junzi. Although he did not comprehend why the two were at odds, their cohabitation had been anything but peaceful. He understood Hancock's capriciousness, as she was the Empress of Amazon Lily, accustomed to her whims. However, Junzi, who had initially presented herself with an aloof demeanor, had transformed into a fiery spirit within mere hours of interacting with Hancock, causing even the world's greatest swordsman to hesitate in her presence. Yet, Xia Yu soon felt a sense of relief. Though Junzi appeared haughty and had developed an arrogant disposition as a member of the Knights of God, it was merely a facade. Beneath her seemingly cold exterior lay the heart of a young girl. In the original narrative, she was an unabashed fangirl, a devoted admirer of Brook, the Soul King. One enamored with stardom and the other lost in romance, one could hardly expect them to coexist peacefully. But what was the situation today? As Xia Yu stepped into the courtyard, He surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring that no cacophonous sounds emanated from any corner or room. Blinking in bewilderment, he pushed open the grand door to the living room and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, Xia Yu found himself momentarily frozen. There, reclined upon the sofa, sat General Crane. Draped in a general's coat, comfortably perched before a chair while leisurely perusing a newspaper. General Crane? To his astonishment, the general had returned to the headquarters. Now seated in his own home. After a brief moment of surprise, Xia Yu swiftly removed his marshal's coat and approached with alacrity, inquiring, "When did you return? Why wasn't I informed?" In response, General Crane lowered the newspaper and looked up at Xia Yu, stating, "The marshal is occupied with myriad affairs, how could I impose?" "Absolutely not," Xia Yu exclaimed, feeling a twinge of guilt towards General Crane due to the recent coup. He hastily pulled up a chair to sit opposite the general and chuckled, "I might overlook the return of anyone else, but when you come back, I must extend my welcome. Could I possibly stay away?" General Crane retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "While others may not comprehend your actions, I certainly do. As a marshal, you cannot remain at headquarters issuing commands like in the Warring States period. If one day you are suddenly seized by fervor and venture out to capture pirates, who will oversee the naval headquarters in your absence?" Xia Yu nodded emphatically. "That person must be General Crane." "Good to know." General Crane's expression softened slightly as he gestured towards the kitchen. "You must be famished after a full day's work. I've prepared some food for you, help yourself in the kitchen. It's all your favorite dishes." "All right." Xia Yu rose with trepidation. Had he known that General Crane would return and prepare dinner, he would not have boasted about such a grand bowl of noodles to Poliasolino in the office. However, ever since the system had elevated all his abilities to their zenith, his appetite had increased correspondingly, making an additional meal inconsequential. After retrieving the food from the kitchen and placing it upon the dining table, Xia Yu, while grabbing chopsticks, suddenly recalled something. He turned to General Crane, who had resumed reading the newspaper, and asked, "General, when you returned, was there no one at home?" "Indeed." General Crane nodded. His gaze fixed on the newspaper as he gestured towards the clothesline outside, where two garments swayed gently in the breeze. "Ah." Xia Yu turned to observe the two items fluttering on the line, which were unmistakably Hancock and Marine Z, transformed into humanoid clothing by General Crane's superhuman washing fruit ability. Gazing at the two figures hanging on the clothesline, Xia Yu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. This was truly wonderful. At last, he could enjoy a peaceful meal at home. Chapter 093, I would rather be severed by the supreme blade than endure such humiliation. Seated at the dining table, Xia Yu had just lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks when he abruptly rose and changed his position, now facing the door with his back to Admiral Crane. The Admiral remained engrossed in her newspaper and coolly remarked, "Rest assured, they will not perish." "I am not worried about their demise," Xia Yu blinked, glancing at the garments hanging on the clothesline outside, purely curious about how they had offended her to provoke such ire. "They have not truly offended me," Admiral Crane explained with a hint of cooperation. "Upon entering the courtyard, I found them in a standoff, ready to clash at any moment, so I admonished them. As a result, Hancock approached, pointed a finger at me, and insisted I mind my own business, claiming that whatever she did would be forgiven. She even kicked a little cat that had followed me into the courtyard." At this, Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly. Hancock was hardly unjustified, within the Amazon lily. She could indulge her whims, for she was the Empress of the Amazons. However, this was the Navy headquarters, and the person in question was Admiral Crane. One must remember that in her youth, Admiral Crane was a formidable and audacious female officer, who fought alongside Garp and Sengoku to capture pirates, embodying the spirit of women standing shoulder to shoulder with men in battle. To have fought alongside Garp and Sengoku and endured until now, one could hardly consider her a pushover. In the original narrative, even the notoriously arrogant Don Quixote da Flamingo had to temper his bravado when confronting Admiral Crane. The reason was simple: she was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, committed to the ideals of absolute justice, and would wash away any dissenters, quite literally hanging them out to dry. Most significantly, Admiral Crane was not only a Rear Admiral but also held the position of a staff officer at the Navy headquarters. To put it plainly, she once held a status second only to Sengoku within the Navy headquarters, commanding respect even from the three admirals. However, those were bygone days. No one could escape the ravages of time. Even though Admiral Crane held a high status within the headquarters, it was nearly impossible for her to subdue Hancock. The Empress wielding the powers of the three-color hockey, and the military officer with the arrow fruit ability, who hailed from the Knights of God, without incurring harm. Contemplating this, Xia Yu inquired, "What of the military officer? What transgression has she committed?" A glint of cold light flashed in Admiral Crane's eyes. "She reported the contents of the warlords of the sea meeting to the Holy Land in my presence." "Understood," Xia Yu nodded. "You seized the opportunity to cleanse her spirit while she was engaged in communication with the Holy Land. It was highly probable that Hancock had not anticipated that you would not only refuse forgiveness but would act decisively." With that, Xia Yu swiftly cleared his plate, setting down his utensils and rising from the table. He moved to the living room, confronting the garments that had been transformed into clothing before him. Despite their current state, Hancock and the military officer remained lucid. They had seen Xia Yu upon his entrance to the courtyard but chose silence, wishing to conceal their disheveled appearance from him. Little did they expect that Xia Yu would actually lift a chair and position himself directly in front of them, leaning in to inspect them closely. "Xia Yu, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you please let General He lower me down first?" Hancock, unable to evade the situation, was the first to speak. There she was, hanging upside down on the clothesline, swaying in the breeze before Xia Yu, her voice intermittent and rather humorous. Although the military woman was also suspended, upon Xia Yu's approach, she decisively closed her eyes, adopting the attitude that if she couldn't see it, the embarrassment belonged to others. "Marshal! Marshal!" At that moment, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. Following this, a group of more than a dozen naval officers stumbled to the entrance. Yet none dared to step inside. Glancing at the officers, Xia Yu's eyes widened in surprise. For there stood these officers, all bearing bruised faces, clearly having just endured a beating. "Marshal, you must take charge for us." One officer stepped forward, looking utterly pitiful as he recounted their plight. "Major Noah got into a scuffle with my hawk, and we worried that Major Noah might be at a disadvantage, so we rushed to assist, but then that scoundrel Myhawk, of all things, used a wooden stick to beat us. We would prefer to be slain by their supreme swords than endure such humiliation, Marshal." "Indeed. We are your soldiers, Marshal. We would rather die standing than live on our knees." "Marshal, Myhawk is being excessively tyrannical." Hearing the officers grow increasingly agitated, Xia Yu quickly interjected, "Calm down. First, tell me exactly what transpired. Did Major Noah seek revenge against Myhawk?" "Not exactly revenge." The leading officer's head drooped, his voice diminishing. "Major Noah mentioned he wanted to gauge Myhawk's swordsmanship." "What?" Xia Yu thought he had misheard, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Noah? Gauging Myhawk's swordsmanship?" Before he could finish his thought, Xia Yu quickly came to a realization, as this was entirely in line with Noah's temperament. Noah had been assigned to his command after his promotion to Rear Admiral. Due to his personal talents, Xia Yu often kept Noah by his side, introducing him to the ways of hockey, both armament and observation. Of course, these details were not paramount. What truly mattered was that under his tutelage, Noah had rapidly advanced in strength, while also absorbing Xia Yu's former catchphrases, mannerisms, and habits. Now enlightened, Xia Yu surveyed the bruised officers outside the courtyard and chuckled. "Since it was Noah gauging Myhawk's swordsmanship, why did you all rush to join in?" "We wanted to gauge it too," he at this. The corners of Xia Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It was evident that these officers were not genuinely interested in gauging anything. They simply yearned for improvement but found themselves lacking in meaningful pursuits, thus choosing to unleash their frustrations on Myhawk alongside Noah. As for the underlying reason, it was undoubtedly because Noah's former superior had fallen at Myhawk's hands. Upon contemplating this, Xia Yu resolutely rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to resolve the matter between Noah and Myhawk. As Xia Yu departed, Hancock, who was suspended on the clothesline, and Junzi were immediately thrown into a state of alarm. Although Junzi did not overtly display her anxiety, each time the wind rustled, her gaze towards Xia Yu was imbued with a hint of pleading. Hancock, on the other hand, blurted out in a flustered manner, "Xia Yu, What? The unexpected voice instantly captured the attention of the officers following Xia Yu, with several of them turning their gazes towards the courtyard. At that very moment, a gust of sea breeze swept through, lifting the two garments on the clothesline high into the air, perfectly diverting the officers' attention. What was that sound? It seems someone is calling for the Marshal. It must have been an illusion. There is no one in the courtyard. Perhaps we should leave, let us go. As they spoke, several officers averted their gaze and hurriedly followed Xia Yu out. Hancock. Junzi. Chapter 094, Hawkeye Mihawk challenges the Navy Admiral? In the city of Pangu, enveloped by the moonlight in the Holy Land Mariewa, numerous luxurious mansions radiated warmth, interspersed with bursts of laughter and the occasional pained wails as if they were enduring some form of torment. Within one of these opulent residences, Shepherd T. Pitt and Marcus Maz, both forced to take leave due to Sengoku and Zifa's rotation as the five elders, sat solemnly, their gazes fixed upon the moon suspended high in the sky. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure appeared. A man clad in a white robe and wearing a mask materialized before them, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency Marcus Maz, another fleet from the Navy headquarters, personally led by Admiral Akiji, has entered the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Marcus Maz turned to Shepherd T. Pitt beside him. By day, it is the red-haired army led by Admiral Akino, and by night, the Akiji army under Admiral Akiji. What is Summeryu planning? Is he preparing to strike the New World with great force? Shepherd T. Pitt narrowed his eyes, his tone dark as he replied, rest assured. They will not bask in glory for long. Marcus Maz shook his head with a smile. In my view, everything Summeryu does is not a misfortune for us, rather, it is advantageous. Oh? Pray tell, how so? Shepherd T. Pitt tilted his head in curiosity. Marcus Maz gestured for the bowing white-robed man to retreat. And once the man vanished beyond the estate walls, he spoke. Summeryu now wields the war machine of the Navy headquarters, flourishing at the peak of his power. Lordum has lowered his stance to fulfill all his conditions, aiming to seize this sharp blade, to have it carved through the Grand Line on our behalf. If he fails, the rabble of the Grand Line will tear him apart without our intervention. If he succeeds, it will not alter matters, for he will age like Garp, Sengoku, and Kong. In a century's time, the seat of power will still belong to us. Moreover, even if he cleanses the pirates, Nika will eventually emerge. Thus, Lordum has agreed to all his demands, seeking to bind him to the world government. For Lordum, the true threat lies solely with Nika. Though Marcus Maz spoke with apparent ease, he unconsciously clenched his fist. The humiliating image of being forced back to their true forms by Summeryu's conqueror's hockey in the palace of the Holy Land flashing before his eyes. Observing Marcus Maz's reaction, Shepherd T. Pitt thoughtfully lifted the teacup beside him. It is undeniable that Summeryu is a formidable weapon, yet while slaying enemies, he may also inflict wounds upon himself. If Lordum cannot gain complete control over him, this weapon could very well spiral out of control and pierce the heart of the Holy Land. After a brief pause, Shepherd T. Pitt looked up at Marcus Maz once more. Let us not forget, within this Holy Land, we too face threats. Marcus Maz turned abruptly. The Figolando family? Shepherd X nodded. I have always felt